Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook. Chapter 126 Awakening. 3 Tomo Sharinon. Will it be too cruel? Just listening to it makes my hair stand on end. Ino hesitated. It's not all presented at once, but gradually, from low to high. Naruto said. He has a worry there. I only signed Indra Chakra last night, and merged into Kaguya Chakra. What is the impact on the body? Will it be a factor that hinders Sharingan's awakening, advanced Mangekyo and Rinnegan? Madara waited decades, near death, to open Rinnegan. Considering that one of Madara's eternal Mangekyo is permanently blind due to Izanagi's relationship, this may have slowed down the formation of Rinnegan to a certain extent. And when Yi killed Yukun and got rid of his mother's control over Yukun, the violent emotional ups and downs directly sublimated from 3 Tomo Sharinon to Rinnegan. Naruto can only pray from the bottom of his heart. Sharinon, Rinnegan, have nothing to do with the body, most of it is about chakra. Only in this way can he achieve the goal of awakening Sharinon and opening Rinnegan in one step. Although there are still more than 3 years before the Fourth Ninja World War, 6 paths Obito, 6 paths Madara, and Itsutsuki Kaguya, these enemies will appear. It's better if it's early as possible, but if it's late, it will change. Seeing Naruto persist, Ino said, okay. During the process, no matter what happens, don't stop the illusion. Naruto said. If my eyes have advanced to Mangekyo, you can use the pupil power in this Mangekyo to strengthen the illusion effect. Until I crack the illusion myself. Can't it be terminated? Ino said, I'm not sure how long it will take, my chakra may not be enough. I can pass the chakra to you. Naruto said. How to pass it on? Ino wondered. Let me tell you first, the reason why the illusion works is because it disturbs the target's chakra, which not only affects the spirit, but also limits the physical mobility. At this time, the chakra in your body can't act rashly, it must be under my control all the time, and the chakra of 9 tails is naturally included. Shadow Clone. Naruto said, 9 tails can pass chakra to Shadow Clone through the air, and let Shadow Clone pass it to you. Hearing this, Ino no longer has any doubts. Look at Naruto, look at Mangekyo in a sealed container, open it, and take it out. Take a deep breath, dig out the right eye by yourself, and then put Mangekyo in, seal the seal, and a dark green chakra emerges on the hand, which is medical ninjutsu. My parents will come back at noon, if you don't want to be disturbed, just change the place. Ino said. N. Naruto nodded. After simply cleaning up the scene, Ino left a post-it note for his parents, saying that he was going to play at a friend's house, so don't worry. Then, Naruto activates Flying Thunder God and takes Ino to a deserted island overseas, which is absolutely safe and will never be disturbed. The next moment, a golden light flashed, but it was Shadow Clone who was on standby near home, and Hinata came with him. The two girls nodded to each other, never mentioning the past. Chakra consumes so much, you just give me a pair of Sharinon, it's no different. Ino closed his right eye and muttered. Naruto is embarrassed. Give me some time to get used to it. Ino slowly opened his right eye. It's the first time I use it, and I'm not very skilled. Fortunately, Ino is very smart. After learning the spiritualization technique, the number of times it can be used will increase. Mental strength will be exercised and improved. Mental power is associated with control power. With the support of 9 tails chakra provided by Shadow Clone, it took about half an hour for Ino to figure out the basic usage. It is definitely incomparable to a Sharinon master. It is definitely enough to release illusions and enhance the power of illusions. Finally, Ino increased the output of chakra, changing Sharinon from Sanguya to Mangekyo. The functions and limitations of the pupil art residing in it, distinguished heavenly gods, are presented. Still cooling down. Ino thought to himself. Returning to Sanguyu, Ino said, it's coming. Oh. Naruto mentally prepared himself. After waiting for a while, Ino couldn't help but said, can you return to the normal state? I used 5 illusions, but I can't shake the chakra in your body at all. It's as hard as a rock. Naruto. Expected too much from Mangekyo, Rinnegan, forgot about it. Inform the cells, exit Sage Mode, and then tell the cells not to make any resistance and keep quiet. Naruto nodded, okay. Ino seals his seal and stares. Hypnosis, success. Naruto's eyelids were half sunken, and the pupils were dull and dull. Hinata opened her eyes and watched Naruto's chakra flow. While modifying and adjusting the scenes in the illusion according to Naruto's request, Ino was distracted. Sharinon is indeed easy to use, the difficulty of using illusion has been reduced, and the power of illusion has been greatly enhanced. Also, why can 9 tails chakra be passed on to others, but little Sakura's 5 tails can't? What's so special about 9 tails? The past 6 minutes or so. Hinata was startled, that is. Looking through the white eyes, I saw that Naruto's brain secreted a chakra that was different from the usual chakra. It cannot even be said that it is chakra, but another unknown energy. This energy flowed into the eyes through a fixed route. At this moment, Naruto's eyes changed from blue to scarlet, and a jade was reflected inside. There it is. Hinata covered her mouth, not daring to disturb her. Ino's expression remained unchanged, while maintaining the illusion, he controlled the scene in the illusion and continued to develop. Illusion is a false existence, which is different from the real-time flow, which can be very fast or very slow. In order to achieve the best effect, Ino can't be too fast, and must control every detail of what Naruto sees and hears. If Naruto has doubts that this is an illusion, he cannot fully immerse himself in it, and advance to Sharingan, it will become empty talk. Low-level illusions, ordinary illusions, can be broken through pain, and middle-level and high-level illusions with Sharingan buffs cannot be broken by ordinary pain. Half an hour passed. Tears overflowed from the eyes. Add one hook jade to become a double hook jade. Ino frowned slightly, but Naruto awakened Sharingan, increasing her hypnosis difficulty. Fortunately, this was expected, and she quickly adjusted to increase the consumption of chakra and strengthen the illusion. Before I knew it, 3 hours passed. Naruto's eyes were full of tears. One more Guyu is added, which is the Sanguyu. Under Hinata's reminder, Ino activated Mangekyo in advance, and stabilized the illusion very well without any flaws, which led to a board halfway. Mangekyo's 3-hook jade is suppressed in terms of level and does not need to consume pupil power. With the 9 tails chakra provided by Shadow Clone, Ino's performance is quite easy. Chapter 127. Gilyalu. Hearing the movement, Ino glanced over from the corner of his eye and saw Hinata blushing, lowering her head in embarrassment. Chakra is sufficient, and it's not yet exhausted. Everything is stable. Ino said. You can go home to eat when you're hungry, and then come back. It's okay. According to the interval between each stage, it's not just a few hours to the next stage. Then I'll go back first. Hinata whispered. You don't need to bother, just ask other shadow clones to deliver it, and Ino will eat some too. Shadow clone Naruto said, it won't be alright in a while. I'll forget it. Ino hesitated, it's better to keep an empty stomach. After eating and drinking, I will want to go to the bathroom. It's not very convenient for me now. Shadow clone Naruto was speechless, turned his head to look at Hinata, then just send your food. Is this a place to eat? There isn't even a place to sit, why not go back and eat, it won't take long. Ino said. Tossing back and forth, the smell, the movement, will distract me. Hearing this, Hinata whispered, I'll go back and eat, and come back after I finish eating. Shadow clone Naruto looks at Ino. Ino pretended not to see it. After a while, Shadow clone Naruto formed a seal, separated a shadow clone, and sent Hinata home. Now, it's just the two of us. From such a distance, it's impossible to see Hinata's white eyes. Ino said. I declare in advance that the illusion cannot be interrupted. The cost of interfering with me is not small. Before you move, think about it. What do you want to do? Shadow clone Naruto asked. I think. Ino said. Tell me, Yamanaka Ino, are you annoying? Consciousness is still trapped in the illusion, the whole person is Naruto of hypnosis, and said in a daze, I don't hate it. Do you like Yamanaka Ino? Ino asked. I like it. Naruto said blankly. Shadow clone Naruto. Are you happy to know that I like you? Ino asked. Happy. Naruto said blankly. Reject me because of Hinata's relationship? Ino asked. Yes. Naruto said blankly. Guessing is guessing. Getting the answer from Naruto has a different meaning. Ino breathed out and said, I repeat, the cost of interfering with me is not small. Think carefully before moving. Shadow clone Naruto. Ino stepped forward. Close to Naruto. Her lips, Naruto's lips. It's pasted together. One touch an instant. This is my first kiss. Whether we can be together or not in the future, I want to give it to the person I like. Maybe I will regret it in the future, but at least at this stage, I am willing to give it to you. Shadow clone Naruto. After asking the questions he wanted to ask and doing what he wanted to do, Ino was relieved. I also thought of little Sakura, Hinata was not there, and Naruto couldn't resist, he was in a state of hypnosis, and couldn't tell lies. Do you know that little Sakura likes you and pretend not to know, or do you simply not believe that little Sakura likes you? Ino asked. I don't believe it. Naruto said blankly. Why? Ino wondered. Little Sakura likes Sasuke, and will choose Sasuke in the end. Naruto said blankly. This concept is really solid. I still don't believe it even after confessing it. Ino was speechless, then do you like little Sakura? I like it. Naruto said blankly. I like Hinata, I like me, and I like little Sakura, a big carrot. Ino laughed and scolded, who else do you like? Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Yuhi Hong, Anko who didn't gain weight, Samui, Ziwan, leg shadow black soil. Naruto said blankly. Ino. Shadow clone Naruto. Well, everyone has the love of beauty, you pat your conscience and say, you don't like handsome guys. Shadow clone Naruto said. That's right. Ino said stiffly, then have you ever thought about stepping on 2 boats? No. Naruto said blankly. Shadow clone Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to let Ino ask any further questions, and quickly said, enough is enough. Who doesn't have 1 or 2 secrets? If you continue to explore like this, the main body will be angry, and you probably wouldn't think about causing the main body's resentment, right? Ino was silent, nodded, and didn't mean to ask again. Anyway, it proves that Naruto likes her, and it also proves that Naruto doesn't have the idea of being in 2 boats, and doesn't want to be a scumbag, that's fine. Although the number of women Naruto likes exceeds her expectations, there are even a few of them whom she has never heard of, which more or less dilutes her joy. After all, the good outweighs the bad. Not long after, Hinata, who was full, was sent by Shadow Clone. The atmosphere is completely quiet. Ino doesn't miss out, and concentrates on maintaining and advancing the illusion. Shadow Clone Naruto is in charge of the transfer station, delivering Kurama Chakra. Hinata didn't say a word, and watched Naruto with blank eyes all the time, paying attention to any changes in details. Another 14 hours passed. The deduction of the incident is over, what should we do next? Ino asked. Cover up this part of the memory and do it all over again. Shadow Clone Naruto communicated with Kurama and knew what the main body meant. Before the eyes are advanced to the point where they cannot be advanced, the cycle goes back and forth and repeats non-stop. Ino understands, overwrites the illusion memory that Naruto has experienced, and starts over. After a long wait, the next day came. Shadow Clone Naruto, who has been paying attention to the time, silently calculated the 27 hours after the completion of the 3-go jade. Hinata said suddenly, here we come. That energy appeared. After getting the Hinata forecast, Ino mobilized the pupil power in Mangekyo without hesitation, and blessed it into the illusion, greatly improving the effect of the illusion. Soon, Naruto's eyes, the 3 hooked jades in it, turned rapidly and connected with each other, forming a complete pattern. Like a snowflake, it also looks like a shuriken with 9 blades. Fortunately, it still works. Shadow Clone Naruto felt relieved. Next, it depends on whether the pupil power of this Mangekyo can support the Rinnegan on the main body to open. I hope it works, otherwise it will be troublesome. The ontology doesn't want to experience the pain of loss in reality, it is unbearable pain. Drink some water, your lips are dry. Hinata whispered. Ino shook his head, thank you for your concern, no need. Time passed slowly. The repetition of the illusion over and over again tortured Naruto so much that he was dying. As the actual controller of the illusion, Ino can see all of Naruto's performances in the illusion. Distressed, unbearable, shocked. Under complex emotions, what is manifested outside is silence. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 week. Concentrating on it, a little food and water were added in the middle, and Ino, who was still close to running out of oil and lamps, suddenly froze. Illusion unlocked? Looking at Naruto again, his eyes turned blue, with the mysterious 6 paths Madara lines reflected inside. Realizing that it was a success, Ino's eyes went dark, and he couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Chapter 128. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Ino slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw was a somewhat familiar ceiling, and a beautiful hand that was fixed in front of her eyes. The skin is as tender as tofu, fair and flawless. Mental exhaustion is not a big problem, just pay attention to rest. Tsunade stopped and said casually. I'm sorry to trouble you. Naruto said. Tsunade shook his head and said it was all right, and looked at Ino intently. Your spiritual power is far beyond the level of ordinary people, and the Yamanaka family secret should not have such a big effect. It's spiritualization. I gave it to little Sakura, and little Sakura gave it to her. Naruto said. I see. Tsunade was silent. But he thought of his dead lover, Kato Dan. Spiritualization is Kato Dan's specialty ninja technique, and it is also the secret of his fame. Since you have mastered the spiritualization technique, it means that your future chakra control will not be weak, and it is very suitable for practicing medical ninjutsu. Tsunade said. How about it, do you want to worship me as a teacher? After reaching the master-student relationship, Tsunade didn't stay long and turned to leave. Ino said confusedly, this is Konoha Hospital. Naruto said, pulling a stool to sit down. You are unconscious, and my chakra alone cannot heal you completely, it just restores your physical condition to its peak. Spiritually, I haven't learned medical ninjutsu after all. I can't do anything, so I have to take you back to the village and find Sister Tsunade. That's it. Ino suddenly said, by the way, have your eyes advanced successfully? What I saw before I fell into a coma, wouldn't it be a hallucination? It worked. Naruto said, eyes changing. Part of the pupils and whites of the eyes disappeared, turning into azure blue embellished with 6 paths Madara patterns. The power of the pupil was so surging that it was daunting, and he didn't have enough courage, and he didn't even dare to look at him. Because it belongs to Naruto's eyes, Ino is not afraid from the bottom of his heart, it's just that the oppressive feeling covers his heart, and he feels a little uncomfortable. This eye is a bit similar to Rinnegan, one of the 3 legendary pupil techniques described in the book. Ino was amazed. It's Rinnegan, Naruto said. Hi. Ino was stunned. This is the Rinnegan, Naruto said. Ino. Just looking at it like this, I don't think it's a big deal, but it can be defined as a legend, and its status is higher than that of Sharingan, and it must have something unique. Ino said with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a hallucination. You take it so seriously, if I screw it up, I don't know how to face you. Thank you. Naruto thanked solemnly. Forget it, I don't care about that. Ino waved his hand. I'm more curious, what is your Mangekyo and Rinnegan, pupil art, can you tell me? Like this kind of trump card, the trump card, if the relationship is not close enough, it will not be revealed, and no one will ask at all. Knowing this, Ino still asked, perhaps she didn't even know what kind of thoughts she had. Healed Ino with his chakra full of vitality for the first time, and then returned to Konoha to find Tsunade after finding no results. Naruto also doesn't know what his pupil technique is like. Hearing Ino's question at this time, he closed his eyes and felt for a long time. Seeing Naruto's face getting weirder, Ino wondered, what's wrong? Naruto scratched his face and sighed, it's very different from what I imagined. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. What are you fantasizing about? Ino asked curiously. Time, space. Naruto. Actually. Ino. Transformation, thunder and lightning, 8 hands. Naruto covered his face, wanting to go back and do it all over again, but he knew it was unrealistic. Sharingan is called the eye of spiritual portrayal, and Mangekyo's pupil technique corresponds to the strongest desire of the person involved when awakening, not what you want, you can have. What is this all about? Ino was at a loss, transformed again, and turned into 8 hands again. What 8 hands? The left eye is a witch, which can transform others. Naruto said with a long sigh. The right eye is Jiannulation, which releases lightning, which seems to be stronger than the general lightning style. And then there's Rinnegan, Marisha, there are 8 hands. That's good, what's not to like? Ino said reassuringly. Make others transform, that is, be able to control others to transform? You are like turning the enemy into a stone, tree, or turtle, and he still hits it with a hammer. Lightning style is one of the most destructive. Your lightning is even stronger than lightning style. Even if it's only a little bit, it's not bad. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. You have 8 extra hands. You don't need the advantage. It's super practical. Naruto supported his forehead, shook his head and said, they are all ghost things, compared with time and space, they can't be on the table. Ino was speechless. Naruto wiped his face vigorously, suppressing the negative and low emotions, and said to Ino, how do you feel now, is there any discomfort? No, I'm fine. Ino sat up and stretched his arms. Need me to take you home? Naruto asked. Can you? Ino was surprised. A minute later, Ino lay prone on the bed in his own bedroom at home, and murmured, I thought you were walking to see me off. Flying Thunder God, hi. Konoha Hushin. After sending Ino home, Naruto came here directly. No matter how disappointed you are, you can't change the fact that you have pupil art. You can only comfort yourself by saying that there is no strongest ability, only the strongest person. Forget about time, space, etc., Naruto said, come here, help me test the pupil technique. Let me do it, there is always a difference between a shadow clone and a real person. Hinata, who was practicing here during the day, took the initiative. I'm afraid of accidentally hurting you. Naruto said. Naruto-kun, don't underestimate me. Hinata said, as long as you don't use that Senju Buddha, it won't be that easy to win against me. Indeed, unlike in the plot, the current Hinata is very powerful, so I have to change my concept. After thinking about it, Naruto nodded and said, okay, get ready, I'm coming. Hinata refines chakra, opens her eyes, and concentrates on alertness. One by one, Mangekyo's left-eyed witch first, Naruto thought so, quit sage mode, refine chakra and mobilize Mangekyo's pupil power. Boom. The smoke dissipated. Hinata was nowhere to be seen. Hinata wondered why his perspective was lowered so much, and his posture was also weird. Turning his head to look, he was shocked to find that he had turned into a rabbit. What's even more shocking is that she still can't get rid of it. The chakra meridians in the body are beyond recognition. Chakra can be refined, but without the channels provided by the chakra meridians, it is useless at all. In Naruto's eyes, it is a little white rabbit wearing a miniature version of Hinata clothes, looking around in a panic. Chapter 129. Can't talk. It can't be lifted. Chakra is scurrying around in the body, unable to use it effectively. Are these tiny dots of light attached to the chakra meridians my pupil power? They have been changing the chakra meridians. Oh, I can still absorb chakra and replenish myself. Picking up the little white rabbit Hinata and observing it carefully, Naruto frowned and said to himself. There is something about this witch. So the question is, how to solve it? Hinata is also very anxious, trying hard to send the extracted chakra to the eyes through the chakra meridians. As long as she opens her white eyes, she can activate the ability to absorb ninjutsu, which may be able to remove this state. Unfortunately, this cannot be done. The more you refine the chakra, the faster the change frequency of the chakra meridian in the body is, which is weird and unpredictable, and there is no pattern at all. Even if the chakra borrowed from Three Tails is the same, the situation is even worse. There are so many chakra that the chakra meridians are completely blocked, as hard as steel. After observing for a while, Naruto suddenly said, "Hinata, stop chakra refining, just relax and don't move." Hinata was taken aback for a moment, and obeyed obediently. In Naruto's eyes, without the supply of chakra from Hinata and Three Tails, those pupil power points attached to the meridian of Hinata chakra will gradually dim until they disappear completely. It takes about 15 minutes. Boom. In the light smoke, Hinata returned to normal. Ah! It's changed back. Hinata touched her face, looked down, and confirmed that she was restored. Great. It scared me to death. I thought I couldn't change back. The way to crack this pupil technique is to give up refining chakra. Naruto squinted. It is self-evident what it means to give up refining chakra, assuming that they are hostile parties. If you don't give up, things won't get any better. First of all, the pupil power light spot will absorb chakra, and finally the chakra meridians will be solidified, and the mass will accumulate to such an extent that it is not impossible to explode. The chakra meridians are blocked, and the combat power is greatly reduced. Like the example of Hinata, your pupil skills are useless. White eyes, Sharingan, even Rinnegan, Tensegan, are driven by the basic energy of chakra. After all, this is a Mangekyo pupil technique, and it may not be effective for Rinnegan, Tensegan, these high-level pupil techniques. Naruto thought. Suitable for hitting opponents by surprise. For example, when the opponent is not using Rinnegan or Tensegan, the effect of this pupil technique is the best. That man can never turn on Rinnegan again, Tensegan. Of course, Rinnegans like Nagato and Obito, which cannot be turned off after transplantation, may not work. Unfortunately, like Tsukuyomi, distinguished heavenly gods, you must be eye-to-eye to take effect. If you have Rinnegan, Tensegan, it can only be effective if the other party despises it and does not open it. There is no perfect person or thing, and Naruto can accept that. I thought it was just an ordinary transformation technique, but the other party solved it as soon as he wanted to. It is a surprise that the useless rubbish pupil technique can have such a good effect. That is to say, in the face of Hinata, Naruto showed mercy. Turned her into a cute little white rabbit. If you were someone else, don't think about getting this kind of treatment. You can choose between the tortoise and the BD. Still trying? Naruto asked. Hinata quickly shook her head, no. You'd better use Shadow Clone. Feeling the Mangekyo in the left eye, the consumed pupil power is slowly recovering. Naruto summoned several Shadow Clone to test the Mangekyo's pupil technique in the right eye, to build the God of Thunder. In the plot. In the final battle between Sasuke and Naruto, the last Chidori used by Sasuke included Amaterasu Black Flame, which was controlled by flame control and changed into a jade shape. This technique is named Jianulation. Although they have the same name, they have completely different meanings. Sasuke is a post-processed and fused Jianuragen, and Naruto is a Jianuragen completely derived from the Mangekyo pupil technique. Hokage office. Tsunade, who was drinking tea and eating dessert during his busy schedule, suddenly froze. But he saw the sunny day outside the window, changing at an extremely exaggerated speed. The dark clouds, as black as ink, spread rapidly. Countless fine arcs are connected together, turning into thunder snakes of different sizes, swimming, crawling, and frantically concentrating in one direction. Bang and click. The deafening roar echoed in all directions. It seemed that the task was completed, the thunder and lightning disappeared, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sunny day returned. What's going on? Tsunade was confused. The direction where the thunder and lightning ran just now seems to be the back mountain. The back mountain. Konoha Hushin. It can actually cause thunder and lightning resonance in nature. Naruto was shocked. This is what he did not expect. The thunder and lightning released by Jianulation is just a black thunder, and its power is beyond the usual lightning style. The most frightening thing is that it can trigger natural resonance, create an environment suitable for the appearance and survival of thunder and lightning, and attract other thunder and lightning to belong to itself. In other words, the longer the charge time, the more terrifying the power will be. Just now, he stopped halfway, otherwise, if he really fell down, the back mountain would probably be wiped out. Taking the factor of the shock wave into consideration, the smaller half of the leaves will be damaged to varying degrees. Amaterasu Black Flame has the property of indestructibility. According to the setting, it is the ultimate of fire style. As for my Jianyu Thunder God, it has the nature of resonating with nature and infinitely accumulating energy. It should be the ultimate of lightning style. Sharp. Naruto forced himself to calm down. Strong is very strong, but it is not without disadvantages. The length of power storage is the biggest and cannot be ignored. It is suitable as a big move against bombardment. Jian Yu Lei Shen, who is simple and has not accumulated any strength, does not have much to shine. The Mangekyo pupil technique for the left and right eyes, after the test, was all beyond Naruto's expectations, not as bad as he thought. Next up is Rinnegan's pupil. It is a unique pupil technique exclusive to Rinnegan eye openers. Madara is the round tomb side prison. Sasuke is the power of the sky. And Naruto is the Marisha. That is to say, the 8 hands he mentioned to Ino are the ones that make Naruto speechless and can't bear to look directly at them. Rinnegan's pupil technique is what he is looking forward to the most. Just give him 8 hands. Is he the one who lacks hands? Want to count the true several thousand hands? How many hands are there? Oh, it turns out that the hand didn't grow from me, but from any space around me. It's fun to be able to change the size and use the chakra. Naruto thought blankly. At this moment, Hinata, who was standing not far away, asked in confusion, Mr. Naruto, have you finished the test? Is it the 2 pupil skills just now? Doesn't Rinnegan have pupil skills? I'm using the Rinnegan pupil art. Naruto said. Huh? Where is it? Hinata looked around and asked in a daze. Naruto pointed at the white jade hand stretched out from the void in front of him, isn't that what it is? Is there something there? Hinata rolled his eyes, no, I can't see anything. Chapter 130. Can't you see so many shining hands? Naruto froze. Kurama, can you see it? See what? Kurama wondered. What's in front of me? Naruto asked without answering. Air? I understand. Your Rinnegan pupil technique is to control the air. Kurama suddenly realized. Well, it looks like Kurama can't see either. Naruto pondered, and ordered the cells in the body to refine a little magic chakra, and then sealed to activate the magic shadow clone. Shadow clone cannot use the white eyes of the main body. Sharingan and Rinnegan, of course. In the plot, in the 4th Ninja World War, in the battle between Madara and Gakage, 25 wood-style clones were created. And each wood-style clone can use Mangekyo to open Susanoo. This is probably why the wood-style clone is superior to the shadow clone, as it can carry more capabilities of the main body. Xianshu shadow clone belongs to the clone that has just been separated. He knows what to do. He first fixes his eyes and observes the surroundings carefully. Then close your eyes, use the magic chakra in your body to resonate with the natural energy around you, and perceive the details that cannot be seen with ordinary naked eyes. Then squat down on the ground, raise the index finger and middle finger, press the ground lightly, and activate the chakra perception technique. After doing this, take the initiative to release yourself, and the memory, together with the unused magic chakra in the body, will be returned to the main body. The eyes can't see, and neither can Hinata's transformed white eyes. Sage mode can't perceive it. The chakra perception technique that can sense the life reaction and chakra reaction is also undetectable. I just don't know if Mangekyo, Rinnegan, can see it. Naruto thought secretly. Sealed. This time, 2 kinds of fairy arts, shadow clone, are separated. Go find Tsunade together with Flying Thunder God. Stay together and continue the test together. Xianshu shadow clone knew exactly what to do, so he raised his fist and hit the empty space in front of the main body without further instructions from the main body. Shot empty and touched nothing. Followed by condensing rays non, blasting to the same position, still hitting the air. Kurama, give me some chakra. Immortal shadow clone communicated with Kurama, and took Kurama chakra, the dazzling golden chakra, covering the whole body. Kurama chakra, immortal chakra, the perfect harmony is one, the quality is terrifying. Xianshu shadow clone controls chakra's hand and shoots to the same position. Hit empty. Not only can't see it, it can't perceive it, and it can't attack it. Naruto thought about it, and reminded, get ready, let me try to fight. Hearing this, the immortal shadow clone retreated a few meters immediately, chakra erupted, and the thick chakra formed an indestructible defensive wall 1 meter away from the body. Then, in the eyes of Hinata and Kurama, the well-prepared fairy art shadow clone suffered a heavy blow from an unknown source and flew out backwards. And because the chakra is all over the soles of the feet, it is firmly attached to the ground, and a piece of ground is also raised. Ignore the chakra wall, go straight through and hit the target. Naruto's eyes gradually lit up. These 8 hands, oh no, this Marikita is not as useless as he thought, and at worst it is on par with Madara's round tomb. You can't hit me, I can hit you, and I can hit you regardless of defense, that's pretty stupid. Come again. Naruto said. Just now, I didn't use much force. The Xianshu shadow clone is also stronger than the general shadow clone's impact resistance, and it was adjusted quickly to cooperate with the body test. Extending the hand from the void and controlling the size, these 2 steps need to consume Rinnegan's pupil power, and the rest of the time, it consumes my chakra. The limit distance is about 500 meters. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption of chakra. If the supply of chakra is not enough, the basic conditions for maintaining existence cannot be met, and the hand will disappear. The smallest is as small as a baby's hand, and the largest is about 200 meters by visual inspection. The hand can use my chakra, which is of the same nature as the hand. But as soon as these chakra are separated from the hand, they will appear in reality and can be observed by the naked eye. After the test that the celestial technique Shadow Clone can do is completed and a series of data is obtained, Naruto asks Hinata to help with the test, and repeatedly promises that there will be no transformation and no accidents. Ignore repulsion and gravity. Chakra draw, cannot work with the chakra on the opponent. The specific choice of where and what to hit is controlled by me. I can play ninjutsu, hit chakra, or skip these two and hit people. Sure enough, if it can be penetrated by the body, it can penetrate the skin and flesh and strike the fragile internal organs. After repeated testing, Naruto only wants to say 2 words. It smells so good. After walking for 20 minutes, I went to find Tsunade's Zyonsha Shadow Clone, and returned with a scroll in my hand. Naruto, who is wrestling with Magician's hand, went from normal state to Sage mode, and then to Fairy Fox mode. It is confirmed that the strength of the hand, consistent with him, will change with his strength, that is, the stronger he is, the stronger the strength of the hand. Take the scroll and open it. On it, the method of using the wood-style avatar is recorded, the Indian style, and the direction of chakra. The fairy shadow clone that completed the task disappeared, and Naruto knew the conversation process with Tsunade. I had nothing to say, I just asked what was going on with the big movement in the back mountain, and when it was over, I was told to restrain myself and not to experiment with extremely dangerous abilities in the village. I see. Naruto closed the scroll, put it in the ninja bag, and put his palms together in a seal. A piece of wood grows from the body, and the wood changes into Naruto's appearance at an extremely fast speed, and then separates from the main body. Chakra consumes more than Shadow Clone. If you want the wood-style avatar to have Sharingan, you have to inject pupil power into it. This is not suitable for hundreds of thousands of uses. The recovery speed of pupil power is insufficient. Having vitality and being able to independently refine chakra for a period of time, the strength is definitely incomparable to the main body, but it is much stronger than Shadow Clone. All the functions of Shadow Clone, Wood Style has all the functions, and it has effects that Shadow Clone does not have. The only thing that Shadow Clone is better than Wood Style is that chakra consumes less and can be used on a large scale. I can't see it. Turning on Mangekyou's Wood Style clone, he shook his head. Naruto split another wood-style clone, this time injecting Rinnegan pupil power into it. I can't see it. The wood-style avatar opened Rinnegan's eyes wide, looked at it again and again, shook his head and said, I can't use Marikita either, I can only use Rinnegan's other conventional pupil techniques. My own Rinnegan pupil power is divided, but I still can't see Marikita. What happened? In the plot, Sasuke can see Madara's round tomb prison, or is he more powerful than Madara's round tomb prison? Can it be the same, Sasuke is Kaguya Rinnegan? Naruto suddenly reacted, dumbfounded. Chapter 131. There are grades of Rinnegan, the highest is the 9-go Jade Rinnegan, followed by the 6-go Jade Rinnegan, I wonder if there is a 3-go Jade Rinnegan. The most common one is this kind of Rinnegan without hook jade. Is there any way to enhance Rinnegan's level? Naruto thought about this problem, and touched the itchy eyebrows since Kaguya chakra was fused and the body was nourished and affected by it. Well, the main body, in your current state, can you accept more than 1 month's memory? The 12-year-old shadow clone Naruto walked out of one and asked. Which shadow clone are you? Naruto wondered. I am the one who passed the chakra to Ino. Shadow clone Naruto introduced himself. Then you usually cook for Hinata, you can't tell me directly if you have anything to do, you have to let me know in this way. Naruto wondered. 2 things, the language is not clear, it will be better for you to accept the memory. Shadow clone Naruto coughed dryly. With the consent of the ontology, Shadow clone disarms itself. After suffering in the illusion for so long, coupled with the awakening of Sharingan, advanced Mangekyo, and sublimation of Rinnegan, Naruto's spiritual power has been greatly improved. Put aside the amount of memories that would give him a headache and frown. Now it is the level of sprinkling water, which is not worth mentioning. Naruto. Ino's first kiss. Those questions that Ino asked. And the whole process, Ino's trying to hold on. Leaving aside most of the cooking memories, the part about Ino, the rest, is the other of the 2 things that Shadow Clone said. Sasuke is missing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This Shadow Clone is also heard from other Shadow Clone. Because the main body is at a critical moment, no Shadow Clone will disappear during this period to disturb. According to the Shadow Clone who discovered Sasuke's disappearance, he discovered it by accident when he was using chakra perception to find someone 5 days ago. At that time, I didn't care about it, I only thought that Sasuke was practicing in the practice field outside the village, or in a field near the village, or that he had cultivated Flying Thunder God. But in the next few days, I didn't see Sasuke again. More and more shadow clones are aware of it, and there is even a shadow clone that frequently uses the chakra perception technique to perceive the whole village. As long as there is Sasuke's life reaction, chakra reaction, it will be known soon. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, you hid deep enough, I couldn't find you with so many shadow clones, now, you took the initiative to find me, and you can't blame me. Naruto couldn't help chuckling. While healing Ino's body with chakra, Mangekyo was retrieved incidentally. At this time, I looked at it with Rinnegan, the level was higher than that of Mangekyo, and I could clearly see the remaining pupil power. You can use distinguished heavenly gods just once, and you can get a little extra pupil power, which is not very useful. Here is Konoha, there are Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I have so many shadow clones here, Orochimaru won't, and can't come strong. It must have convinced Sasuke, let Sasuke cooperate, and voluntarily went to him. I've been missing for at least 5 days. With the footsteps of a ninja, I can reach Orochimaru anyway. To be on the safe side, I can wait for another 2 days. On the one hand, I made sufficient preparations to prevent Orochimaru from escaping. On the other hand, I also ensured that Sasuke would have enough time to reach Orochimaru's location. After many shadow clones failed to find Orochimaru, Naruto asked Sasuke to go to the bathhouse to protect Sasuke from Orochimaru's murder. Secretly, without Sasuke realizing it, he left a flying thunder god mark on his lower back. You know, the flying thunder god mark cannot be removed. Of course, if you are really cruel, cut off that piece of skin, as if we didn't say so. While thinking about it, the corners of Naruto's mouth turned up slightly. Everything is under control. 2 days passed quickly. Naruto first implanted distinguished heavenly gods, using his own chakra, to clear the cooldown. Then, with the shadow clone team who specializes in tactics, they explained several new abilities they got, and asked them to formulate new tactics. Then fly to the country of snow. Kakashi and shadow clone Xiao Sakura were still there, and received warm hospitality from a group of retainers who were loyal to the previous monarch and Fenghua Xiaoxiu, headed by the third husband. Naruto didn't participate, he was very busy and didn't have time to enjoy the banquet. Through the shadow clone Little Sakura, the main body Little Sakura was called, and Naruto opened Rinnegan without talking nonsense. As he thought, it was the pupil power that could see through Mangekyo. Using Marikita, summon an invisible hand that ignores Little Sakura's skin, skull, penetrates into the skull, and penetrates into Sakura's personality. Grab the distinguished heavenly god's pupil power that stays in it and plays a role. At this moment, activate one of Rinnegan's basic pupil techniques, which can absorb chakra and absorb ninjutsu's sealing technique. The distinguished heavenly gods were undone by Little Sakura, out of nowhere, completely unaware. 2 days, not much can be done, Naruto can only do what is imminent and what can be thought of first, and wait for him to take down Orochimaru and save Sasuke. No, we have taken Orochimaru, so let Sasuke practice in Orochimaru. Furthermore, Sasuke advanced to Mangekyo, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, so he may not need to save him. Today, the wind and the sun are beautiful. Today, the sun is shining. Naruto travels lightly. The most perfect sage mode, Mangekyo, Rinnegan. The opponent is Orochimaru, isn't it easy to catch? He has no psychological pressure. Saying goodbye to Hinata and Hanabi, Naruto first used Flying Thunder God to jump to a spectacular Grand Canyon outside the village to enjoy the nature. Close your eyes, sense with your heart, and distinguish the Flying Thunder God mark reserved for Sasuke from the large number of Flying Thunder God marks. Generally, in order to prevent transmission errors, some key marks will deliberately leave a little difference, which is helpful for distinguishing details. Let me see where it is. This, no. Ah! I found it. Not long after, he found the Flying Thunder God mark left on Sasuke's lower back. Naruto chuckled and said, Orochimaru, I didn't expect that I would appear in such a way. Swish! With a flash of golden light, Naruto disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the Kingdom of Frost. Snowy snowfield. With a flash of golden light, Naruto appeared out of thin air. Sasuke, leave without saying a word, you don't treat me as a friend too much, you. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes lifted the hood. The long silver white hair hangs down naturally. Pure white eyes. Skin as white as snow. There are 2 small horns on the head. Recognizing who the person in front of him was, Naruto froze, his scalp tingling, horrified. A strong desire to survive. It allowed him to break through the bottleneck of one-handed seals, and advanced to the level of Flying Thunder God without the need for seals. With a swipe, he flies away. Konoha Hushin. Get used to coming here. Naruto covered his heart and said in shock, oh, I was scared to death. That was just now. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Chapter 132. How strong is Otsutsuki Kaguya? 2 words can describe it. Invincible. Unrivaled strength. Immortal. The only viable strategy is seal, not just any seal, it has to be 6 paths, planetary devastation. Other than that, there is no other way. Any ninjutsu will not work against Kaguya. Taijutsu, you can beat Kaguya back and fly at most. Illusion, in front of Kaguya Rinnegan, the supreme existence, has become a complete joke. Why? Kaguya will appear. Naruto was confused. Hey! No! Something's wrong! Naruto was stunned abruptly. Yes, the soul I perceive, is Sasuke, and the Flying Thunder God mark is also on Sasuke's lower back. That's not Kaguya. It's Sasuke. In the plot, 6 Paths Obito summoned the divine tree to be planted, and when the roots of the divine tree spread wildly, Madara and the first generation were fighting. During the process, Madara gave the first generation science popularization of the history of the long time ago, and stated that he saw it on the Uchiha steel. Sasuke has also seen the steel and knows Kaguya, not surprising. No, it's one thing to know Kaguya, it's another thing to be Kaguya. However, Sasuke's soul remains unchanged, which proves that he is still himself. Except for Sasuke, I have not perceived a second soul. In summary, there are 2 possibilities. One is that Sasuke didn't know where he learned about Kaguya's appearance, and he didn't know which tendon was wrong, so he became Kaguya playing. One is that Kaguya does not have a soul, but has become a higher dimensional existence, possessing Sasuke, using Sasuke as a container, and resurrecting in advance. The first one, referring to Sasuke's character, the probability is equal to 0. The second, on the contrary, is more reasonable. I remember that before, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku had a prophecy related to me, telling me to be careful of a dark person. Naruto kneaded between his eyebrows, lost in thought. That's 100% Black Zetsu. Meaning, I'm going to be plotted by Black Zetsu, something big will happen? My body will be taken away by Kaguya. I did fuse Kaguya chakra now, the question is Sasuke, how did he get Kaguya chakra? Could it be that piece of body tissue? Nurtured by Ashura chakra and Hamura chakra, I have these 2 chakra in my body tissue, fused with Sasuke's Indra chakra. Suddenly, the body moved by itself and moved forward. Naruto was stunned, realized something, and looked back. A black hole opened up in the space, and a hand of a 12-year-old child protruded from it. Very dangerous. Brain cells report. If you are touched by that hand, something terrible will happen, so try your best to avoid it. Naruto grim face. Knowing that this is not a good place to fight. 6 Paths level powerhouses, without the 6 Paths and planetary devastation sealing technique, have no chance of winning against Kaguya, and Kaguya must win in the end. People below the 6 Paths level, facing Kaguya, have the same nature as cannon fodder, and they will die as many as they come. It's not that easy to get my chakra. Naruto said, activated Flying Thunder God, and jumped elsewhere. Mother, it's better not to obey the opponent's wishes. Black Zetsu said. His body contains my chakra, very complete. Kaguya said. There is still a part of the chakra that belongs to the sacred tree. It was far away before, and there was another pupil force brewing, which covered up my senses. This time, I took the initiative to appear, and I can't let it go. If Mother is in her prime right now, there's nothing stopping you from doing whatever you want, Black Zetsu said. The key is that your current strength is limited by this container. The most important thing is to avoid attracting Yuyi. Using chakra without restraint is like waving the flag in the ear of a sleeping person. It is dangerous. It's okay, take him to another space. Kaguya said, it's very far away from this planet. Not only does he have a mother's chakra, but he also has a very terrifying chakra, with surging vitality. Black Zetsu said. Taking him down is not something that can be easily done in a short period of time. By reading the memory of this container, we can recognize him as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Although he looks a little different and has grown up a lot, but chakra can't lie. There's no need for a big fight. This is his village, where he has his home and the people he cherishes. If he stays here, he will come back by himself. Threat? Kaguya asked. If Mother doesn't like it, I still have. Interrupting Black Zetsu, Kaguya said lightly, no, I like it very much, and it suits me very well. That's good. Black Zetsu laughed. The order of sealing the tailed beasts is from 1 to 9. After the Xiao organization painstakingly captures them, they will seal the remaining 8 tailed beasts and come to you. At that time, the mother who has 9 tails can take back the sacred tree, and then activate infinite Tsukuyomi to extract the chakra of all mankind. Already a mother in her prime, there is no need to be afraid of Yuyi. Of course, it is still necessary to be careful. Caution is something that cannot be discarded. Kaguya nodded, ignoring the many shadow clone Naruto around him, the veins near the white eyes suddenly popped up, and he walked slowly towards the village. Kaguya. Why is it so small? Is it real Kaguya? Looking at the performance of the main body just now, it is likely to be. After a moment of sluggishness, the shadow clones were also inexplicably shocked. On the other hand, Naruto, the main body, is adjusting his breathing, and wants to face the battle with Kaguya with a normal heart. There is no need to think about winning, how to protect yourself is also an unsolvable problem. Kaguya did not wait for a long time, and learned from Kurama that Kaguya was going to leave the back mountain and go to the village, and the shadow clones were trying to stop it. Is this going to be fought in Konoha? Kaguya's idea, or Black Zetsu? Naruto was silent. The memories of Shadow Clone's disappearance continued to flow back, giving him the on-site battle situation and also letting him know some battle data. Kaguya's chakra amount is very small, not worthy of her title of chakra ancestor. Kaguya's eyebrows are closed, not sure whether they can be opened. Kaguya can absorb natural energy and can be used directly, without the need to pay attention to proportions like fairy art. There are only 2 abilities used by Kaguya. White eyes, 360 degrees, no blind angle perspective. And the Yashigami Sky Strike that integrates offense and defense. Naruto frowned more and more. This Kaguya seems a bit weak. He was actually blocked by his shadow clone in the back mountain, unable to get out. Under the dense and compact offensive, the space black hole opened, but there was no chance to enter it. Speed, responsiveness, and the power of Yashigami's air strike, in his eyes at this time, it seems like playing house with a child. Naruto thought for a while, used Flying Thunder God to go back, hid in a pile of shadow clone, found the opportunity to look at each other, and activated the pupil technique of the left eye Mangekyo. Which? Chapter 133. Kaguya's body twisted indistinctly for a while, and soon returned to normal. Is this Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique? That must be the main body. Black Zetsu said. Eyes fixed on Naruto, Kaguya flew over. Ha ha ha, ignorant guy, any ninjutsu, pupil technique, is ineffective against Mother. Black Zetsu laughed. Despair, this is Atsutsuki Kaguya, the power of God. Kaguya's 9 Guya Rinnegan did not open, so the factor that caused the Mangekyo pupil technique to be ineffective is blood following the snare? Is this a normal physique? Naruto pondered, ready to run away. Mangekyo Sharingan, changed to Rinnegan, his exclusive Rinnegan pupil technique, Marie Shishin, activated. Kaguya, who was rapidly approaching Naruto, stopped suddenly, his body was frozen in mid-air, making it difficult to move. Rinnegan. Black Zetsu said gloomily. How is this possible? The previous pupil power, based on the mother's induction, can cover up to Mangekyo at most. If it wasn't for my mother's inability to use her superpower now, she wouldn't be able to cover it up at all. Could it be that after the mother gave up induction, she improved again? Sure enough, there is something wrong with Kaguya's body. Naruto said solemnly. What does it mean that it can pass through any object, including the Marisha of a living person, but cannot pass through Kaguya's body? It means that Kaguya can sense the Marisha, and even attack the Marisha. Something grabbed my hands and feet, as well as my waist and legs. Kaguya said. That should be his Rinnegan pupil technique. Black Zetsu said. Kaguya was silent. Yashigami's empty attack exploded. Countless chakra fists were released from all parts of the body, turned in half air, and blasted towards the invisible hand. Boom boom boom. Naruto frowned, and found that the problem was not as serious as he thought. At this time, he is in the perfect sage mode, and the power and defense of Marichion are equal to him. It seems that he was hit by Yashikami, and the wounds from the beating are numerous, but they are all innocuous skin trauma, which can heal and recover in a blink of an eye. Enter Ninetales chakra mode with Kurama's chakra. The strength and defensive power of Marichion changed accordingly, and now, Yashigami's empty strike couldn't even break the skin. Mother. Sensing something was wrong, Black Zetsu asked cautiously. Kaguya was silent for a while. It's so hard, with my current chakra, I can't break it. Black Zetsu. Then let's go quickly, and come back to retrieve chakra when we are sure. Black Zetsu said hastily. The space black hole opened up in front of them, only 10 centimeters apart. Kaguya, who was frozen in midair and unable to advance or retreat, couldn't get in. Mother. Come on. Black Zetsu said anxiously. Hui Yoryuaki absorbs natural energy vigorously, bursts out chakra, tries to probe forward, and wants to drill into the black hole of space. However, other parts of the body, under the restriction of Marikita, cannot move the slightest bit. The result is wasted effort. Naruto cautiously hid behind a group of shadow clones, not daring to get close. Seeing Kaguya struggling for a long time, unable to shake his Maria, he thought about it and used Rinnegan's own yin and yang escape to make a chakra stick. In it resides the heretic power of the Rinnegan. Made a dozen in one go. Aim at Kaguya at a distance of tens of meters, and throw it like a javelin. The chakra stick that pierced the air and produced an air explosion could not break through Kaguya's defense, and fell to the ground one after another. Shueji's snare is so fierce. Naruto was speechless. Changed to control the Marisha, picked up the chakra stick, stabbed towards Kaguya, made a lot of effort, and succeeded in penetrating. 1, 2, 3. Palms, shoulders, heart and lungs, intestines and stomach, thighs, calves, all the bones are penetrated. Naruto was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but saw that the dozens of chakra sticks gradually turned grey, to a certain extent, turned into dust, collapsed and scattered with the wind. Looking at Kaguya's body again, there is no scar, even the suit she is wearing is automatically repairing. Naruto. Well, blood succession's snare is really fierce. Even the chakra stick made by Rinnegan can't last forever. How did the flying thunder god mark I left on Sasuke's lower back last? Naruto wondered. Spiritualization failed to sense Kaguya's soul, proving that Kaguya is chakra. And since Sasuke's soul is still there and not dead, does it mean that Kaguya is in the form of chakra coat, or skin, covering and wearing on Sasuke? No harm, change any part of Sasuke, details? You, go home and bring Hinata, you can have dinner later, just say it's urgent. Naruto said to a shadow clone protecting him. He can't shut down Rinnegan now. Kaguya is bound by the Morityan god. The already formed Maria consumes chakra, which has nothing to do with pupil power, but it can only maintain its existence when the Rinnegan is activated. Besides, with his unchanging white eyes, he can see through and see limited things, far inferior to Hinata. Soon, Hinata, who still had rice grains at the corner of her mouth, was brought by Shadow Clone with Flying Thunder God. Before she could ask, Naruto said first, help me see her through. Hinata suppressed the doubts in his heart, and obediently rolled his eyes. Ah. How? What did you see? Naruto asked. It's dark. Can't see anything. Hinata doubts life. Thinking that I was confused, I closed my eyes, rubbed them with a towel, and opened them again. What I saw, there was no change. Don't talk about the structure of Kaguya's body, she can't even see through Kaguya's robe. Chaos. Dark. Hamura. Kaguya looked at Hinata fixedly, tears fell quietly. Naruto-kun, is she? Hinata wondered. I'll explain it to you later, but now I have to deal with it first. How to deal with her? Naruto said. Seeing that Naruto frowned, Hinata was sensible enough not to ask any more questions. Before leaving, he took one last look at Kaguya, wondering why he was looking at her and still crying. Since it is not as powerful as Marisha, there is no need to bind it with 7 hands. Naruto consumed his pupil power and controlled the growth of the 8th hand, to the extent that he could just hold Kaguya in his palm. So far, the 7 freed hands can save a lot of chakra. Holding Kaguya's big hand can also effectively restrain Kaguya's attack and cause harm to people and the environment. All the attacks belonging to Kaguya carry the power of the blood following the snare, and these powers will fall directly on the big hand and cannot pass through. Just be on the safe side, just use 4 more hands. Naruto thought to himself. These 4 hands don't need to get bigger, they can be normal and horizontal. They grab Kaguya's wrist and ankle respectively, and fix her so that she can't act rashly. Kaguya. Black Zetsu. Good job. Sasuke cheered. Chapter 134. Mother, use the ashes to kill the ashes, and break the Rinnegan pupil technique that is in the way. Black Zetsu suggested. Kaguya was silent. Mother. Suddenly, Black Zetsu felt bad again. Using my current chakra, the quality of the total killing bones produced is not as good as its pupil technique. Kaguya said, it's the same as Yashigami Sky Strike, it can't break the defense. Killing ashes together is the secret of instant death that can kill 6 paths level powerhouses. The middle one must die. But there are 2 prerequisites that need to be met. 1. Hit. 2nd, penetrate the target body. Just hitting is not enough, it must be able to bury it, so that it can trigger the assimilation effect of killing the ashes together, disintegrate from the inside, and shatter the vitality of the target. Through physical contact, Kaguya knew that it was the hands that held her and bound her. But knowing that Gui knew that from all the joints of the whole body, the bones that wanted to stretch out were pinched by her hand, blocked tightly, and could not get out. Any other escapism or ninjutsu would not be able to stand in front of Sweji's snare. A small point in Sweji's snare can easily wipe out thousands of ninjutsu. Rinnegan is not in existence in the general sense. Although the specifications are not as high as Blood Successor Snare, they are very close. If Shueijia wants to destroy the Rinnegan pupil art, if he doesn't come up with an equivalent or similar quality, don't think it can be done. Black Zetsu. Can you block even the ashes? Then it should be no problem. Naruto opened Rinnegan wide, not letting go of any tiny detail. Determine your own Rinnegan pupil technique, Magician. With the double strengthening of Sage mode and Ninetales Chakram mode, he was able to firmly suppress this young-looking Kaguya, and he was really relieved. Mother, you can still threaten him with his closest relatives. Black Zetsu made a plan. Kaguya was silent. Eyes wide open. Focus on the girl who came here just now. The black hole of space opened in front of the bound right hand, and the ashes condensed at the fingertips were ready to go. If you don't want Hyuga Hinata to die, let go. Black Zetsu said harshly. Seeing this, Naruto was startled, and subconsciously controlled Marie Shishin to move to the side, making Kaguya's right index finger and the space black hole stagger from each other. Kaguya immediately followed up, and the black hole of the control space followed closely, and the speed was not as fast as Naruto who was fully open, so he couldn't catch up. Tisk, it just bound her body, and her chakra, ability, cannot be limited. Naruto cursed secretly. Not caring to say more, chakra broke out, took Kaguya away from Konoha, and rushed to the beach at full speed. Using Flying Thunder God to transfer, will Marigician transfer with Hueyuruaki? Or will it stay where it is? Haven't tested it, can't risk it. In case Kaguya is given freedom, let Kaguya run away, a Kaguya hiding in the dark, with Black Zetsu as a staff officer, the danger is immeasurable. Kurama, can you drain all the natural energy nearby? Naruto asked. I'll try. Kurama closed his eyes and tried, shaking his head for a while. No, the seal restricts my absorption efficiency. Before I finish smoking, there will be new natural energy to fill the gap. Seal. Naruto murmured while running at full speed, over mountains and mountains. Tell Shadow Clone, go to Tsunade and Jiraiya, explain the situation clearly, and finally, say that my ability is limited and I can't trap her. It doesn't matter if it's Mount Myaboku or Wetbone Forest. Can you transfer her to those two places and take charge of her detention? Ah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You can go to Konoha, what, bandit, then it's fine. Naruto is currently exploding at full speed. How fast it is impossible to measure without sophisticated equipment. In the eyes of ordinary people and Jonin, it is a golden light. At such a terrifying speed, even if Naruto is not intentional and is just running, it will still cause a natural disaster to the environment along the way. He has tried his best to go to the barren mountains and wild mountains where no one would go, but who knows, a bandit lair hidden in the deep mountains and old forests, so unlucky. Most of Naruto's attention is on Kaguya, preventing Kaguya from hurting Hinata. There is no way to take care of the surroundings perfectly. Bun's visual distance has an upper limit. Go to an overseas desert island far away from the mainland, and then find a way to drain the natural energy nearby. So, Kaguya can't do anything more. Naruto thought to himself. Here, Naruto tried his best to run with Kaguya. On the other side, Shadow Clone Naruto approached Tsunade and Jiraiya, and explained the situation according to the requirements of the main body. Immortal, what is that? There are immortals in this world. Tsunade was surprised. I don't know exactly what it is, and how it came about. Anyway, the main body can't do anything with her, kill her, or trap her. Shadow Clone Naruto said. As one of the 3 legendary fairy lands, Shijulin is not in the ninja world, but in another dimension. With the power of Katsuya Sage, it should be able to trap her. If it can't be killed or trapped, it should be dealt with by sealing technique. Tsunade said, biting his thumb, forming the seal of summoning technique, summoning a little Katsuyu. That is, the split body of Katsuyu Rishi. At the same time, in the grass near the bathhouse, listening to what Shadow Clone Naruto said was serious, Jiraiya reluctantly stopped collecting materials and said. It's time for you to learn the sealing technique. If you only improve your strength, you will still be helpless when you encounter such an unkillable creature. Go, take me there, let me show you something, and let you see how powerful Master is. I think it's better to inform Mount Myaboku first. Shadow Clone Naruto said. Underestimate me. Jiraiya glanced at Shadow Clone Naruto, and said calmly, a mere humanoid monster, in my hands, can't make a wave. Then we have to wait. Shadow Clone Naruto was speechless, wait for the notification from the main body. Hokage office. Keeping the monster, Konoha can't guard it. Little Katsuya wondered. I think it's possible. Naruto has to say no, and he can't be blamed. Tsunade spread his hands and said helplessly, after all, he has never learned the sealing technique, and he doesn't understand the mystery and power of the sealing technique. What kind of monster? Little Katsuya was curious. The human form, about 12 or 13 years old, is a girl. Tsunade said, by the way, she still has a name, what is it? Atsutsuki Kaguya. Shadow Clone Naruto added. Yes, Atsutsuki Kaguya. Tsunade nodded. Little Katsuyu. Say it again. What's her name? Little Katsuya trilled. Atsutsuki Kaguya. Shadow Clone Naruto said. What does it look like? Transform yourself. Let me see. Little Katsuya said anxiously. Shadow Clone Naruto seals, transforms. After confirming his identity, little Katsuya shuddered, and without a word, he took the initiative to cancel the summoning technique, and fled back to the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 135. The cold wind howled. The sky is full of ice and snow. Jiraiya, who was transferred to Naruto's side by Shadow Clone Naruto with Flying Thunder God, was caught off guard and took a mouthful of wind and snow. It's so cold. Where are you? Jiraiya refined chakra to dispel the cold from attacking her body, her teeth chattered. I didn't pay attention, depending on the situation, it may be the North Pole or the South Pole. Naruto said. Jiraiya. Why did you run to such a place? Jiraiya was stunned. To prevent humans other than me from being contacted by Kaguya, Naruto thought so. You know, according to the setting of Bo-Ren's Huan, the Atsutsuki family has an ability called Wedge. You can copy everything about yourself, duplicate it and put it on a suitable container. Very tricky. Avoid endangering others, it will be much safer to come here. Naruto said. Continuously refining chakra and adapting to this temperature, Jiraiya officially saw Kaguya clearly. What's going on? Why is there a creepy feeling? Jiraiya felt a chill down his spine. Reluctantly, I realized that I took half a step back on conditioned reflex and made defensive actions. Even so, it still didn't increase my sense of security. Master, don't you want to try it, come on. Naruto said. But be careful, don't touch her directly, including her clothes, when you are not in sage mode. Even if there is fairy chakra, it's best not to try it. It's very dangerous. A single fairy chakra may not have enough level. What happens if you touch it? Jiraiya asked. She can annihilate any matter that touches her if she wants to, Naruto said. It's such an exaggeration. Jiraiya was speechless, she didn't quite believe it, or she couldn't accept it subconsciously. After a little preparation, he began to try to seal it. The first is the seal of sealing evil. First draw the outline on the scroll, draw the sealing spell, and then use it in the seal. These dark spells, as if they were alive, cling to Kaguya. In the first contact with the mantra culture was dissipated in light smoke, and the chakra injected into the mantra was also absorbed by Kaguya. Jiraiya changed her face, followed by using the 5 elements seal, then the 4 elephant seal, 8 signs seal. Without exception, none of the sealing techniques worked, and the moment they touched Kaguya, they immediately collapsed. Give me a little time. Jiraiya said, folded his hands together, and began to refine the celestial art chakra. At this moment, Kaguya made a move, she opened the space black hole. Naruto, who was staring at her all the time, immediately controlled the movement of Marisha, preventing Kaguya's hand from launching anything into it. In Jiraiya's eyes, it is Kaguya who is frozen in mid-air, moving around in the air at an extremely fast speed. It's so tricky, you don't know how to seal her, how did you restrict her? Jiraiya was curious. Eyes, rely on the power of these eyes. Naruto said. Jiraiya took a few steps forward, looking into Naruto's eyes. His Rinnegan. Jiraiya was shocked, the balance in her body was almost disturbed. Not long after, Jiraiya, who successfully entered Sage mode, greatly increased her strength and activated the sealing technique, from weak to strong. As a result, Jiraiya was silenced. The sealing technique launched by the immortal technique chakra can only persist for a while, but cannot change the ending of the collapse. I'm going to mount my Iboku now. Jiraiya said seriously. After Jiraiya left, not long after, Tsunade was sent by Shadow Clone Naruto, along with Shizune. I learned that Jiraiya tried the sealing technique, but it didn't work. Tsunade said with a serious face, if the sealing technique doesn't work, try the poison to see if it can disturb her nerves and block her control over her body. Received Tsunade's signal, Shizune stepped forward and made a seal, ninja method, poisonous mist. Shizune is Tsunade's big apprentice. She is excellent in medical ninjutsu, not to mention her poison-making skills. In the plot, Shizune has taught little Sakura a ninja crafting technique called Do Kunao. It was this kunao that cut Naruto's cheek, a small, insignificant wound, but caused Naruto to fall to the ground and lose his mobility. It can be said to be very powerful. Ineffective. Tsunade said with difficulty, such a difficult and unsolvable existence, how did you trap her? Naruto pointed to his eyes. This is it. Tsunade's eyes widened, Rinnegan. What? The legendary Rinnegan. Shizune was shocked. Kaguya is still struggling, looking for a breakthrough. Naruto stared at her intently, not daring to relax. Before long, head to Jiraiya on Mount Myaboku, and return. How? Seeing Jiraiya's face, it was ugly, Tsunade already knew the result. When I went, the great toad sage was awake, it was waiting for me. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. The toad with prophecy. Tsunade thought. The great toad sage told me that there is nothing it can do, the whole of Mount Myaboku can't do anything, Jiraiya said. The Katsuyu immortal also ran away without saying a word. When I summoned it again, it said it couldn't help it. Tsunade couldn't help it. What else did the great toad sage say? Naruto said. Mentioning this, Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a strange face. The great toad sage said, you have a way, or you have the ability, to suppress her. What are you kidding? I'm just an ordinary Jinchuriki who just started Rinnegan recently. Naruto yelled madly. In the face of this unsolvable existence, I am also under a lot of pressure, and I am helpless. Don't worry, let's figure it out and find a way. Jiraiya said. Naruto, think about it carefully. Where do you lack? What is missing? Look, you are not suppressing her now, you are suppressing her very well. Chakra is not enough, we will provide you with chakra, how many people are needed, just say. Naruto pretended to be thinking. Think for a few minutes. I don't need manpower. I can do it myself. The main thing is 9 tails. It is restricted by the seal, and the help it can give me is greatly restricted. Naruto said. If you can unlock the seal, there will be no barrier between me and 9 tails, who are blocking me, will be of great help. Hearing what Naruto said, Jiraiya frowned and said hesitantly, are you sure that 9 tails won't do anything wrong when the seal is opened? Once 9 tails goes berserk, escape from Naruto's body. Losing Naruto of 9 tails, the end is nothing but death. I can vouch for it, Naruto said. Looking at Kaguya, looking at Naruto's Rinnegan, Jiraiya pondered for a long time, and finally made up her mind. In front of Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune, Gamatora, who was going into the warehouse, brought it out of the warehouse. This library refers to the body. Toad Toru, who has the ability to possess the contract, has been sleeping in Jiraiya's body. If necessary, he can use his life to protect the key left by 4th generation Minato. A toad, smaller than the baby's head, was spit out by Jiraiya. This is the key. Swallow it to unlock the seal. Jiraiya retched and said in pain. Naruto. Chapter 136. The process of warehousing, if you don't mention it, it will be tears if you talk too much. Toadyan entered the body and triggered the function as a key. The opening and closing of the 8-sign seal was only in Naruto's thought. With this understanding, Naruto's purple-green face softened a little. The sudden encounter with Otsutsuki Kaguya was a real shock. Until I found out that Kaguya's strength was not in its heyday, I was able to suppress it, and through this incident, I successfully got the key from Jiraiya. In terms of results, it's good. Come out, Kurama, Naruto's consciousness said. The seal amulet pasted on the iron door ignited spontaneously without fire. With a sound like a mechanism, the 8-sign seal was released. With a loud bang, Kurama slapped open the big iron gate, roaring wantonly. Controlled by Uchiha Madara. Overwhelmed by Senju Hashirama. I also encountered Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina successively, these two Jinchuriki. It can be said that in the past few decades, they were quite aggrieved and uncomfortable. Everything that has happened is completely vented at this time. Although it is still in Naruto's body, it is now free and unfettered, no one forces it, it is its own choice to stay. The seal was broken so quickly that Minato Chakra and Kushina Chakra, who appeared because the seal was touched, were too late to stabilize and watched Kurama rush out of the seal. Oops! Kushina's face changed suddenly, and the few chakra were about to burst out to suppress Kurama and prevent Kurama from escaping. Minato kept calm, frowning tightly, showing that he was not very calm. Stop! Naruto's conscious body stopped him aloud. Outside world. The 8-sign seal opens. Kurama is not bound. The golden on chakra on Naruto's body is rising steadily in quality and momentum. In appearance, there have also been very obvious changes. The 6 paths lines on the face are thickened. The massive Kurama chakra, formed into a cloak, is worn on the body, on which mysterious patterns are outlined. The belly position is still the figure representing the 8-sign seal, but it is no longer a spiral seal, but a pattern that connects up and down and communicates with each other. Why is it different from the Jinchuriki I've seen? Jiraiya was puzzled. Probably, because 9 tails are the strongest? Stronger than other tail beasts. Tsunade guessed. Shizune doesn't express opinions, he lives up to his name. There was a hint of movement on the indifferent face, especially the invisible hand that bound him. It was powerful and improved to a higher level. It was hard not to change Kaguya's face. Maintaining this state, the consumption of chakra will be terrible. Kurama said. Combined with draining the natural energies around here, I can't get distracted from your shadow clones, pass them chakra. Priority is the priority, first suppress her, stabilize her, and then talk about other things. Naruto said. Kurama sat cross-legged. While refining chakra, supplying and maintaining Naruto's Kurama mode can continue to exist. While maximizing perception, absorbing, drawing the surrounding natural energy. It doesn't take much, just include the range where Kaguya is, make sure Kaguya has no natural energy to absorb, and cut off her energy source. It was Kaguya who first noticed the anomaly. Followed by Jiraiya, who has mastered celestial arts, and is keenly aware of the changes in natural energy. What's wrong? Tsunade looked sideways. No more, natural energy. Jiraiya said in shock. Tsunade understood, it was Naruto's method. In this way, this mysterious being who made Katsuya Sage feel like an enemy, and made Mount Myaboku helpless and immortal, was really restrained. While thinking about it, Tsunade said, Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want to do? Kaguya stared straight at Naruto, ignoring Tsunade. Tsunade asked a few more questions, but got no response, and motioned Jiraiya and Naruto to ask, who knew that they had the same result. If you can't communicate, how to solve the problem? Tsunade was troubled. Master, you can ask the Great Toad Sage, it can predict and must know a lot. Naruto said. Yes. I'm going now. Jiraiya clapped her hands and hurried to Mount Myaboku. Tsunade wanted some of Kaguya's body tissue, went back to research, trying to find a way to target it. Knowing that Kaguya is chakra and the body covered by it is Sasuke, she doesn't know what to say. Tsunade and Shizune were thinking of ideas, one was thought of, and the other was shattered. Naruto is Hine is dual purpose, keeping an eye on Kaguya, and at the same time, the conscious body in the body is talking to the parents of this body, that is, Minato and Kushina. After confirming that Kurama is harmless and Naruto's good friend, Kushina, who is a mother, can rest assured. To be able to seriously focus on Naruto. No one needs to be introduced to recognize it, no mistake, this is her and Minato's child. He is taller than Minato. So cute. Very handsome. There is good growth. Guess who I am? Kushina smiled. Naruto was silent. Ahem, she is mother and I am father. Minato said, Naruto, it's our first time meeting. Naruto was silent. Why don't you talk? Kushina wondered. I haven't seen the shadow of my parents since I was a child, and they suddenly appeared in front of me. Naruto scratched his face and said awkwardly, it's a bit strange. Kushina approached Naruto, bent down. Naruto bent down subconsciously, and was hugged by Kushina. I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm really sorry for not being able to be by your side and take care of you all this time. Naruto froze, seeing Kushina crying again, he didn't know what to say. Seeing this situation, Minato clenched his fists, with a heavy face, and told Naruto what happened at that time. When it comes to the masked man of unknown origin who is suspected to be Uchiha Madara, his eyes are filled with murderous intent and hatred. In dealing with people, he is usually gentle as water, but facing the murderer of the village and even the culprit who destroyed his family, he cannot maintain absolute calm. There are some personal emotions mixed in it. You have to be careful, that guy is dangerous, it's impossible to let it go, Minato said. If the third generation is sacrificed, you can rely more on teacher Jiraiya and Kakashi. Outside world. Jiraiya returned from Mount Myaboku with a more solemn expression than before, looking at Kaguya with horror. What bad news did you hear again? Tsunade said helplessly. If she escapes, the world will be over. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. She is a visitor from outside the sky. Long ago, she once ruled the world, more than 1,000 years ago. She will drain the Earth's energy, and will transform all human beings into another life, becoming soldiers driven by her and fighting for her. What did you say? Tsunade was shocked. Chapter 137. Sacred Tree, I want to retrieve the sacred tree immediately. Kaguya said. It is a communication between the chakras without making a sound. If you are impatient, you will lose your position, mother, please be calm. Black Zetsu said. He can't do anything about you, but it doesn't mean Yi can't do anything either. You've already used enough abilities. If Kadu statue is called at this time, it is an empty shell, and it may not help you get out of the current predicament, but it is very likely to attract Yi. When the Akatsuki organization seals 1 tail to 8 tails into the Kadu statue, it will not be too late to summon them. There is plenty of time. Knowing that this is the best and the only feasible way, Kaguya said no more, regained his indifference, pure white and flawless eyes, and slowly closed them. Deeply aware of Kaguya's horror. Jiraiya said, this is the top priority, there is nothing more important than this, Naruto, if you think about it carefully, is there anything lacking, insufficient? I have no problem, just. Naruto said, I can't leave now, and Shadow Clone can't exist for a long time. Hinata's meal makes me worry. That's nothing, leave it to me. Jiraiya said, I promise not to starve her, let her eat for nothing. It's impossible to be fat in vain, your pocket is definitely going to be hurt. I need 6 corpses. Naruto said, the stronger the better, the better. I have great use. Seeing that he is bound here with Kaguya, he cannot leave easily. Without the chakra support provided by Kurama, Shadow Clone, wood-style clones are not easy to use. To create a 6 paths clone now. The corpses of 6 strong men. Jiraiya pondered, looking at Tsunade, what do you think? What are you going to do? Tsunade asked. Rinnegan's ability can control those 6 corpses for my use. Naruto said. No damage? Damage? How to prevent rot? Tsunade said. I just know how to use it, I can use it, you want me to explain why, I don't know. Naruto said. Gritting his teeth, his gaze was between Naruto and Kaguya, and he glanced back and forth, thinking about it, hesitated for about 4 minutes, Tsunade said, send me back to the village. Naruto split a wood-style clone and sent Tsunade back. Is it really okay? Jiraiya worried. It's okay, I'm more worried about Hinata's meal than this. Naruto said. To put it bluntly, send Jiraiya away to take over Hinata's 6 meals a day. Naruto, who has no worries, sees that Shizune is still here, her face is pale and her lips are purple from the cold, so she wants to send her back to the village. Wait a while, Master Tsunade will come again, and I will decide to leave the question at that time. Shizune said, maybe I will stay here permanently. Permanent, forget it. Naruto said. Why do you think I came here? It's because there's no one here, so it's safer. If you or someone else stays here, there's no guarantee that nothing will happen. Time passed slowly. After walking for more than half an hour, Tsunade was sent by the wood-style avatar, holding a large scroll half as tall as a person in one hand. Jiraiya also came with him. Looking at his blue face, you can tell that he has gone to know how edible Hinata is. These 6 can meet your requirements. Tsunade said. I have consulted the family members of the person involved, and I only brought it after obtaining consent. You can use it with confidence, but it is best not to damage it, let alone lose it. Ninjas, especially the corpses of strong ones, contain many secrets. They would rather be destroyed than fall into the hands of the enemy. These corpses are very special. You must pay attention to them. Absolutely, 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 they must not be lost. Naruto didn't take his attention away from Kaguya, just looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Tsunade unrolled the scroll, and just threw it on the ice, forming a seal. 6 groups of light smoke appeared at the same time. This is my grandfather and second grandfather. You should be familiar with them. The first 2 in Shadow Rock are them. Tsunade said. This is my master, and the third Hokage you are most familiar with. Hey, take Sakumo, he is Kakashi's father, his strength in life is above me, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The last 2 are related to you. Seeing these 6 well-preserved, uncorrupted corpses that were still alive many years after death, Naruto was silent. First generation Hashirama. Second generation Tobirama. Third generation Hiruzen. Fourth generation Minato. Hey, take Sakumo. And Uzumaki Kushina. They are indeed the strongest in the history of Konoha. After opening his white eyes, Naruto inadvertently sees into the cemetery. It was found that some were buried with complete bones, some with ashes, and some with nothing at all. It is estimated that no corpse was found, and only some belongings of the deceased were placed. Among them, these strong men, including first-generation Hashirama, are all ashes. Naruto thought that except for the preservation of first-generation Hashirama, the others were cremated normally, but now it seems that is not the case. The ashes of the strong buried in the cemetery are just a cover, and the real corpse is perfectly preserved. Intention, in fact, is not difficult to guess. Beware of other people's theft is one, and keeping it for your own research is the second. As for the respect for the dead, obviously, the priority is behind. Second generation Tobirama understands Sharingan and Uchiha as well, and related experiments must be done a lot. At the beginning, third generation Hiruzen wanted to reproduce wood style, and made a fuss about the cells of first generation Hashirama. Where did the cells come from? It is not to be extracted from the corpse. Even at the end of the plot, Tsunade used the cells of first generation Hashirama to make up for Naruto's lost right arm. An hour later, the 3 left. Tsunade also wants to keep a little Katsuya for communication. Little Katsuya would never show his face in front of Kaguya, and so did the toad on Mount Myaboku. With the big trouble of Kaguya in front, Naruto is not allowed to be in a daze and distracted. After a short silence, with the assistance of the wood-style clone, he took the lead in completing the production of a 6-paths clone. Using Rinnegan's yin and yang escape, chakra sticks of different sizes will be made and buried in the main chakra meridian of the corpse. Then use Rinnegan's pupil power to transmit the selected ability across the air. The process itself is not complicated or difficult. With Rinnegan, it is very easy to make. This first 6-paths avatar is Heitake Shuomo. What Naruto transmits to him is Shuradeo, which can transform his body into various weapons, which can be used for close combat and long-range attack. Why would you want a strong man's corpse for a 6-paths clone? It's all because besides the fixed ability, the 6-paths avatar can also use the techniques of the dead, just like the human puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion. Of course, the stronger the better. First generation Hashirama, what was transmitted to him is the Hell Realm, which can be resurrected and repair the other 5 realms. Second generation Tobirama, is the human way, reads the mind, and extracts the soul. The third generation Hiruzen is the animal realm, and it is currently empty, so we need to find some creatures to sign a contract with. Minato. Kushina. Naruto didn't move. Chapter 138. This is the first time Naruto has made a 6-paths clone. Like instinct, he knows how to make it, but he knows what it is, and he doesn't know why. More details need to be explored bit by bit. I see. Rinnegan's pupil power can read the brain memory and body memory of the 6-paths avatar, and then use these memories to assist in controlling the 6-paths avatar. In this way, I don't need to put my heart and soul into it, just transmit chakra, Rinnegan pupil power, and add some attention. It is worth mentioning that Naruto has no way to control the 6-paths clone to use his Flying Thunder God, and cannot resonate with the Flying Thunder God mark. The only one who can use Flying Thunder God is second generation Tobirama. The Flying Thunder God resonance that can be sensed is the one left by second generation Tobirama before his death. By the way, because the chakra transmitted by Naruto is the perfect fusion of Zyonshu chakra and Kurama chakra. If you are not stingy with chakra consumption, the 6-paths avatar is definitely much stronger than it was in life. The human puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion needs to be controlled by the Scorpion, which is entirely based on the actual combat experience of the Scorpion. The 6-paths avatar is its own fighting instinct, and the combat experience is running. It is clear at a glance which is strong and which is weak. Madara will choose Nagato, and implant something as important as Rinnegan into Nagato, which means that Nagato has something special. Maybe Nagato can use Rinnegan better. Maybe it's just because Nagato has Uzumaki blood. Assuming the former, Nagato can better display the effect of Rinnegan, and it is definitely not as good as the eye-opener, that is, Madara. In the same way, Naruto is an eye-opener. Even if this factor is not included, the state I am in at this time, Fairy Fox mode, can greatly strengthen Rinnegan. The problem of distance should be able to overcome. If it is like Nagato, the Six Paths avatar must be near the main body and cannot move over a long distance, then this Six Paths avatar is equivalent to tasteless for Naruto. Practicality is not as good as Shadow Clone, Wood-style clone. Please, it must be done. Naruto thought to himself. Suddenly, second-generation Tobirama moved. He formed a mudra with one hand, disappeared instantly, and appeared in a secret room without a door or window. Here is. By looking through the relevant brain memory, we can know that this is the former site of the Senjo clan, which was modified by first-generation Hashirama, and important items were removed and sold to rich merchants in the Land of Fire. Second-generation Tobirama secretly built this unknown secret room under the old site for experiments. It's not very far from Konoha. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief. Great, in this way, he can still do a lot of things even though he is at the North Pole or the South Pole, so far away. And it's done in real time, not like Shadow Clone, Wood-style avatar, he has to disappear and the memory comes back before he knows what happened. At the same time. Resurrection. Kushina's eyes widened. Naruto nods. Minato's soul is in Shinigami's stomach and cannot be revived temporarily. But Kushina's soul is free and meets the prerequisites for resurrection. Ryan Tensei technique, the resurrected dead, the longer the dead, the greater the consumption. Kushina has only been dead for more than 10 years. Naruto is confident that with his body, he can resurrect 2 people. If he dies, at most he will be severely injured and weak for a period of time. If they are resurrected separately, it will not affect the suppression of Kaguya. Minato's eyes became deep, it can revive people, as expected of the legendary Rinnegan, the side effects, or the price, should not be small. Calm down, Kushina also thought of this, grabbed Naruto's face, and said viciously, if you dare to hurt yourself for us, I will not forgive you. Side effects? Where are the side effects? You underestimate Rinnegan, this is the strongest pupil technique. Naruto said, as long as some chakra and pupil power, it can be easily done. I seem to have heard the old man say that it is at the cost of life, are you mistaken? Kurama couldn't help but ask. Naruto. I didn't believe what Naruto said at first, but I heard Kurama say that again. Kushina's red hair was floating slowly, like 9 tails. With a blank expression on her face, she grabbed Naruto's right ear with one hand, and punched Naruto twice hard with the other hand on Naruto's abdomen. If you don't want to be beaten to death by me, don't mess around. I worked so hard to give birth to you, but I didn't want you to trade your life for your life. Do you hear me clearly? The beating of the conscious body still hurts, but Naruto is used to the pain. He grinned at the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, listen clearly, it's just. The resurrection has already begun and cannot be stopped. Outside world. Naruto put his hands together, heretic, Ryan Tensei technique. The veins bulged, Kaguya's white eyes opened, and after a while, they closed again. Rinnegan's pupil power, chakra, and the vitality that represents lifespan, these 3 things are losing at a terrifying speed. Naruto's expression remained unchanged. Since he dared to do it, it meant he was sure. On Kushina's body, there is heat rising, Naruto's lost vitality is replenished to her, and the bridge is Rinnegan's pupil power and chakra. The soul that exists in the pure land of the underworld is attracted, summoned, pulled back, and returned to the body. Similarly, the bridge is the Rinnegan pupil force and chakra. BD. Kushina was furious. Minato sighed complicatedly. Fearing that Naruto would resurrect him again, he said, it's already resurrected, it's too late to say anything, but just resurrect my mother, my soul is sealed, don't do useless work. Pulled by the body. Angry at Naruto's presumptuous assertion and worried about what might happen to Naruto's body, Kushina Chakra did not resist and returned voluntarily. With trembling eyelids, Kushina opened his eyes. The first feeling is cold. Really revived? Kushina was stunned, and turned to angrily, Naruto. People. With a pale face and a few strands of white hair, Naruto, who was panting, grinned. Are you okay? Minato said. Naruto's conscious body shook his head and said, my situation is very special. I can maintain sage mode all the time, nourished by the magic of chakra. This loss is nothing, and I will make up for it sooner or later. Really? Minato was thoughtful, but he didn't think it could be so easy, there must be some invisible side effects that couldn't be repaired. Forget it, with my mother here, I don't need to worry about it. Minato said with a smile, you have to listen to your mother, you have grown up and become a man, you have to protect your mother. The shoulders were pressed, and he noticed that Minato Chakra's body was already fading. Naruto said, we will meet again. I don't want to see you again. Minato laughed dryly. He is in the belly of Shinigami, goodbye Naruto, it means that Naruto is also in Shinigami. Can I use your corpse? It's the Rinnegan pupil technique. Naruto said. Use it if you want, Minato said. Chapter 139. Hokage Office. Tsunade stopped writing, put his head in his hands. No, I can't calm down, I can't concentrate on my work. At this moment, Shizune, who hastily pushed the door open, came to Tsunade and whispered. Really? Tsunade was taken aback. It's true. Shizune said. I'm recording Hinata's diet list, comparing various suppliers in the Land of Fire, trying to make the most cost-effective table. Suddenly, Naruto's avatar sent her back, body temperature, characteristics, chakras reaction, not the so-called control of the corpse, but resurrection. Tsunade immediately went to Naruto's house, and saw Hinata who was sitting upright, and Kushina who was sulking. Unbelievable. Tsunade murmured. Sit down, have a cup of tea time, and find out what's going on. Naruto sent the wood-style clone to send Kushina back, in the name of coming back to pack things and then go there. Unexpectedly, after the wood-style avatar was delivered, I left a sentence, Hinata, this is my mother, you two get along well, and follow the moment. It's dangerous there. Tsunade said seriously. Only Naruto can ensure that she is suppressed. Except for Naruto, it is not safe for anyone to stay there, but it will increase Naruto's burden. Because Naruto's protection is needed. I originally wanted to keep Shizune there, but after Naruto explained the details, I had to give up. It's okay to go and have a look once in a while, but it's not appropriate to stay there for a long time. Even if you say that. Kushina frowned. One of my disciples has the Flying Thunder God. Tsunade said, if you want to see Naruto, or if you want to give him something, you can go there anytime. Kushina was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Hinata. Yes. Hinata responded quickly. Can you cook? Kushina asked. Learning. Hinata. Okay, come help. Kushina. Watching the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law enter the kitchen, busy with work, Tsunade hesitated and didn't ask. I also want to know the price to be paid for resurrecting a person, or such a perfect resurrection, is no small matter. After little Sakura went to see Naruto's current situation and made sure that there is no problem, then ask. Tsunade thought secretly. On ice. Naruto made Minato into a Six Paths clone, giving him the power of heaven. Under the supply of Rinnegan's pupil power and chakra in Fairy Fox mode, the Six Paths avatar, which was originally a corpse, was activated, and the three major circulatory systems in the body started to operate again. This is the key factor for the body not to rot. Without Hamura chakra endowing cells with consciousness, the sage mode of the Six Paths avatar would not be as perfect as mine, and there would be a fairy face. Just the magic chakra flowing in the chakra meridians cannot satisfy the body, it needs to eat and drink. Oh, the self-circulation of the body is fully activated, so there is no need to transmit chakra anymore. The body can be driven by the resonance of the Rinnegan pupil power and the chakra sticks buried in the chakra meridians alone. Consumption is further reduced. When there is no battle, when there is no need to speed up and go on the road, only the tiniest Rinnegan pupil power can maintain the basic activities of the body without consuming chakra. You can also refine chakra. It was Naruto's surprise to find that the Six Paths avatar can refine it by himself without transmitting chakra himself. When I found out that this was to consume Rinnegan's pupil power, I was a little disappointed. It would be better if it was simply consuming his mental power. Use the pupil power of Rinnegan, who controls the avatars of Marisha and Six Paths, to refine the most common chakra. Speaking of which, I asked Tsunade if there could be more 100 healings marks, and the answer I got was no. 100 healings mark connects to the chakra meridians in the body, and has a fixed route with strict requirements, and there must be no deviation. One person, at most one can be set. Naruto pondered. For a person like him who is born with a large amount of chakra, one is not enough. So, can the Six Paths avatar practice? To be precise, can the Six Paths avatar deliver chakra to the main body? If it works, it means he can have a few more chakra repositories. Thinking about it, Naruto tried to control the Six Paths avatar to refine chakra, and then tried to pass it to him. Okay. Naruto was overjoyed. It is good. 100 healings mark must be mastered as soon as possible, not only for himself, but also for Six Paths clones. In this way, excess and inexhaustible chakra can be stored and become combat resources. Also, I have to learn the sealing technique. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He can't be stuck here forever because of Kaguya. Jiraiya's sealing technique doesn't work on Kaguya, to a large extent, it's chakra's problem. With the quality of Naruto's chakra, combined with Rinnegan's pupil power, it will be closer to the blood follower's snare, at least it will not collapse at the first touch. It's unrealistic not to ask for a permanent seal, as long as it works for a while and Kaguya can't use any abilities in a short period of time, Naruto's life will be much more relaxed. Making a simple plan for his short-term future, Naruto looked at the Six Paths avatar. Because Kushina was revived, he was missing one thing, and he felt very awkward because he was somewhat obsessive-compulsive. And it's already like this, he doesn't want to just find a corpse to make do with, at least it has to be a strong cage level. Who should I find? Give me Uchiha Madara's body, and I'll let you go. Naruto said quietly. This is a deal, it's fair, do you want to do it? Don't ask who and where Uchiha Madara is, I know you know. Shadow Clone has searched near the Konoha bridge and found Madara's former stronghold, but there is no Madara's body. Kaguya opened his eyes without making a sound, and asked Black Zetsu with chakra, who is Uchiha Madara and where is it? Mother, don't trust him. Black Zetsu said, people's hearts are the most deceitful. Kaguya understood, and said, the body can be given to you, let me go first. Let go of you, you ran away, who do I go to? Naruto said, don't worry, I, Uzumaki Naruto, never break my promise and keep my word. Then, Naruto swore a 2-minute oath and brought himself and his family inside. Seeing Naruto's swearing, it doesn't look like he is lying, Kaguya thought for a while, and told an address, which she just asked from Black Zetsu. Naruto sent second generation Tobirama to find and retrieve Madara's body. It's always a bit old, but fortunately it's well preserved. After learning the 100 healings mark and Baihao technique, it's not a dream to return to youth. The body is given to you, let me go. Kaguya said, you never break your promise, you will do what you say. I lied to you. Naruto said, actually, it's not considered a lie. I've missed the time. 10,000 years later, I'll let you go. Kaguya. I knew it. Black Zetsu said bitterly, Mother. You are so naive. Chapter 140. I am preparing to make Uchiha Madara's body into the Hungry Kido in the Six Paths avatar. Suddenly remembered something, Naruto hesitated. Even though I know it's unlikely to work, I still have to give it a try. Immediately, second generation Tobirama was sent to leave, and went to the laboratory secretly set up by him before his death, and found a well-preserved corpse. It's Uchiha, whose strength is in the range from Elite Chunin to Special Jonin. He quickly made him into a Six Paths clone, and then transferred Rinnegan's pupil power, along with the Hungry Kido's ability, to it. Patiently waiting for the 3 major circulatory systems of the corpse to be activated, Naruto controlled him to step forward and launch the ability of Hungry Kido to Kaguya, sealing spell suction. At first, it was ineffective and could not be sucked out, but Naruto increased the consumption of chakra and pupil power before successfully absorbing a little. Then, no more. It was this insignificant point that directly caused this Six Paths avatar to be annihilated, turned into dust, and disappeared with the wind. Sure enough. It was expected in advance, and upon seeing this, Naruto was not too surprised, and turned Uchiha Madara's body into a clone of Six Paths. In the plot, Nagato's Hungry Kido absorbs Naruto's magic chakra. Because Nagato doesn't know the magic and can't balance the magic chakra, the Hungry Kido is assimilated by nature and becomes a toadstone statue. In the same way, Naruto will not follow the snare, absorb Kaguya's chakra, lose balance, and be difficult to control, and the result will inevitably be self-destruction. The Kaguya chakra in my body, I can sense her, but the fundamental reason why I can't use her is that I don't know how to trap blood, and if I touch it directly, I will die. So, between me and Kaguya chakra, there is an isolation net that acts as a protective film. While thinking about it, the Six Paths avatar was completed, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and scanned from left to right. First generation Hashirama. Second generation Tobirama. Third generation Hiruzen. Fourth generation Minato. Heitake Sakumo. Uchiha Madara. They are all among the most powerful in ninja history, especially Hashirama and Madara. Madara's Rinnegan is in Nagato, and now this pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is taken from other Uchiha tribesmen. The hard power is definitely not as good as Hashirama. But has Susanoo fused with Madara's body? Shared by Rinnegan, from the perspective of other Six Paths avatars, looking at the protection of Madara, the blue half-length Susan, Naruto secretly. As the consumption of chakra increased, Susan grew taller and grew legs. That is the state used by the 25 wood-style clones that were separated when Madara and the 5 cages sparred. It seems that something is missing, it can only reach this level, and it can't open a complete beard. Enough is enough, Madara doesn't rely on Susan to eat, without Susan, she is still too strong to have friends. It seems that I don't need to learn the sealing technique, Dad. Naruto tilted his head, turned off Madara's Susan, and increased the output of chakra to 4th generation Minato. Use the Rinnegan pupil power to quickly flip through the memories related to the sealing technique. Drive the memory of the brain and drive the memory of the body. Suddenly, the 4th generation Minato moved, and he came to Kaguya in an instant, his hands quickly formed a seal, and the 2 4-element seals were combined to form the 8-sign seal. Sealing technique. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, what a tricky brat. Kaguya could not remain indifferent now, the coldness on her face was shattered with the addition of the sealing technique. No way. Can it really work? Naruto was shocked, and couldn't help but want to take a closer look. I was also afraid that Kaguya was pretending, and secretly waiting for him to approach with some big trick, that is, to observe closely from the perspective of my father. Can't see anything. Rinnegan can see through chakra's direction, it depends on who the target is, it can be placed on other people, but if it is Kaguya, it won't work. I can't be sure whether the seal will work. What's the difference between this and no seal? Naruto raised his forehead. Under such circumstances, he dared to walk away? How dare he let his guard down? Especially the flying thunder god mark left on Sasuke's lower back, which cannot be sensed at the moment, let alone the slightest slack. Why can't it be sensed? With Black Zetsu here, there is no need to ask why. He dug a piece of ice and rolled it into a ball. Naruto aimed at Kaguya's head and threw it. Slap! Kaguya was stunned, a tic-tac-toe appeared on his forehead. Mother! Don't be fooled! Be normal! Be normal! Black Zetsu said hastily. Although it is not clear why he did this, in short, he cannot fall into the opponent's rhythm. Kaguya immediately closed his eyes. Naruto thought for a while, controlled Marikaidan, opened Kaguya's eyelids, took out a pen from the ninja bag, threw it to second-generation Tobirama, and scribbled on Kaguya's face. When the pen tip touched Kaguya's skin, it disappeared directly, as if it was erased with an eraser. Simply break the pen, take the ink inside, mix it with your own chakra, and apply it on Kaguya's face. Naruto silently took out the small mirror, allowing Kaguya to see clearly what was on his face. On the left face is a little turtle, on the right face, there is the words I am a turtle. Kaguya. Calm down. Calm down. Mother. Be sure to calm down. Black Zetsu said anxiously. Not long after, the effect of blood following the snare was even better, obliterating the ink, Naruto's chakra, and the graffiti disappeared. Naruto continued, and this time changed to the word face on the left and face on the right, adding together it becomes I am a slave. Kaguya. Third time, I'm a BCH. The clay figurine was still a bit angry, not to mention Kaguya was such an existence, as the saying goes, there are only three things. Naruto's provocation successfully provoked Kaguya's anger. I must kill you. Kaguya said with a sullen face. This is not an explosion, just talking harshly. It is not denied that Black Zetsu can influence Kaguya's actions, but impulsiveness is often too late to stop. So, with one's own chakra, the seal imposed, succeeded? Hiding behind first-generation Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Naruto, who was watching carefully, secretly thought. After another half an hour of testing, it was finally confirmed that the seal was effective. Kaguya's chakra is sealed, banned, and cannot be used. The current Kaguya only possesses the physique of blood successor snare, which can annihilate any substance that is not qualified but touches her. She is still immortal, unable to kill her, but that's all, she herself can't use any power. Kaguya's power has not disappeared, it is blocked in the body by the seal, and cannot be exerted. The risk is greatly reduced. The next thing to determine is the effective time of the seal, how long a complete 8-sign seal can last. It can be seen that the 8-sign seal that binds Kaguya outside the body is already dimming, and the speed of unsealing is getting faster and faster. Ignoring Kaguya's murderous look, Naruto's mind kept spinning and thinking. Suddenly, with a flash of pink light, 3 people appeared out of thin air, no, it was 4, and Naruto also saw the soul of Ino possessing little Sakura. Chapter 141. I want to say that I don't need to eat now, and seeing my mother and Hinata have done so much, it's not good if I don't eat. Naruto swallowed the words, and buried himself in eating. I can't control your body now. Ino possessed himself and said unexpectedly. This is the power of Rinnegan. If you meet someone with these eyes in the future, if you don't want to die, don't possess them. Naruto said. Oh, I remember. Ino said, what happened to that girl? I haven't figured it out yet. She's more dangerous, Naruto said. If you possess the holder of Rinnegan, you may die. Possessed. Let alone possessed, if you get close to her, you will end up dead. What? Ino was shocked. Take the 5 tails chakra to heat up the whole body, little Sakura doesn't feel cold at all, and the sight stays longest on Naruto's white hair. Wanting to say something, considering Naruto and Hinata, he felt that it was not her turn, so he turned his attention to Kaguya. Recognizing the 8-sign seal, she said strangely, Master said, the seal is invalid, this is. I made chakra, and borrowed my father's hand to perform the sealing technique. Naruto said. Effective is effective, but it won't last. Judging from the degree of unblocking, it will not exceed 2 hours. Little Sakura was stunned, and involuntarily looked at 4th generation Minato. Unexpectedly, Naruto is the son of 4th Hokage. He was supposed to be respected and loved as the son of a hero, but because of Jinchuriki's relationship, he was disgusted and rejected. The sealing technique is effective, which means. Kushina couldn't help but said, you don't have to stay here all the time, you can be free. It can be much easier. I will continue to test other sealing techniques to find out how long the seal will last. Naruto said in a vague way. But you can't take it lightly because of this. If you let her escape, the consequences will be disastrous. I want some of his body tissue, is that okay? Little Sakura said suddenly. Rinnegan shared the perspective of the 6 Paths clone, and Naruto knew that little Sakura was talking about first-generation Hashirama. Not everyone can bear it, the higher probability is death. Naruto said. I'll be careful, and I won't mess around until I'm sure. Little Sakura said earnestly. Little Sakura wants to become stronger, to save Sasuke who is possessed by Kaguya. The risk of death is not enough for little Sakura to give up, and Naruto can't find a reason to refuse. Control first generation Hashirama, according to little Sakura's request, cut a little bit of flesh for her, the wound will heal automatically. Little Sakura took out the petri dish and saved it, and when she was ready to go back, she took the time to study. Learned 2 ways to become stronger from Danzo. Implanted with Hashirama cells. Become a Jinchuriki. The former was rejected by Danzo because it was too dangerous and had a high mortality rate. In order to actually help Naruto, she must become stronger, not to catch up with Naruto, but to surpass Naruto. Only in this way can she stand up and turn the tide when Naruto is helpless. Know that this is near impossible, and that's why it's worth aiming for. I thought that was it, but what little Sakura didn't expect was Naruto gave her the body tissue of first generation Hashirama, and actually cut some of his own flesh and blood. Subconsciously catching the body tissue thrown by Naruto, the little Sakura was stunned. Similarly, the wound healed quickly. Naruto picked up the bowl and chopsticks again, took 2 mouthfuls of rice, and said, "My cells are more dangerous and powerful than first generation. You can study the first generation cells first, and if you think there is no problem, then study mine, pay attention to safety. With Naruto here, I don't have to think about how to go back. I can't wait for Ino, and I am concerned about Hashirama cells and Naruto cells. Little Sakura will go first." Shortly after little Sakura left, the 8-sign seal that bound Kaguya collapsed. Sage Art, Maya Jinman. First generation Hashirama clasped his hands and said calmly. The huge torii that fell from a high altitude passed through and pinched the whole Kaguya, grasping Kaguya's wrist and ankle respectively, and the 5 hands of Marisha fell on Kaguya. 1, 2, 3. Kaguya's face was frosty, and he wanted to call the empty shell of the sacred tree, that is, the Gadu statue, and was strongly dissuaded by Black Zetsu. Losing control of his body, he can only observe Sasuke from the perspective of Kaguya. Shocked by Naruto's power, he couldn't help but increase his sense of anticipation for regaining his freedom. What a powerful sealing technique! Kushina muttered. From my feeling, even if she was a complete 9-tails Jinchuriki before she died, she would not be able to resist these torii gates. It's already disintegrating slowly. The part that touches her. Hinata opened her eyes and told what she saw. It's unbelievable. I didn't see it with my own eyes. I wouldn't believe it even if I was killed. There will be such a thing in the world. Kushina had an expression of ruining the 3 views. Naruto was eating in silence, not thinking about it, whether it was delicious or unpalatable. Enough food for 3 people, eat it, Naruto said. I want to talk to Hinata. Kushina was speechless. As a mother, there are many things I want to say to my son. Thinking that the days to come are still long, so don't be in a hurry, she nodded and said yes. Knowing that Naruto was actually talking to himself, Ino had no choice but to let Hinata know that she was coming, so he could only possess Kushina and go back with him. Regardless of this reason, her body at home cannot be separated from her soul for too long, otherwise she will really die. Sending off his mother and Ino, Naruto took Hinata into his arms. Is it cold? Buried in Naruto's arms, Hinata shook her head and whispered, it's very thick, and there's chakra, it's not cold. I don't want to pressure you, but I need your help. Naruto said. Mangekyo pupil technique, Rinnegan pupil technique, did not open a time and space ability, and it was at a disadvantage against the aliens like Kaguya and Itsutsuki. Flying Thunder God can't teleport across boundaries, this is confirmed from his inability to fly to Wetbone Forest. Once transported to a different space, his powerful strength and vitality can guarantee him immortality for a long time, but it is very difficult for him to come back. Sasuke follows the original plot, because he has the ability to travel in different spaces. Naruto thought of his own shortcomings, and Sasuke made up for it. The 2 of them cooperated well, and no one was in vain. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Sasuke is possessed by Kaguya, and it is unknown when he will be able to escape. Looking at the relatives and friends around me, only Hinata can replace Sasuke. Rinnegan has exclusive and unique pupil technique, Tensegan at the same level as Rinnegan, it is impossible not to have it. As long as Hinata's white eyes are transformed, sublimated into Tensegan, and the pupil technique of time and space is awakened, that is the real peace of mind. Hearing Naruto explain the reasons in detail, Hinata said in a low voice, but said firmly, I know, I will work hard. Chapter 142. Hokage Office. Tsunade sighed secretly when Sakura explained Naruto's state. The visible changes are a few strands of grey hair, how many invisible changes? Knowing that Naruto can control the previous generations of Hokage, launch the sealing technique, and temporarily suppress Kaguya, Tsunade's brows can't help but relax a little. After reporting the business, little Sakura spoke about her private affairs. Lab, what do you want to do? Tsunade wondered. Little Sakura told the truth. Is that so? Tsunade pondered for a moment, then said. There are a lot of experimental records in my grandfather's cells, umbu, and root tissue, which are very comprehensive. You don't need to invest too much effort, just pick up the ready-made ones. It's Naruto's cells. Third generation has been tested, but it is only preliminary known that his cells contain a strong vitality. Others, without in-depth research, don't know anything. The main reason is that third generation is not good at this kind of thing, and it has to be kept secret, so. At the time of third generation's visual inspection, Naruto was still young. With Naruto's current level of strength, the cells must have undergone earth-shaking changes. How about this, I'll find a secret base outside the village to conduct experiments for you. If you need any resources, send a form to Shizune. Thank you. Little Sakura bowed and said solemnly. Back home, little Sakura looked down at the two petri dishes in her hand, which contained a bit of flesh and blood from Naruto and first generation. Can I really do it? It's not a good thing to have doubts about yourself. Ino's voice echoed in his mind. Ino. When did you come back? Little Sakura was surprised. I just came back. Naruto wants to whisper to Hinata, my out-of-body time is limited, I have no choice but to possess Ant and come back early. Ino said. Don't talk about that, what are you going to do with the cells of first generation and Naruto? After you left, I asked Naruto again, and he said that these two types of cells are super dangerous, and they can be said to be dead. But if you can bear it and survive, your strength will be greatly improved beyond imagination. You want it too? Little Sakura asked back. Of course. Ino said. No, it's too dangerous. Little Sakura shook her head. My life was saved by Naruto, and with my heart, I have the resolution to do everything for him. You just generally like him and have some affection for him, there is no need to take your life. It's pointless not to compare how much you like Naruto, Ino said. A few days ago, I had hypnosis Naruto to help him awaken Rinnegan, and during the process, I asked a few questions, among them. There are 2 questions concerning you. I want to know what it is. In exchange for a transaction, I will be implanted with Naruto's cells under certain certainty and controllable risks. Little Sakura. Okay, I promise you. It was Ri Sakura who spoke. You awakened another personality. Ino was taken aback. It's not me. Little Sakura was speechless. We are connected, she knows that Danzo is dead, there is no reason to sleep, she wakes up by herself. It doesn't matter, I have control over my body, she fights with me at most, uses Danzo to block me, and can't do much. Don't mention Danzo. That dog-like thing. Just mention him and get angry. Sakura said angrily. Ale. Little Sakura was stunned, you have been defending Danzo and saying good things for Danzo, why now? Yeah, what's going on? Sakura was also stunned, it became like this before I knew it. There can be no reason, there must be something we overlooked. Little Sakura mused. Speaking of which, Naruto came to us yesterday and opened Rinnegan face to face. He didn't say anything and just left. Do you think it's? It must be. Sakura said firmly. Yeah? Did Naruto help little Sakura break Danzo's control? Ino thought about it, and told Hypnosis Naruto the answer related to little Sakura. One is not believing little Sakura likes him. One is like little Sakura. Little Sakura. Silent for a long time, holding his forehead, the little Sakura sighed, I'm so sorry. I also regret it. Ino said, it's a pity that I didn't take the regret medicine, so don't think about it too much, do your own thing, and try not to have new regrets. Little Sakura suppressed her complicated thoughts, came to the desk, hesitated, and explained her plan to Ino. Lab. I want to join too. Ino said. I can possess the subject to collect experimental data in more detail and intuitively, whether it is an animal or a human. The other side. Naruto's house. Hinata was sent back by 4th generation Minato, greeted Kushina politely, and turned to the window to go up to the roof. Instead of rushing to hit the stake and start practicing, he closed his eyes and calmed down. I am the best, Naruto-kun, trust me. I can do it, in Naruto-kun's eyes, I am the best. I want to become stronger, I want to stand beside Naruto-kun, I want to catch up with Naruto-kun, I want to. It's not a psychological suggestion, this is Hinata's truest thought and wish. She was eliminating unnecessary distractions and concentrating on keeping only one, in order to resonate with Hamura Chakra. Naruto said a lot to her. According to Naruto, it is speculated that she is full and can fill the vacancy of Hamura Chakra, so that Hamura Chakra can be restored to perfection. This is related to the upper limit of strength, and how much enhancement Hamura Chakra can give her. If you really want to transform the power of Hamura Chakra into your own reality, you cannot do without the resonance of will. That is to say, in terms of will, it is on the same level as Hamura Chakra, and to be as strong as ultimate, tepid is not enough. In the living room. Kushina. 4th generation Minato. Wide-eyed and small-eyed. What are you doing in a daze, send me there quickly. Kushina said. Mom, you're at home, help me take care of Hinata and Hanabi, I'm fine here. Fourth generation Minato said, "Daddy, stay here, so I can rest assured." On ice. Looking at his mother's angry but helpless look through his father's perspective, Naruto let out a breath. It's freezing cold. In such an environment, his system is so strong that it is not human. It doesn't matter, my mother is no longer a Jinchuriki, so be careful. Can it work? Tensegan. To avoid affecting Hinata, interrupting Hinata's will, resulting in the failure to successfully resonate with Hamura Chakra, Naruto did not say that he needs the pupil technique of the time and space category. This cannot be forced. The pupil technique will only reflect the person who opened the eyes. At the time of awakening the pupil technique, the truest mind is not what you want, you will have it. He is the best example. If Hinata can't open it, can the eyes between my eyebrows produce miracles? Naruto stroked the itchy brow. In Fairy Fox mode, the itching becomes more intense. It feels like it won't be long before the third eye can be opened. Chapter 143. Losing the chakra passed by Kurama, Naruto has no ability to pass chakra to the shadow clones in the air. Those shadow clones that were active outside disappeared one after another. Mental strength is not what it used to be, and Naruto didn't even frown when he was impacted by a lot of memories. Dad wants to stay at home, it is an insurance to protect Mom and Hanabi. Hinata is already strong enough to not need protection. First generation Hashirama wants to stay by his side and is responsible for suppressing Kaguya with Maya Jinmen. The elderly Madara, whose physique is so old that it is difficult to walk, can be sent to the snow country and placed next to Zyoksu as a bodyguard. 50% of the income must not be lost. Avoid Zyoksu's protest. If you don't accept it, you can explode a little bit, use Susan to destroy a mountain, and remove Zyoksu's doubts. Second generation Tobirama can Flying Thunder God, Grandmaster Chakra Perception, and has human mind reading ability, you can go to Orochimaru. The other half of Nine Tails is still in Shinigami's stomach, and Orochimaru must be controlled as soon as possible, and Orochimaru is dedicated to this matter. Third generation Hiruzen has the same problem as Madara, old age and physical decline, which is why Naruto gave him the ability of the Beast Way. In the animal way, you can find your favorite animal, complete the summoning contract, and then strengthen it with Rinnegan pupil power. The main battle force is the summoning beast. Beast Deo can stand in a safe position and control the summoning beast to fight. In the case of Heitake Sakumo, there is no place that needs to be strengthened. Azura Road is the biggest enhancement for him, which can be put out and used to participate in the search for Orochimaru. In a blink of an eye, only first generation Hashirama and Kaguya, who was suppressed by Maya Jinmen, were left beside him. Encroached by Sweji's snare, Myojin Gate is approaching collapse step by step. In terms of time, the future at Satsuki is almost here. Naruto hid behind first generation Hashirama and watched Kaguya carefully. According to the setting, Atsutsuki Urashi also has blood succession nets. Obviously, even though they belong to the same blood succession nets, they are still very different. Kaguya is a normal physique, and there is immortality, which is obviously more advanced. Is it because Kaguya has eaten the chakra fruit of the sacred tree? The complete fruit of the sacred tree is produced after devouring the life and energy of a planet. The fruit that Kaguya eats has not reached that point, it can be said that it is incomplete. This can also explain why Kaguya, who has already eaten the fruit and possesses the power of God, did not stop the God tree from devouring the energy of the earth. Boom! The Myojin Gate is shattered, and a new Myojin Gate will fall immediately, and Kaguya will be suppressed again. Naruto took out a pen and paper, and recorded the duration of the seal. Considering Kaguya's passive and active factors, there must be ups and downs in the time of breaking the seal. This time cannot be trusted and is for reference only. Anyway, I can get a little distracted and do something else instead of staring at her with all my attention. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Kurama, take a break for a while, you don't need to rush to refine chakra, just keep the natural energy. Kurama mode is off. Only the perfect sage mode maintained by the cells is preserved. Naruto formed a seal and separated a large number of fairy shadow clones. By how technique and 100 healings mark, there is still a lot of theoretical knowledge that has not been mastered. Depending on Naruto himself, I don't know what year and month it will be, but the celestial technique shadow clone can greatly reduce this time. Hinata's meal, with Tsunade, Jiraiya and his mother taking care of him, he can practice with all his heart and work hard to become stronger. It won't work if you don't work hard. Atsutsuki alien is a knife hanging in the forehead. If you don't try your best, is it really necessary for Kurama to sacrifice himself and use the heavy particle mode to exchange lives with the opponent? Absolutely not. The limit distance of Marisha is 500 meters. In Sage mode, ordinary exercise will not have much effect. Naruto broke through the ice, dived to a depth of more than 400 meters, and practiced here. Sage mode cannot be turned off. On the one hand, it is to strengthen the Marisha and not give Kaguya a chance to escape. On the one hand, it is to use natural energy to repair and replenish the body, and some losses due to Rine Tensei technique. Time passed day by day. After confirming that I am Naruto in the North Pole, I am like an emotionless machine, exercising and practicing mechanically all day long. The only time to relax is 3 meals a day, which my mother brings over. Bored? Boring? Not at all. There are 6 paths avatars, which is equivalent to Naruto opening several trumpets, which is super interesting. Especially Beast Road, 3rd generation Hiruzen, Naruto's favorite is him. After being signed a summoning contract, every animal will be upgraded under the influence of Rinnegan's pupil power, and its body size will also grow exponentially. There will be an ability that fits the habits of that animal. The restriction is that in each species, only one can be contracted. For example, if you contract a great white shark, then other sharks cannot be contracted again. Naruto often pays attention to the 3rd generation Hiruzen, paying attention to the progress, and pays special attention to each contract. Grandpa Madara is retiring in Fenghua City, the land of snow. It is not peaceful, and there is no chance for him to exercise his muscles and bones. Looking for Orochimaru's 2nd generation Tobirama, Heitake Sakumo, got some clues and missed twice. Not being able to find Orochimaru didn't say anything, but it seemed to have aroused Orochimaru's vigilance, making it even more difficult to find. Dad Minato, Naruto mostly reads novels from his perspective, for spiritual food. Little Sakura and Ino, never saw them again. Hinata is squeezing sleep time and eating time, and he is practicing in a different way. Hanabi, still smashing Flying Thunder God. It has been more than a month since I lived in such a fulfilling, peaceful way. Atsutsuki Urashiki did not come, Hinata here, the first to have good news, her eyes ushered in the 3rd transformation. It means that for the 3rd time, she successfully resonated with Hamura Chakra. Through the perspective of his father Minato, Naruto was both happy and worried when he learned about this matter. Huangzai Hinata's strength has become stronger, her self-protection ability has greatly increased, and she is more at ease. How to overcome the disadvantage of not being able to use the time and space pupil technique, and facing the Atsutsuki aliens in the future. The transformation process is very painful, one after another. When the pain came up, Hinata couldn't bear it for a while, passed out, and then woke up from the pain. During this period, he would forcefully draw the chakra of the people around him indiscriminately. Seeing this situation, Naruto decisively enters the fairy fox mode, controls his father to come to the North Pole, and sets the 8-sign seal for Kaguya, who is under Myojin's sect. He also controlled 1st generation and smashed down 10 Myojin gates in one breath to ensure that Kaguya could not turn the tide. Then exit the fairy fox mode, separate out a wood-style clone without fairy magic chakra, go home first, then pick up Hinata, and use Flying Thunder God to go to the uninhabited desert island. Naruto himself entered Sage mode again, and asked Kurama to provide chakra to the wood-style avatar for Hinata to absorb. The whole process is smooth and flowing. Chapter 144. Kurama's chakra, the closest to the 10 tails of the divine tree, is of undoubted high quality and can meet all the needs of white-eyed transformation. The sufficient supply of chakra greatly relieved Hinata's pain, and she fell into a deep sleep peacefully. This time, I slept for 4 days and 5 nights. I don't know what I dreamed of, and I often whispered in my mouth, frowning from time to time, and curled up into a ball. Naruto waited patiently, and at the same time comforted the father-in-law and grandfather who were not thinking about food and drink. At 4 o'clock in the morning that day, Hinata's eyelids trembled, and they opened quietly. His eyes switched back and forth between pure white and sky blue, and flickered more than a dozen times. Eventually, stabilized at sky blue. Recognizing that this is Tensagan's wood clone Naruto, I was overjoyed, but I couldn't help but have doubts. Rinnegan's pupil power is so surging that it is daunting. Why does Tensagan, who is at the same level as Rinnegan, feel nothing at all? It can't be a failure, right? Or is this a semi-finished product? Naruto-kun. Hinata sat up halfway, and was about to say something when her stomach rumbled. Let's talk about it after eating and filling our stomachs. Naruto smiled. Hinata blushed, lowered her head, and said nothing. After confirming that Hinata would not lose control, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God to send Hinata home by indiscriminately drawing the chakra of others. The place in the house is small, and Hinata can't make enough food temporarily. Hayashi waved his hand, and the group moved to Hayaga's house. The sun hasn't risen yet, but Hayaga's house is brightly lit. More than an hour passed. Bathed and fed again, Hinata, radiant, arrives at the family dojo for a routine test of her newly acquired abilities. Would clone Naruto, as a test opponent. Click to the end, just test your ability, but don't dare to use too much force. Afraid that this dojo, together with the family land, will be razed to the ground, Naruto said. Hinata nodded. Then, let's get started, I'm going to go. Naruto reminded. Chakra erupted and rushed towards Hinata in an instant, hitting an invisible repulsion field. With the chakra he could use at this time, he couldn't break through. With a light push from Hinata, Naruto was sent flying more than 10 meters away. The consumption is reduced and the power is greatly increased. Hinata concluded. Then, in turn, gravity should be the same. Naruto nodded, clasped his hands together, and made a seal, fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball as tall as 2 people attacked Hinata. It was about 1 meter away from Hinata, suddenly twisted, shrunk, and was completely absorbed by Hinata. After waiting for a while, Hinata said, "There is a space for storing ninjutsu. After ninjutsu enters, it will be frozen. I can also reverse this ninjutsu into chakra to supplement my chakra consumption." Unexpectedly, the enhancement would be so large. Before advanced, ninjutsu cannot be stored, and the extracted chakra can only be used, and it must be used as soon as possible, otherwise it will evaporate quickly and cannot be absorbed to replenish consumption. After advanced, even ninjutsu can be reversed into chakra to make up for your own consumption. Hayashi, grandfather, Kushina, Hanabi, all stupid. It feels ridiculously strong. Doesn't this mean that ninjutsu is completely ineffective, but instead it is supplementing chakra for Hinata? The problem is that you can't do it without ninjutsu. Hinata can force chakra through the air. If you can't break through the repulsive field with physical skills and defeat Hinata in a short time, then you must be the one who loses in the end. What's the ability? You come, I will continue. Naruto said. Hinata closed his eyes, opened them after a while, asked his father for a kunao, and flicked his right hand on it. This bitterness trembled, as if possessed of spirituality. He floated up by himself, circled Hinata for a week, and then attacked Naruto under the signal of Hinata. This is to endow the substance with the ability to think independently, and I will transmit chakra as the power to realize the activity. Naruto stopped kunao and said, "Is there any more?" Continue. Time and space pupil technique, is there any? The space can be easily controlled. Hinata pointed to the side, where a distortion visible to the naked eye appeared. It seems that something can be summoned. Hinata said, "Ready to summon." Naruto was startled, and quickly stopped him, "Stop. It's better to wait for the summoned object to change to a spacious place. If the head is too big, the damage caused will not be a little bit. Is there any more? Simple control of space, this is not a time-space pupil technique. What Naruto urgently needs is the kind of time-space pupil technique that can travel to and from different spaces, and only in this way, he will not have to worry about being exiled to a different space by the Otsutsuki aliens. Once gone and never returned, never coming back." Hinata closed her eyes again, and after waiting for a while, suddenly a set of chakra clothes appeared and was worn on her body. Tensagen chakra mode, why is it so mediocre, without any waves? Naruto was puzzled. At this time, Hinata should be earth-shattering, and chakra, the kind that is terrifying enough to make people's hearts jump. No. From the feeling, Hinata seems like an ordinary person. When Hinata entered Tensagen chakra mode, several pitch-black balls appeared around him, which is undoubtedly the truth-seeking ball. Naruto, who witnessed all this, was thinking about the ability of Tensagen known in memory, and his heart sank again and again. From the looks of it, Hinata can't do it here, and he can only hope that the eye between his brows can use the time-space pupil technique. Any more? Naruto asked. There is another ability, I don't quite understand what it means, it is a symbol. Hinata said. Use it to see. Naruto said. I already use it, always use it, Hinata said. After use, without any ability to change, what would it be? Naruto thought for a while and said, turn off other abilities, only use this ability to punch me. Hinata obediently approached Naruto and punched him out. No punches from chakra, no pain. Use chakra for another punch. Naruto caught it with one hand, nothing unusual, do you feel any difference in your body? Hinata shakes her head. It's not an offensive type, nor a buff type, it should be a defensive type. Naruto said, motioning for Hinata to stand still, he clenched his fists, and approached Hinata gently. The fist is fixed half a meter away, and no further entry is possible. There is no obstacle ahead, and I can feel that I am always moving forward, and I will meet you soon. Naruto frowned, why, have you been unable to get close? It has a strong sense of sight. Thinking of what Hinata said, it was a symbol, Naruto said, what is that symbol like? Hinata gestured and drew a symbol. Infinity. Are you sure it's horizontal, not vertical? Naruto. It's sideways. Hinata. I can't touch you, so can you touch me? Naruto. Okay. Hinata took the initiative to move closer to Naruto, and his face and Naruto's hand easily touched each other. Naruto. Chapter 145. In common with Rinnegan, from the perspective of his father Minato, Naruto, who watched the entire test process, was lost in thought. Compared with the time-space pupil technique, it seems that Hinata's infinity is stronger. How can I awaken this pupil technique? Wood clone disappeared, and the memory came back, and I learned that Hinata is sleeping these days, sometimes having nightmares, and looks insecure. Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tensagen, the awakened exclusive pupil technique, all reflect the strong will of the person concerned at that time. Refer to this setting, that is to say, Hinata is instinctively afraid of being touched by others, and has no sense of security. Her strong will is that no one else can get close to her, and only when she wants to get close can she go close to others. Are you afraid of being hurt? After clarifying his thoughts, Naruto raised his forehead. He doesn't have this kind of mentality, how can he awaken a similar pupil technique? At 7:26, Hinata came to the North Pole with breakfast for Naruto. For her request to stay here, Naruto initially refused. Knowing that this pupil technique infinity, chakra consumption, pupil power consumption, pitifully small, Hinata can even use it when the Tensagen is not turned on in the white-eyed state. It is a kind of passivity that can exist normally. Ice cold, cold wind, can't touch Hinata unless Hinata wants to touch it. Since he is not afraid of the cold and can guarantee safety, there is no reason to refuse. Naruto built a 3-story villa in wood style, and lived here with Hinata. Except for 6 meals a day, Hinata needs to go back to Konoha to eat, and spends the rest of the time at the North Pole, accompanying Naruto and practicing here. Ask a question. Is Hinata invincible? Without a shot, Hinata is indeed invincible, because no one can hurt her, not even touch her. But once Hinata made a move, at the moment when she took the initiative to attack and touched the enemy, the existence stronger than her could kill her instantly. This is the answer that Naruto and Hinata came up with after discussing each other. Infinity, there is no problem with this pupil technique, what is problematic is Hinata's physical fitness and nervous response. Tensagen Chakra mode is also based on itself to multiply the gain effect of amplification, so there is still a long way to go, and we still need to work hard. Furthermore, it is not certain that there will be no attack ability with the effect of being sure to hit. In everything, there is no absolute, only relative. In the battle between spear and shield, we still have to speak with our own hardware. Contrasted with Hinata's various abilities, Naruto gave her a careful analysis. Hinata was somewhat floating, calmed down, and continued to practice down to earth. The focus is on the basics of the body, and only occasionally go all out to compete with Naruto to enhance actual combat experience. Because Naruto is very concerned about the ability to control space, Hinata intentionally uses it frequently to exercise this ability. It's a pity that it is very common, simple control of space distortion, no lethality and no way to jump in space, so it is not very practical. Another half a month has passed. Can't wait for it. Satsuki Urashiki. Naruto has reason to wonder if his future self is too aggressive, killing Urashiki to death, so he can't make it through. The appearance of a person dispelled his cranky thoughts. Hanabi. Naruto was dumbfounded. This life response, chakra response, and soul response. Can't go wrong. Appearance can be faked through transformation technique. Life, chakra, soul, these 3 reactions cannot be faked. Yo, brother-in-law. The grown-up, 27-year-old, mature Hanabi smiled brightly. What's going on? Naruto calmed down and asked. At this time, I seem to be focused on learning Flying Thunder God, and I haven't paid much attention to it. Hanabi said, how soon will my lord come over after dinner? Well, about 20 minutes. Naruto said. Really? Hanabi understood, took out his phone and set an alarm to remind him. The pattern on the phone case attracted Naruto's attention. It was a group photo with 2 people in it. One is him, his appearance has not changed from now, the only change is that there are no strands of white hair, short golden hair, paired with a gentle smiling face, very sunny and handsome. The other is a little girl about 3 years old, with yellow hair in twin ponytails, short ponytails, a 6-paths beard on her face, and wearing Kurama-style clothing. The little girl was held in his arms, looking very intimate. After that, he still seems to be wearing the imperial robe that Hokage would wear. I'm not sure if it is, but the collar looks similar. This is. Naruto couldn't help but ask. A group photo, but the amount of information is so large that his forehead is bulging. What? Hanabi was puzzled, followed Naruto's line of sight, and suddenly said, Yuka, Uzumaki, Yuka, is your daughter, who just celebrated her 3rd birthday. Bo people? What about sunflowers? Naruto opened his mouth slightly, and looked at the phone case carefully. Indeed, it looks like me, and it also looks like Hinata. What? This is my daughter, if you want to look like me, you look like me, brother-in-law, you have really bad eyesight. Hanabi said coquettishly. Naruto. Was he dreaming, or his ears were broken and he heard wrongly? Wait a minute. You just said she was my daughter, and I married Hinata. How could you be a mother? Naruto said dryly. And you still called me brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is used to it, I can't change it. Hanabi muttered. I'm a little dizzy right now. Naruto rubbed the space between his brows, and said in a muffled voice, so, the future me cheated. He wanted to kill his future self, but he betrayed Hinata and did something to Hanabi, who is 5 years younger. Damn it. Actually, it can't be considered cheating. Hanabi recalled, pointing his chin with his index finger. That night, brother-in-law, you got drunk, came back very late, mistook me for my elder sister, and then. I didn't expect to hit it once. Although it's not a public wedding like you and your elder sister, I'm officially married to you. I have obtained the consent of my lord father, my lord grandfather, and my lord's sister. At first, my lord father wanted to hack you to death, but I didn't say anything after that. Naruto. He wants to quit drinking. From now on, he will not drink at all. Whoever makes him drink will be the enemy. These two are the children of your brother-in-law and your sister, look. Hanabi fiddled with the phone and handed it to Naruto. It's Boruto and Sunflower. Time flies. The alarm clock Hanabi had set, rang. She put away her phone and waved her hand. Then, I'll come back when my sister is going to eat the next meal. Don't tell her, it will be very troublesome. My pupil power can't reach her. Without waiting for Naruto to say anything, Hanabi's pure white eyes instantly switched to sky blue, regressed into a black hole in space, and disappeared without a trace. That was Tensagen just now. Naruto was shocked. How could Hanabi have a Tensagen? And there is such a space-time pupil technique. Chapter 146. Extra atmospheric. Hanabi is here. In his hand, he held a half-meter-long spotting telescope. This is a scientific ninja tool that can observe thermal energy, chakra flow, microorganisms, and its farsightedness is also top-notch. Paired with her Tensagen, it is possible to see every detail at such a long distance. Sure enough, my brother-in-law will not hide anything from my lord's sister. Putting away the binoculars, Hanabi fell into deep thought. In order to avoid changing the future, she wanted to use her pupil power to delete her brother-in-law's memories of her appearance at the end. This is not difficult to do, just ask the brother-in-law to turn off the Rinnegan, and it can be easily made. The hard part is my sister. Even in the state of blank eyes, the infinity is always maintained. Without her sister's consent, how would she delete her sister's memory? It's impossible. This time travel, my brother-in-law asked me to come. What else did he say? He doesn't remember anything else. He only knows that I have traveled back. Judging from this phenomenon, my brother-in-law's memory must have been deleted by me. The key is my sister's memory. Hanabi caressed his cheek, pondering. Assuming a possibility, the elder sister retains the memory, then. Speaking of it, it seems that for a while, my sister's attitude towards me was a little subtle, and I can't tell you the specifics. Is that alienation? I usually don't talk much, so it's hard to tell. Only when my sister is facing her brother-in-law will she look like a different person. After getting married, I would normally move back home. My father also urged me to go back quickly, but it was my elder sister who asked me to stay. The reason is that she is alone, but with me, she can still be her companion. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my sister still has memories. What made Hanabi even more confused was the night when she was mistaken for her sister by her brother-in-law, and her sister was sleeping soundly next to her. Really sleep? Still pretending to be asleep? To put a question mark. Indeed, this can explain it. Why was my sister, who was very light sleeper, not woken up that night? Why did such a thing happen? My father was furious and wanted to kill my brother-in-law, but my sister didn't respond. There was no quarrel with her brother-in-law, and the relationship with her younger sister did not become colder, it remained the same as before. Hanabi often thinks when she has nothing to do, how nervous is her sister to be so calm. Ganking has been known for a long time, and after more than 10 years of ideological struggle. Sister, thank you. Hanabi closed his eyes, meditating like this. She has liked her brother-in-law since she was a child, but she just knew it was impossible, so she kept it in her heart. I thought it was a mistake that caused her to marry her brother-in-law, but I didn't expect. Here, the price my sister paid was the biggest. Without the acquiescence of her sister, it would be impossible for her and her brother-in-law, and Zixia would never have been born. Suddenly, Hanabi opened her eyes, rolled her eyes for an instant, and switched to Tensagen. A space black hole opened in front of her, and she stepped into it. At the same time, in the wooden villa, the other end of the space black hole opened here. Hanabi walked out slowly and said with a smile, "My lord." Hinata, who was listening to Naruto's explanation and felt like she was listening to the Arabian Nights, was stunned. Outside the wooden villa, more than 300 meters away, Kaguya, who was suppressed under the gate of Myojin and was bound by Marikaidan, unable to move, turned her pure white eyes to the left and looked at the wooden villa. This feeling is the chakra of the divine tree. From their conversation, we can tell that that person came from the future through time and space. Black Zetsu said, "It's not good, mother. In the future, if they live in peace, it means that mother, your future will not be much better. If Kaguya can get out of trouble and regain his power, the whole world will come to an end, there is no doubt about it." Kaguya was silent. These days, she has been thinking about the reasons for her failure. This is also what Black Zetsu taught her. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win all battles. She is reflecting on herself. "Then what do you say?" Kaguya said. Black Zetsu thought for a long time, and said hoarsely, "If you can't go on according to the original plan, it is a path that is doomed to failure. Then, mother can try and take another path." Inside the wooden villa, seeing Hanabi, and seeing many photos in Hanabi's mobile phone, which confirmed Hanabi's identity, Hinata's mind was in a mess, like a mess. You came here specifically for? Hinata said. It's not that I can come here if I think about it, thanks to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Hanabi said, I came after him. Hinata was full of question marks, not knowing who this Otsutsuki Urashiki was. These Otsutsuki all have the time-space pupil technique. Naruto said, you have been of great help, otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing for me and Hinata alone. Haha, that's why you don't understand. Hanabi said cheerfully, my sister's ability can restrain the time-space pupil technique. There is such a thing. How to do it? Naruto came alive. Hinata shook her head, shaking off a bunch of chaotic thoughts, and looked at Hanabi intently. Establish a cube enchantment, and people in this enchantment cannot activate the time and space ability. Hanabi said. After listening to Hanabi's explanation, Naruto understood. Hinata's simple ability to control space is not that simple. It is a technique that can restrain time and space. It is only limited to the technique of prohibiting time and space, and has no additional effect. If the opponent's strength exceeds Hinata by a lot, then this prohibiting ability will not take effect. It takes time to set up and cannot be cast instantly. There are actually quite a few disadvantages. Hinata, try it. Naruto said. Hinata nods. Get rid of distracting thoughts, turn on Tenseigan, consume pupil power and chakra, and control the distortion of space. As Hanabi said, build into a cube. Once the cube is formed, it is self-contained, and it no longer needs Hinata to maintain it, and it no longer has the appearance of space distortion, it is invisible. Only Hinata himself can feel the existence of this cube. This thing can't be moved, it can't be changed in size, and it can't inject pupil power, chakra, extend the time. Hanabi said. Where it is fixed, it will be there. It will be as big as it is at the beginning, and the time is also fixed for 10 hours. Naruto reached in, there was no danger. Don't use Flying Thunder God at this time. Your hand will be amputated. Hanabi quickly reminded. Naruto nodded solemnly. The whole person enters the cube enchantment, here, ready to launch the Flying Thunder God, thought for a while, then backed out, and tried it with an ordinary wood-style clone. Can't use it. Use Karama Chakra, still doesn't work. Added Saiyanshu Chakra, same result. Avatars are not as good as my elder sister, brother-in-law, you can do it yourself, and only when you are fully active can you succeed. Hanabi said. Chapter 147. Although it is not a space-time ability that leads to different spaces, it is more useful to a certain extent, and it can have miraculous effects when dealing with Otsutsuki aliens. During Naruto's thinking, he thought of some practical uses and was very satisfied. By the way, how did your Tenseigan come here? Naruto asked. As far as he knows, Hanabi should not have the conditions to open Tenseigan. This is all due to brother-in-law. Hanabi said, parting her bangs with her hands, so that the two of them could see her forehead. At the center of the eyebrows, there is a diamond-shaped imprint. Naruto squinted, 100 healings mark. It's the improved 100 healings mark. Hanabi said. The original 100 healings mark sealed chakra, and my current one seals your brother-in-law cells. It is the latest 4th generation, Naruto cell. Our cells? Also the 4th generation? Naruto was speechless, the amount of information Hanabi said was always so large that he couldn't digest it for a while. The 4th generation cell is, what happened to the previous generations? Naruto asked. I'm not a member of the lab, I just enjoyed the results, you want to ask me the inside story? Hanabi spread his hands, I don't know either. I only know that the Naruto cells that cannot directly bear the 4th generation will die. They have to start from the 1st generation, and after a period of time, they adapt and enter the 2nd generation. Followed by the 3rd generation, the 4th generation, step by step. Speaking of this, Hanabi said seriously, don't waste time on other places, Bai Hao technique and 100 healings mark, spiritualization, these 3 are the most important. 100 healings mark, Bai Hao technique, is a prerequisite for implanting Naruto cells. Without these 2 techniques, there is no difference between implanting and courting death. Spiritualization is a ninja technique that can improve mental strength and exercise the soul. This is related to how far you can go. Naturally, your physical fitness must also keep up. Naruto, Hinata, looked at each other. Konoha village. Standing outside the village, on a tree in Konoha forest, overlooking the village, Otsutsuki Urashiki murmured, at this time, chakras should be easily collected. Eyes open. 360 degrees, no blind angle vision, spread out. Huh? Why aren't you here? Unable to find Naruto, Urashiki frowned, further expanded the scope of perspective, and saw 2 acquaintances. In the future, as the secretary and guard of the 7th generation, there will be many other positions, and he will be the most trusted existence of the 7th generation. Piyushi said to himself. It's impossible for the relationship when I was a child to be bad. Go ask and find someone else if it doesn't work. Located in a hidden stronghold outside Konoha village, temporarily converted into a laboratory for the use of small Sakura and Ino. Troublesome. Little Sakura scratched her pink hair and said while holding her head. No matter what kind of animal, once it is implanted, it will die. The erosive power of these cells is too terrifying. We have to find a way to buffer it. It cannot be implanted directly. It is best to adjust and control the degree of fusion between the cells and the carrier. It takes a process, you have to take it slow and get used to it. If it's too aggressive, no one can stand it. Possessed by animals, experienced the feeling of being close to death many times, Ino's face was pale, and he sat aside silently. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, the little Sakura was startled, jumped up reflexively, left the original position, and narrowly avoided the hook. Oh, did you avoid it? Reflexes have never been bad before, and there is still this vigilance. Piyushi walked out of the darkness, with a slight twitch of his mouth, and smiled. Who are you? Little Sakura asked, stopping in front of Ino. I didn't expect that you in the past would be so weak. Looking at Ino, Piyushi explained, what is the reason that caused you to be so strong? Ino was stunned, looked left and right, and said hesitantly, are you talking to me? Although I care about it, but well, it's all trivial, it doesn't matter. Urashiki shook his head and said, Uzumaki Naruto, where is he? Naruto. Little Sakura said calmly, what do you want from him? Attacking as soon as you come up, the probability of being a friend is so small that it is negligible, and it is more likely to be an enemy. An enemy of Naruto? Little Sakura's eyes couldn't help but narrowed, and a dangerous light shone inside. Ino's expression also changed, becoming serious. What's the matter? Of course it's a good thing. Piyushi laughed. Before the words were finished, little Sakura disappeared in an instant, her right leg was raised above her head, and fell heavily like an axe blade. Did not hit the Pu style. Before landing and destroying the laboratory, little Sakura used Flying Thunder God to go to another part of the laboratory to avoid causing unwarranted damage. Biting his thumb, making seals with the fastest speed, summoning a small Katsuyu and putting it on his shoulder. Master Katsuyu, please. Kokyo, lend me chakra. With little Katsuyu assisting in absorbing the natural energy, the Senjutsu chakra was quickly extracted. Little Sakura entered sage mode, her body temperature suddenly rose, chakra raised it to the boiling point in one breath, and steam was rising. The whole person is submerged in steam. It's a waste of effort. Piyushi said. The white eyes switched to a blue Rinnegan. He who can go back in time is not afraid of this kind of attack that goes straight and does not carry special effects. Ino, who retreated a distance and was about to make a shot, saw Rinnegan in Kingpyu style, and immediately remembered Naruto's advice. Naruto only said not to possess, not to attack, I only attack, not to possess, isn't that all right? Rinnegan can see spirits, avoid his sight. After thinking about it, Ino lay down and crawled forward, hiding behind the bunker, and then his soul left his body and hid underground. There is no soul response. After realizing this, Ino was stunned. This is the second time she has encountered a person who has no soul response since she learned the spiritualization technique. One is to suppress Satsuki Kaguya in the North Pole, so that Naruto had to guard there. The perceived soul response is Sasuke, and Kaguya itself has no soul response. Then there is this person facing him at this time. With such a similarity, Kaguya makes 5th generation Tsunade, Jiraiya, helpless, how difficult this guy of unknown origin will be. The soul returned to the body, and Ino hurriedly said, Little Sakura. Get out of here first. How can I let you go without telling me the answer I want? Piyushi said, turning into a few red paper cranes. Get rid of little Sakura, appear next to Ino, hook her chakra. Lifting his right foot and stepping on the back of Ino, who was unable to stand still due to the loss of chakra, Urashiki said, Tell me, where is Uzumaki Naruto? Little Sakura frowned slightly, analyzing what was going on with this guy's ability, and more importantly, Ino. The right hand behind the back, not seal. With a flash of pink light, the little Sakura who appeared next to Ino out of nowhere flew up and kicked again. Not only was she kicked empty, she also fell into the black hole of space opened by Piyushi and was sent to a different space. Chapter 148. I see. Snow. Little Sakura, who landed smoothly, looked around, full of vigilance. Here. Little Katsuya hesitated, it's not ninja world, the feeling of natural energy is different. Not in the ninja world, so it's an illusion. Little Sakura was surprised and guessed, isn't it sending me to the real other world? I don't deny that possibility. Little Katsuya said. Little Sakura uses chakra, tries to decipher the illusion, and pinches herself again to make sure it's not an illusion, and it may be a more advanced illusion. I can't sense the Flying Thunder God mark, could it be, this is really other world? Little Sakura said sadly, how do I go back? Master Katsuyu, what can you do? Little Katsuya was silent for a while, and said, reverse summoning is useless, this place is very far away from the wet bone forest. My consciousness is still connected to the main body, so I will inform Master Tsunade to find Naruto, who can suppress that one, maybe he will have a way. Excuse me, please hurry up, I'm worried about Ino. Little Sakura said. There was a flash of gold. 2 people appeared in the laboratory, beside Ino. Fortunately, Ino has my flying thunder god Kunao. Would clone Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Looking down, Ino was lying on the ground, motionless, with an obvious shoe print on his back and clean clothes. She disappeared. Ino, wake up, Ino, Ino. Naruto called twice, thinking that Ino was too deep in a coma, he squatted down and helped her up. On one side of her fair face was covered with dust, she looked very embarrassed. Ino, Ino. Naruto shook Ino lightly. Ino tilted his limp head, no matter how Naruto called, he just wouldn't wake up. Her soul is gone. Hanabi said. What? Naruto froze. Looking at the situation, it is likely that she used spiritualization to attack Urashiki. Hanabi speculated. Those people, every one of them has a blood trap, a soul attack, it's tantamount to sending it away. So, Ino's soul is in Urashina? Naruto asked. Yes. Hanabi nodded. How long will it take to find him? Naruto asked. I decided to find him directly, but I couldn't find it. Hanabi shook his head. Otsutsuki has always been elusive, especially this Urashiki. He doesn't show up on his own initiative, so it's hard to find. I can only try to find little Sakura and see which different space she was exiled to. If I'm lucky, I might meet Urashiki. Ino, what is she like in the future? Naruto asked. Very powerful. Hanabi said, opening the space black hole, connecting different spaces, and looking for them one by one. I can't beat her. As far as I know, she holds many positions, Hokage Secretary, Hokage Guard, Head of Umbu, main member of the laboratory, and Vice President of the hospital. Maybe it's because I'm too busy with work, I haven't had time to fall in love, and I haven't found someone to marry. There are rumors that she has an illegitimate child, and I don't know if it's true or not. I usually take care of the children with my elder sister and adults at home. I use the name of Jonin, rarely perform tasks, and basically don't have much contact with outsiders. I don't know the details. An illegitimate child, as an Ino, if you want to marry, it should be a fair marriage. No, it is a door-to-door son-in-law, so it is impossible to have an illegitimate child. Naruto wondered. After thinking about it, it is a rumor, that is, a rumor without basis, and it cannot be taken seriously. I also want to ask how little Sakura and Sasuke are doing. Hanabi suddenly said, I found it, let's go. Hanabi rushed in first. Naruto carried Ino on his shoulders and followed closely behind. The 2 sides who were fighting were forced to stop. Urashiki, who was floating in mid-air, saw Naruto at a glance, and was shocked. 7th generation. How could you? No, it feels different. Naruto. Little Sakura's eyes lit up, as if she had found the backbone, but she didn't recognize the unfamiliar Hanabi. Ino's soul was swallowed by him. Is there any way to save her? Naruto looked at Hanabi, but saw that Hanabi's expression was not quite right, and his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? It shouldn't be, how could it be like this, how will this proceed? Hanabi doubted life. What's going on? Naruto asked. Blood following the snare is the embodiment of chakra's development to its peak. Hanabi's eyes flickered. It's very scary. Only the blood follower snare can deal with the blood follower snare. From my understanding, if the soul is swallowed by the blood follower snare, that is death. And it is a complete death, the kind that cannot be resurrected. Naruto. Didn't you say that in the future, Ino is still alive and well? Naruto said in a deep voice. I don't know whether the past has been changed, or there is some turning point that makes history return to the right track. Hanabi said complicatedly. Naruto took a deep breath and stared at Urashiki firmly. Don't let him escape, capture him alive, and think about it later. To ensure a surefire capture, I need the strength of you, my brother-in-law, and my sister. Hanabi whispered. It is much more difficult to capture alive than to knock down and kill. Hanabi is sure of defeating Urashiki, and if Urashiki doesn't escape, she can do it too. In reality, if there is no if, She is famous for being able to run and escape. When the situation is not good, he will run away immediately and will not be entangled with you. Seeing Naruto and Hanabi whispering something, Urashiki took the opportunity to throw out the hook. Hanabi created a truth-seeking ball, which transformed into a stick and knocked the hook flying. Brother-in-law, little Sakura, you go, I'll deal with him. The space black hole connected to the ninja world was opened. Since they came looking for me, I should deal with it myself. Naruto said disobediently, I also happen to avenge Ino. Idiot. Now you are still weak, not his opponent. Hanabi scolded. A meaningless fight is the most boring. Urashiki looked down at Hanabi. What you want to deprive is the tail beast, that is to kill him. Hanabi said, I will never allow it. Tensagen Chakra Mode, on. Hanabi clapped his hands together. Originally a three-dimensional pushi, the space where it is located is squeezed into a flat surface. From the perspective of a third person, Pushi is squeezed into a painting. Hanabi rushed out instantly, the golden wheel reincarnated and exploded, compressed into a 10-meter-long sword, and with a wave of his hand, Pushi and the space where Pushi was located were chopped and exploded together. A few red thousand paper cranes were left in the original place. Pushi himself appeared behind Naruto, and said quietly, "How can a poor man who has no strength understand God's will? That's just a clone, you can never find your brother-in-law." Hanabi said. "Damn guy." Naruto said in a cold voice pretending to be extremely angry, "If you want to find me, I'll wait for you at the North Pole, come." Who is afraid of whom? Brother-in-law. Hanabi pretended to be shocked. Chapter 149. After getting the answer he wanted, and seeing Naruto turned into a wooden man, it was confirmed that he was a double, so Pushi left without saying a word. Hanabi didn't have time to explain to little Sakura, so he mentioned Ino who had lost his soul, and brought little Sakura back to the ninja world, to the North Pole. "Naruto, Ino she." Little Sakura couldn't help it. "I'll figure it out," Naruto said, looking at Hanabi. "Hinata, I know, it is to curb the ability of time and space, what can I do to increase the success rate of the live capture? Haven't you used Susanoo?" Hanabi wondered. "The ability you mentioned is related to Susan." Naruto was surprised, "I have used Susan before, but I didn't find anything special about it." "Your Susanoo is carrying an incorporeal spiritual weapon," Hanabi said, "it can only be used after reaching a certain point. That is the key to capturing Pushi alive." About 300 meters away, Kaguya under the Myojin gate. "No, that's not my sacred tree chakra, not subject to my mobilization." Kaguya sighed secretly. "This is strange. There is only one sacred tree, which belongs to the mother. 10 Tails is also the incarnation of the mother. It doesn't make sense." Black Zetsu was puzzled. "Is it possible that there is a second sacred tree?" The speaker has no intention, but the listener has the heart. Kaguya's face changed. "It's not impossible, they should have found that guy's 10 tails hidden in a different space." The guy was referring to the Otsutsuki style. Time passed slowly. "He's coming, I'll go to fight first, be careful, don't make any openings, and arouse his vigilance." After Hanabi said, his feet left the ice and flew to a small point in the distance. This is really a big discovery. The white eyes saw Kaguya, and he tisk-tisk. While being seen by Urashiki, following the sense of voyeurism, he locked on Urashiki's Kaguya in reverse, and remained silent. "Don't even think about hurting my brother-in-law!" Hanabi yelled angrily. Chakra erupted. With the truth-seeking ball as the core and gravity as the basis, the Yunlin reincarnation explosion is launched, engulfing a tornado that connects the sky and the earth. Ice and snow, sea water, mixed in it, a scene of natural disasters, very scary. Urashiki didn't intend to fight with Hanabi at all, and went through the black hole of space, that is, Huangquan Biliangzaka, and came to Naruto. "Chakra, I got it." Urashiki threw out the hook. "BD." Naruto was annoyed, and raised his fist, wanting to fight head-on. Before that, he successively used his father Minato, first-generation Hashirama, to strengthen Kaguya with multiple seals. In order to make Urashi underestimate the enemy, he closed the 8-sign seal again and locked Kurama's chakra. Rinnegan, perfect for Sage mode, is also off. Of course, Naruto at this time is extremely weak in terms of perceived strength. "Be careful." Hinata, who was behind, pretended to be anxious, grabbed Naruto with gravity, and brought him to her side. Useless struggle. Pushi laughed and chased after him. "Go in. Hanabi. Come in. Hinata. Come in. Little Sakura." Naruto glared. Mangekyo Sharinan, open. Amongst the bloodshot, the orange-gold skeleton of the skeleton emerged. With the consumption of pupil power and chakra not stingy, Susan quickly took shape and marched to a higher stage. From the skeleton, to the meridians and flesh and blood. From the meridians and flesh and blood, to the Wutengu armor, covering the upper half of the body. This. Naruto sensed something, and manifested the incorporeal artifact that Hanabi said. It was a scale, a gold that shone, it seemed, to give a very expensive gold scale. This is something that belongs to Naruto, as if instinctively knows how to use it. Accompanied by the consumption of pupil power, 2 human-shaped weights appeared at both ends of the balance, one representing Naruto and the other representing Urashiki. It was supposed to be balanced, and the 2 sides of the same weight, because of the increase of the chips imposed by Naruto, sank, and the weight representing Pushi rose accordingly. What happened? Pushi frowned. "My power is declining. Temporarily sacrifice your own power as a bargaining chip to exchange for the opponent's power of the same quality." Hanabi secretly thought. With a brother-in-law as an assistant, it's the same for anyone. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. The mighty gentle fist esoteric art, a perfect hit. Hinata's space barrier restrains Urashiki's time-space ability. Naruto's balanced spirit weapon was exchanged, which attenuated Urashiki's power, so that he could no longer turn into a red thousand paper crane and avoid attacks. Piyushi vomited blood and fell to the ground. Get his eyes out. Quick. Naruto said. It doesn't give you a chance to explode. Hanabi obeyed. The hand flicked past Piyushiki's eyes, depriving him of both eyes, and made a few truth-seeking balls, which turned into sticks, piercing Piyushiki and restricting his movements. Give back Ino's soul, and I will spare your life. Naruto said. Anger, severe pain, embarrassment and many emotions arose. Piyushi sneered, okay, let me go, I will give you my soul back. Snapped. Naruto slapped Urashiki, you are lying, you can't pay back at all, your soul has been swallowed by you, what do you have to pay back? BD. Let me go, I'll show you right away. Piyushi angrily said. Still being stubborn, do you think my mind-reading skills are useless? Naruto slapped Urashiki twice again. Naruto hopes, very much hopes that Urashiki can persevere, because that means Urashiki is telling the truth. It's a pity that the real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. Piyushi was cheated by him. You know what to ask. You're kidding me. Piyushi became even angrier. No way. Ino is dead. Little Sakura was dizzy and almost passed out. History is changed, and it represents the future, and it will be corrected simultaneously. Hanabi's face was dull, and his hands were trembling. She was very afraid that when she went back, she would find that the future was completely different, and she was even more afraid that Zixia, the daughter of her and her brother-in-law, would no longer exist. Naruto rolled up his sleeves with a blank face, bowed left and right, and slapped him vigorously, until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he fell into a coma. Looking at Ino, who has no soul and is no different from death, and Naruto, who is helpless and venting his anger in Nappo style, Hinata is thoughtful. Save her, I can. Naruto was startled. After taking the Pushi, the Rinnegan turns on and reconnects to the Six Paths clone. It was Kaguya who said this, with a very soft voice, and only the first-generation Hashirama, who was not far from her, could hear it. Let me possess you, and use you as my carrier. The right to use the body is divided in half. This is an exchange condition. Naruto buzzed at the back of his head, released Urashiki and controlled the conversation between first-generation Hashirama and Kaguya. I can't trust you. What if you go back on your word? I have no means to check and balance you. There is no equality between us. It depends on how much you value and how much you want to save that girl. Black Zetsu laughed. Kaguya retells. Naruto. Chapter 150. After listening to Naruto's description, Kurama said, I don't want you to leave any regrets, so that in the days to come, you will spend in regrets, but I don't even want to see you die. I won't die, I'm still alive. Naruto said. No freedom, no control over the body, what is the difference between death and death? Kurama said. In short, your life is not only your own. If you insist on going your own way, then I choose to remain silent. If you want to ask my opinion, then my opinion is... Can't. After hearing what Naruto said, Hinata shook her head vigorously, no. No, 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 no. One side is Ino, the other side is Naruto, little Sakura can't choose, she is silent. As for Hanabi, because he is not sure whether this is the final result of the turnaround, he dare not say anything rashly, for fear of affecting history and changing the future. Listening to Naruto's transaction narrated through 4th generation Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade in this message, agree, disagree. Shizune lives up to his name. That's it. Naruto said to Kaguya, through 1st generation Hashirama. My family, elders, and friends all disagree with my deal with you. I really want to save Ino, but if the price is so high that I need to take the whole world, then what is the point of saving Ino? She lives now, and will die soon. Change a condition. Kaguya is silent, using chakra to communicate with Black Zetsu. He is the requesting party, and we are the requested party. There is no need to make concessions at all. Black Zetsu said, we must cut off the possibility of making progress from the beginning. Hearing what Black Zetsu said, Kaguya nodded and said softly, no change, just this condition. Inside the wooden villa. Lobby. On the sofa, Naruto sat still, looking straight at Ino lying flat on the coffee table in front of him. Without a soul, Ino's body temperature is gradually dropping, and before long, he will die. What is Kaguya's plan? You don't need to think about it. Anyway, it will end up destroying the world. The question to think about now is, what can I do to save Ino and at the same time contain Kaguya? Naruto mused. From Hanabi's mouth, I learned that Ino's achievements in the future are very powerful, and he should not die here. But the key is to save the existence of Ino. At this point in time, only Kaguya can do it, and Kaguya has made it clear that he cannot talk about it. Just now, I asked Hanabi if he had seen me transform into Kaguya, and Hanabi said no. Boldly imagine that you are possessed by Kaguya and become the carrier of Kaguya. After all, Kaguya can't control his body. Is it possible? The Kaguya chakra in me, is fused out of which, Ashura chakra, is the normal reincarnation host. Hamura Chakra, Indra Chakra, I got it by signing in through the system. That is to say, 2/3 of it is under his control. Before, the cells sensed the danger and took the initiative to avoid Kaguya's hand. She probably wanted to absorb and take away my chakra. At the time, Kaguya and I were separate entities, she was her and I was me. To put it another way, she and I have become an inseparable body. In this way, can she still absorb my chakra? Is there any danger? It's all speculation, assumptions, based on what Hanabi says is the future. What to do? Naruto remained silent. Time passed by every minute and every second. Naruto was silent in the villa. Hinata, Hanabi, little Sakura, and Urashiki, who was beaten to death and unconscious, were outside the villa, and they were all in deathly silence. Little Sakura. Little Katsuyu approached little Sakura's ear and whispered, Master Tsunade said, I want you to go back and bring her and Naruto's mother over here. Naruto's Six Paths clone isn't there. Little Sakura wondered. Naruto said he wanted to be quiet, but he didn't listen. Little Katsuya whispered. Thinking with his heels, he knew what Kushina and Tsunade were going to say. Little Sakura sighed, and said in a low voice, say sorry for me. This is my first kiss. Whether we can be together or not in the future, I want to give it to the person I like. Maybe I will regret it in the future, at least at this stage, I am willing to give it to you. Ino's words and Ino's performance are vivid. Naruto closed his eyes, sensing Kaguya chakra in his body. Between the brows there is a 9-hook jade Rinnegan. The head has 2 horns. The blank white eyes, marked with no subjective consciousness, are pure Kaguya chakra. Perhaps, we have to wait until we have mastered the blood succession snare before we can drive and mobilize her. With that in mind, Naruto got up and walked out. Hinata, do me a favor, implant me 2 truth-seeking balls, wrap them with your chakra, control its shape changes, and lurk in the internal organs, including the brain. What? Hinata was dumbfounded. If she backtracks and doesn't proceed as promised, you will detonate the truth-seeking ball from within. Naruto said. See how destroying my carrier will affect her. Don't worry, you can be resurrected after death, little Sakura has my body tissue, you can use impure world reincarnation to revive me, and then find someone who meets the conditions and use Rain Tensei to resurrect me perfectly. These eyes are in your custody for the time being. Saying that, Naruto gouged out his own eyes and handed them to Hinata. Knowing that Naruto had made up his mind, Hinata, who hesitated to speak, took Rinnegan with shaking hands. If my destruction doesn't affect Kaguya, Hanabi, it's up to you to suppress her, can it be done? Naruto said. The perception ability of perfect sage mode, without eyes, is still very clear. Hanabi cheered up, nodded and said, yes. Take her to the future and let the future me figure out a way. Naruto said. Hearing these words clearly and knowing that Naruto let him hear them on purpose, Kaguya remained expressionless. In this case, the price of breaking the contract will be a bit high. Black Zetsu said. If Naruto didn't make any preparations and just came up directly to let Kaguya possess him, then Kaguya would naturally not be polite to him and seize control of his body. Now, with sufficient preparations, Kaguya must fulfill the agreement if he does not want to die. Preparations are complete. Kurama was reluctant to leave. Naruto had no choice but to come to Kaguya like this. Myojinmen, the 8-sign seal, have all been removed. The barrier set up by Hinata prevented Kaguya from running away directly. The route that Kaguya can take has been restricted by Naruto. Come on. Naruto said. Kaguya stopped talking nonsense, stepped forward, and laid hands on Naruto. Chakra surges, it is really a skin made of chakra, peeled off from Sasuke and attached to Naruto. Sasuke, who regained his freedom, fell into a coma. And Naruto possessed by Kaguya. Chapter 151. This carrier is decent. Kaguya clenched his fists and nodded in satisfaction. To you. Naruto said. I'm not you, I won't break my promise. Kaguya said, floating up into the air, and drifting to where Piyushi was, give me his eyes. Hanabi hesitated, spread his hands, and the 2 eyes belonging to Urashiki were caught by gravity and flew towards Kaguya. At the same time, Urashiki's body also flew towards Kaguya. The eyes, which fell into Kaguya's hands first, were refined into 2 small fruits. Then came Pushi, Kaguya laid hands on him and refined it into a larger fruit. Looking at the 3 fruits in his hand, after a short thought, Kaguya suddenly sent them to his mouth. Whether it was a temporary decision to break the contract, or whether it was planned from the beginning, only she knew. Hi! Kaguya was stunned. The fruit is only 10 centimeters away from the mouth, but it cannot be approached any further. Black Zetsu asked in confusion, Mother. The body is out of my control. Kaguya said. What? Black Zetsu was taken aback. Is this what you said, the way to save Ino? Naruto asked. What did you do? Kaguya asked. Naruto didn't answer, but went straight to action. The white hair, which was longer than the body, shortened rapidly. The 2 horns on the head, the white eyes, all the characteristics that belong to Kaguya, are fading and eventually, they return to Naruto's appearance. Impossible. Black Zetsu was shocked. Kaguya. Sure enough, my guess is not wrong. Naruto sensed the Kaguya chakra in his body, which was basically the same as before. The difference is that at this time, Kaguya chakra has a look in his eyes, and he is a Kaguya chakra with Kaguya consciousness. This is my chakra. Why, I can't control it. Kaguya couldn't calm down. Why? Naruto didn't answer. Suddenly, chakra's restraint disappeared. Sensing this, Kaguya immediately exploded, taking control of Naruto's body again. Unexpectedly, just after it was completed, chakra refused to obey him, and the Bangu came again. Damn it! Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Mother! We were fooled. This guy himself has the ability to contain you. He didn't agree immediately, because he was afraid of arousing our vigilance, and deliberately pretended to be difficult to think about it, but in fact, hateful. Realizing that he was cheated and tricked, an indescribable anger emerged, and Kaguya said coldly, despicable. Naruto. See, Naruto first turns into Kaguya, then back to his original form, then back to Kaguya, then back to his original form. Thinking he was fighting with Kaguya for control of his body, little Sakura shouted, Naruto. Come on. You can't lose. Yes. Yes. Brother-in-law. Come on. Hanabi responded and shouted. Naruto-kun. Hinata closed her eyes and prayed. Naruto. In this situation, he didn't know what to say, he shook his head, and walked into the villa without saying a word. How to use this thing? Naruto muttered. He simply opened Ino's mouth, crushed the 2 small ones, 1 big one, and 3 fruits, and fed them to Ino. Don't. Kaguya couldn't help but said with heartache, it's enough to feed a small one, you waste it. Just a small one? That was quite wasteful. Naruto felt distressed, and his face remained calm. A fruit made entirely of Otsutsuki Ura-style, which contains Ura-style chakra, power, ability. Ino's body temperature is rising. Face, gradually rosy. Soon, she opened her eyes, sat up abruptly, looked at her hands, and then touched her face. I'm still alive. Ino said incredulously. He turned his head and saw Naruto, first stunned, then shocked. Naruto. Your eyes. I'm fine, but you, how do you feel? Naruto said, I can't perceive your soul reaction, please check it quickly, if there is something uncomfortable, something is wrong. It's okay? You can say that. My eyes are gone, how can I be okay? Ino said madly. Ale, this is. Naruto scratched his hair, puzzled. I seem to have forgotten something, what is it? Hiss, why can't I remember? Hinata, the only person who knew, the important memory related to the future, which had not been deleted, gently squeezed Naruto's waist. What's wrong? Naruto looked sideways. It's nothing. Hinata turned her head away and whispered. Slowly recalling what happened just now, and then piecing together what the lost fragments are related to in memory, Naruto gritted his teeth. Hanabi is also actually tricked me into making a game, asked me to close Rinnegan, and then deleted part of my memory. Where is she? I just count on the foresight to do something targeted, but she is good enough to delete it completely for me. Go back to the future where she is. Hinata said. By the way, Hinata, Hanabi's pupil power can't reach you, you must still remember what she said. Naruto said. I don't know, she also deleted my memory. Hinata said, walking towards the wooden villa. Is it an illusion? Hinata seemed to be angry. Naruto was puzzled, and he quickly chased after him. Hinata, turn off the passive. What? Hinata was puzzled, but obediently turned off the pupil technique. The next moment, she was pulled into Naruto's arms. Who upset you? Naruto asked softly. If it's Hanabi, go back and beat her up and let it out. If it were me, I would apologize and make corrections. I would be willing to accept any punishment. Really? Hinata asked. Naruto nods. I don't want to go home for the time being, and I don't want to go back to the village. Hinata thought for a while. Okay, I won't go back if I don't go back. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. Naruto said. Konoha village. Yamanaka house. Ino's boudoir. The black hole of space, that is, Hwankwan Hirazaka, was opened, and Ino stepped out of it, looking left and right. It's really a convenient ability. Ino sighed. The white eyes disappeared, and the eyes returned to their original appearance. He took off his shoes, limp, and flung himself on the bed. This way, how can I give up on you? Ugh. In order to save her, Naruto risked his life and chose to make a deal with that terrifying existence. Although Naruto reassured that it would be fine, it was obviously a word of relief. If it was really so easy to solve, Naruto would have done it a long time ago, so why wait until now? There must be a huge price, but it's just that it can't be seen from the outside. Hey, I heard from little Sakura that it is Hanabi who traveled from the future. I should ask her what I will be like in the future. Ino felt a little regretful. Tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, Ino simply left his body. Being able to touch and interfere with reality with the posture of a soul, is this also what Naruto said, the influence of blood following the snare? Ino picked up the water glass on the table and murmured. Chapter 152. Am I still alive? This was Sasuke's first words after waking up. Sitting up halfway, regardless of his own weakness, he forcibly extracted a little chakra and poured it into his eyes. In an instant, the field of vision became exceptionally clear, and the insight and dynamic vision were greatly enhanced. Sasuke was relieved to be sure that his Sharingan was still there. This is. I noticed that there is a pupil power in the left eye that far surpasses that in the right eye, and the pupil power in the right eye is also very wrong, as if it has a quality that it didn't have before. Sasuke was puzzled. It happened that there was a small mirror on the bedside table, and he took it to compare himself. Right eye is Scarlet Mangekyo, left eye is Purple Hookless Jade Rinnegan. Sasuke. What's going on? Sasuke calmed down. Is it the power that was implanted in Naruto's body tissue? Maybe, it's also related to that guy. That guy was referring to Kaguya. Sasuke doesn't know Kaguya, but he has been possessed by Kaguya, and he deeply understands Kaguya's horror. It was crushing on the chakra scale, totally different. Sasuke's speculation is almost the same as the truth. After implanting Naruto cells, a little Kaguya chakra will be fused, and after 10 or 20 years, under the influence of this Kaguya chakra, he will be able to awaken Rinnegan. Kaguya's possession hastened the process. After roughly guessing, Sasuke put down the mirror. Without the infusion of chakra, Mangekyo, Rinnegan, are successively closed. He exhaled, with a complex expression of waking up from a nightmare, surviving the disaster, and getting a blessing in disguise. Hearing the sound of battle from above, and hearing who it was from the conversation, Sasuke turned his head and looked out the window. Blue sky. White clouds. The endless sea. After thinking for a while, he leaned on the wooden wall and walked out of the cabin bit by bit and went up to the deck. On both sides of the exchange, stop fighting. Wake up, you've been in a coma for so many days, I thought you wouldn't be able to wake up. Naruto said. His physical strength is not as strong as Naruto's. After a battle, he doesn't blush or breathe. Hinata is sweating and panting. Seeing Sasuke coming, she knew that Naruto had something to talk to, she nodded, left the deck, and went to the kitchen to prepare food. How long have I been asleep? Sasuke asked. 10 days, less than half a month. Naruto said. Really? Sasuke understood. I pass chakra to you every day to replenish your body's consumption. Naruto said strangely, why do you look so weak, you shouldn't be. It has nothing to do with the body, it's my spirit. Sasuke said, it's like staying up for a long time at night, without closing your eyes, and feeling sleepy. Is that so? Naruto said. When she left, she stripped all your chakra, how do you feel now? Sasuke thought for a while and said, it's easy. Especially when facing you, it is no longer the same as before. There is a special, indescribable feeling pulling me. That must be Indra chakra. Kaguya didn't leave Sasuke with anything, everything he could bring was taken away. Naruto has a headache. Without Indra chakra, how could Sasuke accept the gift of the Sage of Six Paths? How can I activate the Rinnegan? Then again, now that Kaguya is in his body, and Black Zetsu is also there, without the crisis of Kaguya destroying the world, will Sage of Six Paths still appear? Rinnegan is actually not the most important thing, the most important thing is the power of Yin and Yang given by Sage of Six Paths. These two are the key keys to launch Six Paths, planetary devastation. When encountering an immortal being like Kaguya who eats the fruit of the sacred tree and is immortal, no matter how many Rinnegans you have, it is useless, the only feasible thing is the seal. It must also be the ultimate sealing technique such as Six Paths and planetary devastation. Also. Sasuke took a deep breath, barely refining the chakra, which poured into his eyes again, it can be said that it was a blessing in disguise, I also awakened Rinnegan. Naruto. Hearing Sasuke speak out his guess, Naruto nodded approvingly. There is Ino who eats urashi fruit. There is Hanabi who will master the time-space pupil technique in the future. He no longer urgently needs the ability to travel through different spaces. What he really wants is Six Paths, planetary devastation. Unfortunately, it has fallen into an endless loop that cannot be untied. He couldn't let Kaguya out, he couldn't give Kaguya freedom. Without Kaguya, there is no Sage of Six Paths, and without Sage of Six Paths, there is no Six Paths, planetary devastation. Soon, Hinata will be ready. The seafood is ready-made. Wash it, sprinkle some salt, and serve it in a steamer. It is a delicious dish. In addition, there are chicken legs, lamb chops, and beef stored in the cabin, all of which are marinated and can be cooked on the grill. The aroma is tangy. This wooden boat made by wood-style secret technique has a large interior space, which is enough to store and carry many living materials. You drink before you're an adult. Sasuke was surprised. Age is not a problem for me. Naruto laughed. Smoking is okay, I don't smoke much, well, actually I don't. I like this wine quite a lot. It tastes great when paired with wine. Hinata knelt next to Naruto, staring at the wine glass in Naruto's hand, watching him drink one after another, and finished eating. Seeing that Naruto eats delicious food and doesn't pay attention to enjoyment, Hine is all about revenge, and Sasuke in terms of strength eats a little, until he is half full. Too much to do. Sasuke couldn't help it, he didn't like waste. It's okay, we both eat what's on our plate, don't worry about the rest, Hinata will take care of it. Naruto said. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at it and didn't eat it. Hinata, who had been peeling the shrimp shells for Naruto and digging the crab meat, couldn't figure out what Naruto meant by solving it. Are you full? Eat more. Naruto said. I'm full, eat slowly. Sasuke said, I haven't recovered yet, I need to rest. When I get better, I will do what you said. Watching Sasuke leave, Naruto said, I hope it works. I've had enough, Hinata, eat it too, don't peel it for me. Hesitating to speak, Hinata nodded, picked up a prawn, and started to eat. After Tensagen was turned on, Hinata's appetite was decreasing day by day. Although the demand was still great, it was no longer what it used to be. According to Hinata's feelings, and Naruto's opinion, this probably means that Hamura Chakra is approaching perfection, and its influence on Hinata's appetite is about to stop. Naruto put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Common to Rinnegan, sharing vision with the Six Paths clone, allowing him to use his Hine 7. I found Sasuke who is wandering around and acting alone, how long can you hide, Orochimaru, I have been looking for you for a long time, come out quickly. At the same time, in a secret base hidden deep underground, Orochimaru, who was concentrating on research, couldn't help but sneezed twice. Chapter 153. The fourth day after Sasuke woke up. The deficit caused by Kaguya taking away all chakra. The body is supplemented by Naruto's chakra, there is no serious problem, the focus is on his spirit. After recuperation, some recovered. Go to Ataki and complete revenge. Use as bait to fish out Orochimaru. In front of the mirror, Sasuke tied up the forehead protector, thinking about the next two things to do, and looked sideways at Naruto. I am not yet fully familiar with the ability of these eyes. When I finish my work, I will fight with all my strength. Even without the influence of Indra Chakra, Sasuke still wants to defeat Naruto, the rival who has overwhelmed him since ninja school. Tail Beast and Immortal, I have these two chakra buffs more than you have no chance of winning. Naruto said. There is not only one tailed beast, I will catch one. Sasuke said, Senjutsu, you can master it, so can I. Up to you. Naruto was speechless. When Sasuke was ready, Naruto took out a little Katsuya from his arms, which he asked for from Tsunade when he went back to the village yesterday, take it and keep in touch at any time. Sasuke took the little Katsuya, looked at it, and stuffed it into the ninja bag. Bon voyage, Naruto said. Sasuke was silent, and said a little coyly, thank you. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched, he gave a dry laugh, activated Flying Thunder God, and sent Sasuke away. This Sasuke is too pretty. I have to pay attention, keep a distance from him, and avoid awakening something terrible. Daily practice. Accompany Hinata to travel around the world by boat. I have to go home every 3 to 5 times to have a reunion dinner, otherwise my mother will have a big opinion. 100 Healings Mark, 100 Healings Technique, Spiritualization. Since they learned from Hanabi in the future that these 3 jutsu are the most important ninjutsu major, Naruto and Hinata's practice focuses on this. After finishing the basic physical exercise, I will devote most of my time to it. Naruto is 100 Healings Mark, and Hinata is Spiritualization. Multiple shadow clone greatly improves learning efficiency, and the daily progress is visible to the naked eye. Counting the days from the day Sasuke set off, until the 6th day. After a long wait, Orochimaru, he finally appeared, although it was an impure world reincarnation, not Orochimaru himself. Hold on. Sasuke. Be sure to hold on. Help me find his body, this matter is very important to me. Naruto grabbed the little Katsuya and shouted excitedly. On the other end, little Katsuya here at Sasuke, relayed Naruto's words. Sasuke had an indifferent face, showing nothing unusual. How about it, Mr. Sasuke, come to me, I can give you the greatest help, so that you can grow by leaps and bounds. The forehead protector is Taki Shinobu, with a mediocre appearance. The eyes are dead, and there are some cracks on the skin. The man who was summoned by Orochimaru with impure world reincarnation and controlled to meet Sasuke extended his invitation with open arms. No need. Sasuke said coldly, my goal is to kill Itachi. As his defeated opponent, your help to me is dispensable. Sasuke-kun, you underestimate me too. Orochimaru laughed. I admit, Itachi is indeed very powerful, but he can only rely on Sharingan to beat me once by surprise. He can't kill me. On the contrary, as long as he is careful of his illusion, I will win in the end. Your words are full of loopholes. Sasuke said calmly, since you can defeat him, why do you still come to me? Just go to him who is stronger, it's fine. There was a moment of silence. That's the way it is. Orochimaru said, considering the hidden unknown cards, it's not a good idea to directly face him in his heyday. Sasuke listened lazily, turned around and left. You who have left Konoha, what good places can you find? Orochimaru said, there is no place more suitable for you than my place. Don't bother me. Sasuke turned his head abruptly, and the illusion was activated. Take control of this impure world reincarnation to touch Sasuke, Orochimaru whose body is far away, eyes that shine. That's Mangekyo Sharinon. Better than I imagined, Sasuke-kun, I must get you. Using Mangekyo's pupil power, the illusion cast is difficult to unravel. After Orochimaru tried to no avail, he decisively lifted this and wanted to meet Sasuke himself. Thinking that a mysterious force was looking for him, he thought for a moment, and instead resummoned an impure world reincarnation to communicate with Sasuke. Well, Naruto seems to ask you to help find the main body. Little Katsuya said weakly. Sasuke remained silent and walked on his own. Count on him to explain what he did, in the next life. Didn't make people wait long, Orochimaru's second impure world reincarnation successfully caught up with Sasuke. It was Taki Shinobu, but with a different person. Can you satisfy my curiosity, where are you going? Orochimaru asked, are you seeking revenge on Itachi, or? Sasuke didn't look sideways. A purple half-length skeleton appeared. With a fist bigger than a human, it destroyed the impure world reincarnation controlled by Orochimaru with one punch. Isn't it worth talking about if you don't show real benefits? Orochimaru pondered. Of course he can come to force, to bring Sasuke back is to take some risks. He was secretly looking for his power, I don't know if it is the Xiao organization or someone else, so be careful. In the past 2 or 3 years, he didn't want to be in the limelight, let alone cause trouble, so he just wanted to settle down and stay in the secret base to do research. Try a few more times, it really doesn't make sense, it's a risk, you should take the risk. Orochimaru thought to himself. Before I decided to contact Sasuke, I suspected that this Sasuke was a fake, because someone disguised as Sasuke was trying to catch him. I met face to face, and met Mangekyo Sharinon again, and I was sure it was Sasuke himself, and I couldn't be wrong. Sasuke, he has known before, the arrogance of being a Uchiha clan, and his hine is only for revenge, it is impossible to join the inexplicable organization. Not to listen to orders. I have a lot of forbidden technique here, there is always one suitable for you. The impure world reincarnation, who was restored, Orochimaru controlled him to catch up with Sasuke, and said. If you are not interested in the general forbidden technique, then I think there are 2 things that will definitely tempt you. The seal of the sky, which I developed myself, belongs to the forbidden technique, and it can guide infinite power. There is also fairy art, which is a very powerful force. I wonder if you have heard of it. Sasuke stopped, is it Naruto, the kind of son in Jiraiya? Orochimaru nodded. You just asked me where I'm going. Sasuke said, I'm going to find a place where I can practice fairy arts, and I also want to find a tailed beast. Oh, isn't that a coincidence? Orochimaru smiled and said, a few days ago, I just snatched a tailed beast from Taki Shinobi village, which just meets your needs. Chapter 154. Ninjutsu, sword art, sealing art, forbidden technique, immortal art, tailed beast. Orochimaru said, I have everything here, and it is definitely the most suitable place for you. How does your fairy art compare with what Naruto and the others learned? Sasuke was as indifferent as ever. What's the difference between your tail beast and Naruto's tail beast? The 3 celestial lands are the same, and the strength of the celestial chakra is the same, adding 1/3 of the natural energy. Orochimaru said. The difference is in the application. To what level and how far you can cultivate, it depends on the individual's own ability. He hasn't learned fairy arts yet, so he doesn't know which one is stronger and which one is weaker, and which one has the greater advantage, so he can only say something vaguely, and the tail beast is the same. Naruto has 9 tails, and I got 7 tails. In fact, the power is the same. If you have to say that there is a difference, it is the number of tails. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay, I'll go with you. On the other hand, through the live broadcast of Katsuyu, Naruto knew the progress of the scene, and Naruto was looking forward to it, but also a little nervous and worried about side effects. Hinata, I'll see yours later. With Hinata blocking time and space, Orochimaru don't want to use reverse summoning to escape, as long as he finds Orochimaru's body, he will be unable to escape. Hinata nodded, brewing up her pupil power and making full preparations. After more than an hour, little Katsuya suddenly said, Sasuke is signing the summoning blood contract at Ryokai Cave. Ah! He was reverse summoned to Ryokai Cave. Be careful enough, don't leave any clues. Naruto rubbed his chin and muttered, if it wasn't for the Flying Thunder God mark, I really wouldn't be able to find you. Sasuke left Ryokai Cave, instead of returning to the place just now, he left by walking from the exit. Little Katsuya said. There are people outside to pick up and go out to sea by boat. As time goes by, Naruto's face becomes more and more strange. This Orochimaru has been taking Sasuke around, changing places constantly, what's going on? Could it be that he noticed something? Orochimaru has transformed himself. His body is a snake. Generally speaking, animals are very keen in predicting danger. Could it be that? Naruto frowned. Orochimaru has not only changed on the outside, but also tends to be a snake on the inside. Something's wrong. The candle is flickering. Orochimaru, sitting in the middle of the altar, has vertical pupils, flickering. Whenever he decides to pick up Sasuke, the sense of foreboding intensifies and becomes stronger. Intuition, you have to believe it. There is no need to doubt the authenticity of Sasuke, that is, he himself is right. What he said is also true. He really wants to get the tail beast and practice immortality. I, who has read countless people, can't be wrong. In this case, where does my anxiety come from? Orochimaru pondered. Sasuke wants to be against me? What is the starting point? I have no hatred with him, and there is no direct or indirect conflict. Someone wants to use Sasuke against me? Who and how did they track it down? Without figuring out these questions, he can't meet Sasuke. You go to see Sasuke and see if you can find out anything. Orochimaru ordered. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, adjusted his glasses as usual, turned and left. After meeting with Sasuke, Orochimaru cancelled impure world reincarnation, and said, Gurren, come here. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Gurren stepped forward and sat on the altar instead of Orochimaru. This altar is connected to a large seal, 7 tails, in it. It takes a person whose chakra quality and control ability reach Jonin, sit on the altar, absorb 7 tails chakra, and then use this chakra to strengthen and maintain the seal. In this way, to trap 7 tails. Because there are a lot of chakra in 7 tails, besides the seals, there are many that are unusable and wasted. So, when Orochimaru wants to use or test some technique, he will use it. Orochimaru pulled out, the part below the waist turned into a snake body, and came to another part of the base. It's such a pity that the Uzumaki family has been destroyed. I went around and found only one, and I have to keep looking. Looking for the survivors of the Uzumaki family, and at the same time, I can find some documents of the Uzumaki family, which will help me study the sealing technique and crack the ghoul seal. Take your time, don't rush, until the next reincarnation, there are still about 3 years, enough for me to do a lot of things. After confirming that there is no problem with Sasuke, we can vigorously cultivate him and cultivate the most perfect container. With infinite reverie about the future, Orochimaru calmed down and began to study. No. Naruto slumped on the sofa, sighing helplessly. The arrangement made by Orochimaru has been made clear, and he will not go to see Sasuke in a short time. Take a shot at Yakushi Kabuto, peek into his memory. It's not safe, if you can't reach Orochimaru in an instant, give Orochimaru a little reaction time, and he will run away immediately. Orochimaru is alone, and will not be encumbered by anything external. What should I do? Naruto frowned, thinking carefully. Whatever happens, hurry up sooner rather than later. Taking into account the factors of lateness and change, Naruto wants to take down Orochimaru as soon as possible. This is one of the best talents in the history of the ninja world. Which places can Orochimaru go? Too much. Who knows how many secret bases Orochimaru has? People will also use impure world reincarnation, which ninjas power they fancy, and call the dead directly. Stealth ability, anti-reconnaissance ability, extremely strong. I wanted to use Sasuke as a bait to catch Orochimaru, but I didn't succeed. This idea is no problem. I can't find Orochimaru, so I can only let him appear on his own initiative. Proactively appear. In a flash of inspiration, Naruto thought of something, grabbed little Katsuyu, and said, Sasuke, can you still find Ryokai Cave? After a while, Sasuke avoided Yakushi Kabuto and got in touch with Naruto. Okay. Don't worry about anything, go to Ryokai Cave now. Naruto said. What's your idea? Sasuke asked. The 3 great immortal lands can reverse summoning. Let me talk to the snake in charge of Ryokai Cave. Naruto said, let him do you a favor and summon Orochimaru to Ryokai Cave. Sasuke started moving, very fast, said Katsuya Jr. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Stupid me. Naruto was speechless. What to look for Orochimaru? Find Ryokai Cave, don't you find Orochimaru? Wait for him to be moved with emotion, and then understand it with reason. I believe Ryokai Cave will be considerate. After receiving the news from Yakushi Kabuto, saying that Sasuke suddenly left inexplicably, and the direction he was going was Ryokai Cave, Orochimaru wondered. Is it because you can't wait to practice fairy art? What puzzled Orochimaru the most was that the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger. Sasuke went to Ryokai Cave, what does it have to do with him? Don't know. Chapter 155. I'm here. Sasuke said. There was a flash of gold. Naruto took Hinata's hand, used Flying Thunder God, and appeared out of thin air. Katsuyu Immortal, sorry for your trouble. Naruto thanked. It's nothing, it's easy to do. Little Katsuya said. He took the initiative to cancel the summoning technique, and returned to the wet bone forest. The same goes for the one in Sasuke's ninja bag. Is this the Ryokai Cave? Naruto looked up. Just like in Bo Ren's Huan, the plagues, lanterns, and pillars are decorated very gorgeously, and the gold is not missing. The whole gives people a high-end, atmospheric and high-end feeling. It wasn't like this when I left, Sasuke said. So, it's an illusion. Naruto said. Suddenly, the building distorted and returned to its original appearance. The three figures appear out of thin air, and have nothing to do with time and space. They are invisibility abilities, ordinary naked eyes, perception abilities, and cannot be found. Two are young girls, one is a loli, she looks very good-looking, cute, and beautiful, but her body is a vicious and terrifying snake. You are the one who just signed the contract. You have not been away for a long time, and what are you doing again? Tsutsume spoke to Sasuke, but her eyes were fixed on Naruto. I screamed inside, what kind of monster-level fairy chakra is this? It scared the snake to death. Are you bringing friends to make a contract? Ichikija Mohime, who was disguised as a loli, asked cautiously. In its view, Naruto has the magic chakra, and there is no need to come to Ryokai Cave again. It is possible that Hinata, no matter what she sees or perceives, is an ordinary girl, an ordinary person. That pair of white eyes is more suspicious. With white eyes, how could it be an ordinary person? It's not me, it's him. Sasuke said. I have something to do with Orochimaru, but I can't see him anyway, so. Naruto said. Tien Xin Shenji listened, and when she heard the instructions of the White Snake Immortal, she nodded to express her understanding. Without waiting for Naruto to finish speaking, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "This is easy. I'll help you summon him here. If you have anything to do, tell him face to face." Naruto was surprised, and then smiled and said, "Then it's hard work for you." "It's not hard, it's not hard." Tianzin Shenji shook her head and said, realizing that she had lost her composure, and covered it up with a dry cough. Also needing blood as a medium, Tianzin Shenji launched the reverse summoning to summon Orochimaru from the secret base. The smoke dissipated. Seeing where he came, especially seeing Sasuke, Orochimaru changed his face slightly. What made him feel even worse was that his body was grabbed by something invisible and he couldn't move. Naruto thanked him and left with Orochimaru. Hinata left together. Sasuke didn't leave. He doesn't know, nor is he interested in what Naruto is going to do, nor does he cherish Orochimaru's tailed beast. Tailed beasts can be caught later, so let's learn about fairy arts first, and then make the next plan based on the actual situation. Walked about 10 kilometers. Naruto said, "Long time no see." After trying all kinds of escape methods, all of which ended in failure, the bad mood did not show on his face. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Actually, it didn't take long. In my opinion, it's been a long time." Naruto said, "Especially when I've spent a lot of time looking for you and I'm eager to see you." "Oh, it's really strange, what do you want to see me so much?" Orochimaru laughed. Naruto doesn't explain, he prefers to do rather than talk. Take out the Shisui Sharingan stored in the container. The ability of Shuradeo, activated. Control the collapse of the left palm, just forming a small hole that can be put into the eyes, and put this Shisui Sharingan in it. Naruto closed his right eye and used chakra to connect his optic nerve to it, of course, with the help of related cells. Little Sakura's dual personality avoids being completely controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods. Orochimaru is devouring the souls of others and occupying the bodies of others. Will the distinguished heavenly gods fail to achieve the effect I want? Thinking of this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru is indeed quite special, a clear stream in the ninja world. It is possible for anything unexpected to happen to him. In the plot, Itachi seals Orochimaru with a 10-fist sword, and then a little Amaterasu flame burns to death Orochimaru, who turned into a little white snake and tried to escape. In this way, Orochimaru failed to be completely killed, and he made a comeback in the Fourth Ninja World War. Perhaps, there is no way to permanently control Orochimaru. It is known that a heavenly seal is Orochimaru's life, and he can achieve resurrection through the heavenly seal and by satisfying some conditions. This Orochimaru dies, resurrects another Orochimaru, and escapes the control of the distinguished heavenly gods. My goal is not to control Orochimaru forever. Work with Orochimaru, not insurance. What if Orochimaru procrastinates and asks for benefits? What if Orochimaru makes up his mind, breaks the contract with Ryokai Cave, hides, and is never found again? Therefore, even though he knew that Orochimaru had the possibility to crack distinguished heavenly gods, Naruto still had to use distinguished heavenly gods on him. In order to be on the safe side, in order to get back the other half of Kurama as soon as possible, resurrect Dad. It has to be. I believe that when Orochimaru gets rid of the distinguished heavenly gods, the ghoul seal has been untied, and his purpose has also been achieved. Rinnegan, Mangekyo Sharingan, you have so many good things. Orochimaru envied. Naruto smiled, controlled Marikiden, opened Orochimaru's eyelids, and fixed his eyeballs so they didn't deviate. Raise the left hand, temporarily install the Shisui Sharingan in the palm of the left hand, and drive to Mangekyo. Staying in it is only enough to use the pupil power of distinguished heavenly gods once, which is consumed like running water. Absolutely obey me. This was the will imposed by Naruto. Not far away, Hinata, who was watching everything, knew why Naruto did this. She prayed secretly, hoping that things would develop in the direction Naruto expected. Is that all right? Naruto wondered. With the left palm removed, there is still a little pupil power left, and Shisui Sharingan from distinguished heavenly gods can no longer be used. Take back the last Hishin. Wait patiently. With him and Hinata around, Orochimaru is not afraid to run away. Orochimaru shook his head vigorously, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing, his eyes and expression changed frequently. Little Sakura said that she was charged immediately. Naruto secretly said, it seems that it has a lot to do with the willpower of the person involved, whether it is obedience or resistance. The Ataki of Impure World Reincarnation was willing, and was immediately rewritten by the distinguished heavenly gods, and then got rid of the control of the bag. How about Orochimaru, a veteran powerhouse who has been famous for many years, how can he obey others? This is not a fake obedience on the surface, but an absolute obedience from the heart. The confrontation lasted for 10 minutes. Orochimaru was sweating profusely, panting heavily, and sighed, it's really a terrible pupil technique, which can rewrite a person's will. Chapter 156. Was distinguished heavenly gods a success? Still failed? This question is not easy to answer. Referring to the example of little Sakura, the pupil power of distinguished heavenly gods works in her head and soul, but only the inner personality is really controlled. The personality fell into a deep sleep and could not affect little Sakura. You can say that little Sakura was controlled, or that she was not controlled, and Danzo was killed, and he definitely did not expect this. So Naruto will not blindly believe in distinguished heavenly gods. If you control Orochimaru, that's the best. If you don't completely control Orochimaru, it doesn't matter. Naruto's request is not high, as long as he unblocks the ghouls and helps get back the other half of Kurama, that's enough. Of course, the precautionary measures that should be done are still to be done. If the distinguished heavenly gods played a perfect role, these measures can be used to prevent the possibility of Orochimaru cracking the distinguished heavenly gods. Show your true identity. Naruto said. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and out of it came a white snake. It looked very scary, and it was far from the word human. Naruto stepped forward boldly, leaving behind multiple flying thunder god marks. It also uses the feature of the Maragician, which can penetrate the body, to lay many flying thunder god marks inside the body of Orochimaru. It is so dense that unless you die, you will never be able to get rid of it, so that Naruto can appear beside Orochimaru at any time. Do not explore the Rinnegan, Naruto said. You are not allowed to disclose to anyone what you are controlled, language, text, codes, nothing at all. Don't try to crack it, get rid of my control, whether it's yourself or someone else's hand, it won't work. Don't go near anyone who holds a Rinnegan except me. Don't hide anything from me. Orochimaru has a weird face. After many years, being ordered by others should have disgusted and rejected him, especially for a selfish person like him who only lives for himself. No. There was no feeling of resentment or rejection at all. As if it was just and right, as if it should be so. Absolute obedience. Orochimaru asked. It's really a magical pupil technique. I'm still me. Except for this new will, which lives in the first place, there are no other additional changes. Rinnegan can't, Mangekyo, can't you? The same as Mangekyo, whose pupil power is not enough to crack the distinguished heavenly gods, don't care, Naruto nodded, whatever you want to study, it's up to you, I won't interfere. I want your cells, chakra and nine tails chakra, Orochimaru said. Give me one thing first, and talk about the others later. Naruto said. What's the matter? Orochimaru. Cracking the ghoul seal. Naruto. This thing, I'm doing. Orochimaru. A person's energy is limited. Naruto said, my request is that you let go of everything and decipher it wholeheartedly and with all your strength. Orochimaru. How should I put it, this matter, it can't be rushed, and it lacks a lot of key information. Orochimaru said. What's missing, I can help you find it. Naruto said, with the seal of the summoning technique, activated the ability of the animal way, and brought the second generation Tobirama that was active elsewhere to summoning. This is it. Orochimaru's eyes widened involuntarily. Seeing the face behind the hood and mask, he was so shocked that he couldn't help but leaned forward and took a closer look. This body temperature, this heartbeat, this pulse, and these Rinnegans, it's unbelievable. Rinnegan, what secret is hiding? Curiosity exploded, my heart itched, and I really wanted to start researching right away. Confined by the rules set by Naruto, Orochimaru sighed regretfully. From now on, he will follow you, Flying Thunder God, it's very convenient to go anywhere. Naruto said. Also, it's his laboratory, there are many things in it, maybe it can help you. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. He is very interested in the second generation purpose laboratory. You know, there are not many people he admires, and second generation Tobirama is one. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is an idol. Now, 2 of his whole cards, Impure World Reincarnation and Yaki Technique, are all forbidden technique developed by the second generation project. Hehe, it seems that meeting you is not all a bad thing. Orochimaru laughed. Naruto takes a look at Orochimaru's brain part, which is also Orochimaru's soul. Rinnegan can clearly see the closed loop formed by the pupil power of distinguished heavenly gods. After thinking about it, make sure there are no omissions, and there is nothing wrong with it. Second generation Tobirama is with you and can be added anytime, anywhere. I wanted to give 7 tails to Hanabi and let her become 7 tails Jinchuriki, but Hanabi refused. After learning that 7 tails is a big bug with 3 pairs of wings and 1 tail, he refused without hesitation. Didn't notice, didn't ask, is future Hanabi a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. I didn't notice it either. Hinata was stunned, thought for a while, and shook his head. Kurama, did you sense the tailed beast from future Hanabi's body? Naruto asked. Yes. Kurama. Which one is it? Naruto asked. 2 tails. Kurama. 2 tails. Naruto pondered. That's the tailed beast of Cloud Shinobi Village, the current Jinchuriki, 2 of them by wooden golem. Keeping this in mind, Naruto stretched and looked back. Orochimaru, second generation Tobirama, has gone far to the end of sight, becoming 2 small black dots. How long it will be better, let me wait and see. Hinata seemed to have made up her mind, and said in a low voice, Naruto-kun, I want to learn fairy art. Okay, learn if you want. Naruto said. I recommend you to go to the wet bone forest, because your 3 tails cannot assist in absorbing natural energy, and you can rely on Katsuyu Immortal to assist in using it. That's what little Sakura used. The main reason is that Katsuyu Immortal is very gentle and easy to get along with, which is more suitable for you. Wanting to be like Naruto, Hinata, who contracted Mount Myaboku and practiced Mount Myaboku's senjutsu, heard Naruto say this, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. While traveling around the world, he practiced. Almost 2 more months passed. Hinata practiced spiritualization technique, which can separate the soul from the body and exercise the soul, so as to improve the spiritual power. She immediately went to the wet bone forest to practice senjutsu with the help of Katsuya Sage. The summoning contract was established as early as 2 months ago. Hinata is not here, so Naruto doesn't travel anymore. What's the point of wandering around alone? On the one hand, he practiced persistently in the sea, using water pressure to exercise his body. On the other hand, I often go home to visit my mother, have a meal, and tutor Hanabi to learn Flying Thunder God. Perfect Sage mode, so that he doesn't need to sleep, and has a few hours more time than others, all of which are used. Sweat a lot in peacetime, and in wartime, you can defeat your opponents without regrets. In this difficult and ordinary life, the days gradually passed, until one day. Ding, trigger check-in character, Hyaga Hanabi, check-in? Yes? No. Chapter 157. System sign-in cooling, is it over? Naruto, who was brushing his teeth, froze. Brother-in-law, I have to go to the bathroom, hurry up. Hanabi urged, patting Naruto's waist with his hand. Oh. Naruto came back to his senses, washed up quickly, and slipped out of the bathroom. Hold on. Don't get excited. Think about what to sign next. Naruto came to the balcony, watered the prickly pear, and was very active. Kaguya is in his own body, refer to Kurama, the things in his body are judged by the system as part of himself, and cannot be signed in. Blood following the net, you can try your luck on Ino, she eats the fruit of Pyushi, and gets everything of Pyushi. Naruto secretly thought. As for Kaguya, the only thing I really want from her is Kaguya Rinnegan, also called Reincarnation Sharingan. This is the divine tree, the eyes of 10 tails, and the highest level eyes known. Due to system regulations, a target can only be signed in once. To avoid flame out of character and sign in other unwanted abilities, it is best to adopt the method of exclusion. Through self-study, master other abilities besides the desired ability, so that you can get 100% of the desired ability. Ino, like Teru Yoryuki, she has a bunch of Yura-style abilities, plus her own family secrets. The secrets of the Yamanaka family can be obtained from other members of the Yamanaka family. You can't go to Ino to sign in rashly, it's too risky. After thinking about it, there are 2 sign-in routes to choose from. One is the chakra assigned to the tailed beasts. The sacred tree chakra was divided into 9 parts by Sage of 6 paths, creating 9 tailed beasts, and vice versa, 9 in 1, that is, the sacred tree chakra. Nothing related to the sacred tree is simple, let alone the crucial core of chakra. The other is to sign into Yamanaka's family secret biography, exclude this option, and then try your luck from Ino, hoping to get the blood successor snare. There is a cooldown setting for sign-in. Choosing one route means that the other route will be stranded for a period of time. Luck is such a thing, I can't believe it. Of course everyone is happy if I succeed. If I fail, give me a tasteless ability that can't be put on the table, then. Naruto slapped his thigh and made up his mind to take the root of chakra, the sacred tree. In order to cope with this situation. As early as the third session of the Chunin exam, after Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan, Naruto asked Jiraiya to help seal some one-tail chakra. For this reason, Kurama made a lot of troubles. Now that the decision was made, Naruto immediately found the scroll, unsealed it, and released the one-tail chakra inside. That's all there is left. When it was sealed up, it was the size of a small 4-story building, but now it has shrunk to the size of a water tank. The quality of the chakra of the tailed beast is several grades higher than that of humans. Note, Senjo Hashirama is not human, or you can't treat him as a human. After chakra left the tailed beast, he was much better than humans, but he couldn't maintain his existence for a long time. After a certain time limit, he would naturally volatilize. Sealing it in a scroll, this method can only slow down the rate of volatilization, it cannot stop it. Why Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade's 100 healings mark, can be defined as S-grade, lies in the difficulty of learning, but also in its effect. The perfect combination of the human body itself and the sealing technique makes it possible to store chakra, which is impossible. Ding, trigger the sign-in creature, one-tail chakra, do you sign in? Yes? No? Yes. Congratulations on getting the perfect one-tail chakra. The new resident, Atsutsuki Kaguya, who didn't say a word after finding that he couldn't get out, felt something and couldn't help asking, what did you do? Sora had an idea, lost the ability to implement it, and the depressed Black Zetsu asked doubtfully, Mother. Want to know? Naruto said, take something in exchange. Now, what can I come up with? Kaguya asked. Why not? Naruto said, you have so many abilities, isn't it right? So you're planning on doing this? Kaguya said, I don't believe you, you have lied to me several times, and played tricks on me. Because what you are going to do will destroy the world. Of course I can't let you succeed. Naruto said. I won't lie to you this time. I can also put my words here. I will go all out to complete our deal without endangering the world. You can give it a try. Kaguya thought for a while, my abilities are all based on the blood successor snare. If you don't have the blood succession snare, you can't learn it. It's up to me whether I can learn it or not. You just need to pay the bargaining chip. Naruto said. What do you want to learn? Kaguya asked. As long as it is your ability, I want to learn it. Naruto said. This is in preparation for signing Kaguya Rinnegan in the future. Okay. Kaguya said, but let's say it first, if I don't get the result I'm satisfied with, I won't fulfill the conditions I promised. Of course. Naruto said. Flip the window to the roof. No movement was seen by Naruto, a large number of curse patterns suddenly appeared on his skin. Looking at his hands, it was a bit scary, he was about to suffer from trypophobia. Naruto closed his eyes and adjusted. Gradually, these curse marks gradually faded away, not disappearing, but hiding in the subcutaneous tissue. As you can see, I copied one-tail chakra to become my own ability. Naruto said. Now, I can selectively refine one-tail chakra, and I can also say that I am one-tail. Kaguya. Really? Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Is this the way Hamura's chakra was copied? Kaguya finally solved the mystery. Naruto said. No matter what can be copied, the stronger the ability to copy, the longer the cooling time. The above is my answer. If you are satisfied, come and teach me. Kaguya was silent for a while, and then said, I have never taught people. I don't know how to teach this kind of ability that comes naturally by eating fruits. So, you mean to break your promise, in order to repay my previous deceptions? Naruto was speechless. No, I'm different from you. Kaguya said, give me control of your body, and I'll demonstrate it. How much you can learn depends on your own ability. I don't like to play with fire. Naruto said. It doesn't need to be all, just let me control a part. Kaguya said. This can be considered, but can you adjust the rise and fall of the control range? Naruto is not sure about this. After waiting patiently for breakfast, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God, went to the depths of the uninhabited mountains, and tried to let go of the restraint on Kaguya. The first time he found that he could control his right hand, Kaguya thought for a while, and drove a large number of chakra to create an inflated truth-seeking ball. Naruto. Chapter 158. This thing. I can't learn it now, change to a simple one. Naruto said. Choose as you like? Is this a rule in the deal? Kaguya asked back. You said that you want to learn all my abilities, so don't pick and choose. Who knows if the copying and cooling time you mentioned are true? If you lie to me and keep copying my abilities, I will suffer a lot, and there is no way to sanction you. That's it, love to learn or not to learn. Naruto. Inflated truth-seeking ball, this is the existence of him at this stage, can he touch it? This is a world-destroying mystery even more terrifying than infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi is just an illusion and will not cause harm to people or the environment. Inflated truth-seeking ball has the property of destroying everything, returning the world to nothingness, and its volume is countless times larger than that of ordinary truth-seeking ball. Ordinary truth-seeking balls can attack, defend, and heal, and can be used in various ways. And the expansion of truth-seeking ball, not so many bells and whistles, just one function, disappear. It seems that except for its large size, it is nothing compared to ordinary truth-seeking balls. Can't change shape, can't move, chakra consumption is terrible, expansion speed is slow, a lot of shortcomings. I feel that it is not as easy to use as ordinary truth-seeking ball. Hamura, that is your fiancé. Kaguya said. She uses the truth-seeking ball, against blood followers' snare, against Rinnegan's yin-yang dun, against immortal chakra, against tailed beast chakra. Either it is ineffective, or it cannot have a good effect, and it cannot have the advantage of crushing level like other substances. This inflated truth-seeking ball, no matter what it is, can be swallowed up and returned to nothingness. Staying in Naruto's body, seeing what Naruto sees, and being tutored by Black Zetsu, Kaguya understands a lot and can better integrate into this era. You mean, inflating the truth-seeking ball, like killing ashes together, can kill 6 paths level powerhouses? Naruto said. 6 paths level powerhouse. This is the first time I heard this word, and it is easy to understand, Kaguya said. Different. Killing ashes together can only obliterate life and sever vitality, and will not cause harm to the soul. Expanding the truth-seeking ball, is the life, the chakra, the soul, all that is contained within. So powerful, why were you sealed by Yuyi, Hamura? Naruto asked. You know so much. Kaguya said quietly, what I want is to take back chakra. I never thought of killing Yuyi, Hamura. Killed by the ashes of the total, the body of the person concerned is destroyed, leaving only the soul, which cannot provide chakra. Chakra must have spiritual energy, physical energy, and the perfect combination of the two to be refined. Killed by the inflated truth-seeking ball, that's even worse, it will just wipe you out, and there will be nothing left. Naruto understands, then this inflated truth-seeking ball is much more powerful than ordinary truth-seeking balls, learn it, and learn it no matter what you say. One last question, can this inflated truth-seeking ball kill you? Naruto asked. No. Kaguya said. Well, 6 paths, planetary devastation is even better. Naruto discarded distracting thoughts, looked sideways, and carefully observed the inflated truth-seeking ball in front of his right hand, which was several times larger than a basketball and was still expanding. Mother, I will find a way to rescue you. Black Zetsu said. My consciousness is trapped in this chakra, my movement is limited, and I can't help you much. Kaguya said. The only thing I can freely dispose of is the chakra I got from the previous carrier, and I give it all to you. To find a powerful carrier to possess, the amount of chakra must be large, so that more of it can be transformed into my chakra. Mother's chakra. Startled, Black Zetsu laughed and said, in this way, I will be more sure. Go. Kaguya said. Black Zetsu has 2 aspects. On the one hand, it is Kaguya's consciousness. On the one hand, it has become an independent entity again. Can be combined, can be divided. It can be 1 or 2. When completely banned by Naruto, Kaguya couldn't do anything. Now, he can control his right hand and have a little room for free play. The opportunity came. The pitch-black Black Zetsu, carrying some of the Kaguya chakra essence Kaguya absorbed from Sasuke, was sent out by Kaguya to fit perfectly into the also pitch-black expansive truth-seeking ball. When the bottom of the inflated truth-seeking ball touched the ground, Black Zetsu burrowed into the ground silently. Black Zetsu has no soul, not life, and chakra belongs to Kaguya, the top chakra. Therefore, all perception abilities are invalid for it. Stronger than Atsutsuki Yuyi, Atsutsuki Hamura, when sealing the mother, Black Zetsu cannot be found. The hidden ability of Black Zetsu can be seen as Madara. After successfully sending Black Zetsu away, with a glimmer of hope of getting out of trouble, Kaguya felt relieved. Suddenly, the right hand was locked and could not move. Chaos, darkness, nothing can be seen. Naruto said, for me, it is still too high-end, I have to learn from scratch. I can't even read it, let alone understand, learn, and use it. Naruto seal, multiple shadow clone, thousands of shadow clone, appearing with smoke, based on earth and water, start to integrate other nature transformation. Fusion, you want to master the bloodline snare by yourself, Kaguya said. Can't you? Naruto said. Blood succession and snare is an ability that cannot be learned. Kaguya said. You can only fuse outside the body at most to form an ordinary truth-seeking ball. That's what you ninjas call ninjutsu, not blood-seeking snare. Enough is enough. I have no illusions that I can become fat with one bite. Naruto said, step by step. Kaguya stopped speaking and stopped talking. While bored, I observed Naruto's life, and at the same time, I was thinking, how is Black Zetsu doing, and I hope it goes well. Quick. Quick. Faster. Black Zetsu ran desperately. It is the mother's only hope and must not be lost. In perception, the mother's chakra is getting farther and farther away. Madara is the most suitable carrier for possession, no one is better than him. Black Zetsu secretly thought. To revive Madara perfectly, Rinnegan is necessary. There are 3 people known to have Rinnegan, Naruto, Sasuke, and Nagato. Needless to mention the first 2, Black Zetsu will not approach people and things related to Naruto until they have sufficient strength. Nagato. Black Zetsu thought to himself. I used to have no ability to control people stronger than me. When my mother made me, she was already in a sealed state and couldn't give me strength. Now, with these chakras from mother, assisting and strengthening, I can do it. Walking through the ground all the way, after 2 days of driving, I finally came to the country of rain. Ordinary people can't find Nagato, and don't know that Nagato exists. Often go to see Nagato with Obito. Black Zetsu is very clear, it quietly came to Nagato's place, moistened things silently and slowly attached to Nagato. Chapter 159. What? Nagato opened his eyes suddenly, conditioned to activate Rinnegan's power, Shenluo Tianzheng. It's useless, it's useless. Black Zetsu laughed. Incarnate as a shady curtain, like a skin, covered and worn on Nagato. Can't move. Nagato said with difficulty, you are, absolute. Poor human beings have been kept in the dark about their own destiny and mission, and have been used. Black Zetsu sighed. In the last part of your life, I will tell you the truth of the matter, so that you can understand it to death. Leaning on Kaguya chakra, ignoring Nagato's resistance. Take over, seize control of his body. With the carrier, Black Zetsu can continuously refine chakra. What is initially extracted is Nagato chakra, which is then transformed into the Kaguya chakra it needs. Black Zetsu cannot refine Kaguya chakra by himself, those chakra bestowed by Kaguya on Black Zetsu are the source and become the mold. Throw in Nagato chakra, and you have to throw in many copies to get out a Kaguya chakra. More and more Kaguya chakra was extracted, and Black Zetsu's suppression of Nagato became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Nagato just lost control of his body. Gradually, he lost all consciousness, only consciousness, and could not feel his body at all. Silver white neck-length short hair. Oval face. Pure white eyes. There is a beauty mole in the corner of the eye. Fair skin and beautiful appearance. I am no longer an incomplete defective product. A tall figure close to 1.8 meters, with slender and straight legs. The pure white cheongsam dotted with jet black guyu is added to the body, which further sets off the figure. Black Zetsu has no gender, no life, no body. It was crippled from the very beginning, and with this opportunity, it was able to shape its own body, truly worthy of being called a mother's child. Black Zetsu still has no gender distinction, it doesn't care whether it is male or female, it just makes the appearance closer to the mother, but not exactly the same as the mother. Just the appearance, it looks like a woman. For a while, wait until Madara is revived, and then change the carrier. Black Zetsu said to himself. Suddenly thinking of Naruto, it hesitated. As strong as a mother, she also turned over when she possessed Naruto. It only has some Kaguya chakra origin, can it suppress Madara which is many times stronger than Nagato? Doubtful. Be careful sailing the 10,000 years ship. Black Zetsu sighed. There is no other reason why my mother fell into trouble with Naruto, purely because she underestimated the enemy and was not careful enough. The same mistake, it cannot be made again, it is not a foolproof thing, and it is resolute not to do it. Madara must be resurrected. Because he is the reincarnation of the strongest Indra chakra, and he can perfectly display the power of this pair of Rinnegans. He is a powerful combat force that can be used. After Madara is revived, this carrier will no longer work. We need to replace it with another one as soon as possible. Who should I replace? There are 3 candidates. Ferret, Hiden, Obito. Black Zetsu leans more toward Hiden. Although Itachi and Obito are stronger, they are both human and will die if they are human. Even Obito implanted with Hashirama cells has an end of life, and there is an upper limit for the number of cell divisions. Hiden is different. Hiden has an immortal body. Of course, his immortal body is incomparable to that of his mother, it is too ordinary. No self-healing ability, no considerable defense power, third Tsuchikige's dust escape, ordinary truth-seeking ball, can completely eliminate him. The strength is a bit weak, not as good as Itachi, Obito, for the immortal body, he is the most suitable for me. Energy can be extracted from cells endlessly, refined into chakra, and transformed into Kaguya chakra after a certain ratio. The most important thing is to live long and be able to fight protracted wars. If this generation can't do it, then we have to wait for the next generation, and the next generation. Black Zetsu's plan is to rescue his mother within 400 or 500 years, if not, then extend it to 1,000 years. It's impossible to get on, never possible. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood. With it active outside, the mother has a chance of being rescued, and if something happens to it, the mother will never have a bright future. I was too anxious. My first thought was to possess Madara and go head-to-head with Naruto. Black Zetsu shook his head and smiled. More haste, less speed. It was also affected by the mother's order, and it only reacted at this time. The setting that suits it is the mastermind behind the scenes, secretly pushing others to fight to the death, while it is reaping the benefits of the fisherman. Okay, let's do that. First find Madara, who was made into a Six Paths avatar by Naruto and whose location is unknown now. Then use the Rain Tensei technique, sacrificing Nagato's life, to revive Madara. Then, possess Haiden, take Haiden as his long-term carrier, and wait for the opportunity to move. I'm looking for it myself. The efficiency is too low. It will be much faster to launch the Xiao organization, Rain Shinobi Village. Thinking about it, Black Zetsu took control of Pain Tiandeo, went to Konan first, and explained to her about finding someone. Immediately afterwards, he activated the technique of the slide body, called a meeting of Akatsuki members, and asked them to find Madara. There are so many people looking for it, one more than me is not too many, and one less than me is quite a lot. Black Zetsu secretly said, I can take this opportunity to get acquainted with my mother's chakra. The other side. The slide body technique is lifted. End of the meeting. Kakuzu opened his eyes and couldn't help complaining, let me, who averages hundreds of thousands of people a day, give up making money and find an old man, what do you think? If you don't want to, you don't have to look for it, and no one is forcing you. Haiden said boredly. Kakuzu got up silently, and went to nearby towns silently to find a professional painter to help paint the portrait. In meeting, Zero Burial, Pain's Way, has described the image of the old man in detail, and even transformed into him. Although the color is a bit weird due to the technique of the slide lamp itself, it is not a problem to just draw a black and white portrait. You complain with your mouth, but you are honest with your body. I don't know if you are afraid or loyal. Haiden chuckled. Kakuzu, who was thinking about how much money he would lose, didn't bother to talk to Haiden. A week later, the undead duo came to a town near the sea and asked everyone they met. Hey! Look at that guy over there, it looks like it. Haiden greeted Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked over. Judging from the back, it does look like it, but it's obviously not. The old man is looking for the Zero Burial, and this is a young man. Excuse me, have you seen this person? The young man looked at Kakuzu, at Haiden, then at the portrait, shaking his head. Kakuzu didn't say anything, and went to ask other passers-by. Grandpa Madara, that seems to be you. Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who came to mainland China to film and took time out to relax, said in a low voice. Yes. Naruto's Six Paths avatar, because Naruto has learned 100 healings mark and Baihao technique, Uchiha Madara, who was able to return to his youth, nodded. Why don't you admit that they are enemies? Xiaoxiu was curious. Madara smiled without saying a word. Chapter 160. In the cold deep sea, you can't see your fingers. Naruto, who was practicing diving here, was subconsciously thinking about what the Akatsuki organization wanted Madara to do. In the Akatsuki organization, the only person who knows about Madara is Obito. Is he looking for it? No. Wait. In Obito's cognition, Madara is a dead person, a corpse. If you want to find it, you are looking for a corpse, not a person. Not Obito. Sensing something was wrong, Naruto instantly jumped onto the sea surface, leaving a mark on the wood-style ship. Madara was made into a Six Paths clone by me, just like a living person. In the whole ninja world, people who know this can count it on 2 hands. Mom, Hinata, Little Sakura, and Ino, Tsunade, Jiraiya. These few people, and the Xiao organization, are inseparable from each other, and they can't command the Xiao organization, let alone unnecessary actions. If you want to see Madara, why don't you just come to him? I know Madara, and know that Madara has been made into a Six Paths clone by me, and can influence Xiao's organization's actions. I can think of only one person who meets these conditions. Naruto took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and used his senses to observe Kaguya chakra deep inside his body. It was my negligence that gave you a chance to let Black Zetsu go without your knowing. Naruto said. It was discovered so quickly, what Black Zetsu is doing, you can't hide it, Kaguya thought, and said flatly, you have deceived me a lot, this is a reward. It's really not careless at all. Naruto sighed, he was already very cautious, very careful, he didn't expect. After thinking about it, Naruto made a seal. Rinnegan pupil force. Immortal chakra. Like a waterfall pouring down, it is consuming. Summoning, Gadu statue. Boom. The smoke cleared. Extraordinarily huge, without chakra's 10 tails body, Gadu statue, sitting cross-legged on the sea, hands and feet, bound by chains. With Rinnegan, you can control Gadu statue, just in case, this is still in your own hands, it's safer. Naruto said. By the way, Kurama, if you live in it, can you control it? No. Kurama said. It is the source of chakra, which can be compared to a dry sea. No matter how huge my chakra is, it cannot shake it at all. On the contrary, it will promote its awakening, itself, my chakra is derived from it. In the outside world, I can be free, but if I go into it, I will fall into a deep sleep and can do nothing. So what to do with Gadu statue? Put it outside? Not safe. Naruto was thinking, when Gadu statue suddenly disappeared out of thin air, he was startled, and quickly realized, Nagato. Since it is Nagato, if you summon it again, you will be summoned back immediately, and your efforts will be wasted. Let's go to Rain Shinobi village. Have an open and frank talk with senior brother Nagato, and if the discussion fails, do it again. Find Black Zetsu by the way and seal it. After thinking about it, Naruto put on his sportswear, activated Flying Thunder God, and jumped to the land of rain, where the heavy rain cannot reach. Earlier, Distinguished Heavenly Gods was used 2 or 3 times, and I thought about controlling Konan to get a lot of money. During that time, Shadow Clone wandered around here a lot, trying to use missions to lure Konan out. But it didn't work. Hi. Naruto raised his head and murmured, the rain has stopped. At the same time, Konan, who was busy in the office, also noticed this phenomenon. The rain has stopped. What's the matter? Put down the pen, get up and go to the window. Watching the rain stop, the sky clear and the rainbow appear, Konan frowned. The Rain Tiger Freedom Technique is a technique used by Pain to monitor Rain Shinobi Village, and it is also a technique to block the perception of the outside world. Whether in Rain Shinobi Village, or on a long-distance trip, this technique will not stop. Confused, Konan went to Pain to find out why. Pen. Seeing no response from Pain, Konan moved closer. The face suddenly changed. Pain Tiandeo is made of Yahiko's corpse. The reason why there is Rinnegan is because Nagato transmits pupil power and chakra through the chakra stick. In other words, Nagato's side disconnects the transmission, and Yahiko's here, there will be no Rinnegan. Is there something wrong with Yahiko's body, or? Thinking of this, Konan found another 5 ways, and saw that the eyes and hair of a few people all changed back to the original. Problem occurs. Feeling uneasy in his heart, Konan went to the secret room where Nagato was at the fastest speed. Instead of seeing Nagato, Konan saw a strange tall man, startled, and shouted, "Who are you? Where are the people here?" "I don't know, I'm looking for him too." Naruto said. "You're looking for him too?" Konan's eyes were full of suspicion. Nagato disappeared, and a mysterious person appeared again, saying that the two have nothing to do with each other, and ghosts don't believe it. Moreover, it is very suspicious that this mysterious person appeared here at such a critical moment. Refused to tell the truth. Konan's body began to turn into paper, she suppressed her worries about Nagato, concentrated on watching Naruto's back. Then I'll find the answer myself. A large amount of white paper exploded, covering, surrounding, and encircling Naruto with an overwhelming momentum. Then, part of the paper tightened, wrapping Naruto into a mummy. "If you don't want to die, just answer my question honestly, where are the people here?" Konan, who remains paper-like, shows half of his body, floating in mid-air, with a false grasp in his right hand, he condenses a paper spear and strikes at Naruto's neck. "Even if you say that," Naruto said, "I don't know, I still don't know, I just came here. When you just arrived, people here disappeared, what a coincidence." Konan said coldly. Being able to take him away silently, "I know you are better than me, but don't be too arrogant, believe it or not, I will pull you to die together." "Calm down, listen to me," Naruto said. "Answer my question." Konan interrupted, "Don't change the subject, there are already detonators all over the area, if you say one more nonsense, I'll detonate it immediately." Naruto was helpless, he wanted to talk properly, why is it so difficult? With a snap, Naruto clasped his hands together and sealed the seal with the fastest speed. Konan was shocked, he didn't expect to be trapped by her technique, and he was still able to move, apparently unaffected. Sage Art, Toad Oil Bomb. This is the unique technique of Mount Myaboku, which can refine chakra into oil. An oil is the best medium to break the paper escape, and it can make Konan no longer able to maintain the paper form that is immune to physical attacks. Naruto's speed was too fast, surpassing Konan too much. Before Konan could react, he was submerged by the oncoming oil river. Hungry Kido. Naruto grabs Konan, who was forced to withdraw from paperization, and takes away her chakra. Prevent Konan from actually detonating the detonators near here, take her again, activate Flying Thunder God, and jump elsewhere. Chapter 161. The Power of the Rinnegan. Konan hissed in disbelief. "You kill Nagato. Take his eyes. Ah! I will not let you go. I will never let you go. Senior sister, look carefully, our Rinnegans are different." Naruto said, "This is my own awakening, you see, it can still be closed." Konan froze. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and Jiraiya is my master." Naruto said. "For some reasons, I wanted to keep Gadu statue by my side. Just after summoning came over, summoning went away not long after. So I just want to say, come and talk to the senior brother, who knows, I didn't even see a person, and then, you rushed to the scene." Looking at Naruto's blue Rinnegan, Konoha's forehead protector, and listening to Naruto's explanation, Konan was silent. "My ninja certificate is at home. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see master and confront him face to face." Naruto said. "No need." Konan said sullenly. With the current standpoint, the other party is Daozuo, and she is fish and meat, which can be slaughtered at will, so there is absolutely no reason to lie and deceive her. If it is really a lie and a deception, then what a boring guy this must be to have such a wicked way of playing. Is it fun to tease the defeated, the captive? Clearing up the misunderstanding, Naruto absorbed the oil from Konan's body, which was extracted from chakra, and could be absorbed by the hungry Kido. Follow the golden light and take Konan back to the secret room where Nagato usually stays. I've sensed it, and there's nothing abnormal, please see if there are any clues. Naruto said. He arrived earlier than Konan. Sage mode comes with super perception ability, chakra perception, spiritualization passive, soul perception. Use all the perceptions that can be used, and the harvest is 0. After Naruto took away a lot of chakra, Konan, who was a little weak, managed to pull himself together, took back all the papers, and observed carefully. After a while, he said dejectedly and with difficulty, "No. Since there is no trace of struggle, fight, or resistance, is it voluntary?" Naruto asked. "Impossible." Konan shook his head and said, "He will tell me anything and discuss with me. Even if he wants to leave, he won't leave without saying goodbye. It's not voluntary, it's forced." Naruto raised his forehead. Who can force him? Black Zetsu? Please, if Black Zetsu had the ability, he would have controlled Nagato and revived Madara long ago. Obito? Obito can make Nagato have no ability to resist, and take Nagato away forcibly? If Obito had the ability, he would have taken Rinnegan away long ago. There's someone. Konan hesitated. He claims to be Uchiha Madara, wears a mask, hasn't seen the real face, not sure if it is, but he is mysterious. If anyone can suppress Nagato, he may be the most likely, perhaps using some killer weapon. Killer, Naruto mused. Madara is in Obito's heart, leaving a spell, and it seems that there are other means of control. Then it is impossible for Madara to have a backhand on Nagato. It is not known whether any of these backhands will be passed on to Obito. Black Zetsu fled, it found Obito, persuaded Obito, and shot Nagato in order to capture Rinnegan and take control of Gedo statue. Naruto thought. Use the Akatsuki organization again to find Madara. Do you want to revive Madara? After sensing me, I was not sure of defeating me, so I left on purpose. It's strange, I have already captured Rinnegan, why did I take Nagato away? Could it be? Nagato is not dead, do you want to sacrifice Nagato and resurrect Madara? Using the known clues to roughly deduce a direction, Naruto walked out of the secret room, went outside, and formed a seal. Summoning, Gedo statue. Rinnegan pupil power, Zyonjo chakra, what should be consumed, Gedo statue is not seen. How to explain this situation? Gedo statue in Obito's Kamui space? Or is the Gedo statue sealed? I don't understand. Deep underground. Lava is flowing slowly. Black Zetsu squatted on a narrow foothold, very nervous, and was relieved when Yui didn't appear for a long time. I never thought of absorbing Gedo statue before, but I was afraid of attracting Yui. This time, in order to keep the Gedo statue from falling into the hands of Naruto, which greatly reduces the probability of saving the mother, it bites the bullet and puts the Gedo statue. Absorb into the body. If I knew this, I shouldn't have dissuaded my mother. Black Zetsu regretted it. If the mother had the Gedo statue as the carrier, she would be able to leave Sasuke aside and become more powerful, so she would not be suppressed by Naruto, thus falling to where she is today. The past has passed, and it is useless to regret it. Now it is time to think about what to do next. Why did you come to the land of rain? Black Zetsu was puzzled. By the way, he seems to know a lot of things, even the fact that his mother was sealed by Yui, Hamura. Could it be that there is the ability to see the past and the future? Strange enough, after this incident, Black Zetsu was even more afraid of Naruto. Having a Gedo statue as a carrier is better than countless Hidens. Black Zetsu thought to himself. Kaguya chakra, is the sacred tree chakra. The sacred tree chakra does not mean Kaguya chakra. It sounds a bit convoluted, and it is difficult to explain clearly in a few words. Gedo statue can be fully activated after being combined with 10 tails shell, that is, the sacred tree's shell, Gedo statue. Let the natural development go on, by absorbing the natural energy of this planet, to expand and grow chakra, and one day, you can restore to the full body. In the plot, Obito failed to capture 8 tails, 9 tails, and only used the chakra part of the 2-tailed beasts to activate 10 tails. Then, after several stages, it gradually evolved into a complete sacred tree. It is not necessary to have all the chakras of all the tailed beasts, as long as you can gather a complete chakra of the sacred tree. It's too slow. Black Zetsu tried to absorb natural energy, and found that the efficiency was ridiculously low. With such a slow speed, just imagine, it finally grew to a half-full body, attracted Yui, and was sealed. Not to mention saving the mother, it is hard to protect itself. It is best to absorb a large amount of chakra in one breath, and then use this chakra to release infinite Tsukuyomi and absorb chakra from all humans. When the time comes, kill Naruto, free the mother, and give all the power to the mother. Mother in the heyday, pay attention, don't be sealed again, so you don't need to be afraid of Yuyi. Perfect. Black Zetsu stopped absorbing natural energy and was activated by calm, eager to reclaim all of Chakra's 10 tails. I can't take shots frequently. I am not Naruto's opponent now. Black Zetsu thought cautiously. If you attract Yuyi, that's even worse. I still have to revive Madara. Let Madara and Obito lead the charge, and help me catch the tailed beast. So, to find Madara first, you must at least be within the range of Ryan Tensei. After planning, Black Zetsu opened Huangquan Biliangzaka and walked into it. Chapter 162. Rain Shinobi Village. Naruto removed the chakra stick from Pain and pressed it into his hand. Naruto in the plot uses this method to reverse track Nagato's location. I don't feel it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Is this too far away? Or in a different space? Unknown reason. How could this happen? Konan shook twice, frowning. That masked Madara, do you know where he is? Naruto asked. He always came to us on his own initiative. I don't know where he is. Konan shook his head. Then there is no way, the world is so big, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack, let alone someone like Obito who has time and space pupil skills and is elusive. Naruto has a headache. Suddenly I thought of Kakashi's Kamui, and I also thought of Ino's Huangquan Biliangzaka. It seems that it is not difficult to find Obito. After thinking about it, he sealed the summoning technique and sent Heitake Sakumo to summoning. This is my 6 paths avatar. If there are any clues, we can exchange information. If the masked Madara comes to you, I will come right away. Konan suddenly said, why did you come to find Nagato? And where did you know about Nagato? You know, since Pen 6 Paths, Nagato has never appeared in front of people. In the eyes of people who know Nagato, Nagato is dead. It's normal that you don't understand, because this is the power of Rinnegan. Naruto opened his eyes and said nonsense. Konan is silent, she doesn't have Rinnegan, can't verify the authenticity. Wanting to say something more, Naruto disappeared out of thin air, leaving only Heitake Sakumo, retreating to the corner alone. The sense of existence was reduced to the minimum. Back to Konoha, Naruto went straight to Kakashi. The subordinates overtook one after another, forcing Kakashi to work hard. He paused exercising, retreated to the shade of a tree, wiped his sweat, and drank water. How did you think of asking about my Sharingan status? I'm curious. Naruto said. Curious. Kakashi was speechless. Actually, it's nothing. In order not to let it continue to consume my chakra, I used the sealing technique to seal it. I will untie it when I need it. Use the saved physical strength and chakra to exercise your body, practice ninjutsu, and rush to the 8th gate in your body. I can see that, teacher, the pupil power in your Sharingan is very powerful, far surpassing the 3-pointed jade. Naruto went straight to the point. Advanced Mangekyo? Is there any pupil awakening technique? What kind of pupil technique? As expected of Rinnegan, you can see it. Kakashi sighed. Indeed, it is true that it has advanced to Mangekyo. As for the pupil technique, it is too heavy for me, and I haven't tried it. Based on intuition, once I use it, there is a high probability that I will be hospitalized. It would be a waste of time, and the gain outweighs the gain. I'll test it after I think of a way to lighten the load. Naruto slapped Kakashi. Kakashi was puzzled, followed his eyes and stared round. This is. The body is full of strength, growing up so big, I have never experienced such abundant chakra. This is, Kurama's chakra, the ability of Yang Kurama, the only one among the tailed beasts, to transmit chakra through the air. How do you feel now? Naruto smiled. It's better than ever. Kakashi stood up and moved a few times. Strength, speed, and the increase are obvious. This layer of chakra itself has considerable defensive power, and even the power of ninjutsu has been greatly enhanced. Fatigue is subsiding, and the bone fracture I caused when I hit the inner door just now has also been repaired. Unbelievable. I didn't expect chakra from 9 tails to work like this. After Kakashi was shocked, he quickly calmed down and looked at Naruto. This is the purpose of your coming, you want me to use the Mangekyo pupil technique. I said it at the beginning, curious. Naruto said. Kakashi understood, although I haven't used it completely, I have understood the usage of the awakened pupil technique at the moment when Mangekyo was opened. Related to time and space. Just talking, I don't understand well. Use it once and let me see it. Naruto said. Kakashi pondered for a moment, raised his hand and pushed the forehead protector up. Without seals, the seal on the left eye, Sharingan, was untied, and he could see the light again, and then switched from the black eye to the scarlet 3-pointed jade. As the consumption of chakra increases, the 3 hooks are connected to form a complete pattern. Chakra is plentiful, no problem, Kakashi just needs to brew some pupil power. Kamui. At the focus of Kakashi's gaze, space is distorted, spiraling. Naruto saw the opportunity and split a wood-style clone with Rinnegan's pupil power. This wood-style clone uses transformation technique to turn into a slender javelin. Naruto grabbed it, opened it a little, just enough for a small orange to pass through, and threw it hard. Look what's over there. Facing Kakashi's puzzled gaze, Naruto said so. At the same time, Obito, who was traveling alone in the dense forest, suddenly stood still. Is there something? Came in. Kamui is his different dimension, who can throw things into it. The answer is obvious. Kakashi. Seeing what, thinking, Obito enters the Kamui space. He was greeted with an iron fist. Boom. The mask was directly shattered. The entire bridge of the nose collapsed and deformed. Shocked, bewildered, doubtful, many emotions flashed. Obito quickly adjusted his body position in the process of flying backwards, landed and stood firmly in advance. The wounds on his face are healing themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. You would clone Naruto in Fairy Fox mode, like a cannonball, skimming at Obito at low altitude. So fast. Obito was startled. Sharingan drives from Sanguya to Mangekyo, with its superb dynamic vision, predicts Naruto's actions, so as to avoid and counterattack. There is no Obito not seal, and his right hand has turned black, which is due to the nature transformation of the soil, which strengthens the hardness. Fight head to head with Naruto's fist. There was a loud bang, and the two of them retreated at the same time. Naruto took 2 steps back, about 7 meters. Obito took 3 steps back, and did a backflip once to relieve himself, about 12 meters. Jinchuriki of 9 tails, I didn't go to look for you, but you came to my door by yourself. There is no such thing as courting death. Obito said indifferently, using Madara's voice. Naruto rushed to Obito, isn't that what you want? Obito stepped back quickly, taking time to finish the seal, fire style, great fireball technique. The temperature is so high, this guy's nature transformation level is very high, Naruto thought, and resorted to planetary Raise-non. 1 big Raise-non is the main one, and 3 small Raise-nons are the auxiliary ones, all of which are wind-style Raise-nons. Once the two sides contacted, Great Fireball was eaten by 4 Raise-non, joined into Raise-non, and became a part of Raise-non. The quality of chakra is much higher than mine. Obito saw some eyebrows. Apart from 9 tails, is there any power in it? Chapter 163. Planetary Raise-non, menacing. Obito did not resist stubbornly, chose to leave the Kamui space, and entered again the next moment. The timing was just right. Naruto happened to pass through his position just now. The right hand was once again filled with earth-style chakra, 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and hit Naruto's back forcefully. The fist was a few centimeters away from Naruto, and suddenly, Naruto disappeared out of thin air. This seemingly familiar scene made Obito feel bad, and he was hit by planetary Raise-non in the back. Perfect hit. The scorching heat, the terrible wind chakra raged. Obito, who vomited blood, didn't dare to hold on, and flew forward along with the powerful force of planetary Raise-non. Flying Thunder God technique. Really? You mastered the 4th Hokage. Obito's voice hadn't finished yet, and he had already left the Kamui space. Konoha village. The 7th practice field. From Kurama, it is known that Obito has been forced out of the Kamui space by Wood Clone, and there is nothing else in the Kamui space except for some ninja tools. Man is a no. Nagato, Black Zetsu, since it is not in the Kamui space, it must be outside, by Obito's side. Naruto thought to himself. Control Dad to use Flying Thunder God, and jump to Obito. Obito had been on the move before, and among all the Flying Thunder God markers, it was quite prominent and very easy to lock onto. Flying Thunder God, I'm in trouble. Obito was silent as his back injury was healing. Flying Thunder God, means it's hard to catch 9 tails. It's time to investigate him and see what cherished and important friends are around him. If necessary, you can use them as blackmail. Wait a minute, Flying Thunder God doesn't seem to be able to travel through different dimensions. The reason why he can get in is with the help of Kakashi's Kamui. In this case, leaving him in the Kamui space and dealing with it slowly is equivalent to catching a turtle in a jar. Ha, good luck, just got 9 tails. But be careful, prevent Kakashi from opening Kamui again, let him go, I have to keep an eye on it, so that I can interrupt Kaka in time. Swish. There was a flash of gold. Minato, who appeared out of nowhere, waved his right hand. The pinnacle of wind-style chakra, attached to Kunao, is really cutting iron like mud. With a pop, it almost cut Obito in half. What? Obito changed his face, seeing who was coming, he was even more horrified. Raise-non. Minato's left hand, instant Raise-non, then pressed towards Obito. Obito subconsciously hollowed to avoid this incomparably dangerous blow, and then was attacked by Wood Clone Naruto in the Kamui space. His body flew out uncontrollably, smashing 2 big trees in a row, and rolled on the ground more than 10 meters away. Fallen leaves and dust were flying up, covering him. Is it Earth style to move underground? Naruto thought. Endowed with the power of heaven in Rinnegan, Minato sensed the Flying Thunder God mark on Obito, locked on Obito's position, and raised his hand to point at that direction. Universal pull. The strong gravitational force is working. In particular, Naruto transmitted a lot of magic chakra to Dad, which further enhanced the power of gravity. Rumble. The ground was sucked apart. Obito, who was underground, was not spared, and was pulled out together. There is such a thing. Relying on the self-healing and regeneration ability of Hashirama's cells, Obito, who has almost recovered more than half, said incredulously, Rinnegan. Just then, Minato suddenly disappeared. Obito's scalp tightened, and he quickly hollowed. The next moment, attached to the wind chakra, the invincible Dune penetrates the body. Before Obito could breathe a sigh of relief, wood clone Naruto, who was in the Kamui space, grabbed his body and used the Rinnegan, the ability of the hungry Kido, to extract chakra. The extracted chakra was absorbed and Hollow could not maintain it and was forced to release it. This time, Minato's rays non, Obito couldn't dodge and was hit in the face. Damn it! Obito cursed secretly. I know that if this continues, it will be very bad. Ignoring Nine Tails, which is in the bag, control the Kamui space, and take out the wood clone Naruto inside. He maintained Hollow by himself, avoiding Minato's fast-paced attack. Konoha village. The 7th practice field. From Dad's perspective, he found that wood clone was sent out, and there was no other way to take Obito. Naruto frowned and said to Kakashi, Teacher, please use it again. Finding that using Kamui will make Sharingan's eyesight deteriorate, Kakashi's heart sank. It's still the same scale as before. It can be smaller, just enough for me to send the clone in. Naruto said. Kakashi nodded and used Kamui for the second time. Naruto grabs the wood clone's javelin and prepares to throw it. Space, in a spiral posture, twists, and then no. The space distorted for a while, fades, and returns to its original shape. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto wondered. It can't be opened, there is a force that just offsets mine. Kakashi frowned. Hearing this, Naruto immediately jumped to Hokage's office, troubled Tsunade summoning little Katsuyu, and told Katsuyu Immortal to send Hinata back. He wants to use Hinata's pupil power to block time and space to catch Obito, and even kill Obito. 6 Paths Madara, as strong as 10 Tails Jinchuriki, can't hurt Obito with Hollow enabled. Naruto has self-knowledge, does not limit Obito's Kamui, and really can't take Obito down. Soon, Hinata was sent back by Katsuyurishi, but unfortunately, Obito has run away. Naruto-kun, are you calling me back? Hinata asked curiously. Naruto wiped his face and smiled, I miss you. 10 minutes later. Barbecue shop. While eating grilled pork belly, Naruto asks about Hinata's recent practice and at the same time thinks about Obito. I have to say that Obito implanted with Hashirama cells is real meat, not to say that it is resistant to beatings, but purely self-healing and resilience, which is too powerful. He was almost cut in half, but he didn't even lose his mobility. More than 10 years ago, Obito was seriously injured by Minato's rays non. Now, after bearing so many deadly attacks, Obito is still capable of fighting. It seems that the fusion of Hashirama cells and Obito increases with age. Greatly strengthened Obito's vitality, recovery ability, including chakra volume. It's hasty, I shouldn't use the wood-style avatar cautiously, but go in person. Naruto sighed secretly, self-criticism. Combined with Hinata, the pupil power of the forbidden time and space, 100% can win Obito, better than now, only get a ninja tool as a trophy. The Nagato I was really looking for, Black Zetsu, wasn't even a shadow. Together with Rinnegan, through the perspective of his father Minato, he played with Uchiha, the flame ball fan obtained by the wood-style avatar in the Kamui space. Naruto kept replaying the battle with Obito just now in his heart, finding out his own omissions and deficiencies, and fortunately, he can put an end to them in the future. Chapter 164. Imprisonment Spell. This is a backhand that Madara implanted in Obito's heart, and he can control Obito as he likes, and Obito can't take it off by himself after it's over. Looking through Madara's brain memory through Rinnegan's pupil power, Naruto also learned that, apart from this spell, Madara has another preparation for Obito. Incorporated into Hashirama cells, the effect is not as strong as the confinement charm, but it can affect Obito's actions to a certain extent. Naruto tried these two methods one by one, but they were ineffective. Like Flying Thunder God, they cannot be used across borders. Obito is in a different space, so this technique is difficult to work. He can't stay in the Kamui space forever, I still have a chance. Naruto thought secretly. Papa Minato's Flying Thunder God marker. Hinata's space-time blockade. Madara's imprisonment charm. Hinata, listen to me. Kamui space. Obito, who has recovered from self-healing, finds out the Flying Thunder God marks set by wood clone Naruto, and destroys them one by one. I was not directly touched by him. During the fight, there was no Flying Thunder God mark on the part that had contact. Obito pondered. There is no problem with Naruto, the problem is with the teacher. 4th Hokage. Rinnegan, is the 6 Paths clone. Rinnegan can't be Minato's, and Minato died a long time ago. If he hadn't died, the Uchiha genocide would not have happened. Unbelievable, he has Rinnegan, how did he do that? Obito couldn't figure it out. Aside from this unsolved mystery, the more serious problem is that he has the Flying Thunder God mark left by Minato. Unexpectedly, over the past 10 years, this mark has always existed. Obito couldn't see his back, but he knew where Minato hit him once. Taking a handful of kunao, cut off the piece of flesh, seeing the Flying Thunder God mark on the piece of flesh, Obito took a deep breath, made a seal, and activated fire style to burn it down. In this way, there will be no flaws. No, Kakashi's Sharingan is the only flaw in the Kamui space. Thinking of this, Obito made up his mind to find a chance to get the Sharingan back. In order for Project Tsuki no Mi to proceed smoothly, he himself must not lose. After checking the Kamui space for the last time, and making sure there is no problem, Obito leaves Kamui and returns to the outside world. Konoha Village. Barbecue Shop. Through the Six Paths avatar, Madara continued to use the chakra sensor, sensing the appearance of the imprisoning charm. Naruto said, "Hinata, I have to go." Hinata immediately put down her chopsticks and prepared her pupil power. Dad, Minato can't sense the Flying Thunder God mark. Naruto frowned first, then roughly determined where it was through Madara's sense of the spell. He took Hinata's hand, activated Flying Thunder God, and jumped to the nearby place marked by Flying Thunder God. In Sage mode, where the normal state is maintained, Obito's presence is instantly sensed. 3 o'clock direction. The distance is about 3 kilometers. Hinata. Naruto looked at Hinata. Hinata nods. First use white eyes to see through, lock on the target, and predict the direction of Obito. Then mobilize the Tensagen pupil power, distort the space in that area in advance, and set up a space enchantment. It's done. Hinata said. After waiting for a while, Hinata said again, he has entered the forbidden range. Madara, who was dozing off outside the set, folded her hands together and only made one seal. Immediately, Obito's body, which was not under his own control, was gradually covered by darkness with a large half of his body composed entirely of Hashirama cells. Naruto is in full swing, and sprints towards Obito at the fastest speed. Yin Yang Dun, which belongs to Rinnegan, made 2 chakra sticks, aimed at Obito from a distance, and threw them hard. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 chakra sticks run through Obito's limbs and viscera. At this point, entering the sphere of effect of the Marisha, Naruto activates the Marisha, the 3 invisible hands, grabs Obito and digs down his Sharingan. The right eye is his own, the left eye is that of some hapless Uchiha. It's an eye-opener. Obito, whose movements were restricted, his eyes were gouged out, and he couldn't be more embarrassed, was silent for a moment, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he said, "I guessed that you would not give up and would continue to target me. I never thought that there would be so many cards belonging to you. Containing the time and space technique is to find that guy's body and drive it. It's over." Naruto said. "Without Sharingan, and with chakra blocked, you can't do anything." Without getting close, Naruto used the invisible hand of Marisha as a medium to activate the human ability on Obito and read his memory. Look for the section related to Black Zetsu, Nagato. Isn't there anything? Obito smiled lowly. "Oh, I admit, I underestimated you, but in turn, you also underestimated Uchiha and Sharingan. Didn't see any recent memories related to Black Zetsu and Nagato. Obito hasn't seen these 2 recently." Naruto frowned. Underestimated the Sharingan. The eyes were gouged out, and Obito couldn't react to this sudden attack. Madara's confinement spell is terrible. So why did Obito say that? Could it be that? Suddenly thought of something, Naruto looked down at the 2 Sharingan he just got in his hand, and under his gaze, it faded and disappeared. Pat, clack. One after another the chakra sticks fell from Obito and fell to the ground. Obito's body, which assumes a state similar to hollow, makes the chakra rod lose the restricted target. In the same way, Marikita, the Rinnegan pupil technique with the same effect as Madara's round tomb prison, can't catch Obito and penetrate through it. Losing a Sharingan, I found so many cards and made a lot of money. Obito laughed. Izanagi. Known as the perfect pupil technique, the price is permanent blindness. With such a high price, the effect can be called heaven-defying. All unfavorable factors will be transformed into dreams, and all favorable factors will be transformed into reality. Is it a transcribed seal? Naruto asked. Just now, Obito absolutely didn't have time to use Izanagi, and this was the only thing he could think of. Seal Izanagi in the Sharingan in advance, and set the triggering conditions or time. When certain conditions are met, or a certain time is reached, the spell will automatically take effect. You, a foreigner, know so clearly. Obito said. Do not. Being able to awaken Rinnegan means that you are involved with Uchiha. What's going on? See you next time, and I'll figure it out. Goodbye. Finding that Kamui can't be used here, Obito quickly escapes underground while Izanagi's invincibility time has not passed. Leave the time-space blockade and immediately return to the Kamui space. This kind of costly forbidden technique, the effect is so foul. Naruto had a headache. Izanagi. Izanami. 8 Inner Gates. Chapter 165. Naruto-kun. Hinata said comfortingly, it doesn't matter if you fail once, try harder next time. Obito is not a fool. After this encounter, he will definitely try his best to solve the difficulties. For example, Madara's spells and control, beware of time and space blockade. As the saying goes, it is easy to hide a sharp gun, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Obito, who hides in the dark, is very difficult to deal with. There is no need to tell Hinata about these, lest she worry and worry, Naruto said with a smile. Return to the barbecue shop, chat while eating. It is learned that Hinata has learned senjutsu. The reason why I still stay in the wet bone forest is to imitate myself, endow the cells with independent consciousness, help refine and balance the celestial art chakra. It is possible to maintain sage mode normally. Naruto asked a few more questions to learn more about the differences between Hinata and his situation. Hinata's cells do not have strong vitality, and are inferior to him in terms of vitality. Hinata's Hamura chakra is in a state of silence, unlike him, because of the check-in, it affects the body all the time. Naruto's cells directly obtain the same wisdom and powerful action as him, and their subjective initiative is very strong. Hinata has to rely on herself to use the Tensagen pupil power to give one by one and set the range of activities of the cells, which is quite troublesome. Naruto felt dizzy when he heard it. Give consciousness, this can only be done by yourself, and I can't help. Naruto thought for a while. Cell vitality, you also heard Mirai Hanabi say that implanting my cells can solve this problem. Of course, the premise is that there is progress in the laboratory. By how technique and 100 healings mark, you have to master it yourself. Implanting rashly will be life-threatening. Hinata. What's wrong? Naruto was puzzled seeing the strange look on Hinata's face. No, nothing. Hinata shook her head, hesitantly said, well, do you like Hanabi? What's the problem? Naruto was stunned, she is your sister, my sister-in-law, I can't hate her, what you want to express is. If Hanabi likes you and wants to marry you, would you agree? Hinata whispered. Naruto. Wait. Why do you ask that? I'm in a cold sweat. Naruto was speechless. I take care of Hanabi as a younger sister, a family member, and I have no other thoughts. Besides, I have you all, and I won't think about other people. But the truth is, you two even have a daughter, Hinata thought sourly. Staying until the afternoon, making sure that Naruto has nothing else to help, Hinata went to the wet bone forest, and while continuing to practice, gave the cells independent consciousness. In particular, let the cells know how to absorb natural energy and how to balance the magic chakra. What's going on? Naruto was puzzled, he couldn't figure out what Hinata meant. Speaking of which, since Mirai Hanabi left, Hinata's behavior is a bit weird. Did Mirai Hanabi say something? After asking Kurama, I learned that part of its memory was also deleted by future Hanabi. Naruto was thinking, and walked to Hyuga's house. You didn't just let Black Zetsu go, you gave it some help, didn't you? Naruto said to Kaguya. No. Kaguya said. Black Zetsu didn't go to Obito, it relied on its own ability to control Nagato. Naruto said. With its own original strength alone, how can it do it? It must be you who gave it vital help. Nagato doesn't have the ability of time and space. He can't leave. If he wants to leave, he will tell Konan. The disappearance without a word can only be controlled by Black Zetsu. And, to disappear without leaving a trace like that, it must be the time-space technique. After excluding Obito, only Black Zetsu remains. Kaguya was silent. How about another deal? Naruto said, bring Black Zetsu back, and in exchange, what I can offer is Otsutsuki-style information. What did you say? Kaguya remained calm. Not long after, I arrived at Hyuga's house and met the prospective father-in-law. Naruto explained his intentions. At the same time, Ishine talked to Kaguya in both ways to increase his bargaining chips. Send Hanabi back. Why? Hayashi was surprised. I asked Hanabi to move here together to prevent me from crossing the line with Hinata in advance. Naruto said. Now that my mother is here, the most perfect third party, Hanabi doesn't need to live with me anymore. I promise, I will never touch Hinata until I get married. Hayashi frowned, and he put down his teacup, thinking about it seriously. No, it's better for Hanabi to stay with you. Naruto. Look, Hinata's supercilious transformation has gotten such a big buff, Hayashi said. Hinata and Hanabi are biological sisters, genetically similar, and even Hanabi is more talented than Hinata. Look, you have helped Hinata complete her transformation. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Hanabi will continue to ask you, please help her complete her transformation. This, not good, I don't have that ability either. Hinata's situation is different from Hanabi's. Naruto said, the same method is not suitable for Hanabi. Then let's change the method. Hayashi said earnestly. Naruto, I have always valued you very much, and I also regard you as my half-son in my heart. Hanabi is equivalent to your sister. If one family doesn't talk about two families, it's settled like this. I believe that Hanabi's white eyes can definitely transform and grow, but there is a lack of a key. It turns out that the lock of Hinata was successfully opened by your key. Hanabi, even if there is a difference, it should not be too big. Work hard, work harder, it will definitely work. I am optimistic about you, and strive to open the lock of Hanabi as soon as possible. Naruto. Say goodbye to prospective father-in-law and walk on the way home. You don't need to talk about it anymore, there is no need to talk about it, I can't agree to it. Kaguya said. She also asked her to call Black Zetsu back, and she really thought of her as a fool, because Black Zetsu was outside, so she had hope of escape. No matter what chip Naruto puts out, even if it's something she cares about very, super, extremely, he can't get her to agree. Naruto looked up to the sky and sighed. Occupying the Gadu statue failed. Failed to find Nagato talk. Captured alive, failed to kill Obito. Failed to send Hanabi home. The deal with Kaguya fell through. Did he go out and didn't read the almanac? Why is it so bad? Sigh, it's not like you. Looking at 2 meters ahead, Hwangkwan Bilyang Sokka opened out of thin air, and Ino poked his head out. Naruto stopped. Is there something wrong? I can't come to you if I have nothing to do. Ino said. The experiment has progressed, do you want to take a look? It may not be good for you, but it will definitely be good for Ant, Hinata, and Hanabi. Chapter 166. Outside Konoha village. Laboratory. Listening to the little Sakura explaining there, Naruto leaned closer to the microscope to observe the cells belonging to him in the petri dish. Even without him as the main body, he is still full of vitality, and his activity is countless times beyond that of ordinary people. Thanks to your suggestion, which provided us with a correct direction. Little Sakura said. Having a lockout like the 100 healings mark and an on-off adjustment like the Baihao technique, it's a perfect match. In this way, anyone could theoretically implant your cells and benefit from them. Lifespan, chakra quality, and self-healing resilience, these 3 items will be significantly improved. This is a generation cell, which was collected by the 3rd generation before you graduated from ninja school. This is a 2nd generation cell, which you gave me a few months ago. Although it's only a generation apart, the strength is worlds apart. I don't know how your body grows, and the leap is so big. Even with the 100 healings mark and Baihao technique, there is no way for the test subjects to withstand the 2nd generation cells. More experimental data are needed to draw conclusions. Before graduating from ninja school, Naruto only had perfect Hashirama cells. However, a few months ago, the cells Naruto gave to little Sakura have already signed Hamura Chakra, Indra Chakra, and merged into Kaguya Chakra. This chakra has been continuously and subtly affecting Naruto's body with an appropriate amount. This span must be large. Now, several months have passed, Naruto's physical fitness has been updated and changed, plus the newly signed one-tail chakra. Little Sakura, who was still introducing the research results, suddenly saw Naruto take out the kunai and cut off a little bit of his own flesh and blood, and couldn't help being stunned. You. What are you doing? Beside, Ino, who added occasionally, was also surprised. I didn't think carefully. I should keep a body tissue regularly for research. Naruto sighed. It is enough to have these 2 generations of cells. There is no need to collect them regularly. Little Sakura was speechless. You treat yourself as your own cells and keep evolving. Ino twitched at the corner of his mouth, and went to find an unused, new petri dish, which contained a little flesh and blood that Naruto had just cut off, and went to the laboratory table to process it. 2nd generation cells are not working yet, lack of experimental data, and safety cannot be guaranteed. Little Sakura said. The 1st generation of cells can be transplanted at any time, and can be used after Ant and Hinata complete the 100 healings mark and Baihao technique. I actually measured it myself, and it feels very good. The most important thing is safety, stability, progress can be adjusted, controlled, and then... Hey, little Sakura! Come and take a look, I might be dazzled. Ino said suddenly. Dizzy. Little Sakura was confused. You are a person with white eyes, Rinnegan, and you can be blind, what are you kidding? Walking to Ino, following her gesture, he moved closer to the microscope and observed the cells that Naruto had just removed in the petri dish. Little Sakura? Really or not? Little Sakura doubted life. How could it be? The vitality is so much stronger than that of 2nd generation cells. And there are also spell patterns that look like sealing techniques flickering. It's late, it's almost time for dinner. Naruto glanced at his watch and said, that's it, I will come here once a month to collect cells. After Naruto left, the 2 women observed the cells for a while. If you can't figure it out, don't understand, everything needs to be spoken with experimental data, that is, continuous trial and error. Experiment is a process of trial and error until the right answer is found. Little Sakura, do you want to keep this matter a secret? Ino hesitated. Aren't you talking nonsense? Sure, Master told me from the very beginning that this is a village secret. Little Sakura said. No one can disclose it except her. Let's tell Naruto in advance that it has violated the principle. It's just Naruto's words. I believe Master will not say anything. Of course, it is only limited to Naruto. You can't say it to other people. I mean, including Master, Ino said. Including Master. Little Sakura was stunned. Why? How should I say it? Ino paced back and forth, organizing his words. I heard from my dad that after a person becomes a shadow, he is no longer the original person. The burden on his shoulders forces this person to change. The criteria and starting point for all behaviors are to put the interests of the village first. On the one hand, we must be loyal to Ying, but on the other hand, we must be careful and guard against Ying. Because you don't know when, an exchange of interests will make you die without a place to bury you. No way, Master is so kind and gentle. Little Sakura couldn't believe it. I don't want to believe it either, but my dad told me so many examples that I have to believe it. Ino sighed. You also know that my dad works in Umbu, and he often comes into contact with ninjas from other villages. Through mind reading, he knows the inside story of many villages. Being able to become a shadow must be an impeccable existence in all aspects, but after becoming a shadow, this person will change. There are many ninjas who are loyal to the village and shadow, and are sold by shadow as a bargaining chip. Ino put his hand on his heart. I will definitely not betray Naruto, he saved me, and he is my favorite person. If it were someone else, especially as Ying's master, after hearing my father's analysis of Ying, I dare not believe it without thinking. Master and Naruto are not relatives, and our knowledge of Master is limited. How can you be sure? When the benefits are too great for Master to refuse, she will not sacrifice Naruto and do things that are not good, bad, or harmful to Naruto. Even if the Master doesn't know how to do it, who can guarantee the Hokage in the future? You know, based on the vitality of Naruto's cells, he can live for hundreds of years at least. Ino said with emotion. Naruto's strength, I believe, comes in an open and honest way. He is not afraid of anything, but he is afraid that someone will come to make a fool of him. It is impossible to guard against. Avoid some people who can't hide their secrets. If they accidentally reveal it, everyone will know it. So, I think, the less people know about Naruto's secrets, the better. To be on the safe side, our experiments will also be transferred to a different space. Little Sakura was silent for a moment. You are more thoughtful than me. I didn't think about it at all, and almost made a big mistake. Okay, just do as you say, keep it a secret. At most, share some experimental results with those who are trustworthy and can keep secrets, and Naruto cannot be involved. Naruto, who doesn't know this, goes home for dinner. I didn't see Hanabi coming out from the left or right, and I didn't respond to calling her. I went to open the door and saw that Hanabi was wearing earplugs to study, but was covered with a quilt. I don't know what he was doing. Chapter 167. This is sleeping? Naruto thought, and said, Hanabi, it's time to eat. You guys eat, I'm not hungry, I don't have an appetite. Hanabi said sullenly. No sleep. Naruto stood by the bed. I have no appetite. Are you sick? Are you feeling unwell? He reached into the quilt and stroked Hanabi's forehead lightly. His body temperature rose a little and he was sweating. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll buy you medicine, or you can go directly to the hospital. Naruto said. I'm fine, I'm in good health, but I just don't have an appetite. Hanabi said sullenly. You look like this, how can you make people feel at ease? Naruto said, you're fine this morning, what's the matter? I told you I'm fine, brother-in-law, don't worry about me, let me be alone for a while. Hanabi said sullenly. Naruto exited the bedroom and asked his mother in a low voice if he knew what was going on. Hanabi is in a bad mood. Why? She's always been fine. Kushina wondered. I cut an apple for her to eat in the afternoon, and I didn't see anything unusual at that time. There was no difference in the afternoon, that is to say, what happened in this short period of 1 or 2 hours caused Hanabi to be like this, Naruto thought deeply. Quickly finishing his dinner, Naruto picked up his dishes to wash, but was stopped by Kushina. With me here, I still need you to do this. Kushina waved his hand. Go and see what happened to Hanabi, look at your unfurled brows, you should know the reason, right? I'm used to it. Naruto put down the cutlery with a dry smile, picked up Hanabi's, and walked towards the bedroom. A question about Flying Thunder God. Naruto said softly, what do you not understand? Hanabi said nothing. Don't be discouraged, this technique is already super difficult. I only mastered it by using multiple shadow clones. You are on your own. It will definitely take more time. Naruto's words were interrupted. Hanabi said sullenly, I am different from my brother-in-law. What's the difference? They have 1 nose, 1 mouth, 2 eyes, and 2 ears. Naruto said. Come on, eat the meal, if there is any problem, let's find a solution together. Hanabi didn't respond. Naruto waited, put the dinner plate on the bedside table, and lifted the quilt with his hands, only to find that Hanabi's eyes were red, obviously crying. Startled, Hanabi quickly covered his face with his hands and turned his back. Should you call your sister back? Naruto asked. Hanabi shook his head vigorously. Then take you home to find Dad. Naruto said. Hanabi shakes his head. This won't work, that won't work, what are you going to do? Naruto said, hiding it up won't solve any problems, and speaking out is the first step to solving the problem. After Naruto talked about it, he learned the real reason from Hanabi. As he thought, it has something to do with Flying Thunder God, but it's not that he encountered a problem that he didn't understand, but... Isn't it? Naruto was silent. Theoretical knowledge of Flying Thunder God, fully mastered. Hanabi said in a muffled voice. The mark has also been completed. According to the method written on it, I copied it perfectly. The result is that I can't sense the mark and it's blank. Brother-in-law, I am not as good as you think. I have no talent, I can't learn Flying Thunder God, and I wasted more than half a year. Who said you wasted half a year for nothing? Naruto said. In the future, Hanabi will have such a strong time-space pupil technique, which must be closely related to Hanabi's obsession with time-space technique. Without the wholehearted dedication for more than half a year, without this psychological gap, Hanabi's Tensagen may not be able to awaken that kind of pupil technique. Efforts don't lie. Naruto said, I believe you will be able to master the ability of time and space, you are the best genius, no discount. Stop telling such lies to comfort me. Hanabi said in frustration. What kind of genius am I? Compared with my elder sister, I am far behind. My elder sister is the real genius. How to enlighten this? Naruto is troubled. Hanabi has never been to school, let alone suffered any blows. He has been going smoothly and full of self-confidence, so don't get depressed because of it. After thinking about it, Naruto said, it's not a lie, I really think so. Hanabi separated his fingers, and looked at Naruto from between his fingers with some reddened pure white eyes, how true. Naruto paused, I firmly believe that Hyuga Hanabi will be able to master the ability of time and space in the near future. If there is half a lie, let me die suddenly, and I will die badly. Hanabi was dazed. The border of the Kingdom of Thunder. A certain mountain. What is not known is that part of the interior has been hollowed out, and a secret base has been built. The barrier that can block the perception ability is difficult to be discovered. Space twists in a spiral. Bloody, with only half of his body left, Obito struggled to crawl. Grab a container containing Hashirama cells on the table, use the syringe, and inject it into your body. Oh! How did you become so embarrassed? A white Zetsu popped up from the ground and said unexpectedly. Encountered a strong enemy. Obito said lightly. Using the mechanism made by Shadow Clone and Wood Style, the charm at the heart was successfully destroyed. Then remove all the problematic Hashirama cells in the body. It is no exaggeration to say that it almost killed him. It's a blessing in disguise. Obito thought to himself. Naruto helped him identify which Hashirama cells were faulty. If they were all removed, he would die. There are still some Hashirama cells that are fine, which can barely support his life, and he was able to come back here alive and reimplanted with Hashirama cells. As a result, he completely got rid of Madara's control and was no longer an involuntary puppet. Rejected White Zetsu wanted to help speed up the fusion of Hashirama cells. Obito didn't want to be passive anymore. Where is Black Zetsu? Haven't found it yet. No, I don't know where I went. I searched everywhere I could, White Zetsu said. It's fine if you can't find it. Obito said, starting today, I will monitor a person closely. I want to know his detailed information. Who is it? White Zetsu was curious. Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Obito said, Uzumaki Naruto. After feeding Hanabi, Naruto finds out the ninjutsu scroll that Hinata kept in the drawer, which records 100 healings mark, by how technique. Let Hanabi not think too much, learn these two first. Watching her brother-in-law leave, Hanabi looked up at the ceiling in a daze. She herself was discouraged, and regretted learning Flying Thunder God, wasting time, unexpectedly. The brother-in-law is still like this, he firmly believes in her, believes that she can do it, and even encourages her to cheer her up. It's so warm. Hanabi murmured. Does my sister feel the same way? Or is it different? I really want to hear more from my brother-in-law, I really want to. Finding that his thoughts were very strange, Hanabi shook his head, stopped thinking about it, turned over the scroll instead, and started a new study. Chapter 168. I told my mother to also practice by how technique and 100 healings mark. Hinata has her own plan, so she doesn't need to tell her. After confirming that nothing happened, Naruto jumped to the freezing snow country and brought the Six Paths avatar, Madara, to summoning. Instead, send a wood-style clone to act as Feng Hua Xiaoxu's bodyguard. It has nothing to do with Obito, it's entirely Black Zetsu's idea. Naruto thought to himself. It wants to find Madara. It's not difficult to guess its intention. It just wants to resurrect Madara. It can do it after controlling Nagato. What I want to do and what I can do, in summary, there are actually 3 things. Being strong is the number 1 priority. It is unshakable. If you are strong enough to overwhelm everything, then you don't have to be afraid of anything. Stopping Madara's resurrection, that's the second thing. Madara is too perfect, with both wisdom and strength, rich combat experience, calm, and wily. In order to achieve the goal, the means are not cruel. Look for Black Zetsu, or rather, find a way to lure it out and seal it as best you can. With the support of Kaguya's strength, it is unknown what exactly Black Zetsu has become. I only know that Nagato, Madara's Rinnegan, Gadu statue, these things are under the control of Black Zetsu, and the degree of danger has been raised several levels. While thinking about it, Naruto's movement was not slow. He revoked Rinnegan's pupil power, controlled his father Minato, and sealed Madara's body heavily, finally. Fall into a palm-sized scroll. In this way, Rain Tensei cannot be used to revive Madara. Naruto rubbed the scroll, thinking, I wonder if Black Zetsu retained Madara's body tissue. Second generation Tobirama's secret laboratory. There was a flash of gold. Naruto, who appeared out of thin air, said, how's the progress? Orochimaru, who buried his head in a pile of scrolls, said without raising his head, in general, it's okay. Give me a few more days to confirm some details. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and did not disappoint him. The cracking of the ghoul seal, led by a genius like Orochimaru, was very smooth. I'm here for another thing, to help me revive a person with impure world reincarnation. Is this body tissue enough? Naruto said, throwing something. Orochimaru caught it and weighed it, more than enough. Let's start then. Naruto said. Are there any requirements for the strength of the resurrected? Orochimaru asked. Impure world reincarnation, the better the sacrifice used, the closer the strength after resurrection will be to that of life. There is no requirement, just a minimum standard. Naruto said. Orochimaru understood. It took 10 minutes to find a very bad, ordinary sacrifice in one of his secret bases. In front of Naruto, seal and activate impure world reincarnation. The soul in the pure land of the underworld is summoned. As a sacrificial offering, the unlucky man was full of panic, unable to change the ending of his death, and was covered by a large amount of dust. Soon, these dusts, influenced by the soul, began to approach Madara. At this moment, Naruto made a sudden move, intending to extract Madara's soul and seal it while Madara was still unable to move. As if sensing something, Madara opened her eyes ahead of time, and the blue Susanoo, in the form of a skeleton, blocked Naruto. Hi! Orochimaru was taken aback. What's going on? Naruto asked. I don't know, his soul reaction and strength are different from those I have summoned before. Orochimaru said solemnly and incomprehensibly. I can't forcefully control him without using a spell to erase his consciousness. Does this feel, impure world reincarnation? Madara looked at her hand, still in the dust of change. The eyes shifted to look at Orochimaru, who was obviously the caster, and Naruto, especially on Naruto's Rinnegan, staying for a while longer. Who are you? The villain dies because of talking too much. Take this as a lesson, Naruto will not explain the whole story to the opponent who is destined to be the enemy. The power of Rinnegan's pupils is consumed, and his exclusive Rinnegan's pupil technique, Marikita, is activated. Ignoring Susanoo's protection, he grabbed Madara inside. Then use this invisible hand as a medium to activate the ability of the human world, the hidden layer of the heart, to extract Madara's soul. What? Feeling that her soul was unstable, being pulled by something, and dragged outward, Madara's face changed slightly. Mangekyo Sharingan, who immediately transforms into Rinnegan, is able to stabilize the soul. Rinnegan. Orochimaru went numb. Isn't there a lot of Rinnegan? The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Naruto, actually has this person in front of him. For people without Rinnegan holders have a crushing advantage. But if both sides are Rinnegans, this advantage will no longer exist, not that big. I'm afraid, we will have to wait for Rinnegan to have Guyu, such as Ryoguyu and Joguyu, before we can re-establish the advantage of crushing degree. Naruto thought to himself. Puff. 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 One after another piercing sounds resounded out of thin air. I can't see it, I can't feel it. Madara, with a serious face. This is very similar to his wheel tomb. Oops. Wait until Marisha, that is, the invisible hand, completes the attack and releases his hand. Once the connection with it is disconnected, the chakra stick that penetrates into Madara's body and seals the chakra meridians and acupuncture points will appear and be observed. It's over. Naruto said. Chakra was sealed and blocked, and Madara's Rinnegan was unable to function normally and could not stabilize his soul, so he was directly drawn out by Marie Shishin and sealed in the Hades from Naruto summoning. As such, impure world reincarnation cannot revive Madara either. It was originally made with the most rubbish sacrifice, the impure world reincarnation, and its strength is far inferior to that of his former life. He couldn't stand in front of Naruto in his heyday. Thank you for your hard work, continue to break the ghoul seal. Naruto said, and was about to leave. I want to study this person's cells, Orochimaru said. Restricted by the rules Naruto made at the beginning, he can't hide from Naruto what he wants to do. Okay, as long as it doesn't touch the realm of the Rinnegan, Naruto said. Returning to the land of snow, thinking that Madara's soul is sealed, and you can't be resurrected even with Rain Tensei, Naruto unseals Madara's body and makes it into a Six Paths clone again. Speaking of which, isn't this the best bait? It can catch Black Zetsu. Naruto's eyes lit up. Instead of letting Madara go to Zioxia for the elderly, she wandered around the world, hoping to successfully attract Black Zetsu. Okay, it's alright, let's start exercising. Naruto patted his face, changed into swimming trunks, plunged into the icy sea water, and dived deep. 4 days passed quietly. Orochimaru finally had the certainty that Naruto could crack the ghoul seal that Naruto had been thinking about. Looking in the mirror, he touched the white hair on his head, which had faded a bit. Naruto didn't tell his mother, but took his father Minato and went to meet Orochimaru. Chapter 169. Offering of Impure World Reincarnation. Shinigami Masks. Reincarnation Container. Ready to do it, Orochimaru put on the Shinigami mask and said hoarsely, let's get started. As the only witness, Naruto stood watching and waiting not far away. Rinnegan, enough to allow him to see things that normal people can't, such as Shinigami. A monstrous disembodied Shinigami that descends from the void and manifests. There are 2 horns on the head, a white robe, a knife in his mouth, a string of beads in his left hand, and a humanoid spirit bound by the ends of his white hair. The skin is covered with obscure curse lines. Naruto thought that he had signed this ghoul seal from 3rd generation, but it was the forbidden technique that died together, and he had never had a chance to use it. Not surprisingly, there will never be a day when it will be useful. Hamura. Kaguya usually doesn't talk very much, and makes a sound suddenly. If the information explosion is still like this, Naruto can't help being startled. Hamura? Is it your second son, Otsutsuki Hamura? Kaguya remained silent. Shinigami, who was suspended in mid-air, had cloudy and empty eyes, but at this moment, he tilted his head and looked sideways at Naruto. Suddenly, Orochimaru, who was possessed by the Shinigami and connected with the Shinigami, cut open the Shinigami's stomach. Sealed in Shinigami's body, the 4 ancestors, plus the soul of Orochimaru's legs, were released. Get back your soul, get the completed Orochimaru, you don't need to wait more than 2 years, you can directly launch the living corpse reincarnation. In doing so, there will be some sequelae, who made Naruto anxious to break the ghoul seal, so he had no choice but to do so. Orochimaru, who had escaped from the golden cicada, screamed at Shinigami, who got nothing and had his stomach cut open. However, without a carrier, it is difficult to maintain existence, and Shinigami quickly fades, disappears, and returns to nothing. Naruto took a deep breath, suppressing the many distracting thoughts in his heart. Kaguya didn't say, he couldn't find the answer, and there are more important things that are directly related to him. Shinigami, Hamura, can push back. Orochimaru who has completed reincarnation, the image is restored to its original form, leaving no gaps in the seal, impure world reincarnation. The souls of 1st generation Hashirama, 2nd generation Tobirama, and 3rd generation Hiruzen were drawn away by the pure land of the underworld. Only the soul of 4th generation Minato remained, falling into this sacrifice, and reappearing in the ninja world in the form of the body of impure world reincarnation. Chakra is a very magical energy. In Naruto's body, the memory of Minato Chakra, who had met Naruto before, was perfectly synchronized to 4th generation Minato. Therefore, 4th generation Minato is no stranger to Naruto. This is. Minato looked around to make sure it wasn't in Shinigami's stomach, and said in surprise. I told you, we'll see you again. Naruto laughed. You actually cracked that technique. Minato couldn't believe it, but said in relief, as expected of my son. I'm the one who broke the ghoul seal, Orochimaru interjected. Hi. Minato was stunned. If you have anything to say, I'll talk about it later, Dad, give me the other half of 9 tails first. Naruto said, then. Guessing what Naruto was going to do, Minato sighed, you can grow up healthily, for me, I am satisfied, there is no need to resurrect me. Naruto remained silent and did not speak. After a long silence, Minato said, promise not to revive me, 9 tails will give it to you. I'm very stubborn. I will never look back on what I have decided. Naruto said, I'm sorry. The same situation, after Madara, happened again here in Minato. Using the invisible hand, Maragician, to bury Rinnegan's pupil power, that is, the chakra stick created by Yin Yang Dun, into the target's body to limit the opponent. It's just not very easy to use. Unless you have Guya Rinnegan, which can see Marikita, or Blood Snare, which can sense Marikita. Otherwise, in Naruto's hands, it won't last a single face-to-face meeting. Hinata's Infinity, Obito's Kamui Hollow, are exceptions. The chakra meridians and acupuncture points were blocked by the chakra stick, preventing Minato from leaving with the Flying Thunder God. Naruto stepped forward and laid hands on Minato. Come here, Kurama. There is physical contact, Kurama inside, seeing each other. This feeling of looking at oneself is extremely subtle. Without the seal of Shinigami, shared memories, and connected minds, Yin Kurama in Minato's body, stunned for a moment, chuckled, I'm sorry, Minato, I have to go. Wait. Naruto insisted on resurrecting me. That hurt him. Minato said hastily. You underestimate him. Yin Kurama said, and with the help of Naruto's sealing technique, he quickly left Minato and entered Naruto's body. One yin and one yang, two Kurama meet in the sealed space. There is no master, no vice, but the same consciousness, perfectly fused together through fist fighting. Restoring the complete Kurama, the quality and quantity of chakra skyrocketed, and the uncontrollable overflow caused Naruto to passively enter the Fairy Fox mode. This is the real Fairy Fox mode, which is more than a little bit stronger than the previous half Kurama period. It didn't take long for Kurama, who got used to it, restrained chakra, lay down on the stomach with the old god, yawned, and fell into a doze. Okay, cancel impure world reincarnation. Naruto said. Naruto. Minato was helpless. After Orochimaru lifts the impure world reincarnation, Minato's soul is about to go to the pure land of the underworld. Naruto clasped his hands together and formed the seal of Ryan Tensei. After a brief deliberation, he said in a deep voice, Heretichan, Ryan Tensei technique. Konoha village. Naruto's house. Kushina, who was cleaning, suddenly saw a golden light flashing past, and knew that Naruto was controlling Minato's body, as if it was a clone of Six Paths. She said, the food in the refrigerator is almost finished. I will go shopping later. What do you want to eat tonight? Minato didn't hear the proper response. Kushina was surprised and looked intently. That. Minato didn't know what to say, and said dryly, long time no see, Kushina. That child. Kushina, who instantly understood what was happening, was speechless. Minato was able to come back to life and her family was reunited. Of course she was happy from the bottom of her heart, but this is in exchange for consuming Naruto's lifespan. Thinking about it, it's hard for her to be happy. The other side. Naruto handed Shisui Sharingan, who was not strong enough to use distinguished heavenly gods, to Orochimaru to study together with Madara's cells. See if you can find a way to replenish your pupil power. After sending Orochimaru away, Naruto himself slumped on the bench and said weakly, it seems that I have to rest for a while. Almost half of the yellow hair has turned white. His face was a little haggard. Not to mention tired, sleepy, and want to sleep. Worried that Kaguya would run out after falling asleep, he was holding on and dared not close his eyes. Chapter 170. Wetbone Forest. Hinata, floating in mid-air, is concentrating on giving independent consciousness to the cells in the body. The natural energy here is abundant, and it is far better than the outside world to practice fairy arts. The acid rain that fell from the sky hovered about 20 centimeters above her head, and it was hard to get an inch. Acid rain has been falling, but it is impossible to get close to Hinata, as if there are thousands of rivers and mountains between it and Hinata. Suddenly, hearing the call of the Katsuya sage, Hinata slowly opened his eyes. The flawless pure white pupils contained a terrifying pupil power. But separated by infinity, from the outside, she doesn't think she is very strong, but she is an ordinary girl with no power to restrain her. Using the force of repulsion and gravity, Hinata flew to Sennin Katsuyu. Master Katsuyu, what advice do you have? I can't talk about advice. Katsuyu Immortal said, Master Tsunade asked me to tell you that 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, has been resurrected. 4th Hokage. Hinata was stunned. 4th Hokage is Naruto's father, her future father-in-law. The 4th Hokage resurrected, so to speak, Naruto. The reason is that Naruto didn't go home and said he was going to stay outside for a while. Katsuya said. His parents were worried and couldn't find him, so they came to you through Master Tsunade to see if you could convince Naruto to let him come back. I see. Hinata nodded, Master Katsuyu, I have to work hard for you to send me back. Overseas. An uninhabited desert island close to the Sea of Snow country. Naruto, who lives here temporarily, did a few sets of push-ups, but he was out of breath and had to stop. It's not just physical consumption, I think my body is fine, or the problem is not big. Lying on the rocking chair, a wood-style creation, Naruto slowed down his breathing rhythm, listlessly, and said to himself, the factor that causes me to be so empty should be the soul. The price of Ryan Tensei is not as simple as Naruto thought, pupil power, chakra, lifespan, plus soul consumption. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are a natural cycle. To violate such rules, the price cannot be light. Today is the 3rd day. I can feel that my body and soul are being nourished and gradually recovering. Kaguya chakra, although there is no way to control, mobilize, and use it at present, it nourishes itself continuously, which is a real benefit. In addition, there is a perfect sage mode that is maintained normally. The nourishment and benefits of natural energy to the body cannot be ignored. According to Naruto's estimation of his own state, he will be able to get rid of this weakness in about 3 to 4 months, no more than 5 months at most. It's a pity that when the soul leaves the body, the consciousness of the cells will stop functioning. Otherwise, with the spiritization technique to exercise the soul, the recovery will be faster. Perfect sage mode, spiritualization, you can't have both, you can only choose one. Naruto. Kurama said suddenly. After listening to its description, Naruto was speechless. I said it was all right, why didn't I believe it, and even brought Hinata here? Doesn't it make them uncomfortable and guilty to appear in front of his parents in this situation? When he revived his father Minato, it was because he sensed something was wrong that Naruto didn't stay to talk to him, and chose to leave without saying goodbye. Use the Six Paths clone, second generation Tobirama, to communicate with Dad. In short, it is impossible to go back, and even the face of parents cannot be seen. I am willing to give, not to increase the guilt and debt of the two of them. If you want to see it, you have to wait for it to recover to the point where you can't see anything unusual from the outside. It's not an option to go on like this. Naruto pondered, since Hinata already knows, let her come. Having Hinata by her side to accompany and take care of her should reassure parents a lot. The other side. Konoha Hushin. Listening to Kurama's relaying the meaning of the ontology, I practiced the shadow clone fused with chakra's nature transformation here, opened my mouth, and said it in detail. That's up to you, Hinata. Kushina sighed. Yes. Hinata nodded. Seeing that his mother was going home to prepare things, and asked Hinata to bring them, Shadow Clone said, the main body said, there is nothing missing there, so you don't need to bring anything, just let Hinata go there. Hearing this, Kushina looked at Minato. Minato shook his head secretly, and pointed to Hinata secretly, making an okay gesture. Hinata, did you get anything from Mom or Dad? Shadow Clone Naruto asked. Yes, Dad gave me a handful of kunao. Hinata said. Show me. Naruto said. Minato's mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. Accepting Flying Thunder God kunao, he circled around Hinata again, from the hair to the soles, especially in the ninja bag, there was no sign of Flying Thunder God. Shadow Clone Naruto nodded. Call another Shadow Clone and use Flying Thunder God to send Hinata to the main body. This guy. Kushina's silver teeth were clenched, and the red hair was windless and automatic. No way, he's too vigilant and doesn't give any chance. Minato said. But with Hinata here, you can rest assured. Don't tell me, she is a very sensible, well-behaved, obedient, and gentle child who will take good care of Naruto. Seeing Naruto with his own eyes, witnessing his current situation and weakness, Hinata knows why Naruto is determined not to go home. If it was her, it would probably be the same choice. Trouble you, don't tell them, and don't affect your practice because of me. Naruto said softly. Mr. Naruto, have you misunderstood something? Hinata took Naruto's big hand, pressed it against his face, rubbed it carefully, and said quietly. Power has never been what I want to pursue. It wasn't before, it's not now, and it won't be in the future. This is the last time, don't use it again, okay? Okay. Naruto nodded. Kissed lightly. Naruto's hand. Then realized what he had done, Hinata blushed, did not dare to look at Naruto, let go, pretending to look around indifferently. Seeing that there is nothing on this deserted island, just a small wooden hut as a shelter from the wind and rain, Hinata whispered, I will build a home here first, call me if you need something. See Hinata swipe and destroy the wood-style creation, the log cabin. Then enter Tenseigan Chakra mode, summon a large number of truth-seeking balls, use the yin-yang escape technique that can create all things, and create a small palace with a fountain. Naruto opened his mouth slightly. Rinnegan and Tenseigan each have their own strengths, but no matter how he looks at it, he still feels that Tenseigan is stronger, more powerful, and more usable. Speaking of which, if he already has Rinnegan, can he awaken Tenseigan again? I have been nourished by Kaguya Chakra all the time, but this white eye has never moved or changed. Does it take time? Or Hamura Chakra is covered by Kaguya Chakra and cannot awaken? Chapter 171. Tenseigan is temporarily unavailable, and Naruto has to focus on his existing abilities. As the main body, he is too weak to carry out strong exercises. Fortunately, Chakra can still be used normally, and Rinnegan's pupil power is also no problem. It was just the consumption of his soul that made him feel sleepy, tired, and uncomfortable. It doesn't matter. There is no seal restriction, and it is a complete Kurama, which can supply more shadow clones' cultivation needs. There are more than 5,000 shadow clone in groups in various places, trying to integrate Chakra's nature transformation. In order to learn the truth-seeking ball, to learn to expand the truth-seeking ball, and to be able to sign Kaguya's Kaguya Rinnegan, prepare. According to Kaguya's few words and Naruto's own understanding, it can be known that truth-seeking ball is the ultimate of ninjutsu, and expanded truth-seeking ball is the ultimate of blood successor snare. Anyway, it is complicated and difficult, and there is no rush, and we have to move forward step by step. Shadow clones can practice independently without Naruto worrying about it. The most important thing before him is who will take the place of Father Minato. Be the new Six Paths clone, God. Of course, you can't come here to make do with someone, the worst is cage level, and of course, it must be a complete corpse, otherwise you can't do Six Paths clone. The Raikages of all dynasties were all physically strong and capable. Kaze Cage, 4th Kazekage's magnet-style placer gold, is a bit interesting. Mizu Cage, the name is very watery, don't. 2nd Tsuchikage's dust escape is a good choice. The sky gradually dimmed. After the sunset, the bright moon hangs in the night sky, quiet and peaceful. Eyelids were fighting, and Naruto, who was struggling with sleepiness, cheered up. What did I think? Moving a small stool, Hinata, who was helping Naruto to cut nails, was sitting aside, wondering, what? Six Paths Avatar. Naruto said, my father is in charge of one, now that my father is resurrected, there is a vacancy. Think slowly. Hinata understood, and said softly, I'll fetch it for you when you think about it. Lying on the soft recliner created by Hinata, Naruto half closed his eyes, half asleep, and then thought about the Six Paths Avatar. I was in a trance for a while just now, my thoughts were disconnected, and I continued to think from the part I remembered. The further back technology is, the more developed it is, and the existence of blood, lineage, which is closely related to power, is more advanced and better. Tracing the source. He thought of the founder of the Senjo clan, Otsutsuki Ashira. The founder of the Uchiha clan, Otsutsuki Indra. And the founder of ninja sect, Otsutsuki Yuyi. How strong would it be if the bodies of these three could be found and made into Six Paths clones? Of course, I can only think about it, not to mention how rotten the corpses of these three people have been over the past 1,000 years, and whether they exist. With Black Zetsu hiding in the dark, plotting to revive Kaguya, don't expect to find their bodies. As long as it is on the earth, and it is not deliberately damaged, the seal will not escape the search of Black Zetsu, unless it is buried on the moon. There, Black Zetsu couldn't go before. I wonder if Hamura's body has decayed. I can't find Hamura's body, or his body doesn't meet the conditions for making the Six Paths Avatar. The huge Tensagen is also worth a visit. Thinking of this, Naruto said, Hinata, I want to go to the moon. Hi. Hinata was taken aback. With eyes open, Black Zetsu, flying at super high speed at low altitude, passed through the country of Kawa, stopped suddenly, stood in the void, and turned his head to look north. Where is this going? The distance is far away, although it cannot be seen, it can clearly feel that the mother's chakra is rising, and the speed is not slow. Are you playing? Or are you chasing someone? Black Zetsu mused, his head gradually lifted up as time passed. I'm about to leave the earth, look in this direction, going to the moon. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes. What's there on the moon, worth Naruto going to? In its eyes, the only thing of value is Hamura's corpse, but after Yuyi died, I didn't find his body. At his level, there are ways to survive for a long time. That's why I speculated that Yuyi probably didn't die, or he didn't die completely, and he lived in another form. Hamura, who is at the same level as Yuyi, and not too far behind, will certainly be no exception. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu shook his head, not paying attention. The only ones that can catch its eyes are Yuyi and Hamura, other than that, no matter how much it comes, it will be rubbish. Did you get any information from your mother through a transaction? Black Zetsu thought with a light smile. It's a waste of effort. In the past, there was Gadu statue on the moon. Now, at most, there are a group of descendants of Hamura living there. Looking back, Black Zetsu continued to move, keeping the white eyes open, with a huge range of perspective, looking for Naruto's Six Paths clone, Madara. Are you really okay? Hinata worried. Relax. Naruto said. You have Tensagen, turn on Tensagen Chakram mode, you can survive in the universe. I have Rinnegan, and Kurama, no problem. Hearing what Naruto said, Hinata suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, mustered up the courage, took Naruto's hand, broke out chakra, and the gravitational force firmly grasped the moon. An easy-to-understand analogy is that it seems that pull UPS are not pulling the moon down, but going to the moon by yourself. In this way, the speed increased sharply, and rushed out of the atmosphere in one go. While Hinata was apprehensive, she realized that she and Naruto were fine and nothing happened, her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, she turned to look at Naruto, and opened her mouth to say something. There is no sound. Chakra can connect hearts, and can communicate without talking. Naruto smiled. Hinata, who understands, uses chakra who is entangled with Naruto to convey his meaning, it's amazing. Naruto-kun. It's really possible. In the universe, the radiation in space and various harmful unknown substances are blocked by the fairy fox mode, the chakra coat of Tensagen Chakram mode. Unable to enter the body. These two modes can supply and meet all the needs of the body, and breathing has become a dispensable matter. Sweeping away the obstacles in front of you all the way, the speed is getting faster and faster. Naruto-kun, it feels weird. Hinata had a strange face, the closer I get to the moon, the more I feel that there seems to be something there, which is attracting me. Probably a huge Tensagen, Naruto thought, go and see. Hinata nodded, grasping Naruto's hand tightly, afraid of letting go and causing accidents. Soon, the two landed on the moon. Searching for some kind of induction, combined with the ability of clairvoyance, Hinata took Naruto around half a circle, opened a small opening on the surface of the moon, and got in. Chapter 172. Part of the interior of the moon has been hollowed out to create an ecological environment suitable for life. There is the sea, the blue sky, white clouds, and an artificial sun, and then there is the land where the descendants of Hashirama live. Of course, it is deserted now, and only Atsuki, the descendant of the branch house, is left alone in the artificial sun among the descendants of Hashirama in the entire moon lineage. And this desolate land with many buildings built has become a place like a ruin. Naruto, who knew what was going on here, was very calm. Hinata looked around, feeling quite shocked. Sensing the source of his attraction, the source is the artificial sun, Hinata ignored it. She knew why Naruto came here, and she gave priority to helping Naruto get things done, and then considered other things. Slowly landing on the ground, Hinata summoned a truth-seeking ball, creating a wheelchair out of nothing, just the right size for Naruto. I'm not that stupid yet, the road can still be walked. Naruto was speechless. Watch. Hinata just stared at Naruto without saying a word. After a while, Naruto scratched his head and sat obediently in the wheelchair, being pushed by Hinata. What kind of corpse are you looking for, and what are its characteristics? Hinata asked. Naruto briefly described what Hashirama looked like when he was old. Hinata understands, has turned off Tensagen chakra mode, and withdraws from Tensagen's white eyes, the veins around it burst suddenly, and see through the entire ruins. While pushing Naruto forward, turning around, while constantly adjusting the focus, looking for corpses that meet Naruto's requirements. In the artificial sun, there is a huge space, in which, the ancient palaces with strong meaning are floating in the air under the operation of mysterious power. Atsuki, who was only 12 or 13 years old, put down the knife and fork in his hand, opened his eyelids trembling. Empty, with no eye sockets, it looks very strange. This chakra, my wife. On the earth, is there already the ability to allow people to travel to other planets? Thinking like this, Shiren said, go and bring her here. Yes. The puppet who acted as a housekeeper said in response. I found the grave where the corpse was buried. Hinata said. There are so many dead bodies, it will take some time to find them. It seems that something was smeared on the corpse to delay the decay. There are many corpses that have been dead for a long time at first glance, and they have not completely decayed. Ah! I found it. How? Naruto asked. I'm not sure if it's still usable, but it turned into a mummy. Hinata said. Whether it works or not, you have to try it to know. Go and see. Naruto said, and was about to leave, but Hinata held his shoulders and prevented him from getting up. Don't move, just let me come, what you need is rest. Hinata said. If you are disobedient and don't take care of your body, even I will be angry. I will follow you in whatever you want and what you want. On the other hand, you have to listen to my arrangements. Hinata is usually very soft, gentle, and well-behaved. Once she is serious, she is really majestic. Naruto didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and was about to say something, when he suddenly felt the strange sound of the wind, and something approached from above. Looking up, I saw 3 figures swooping in and landed on the ground smoothly. 2 identical girls with exquisite facial features. The woman in the middle is very thin. This pupil power, it's Tensagen. Hinata closed her eyes, looked at the past one by one, and said in surprise. Master Hinata. The thin woman said in a flat voice without ups and downs. You know me. Hinata was even more surprised. This is the moon, and it was her first time stepping on it. Why? Yes. The skinny woman said, Master Hinata was chosen by Mr. Shiren, his favorite wife, and also our future mistress. Then you made a mistake. Hinata said, I have never met, let alone know the Lord Shiren you mentioned. It can't be wrong. The thin woman said. Master Shiren once went to the earth and met you when you were a child. That is, at that time, Lord Shiren recognized you as his wife. Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hinata of the patriarchal daughter. It was supposed to wait until you are an adult, and then go to greet you. Now, since Master Hinata has come by himself, you can get engaged first, and then get married when you are an adult. This is also the intention of Master Shiren. That's it. Hinata interrupted, please stop talking, I'm engaged, this is my fiancé, I love him very much, it won't change. The thin woman looked at Hinata, then at Naruto in the wheelchair, and said flatly, Master Hinata, you have to understand that this is God's will, it's destiny. Master Shiren decides, and what is confirmed will be achieved. He is the supreme being who has inherited the will of the ancestors and controls the power of God. No matter who it is, no one can defy his will. Speaking of this, the thin woman looked at Hinata, whether it's an engagement or a marriage, the end result is that you and Mr. Shiren are together. Blocking Master Shiren's will is blocking the will of the ancestors. Such obstacles must be cleared. Before the words were finished, the girls who were quietly standing on the left and right suddenly rose up and rushed towards Naruto. Boom! The two girls were instantly destroyed by the terrible repulsion, turning into a pile of puppet parts. Hinata, standing next to Naruto, lowered his right hand, with a very ugly face. Growing up so big, she has never encountered such absurd things. She was predestined to be the other party's wife without meeting her, and she made it clear that she was engaged, and she would not let her go, and even wanted to kill her fiancé. Unreasonable. This strength is not rolling eyes. The thin woman didn't even look at the two girls. We are all puppets endowed with independent consciousness by the giant Tensagen. They are the most worthless things, and they don't feel bad about dying, so don't care. What makes it notice are Hinata's eyes. As expected of Master Hinata, it's not without reason that Master Shiren favored and selected her. The thin woman said flatly. Please forget about everything in the past, look forward, and realize that Mr. Shiren is your best destination. Master Shiren is the purest ancestral bloodline, and Lord Hinata has such pure white eyes. The combination of you and Lord Shiren will definitely give birth to the most perfect descendant. Create new. I don't want to listen anymore, I feel very uncomfortable in body and mind. Hinata, a terrifying repulsion erupted, destroying the emaciated woman. Naruto-kun, I have never seen a person called Satoshi. Worrying about Naruto's misunderstanding, Hinata explained, I have been practicing at home, going to ninja school, and I don't even have any friends. I know. Naruto said, it's purely wishful thinking on that guy. Chapter 173. Shiren is one of the people Naruto hates the most. Self-righteous, superior, and the most intolerable thing is, in the movie version, hugging Hinata. Everything else can be ignored, but hugging Hinata is something he can't bear. Hinata, find that person again, and I will deal with him. Naruto said, it is unforgivable to want to touch you in delusion. Hinata hesitated, your status. I definitely can't do it myself, I will control the Six Paths avatar to fight. Naruto said. Seeing Naruto's firm attitude, Hinata had no choice but to agree, and whispered, then you have to be careful, pay attention to your body, and don't force yourself. Taking a deep look at the artificial sun, Naruto said, go get that corpse first, and I'll see if I can make it into a Six Paths clone. Hinata nodded yes and pushed Naruto to the grave. With White Eye's perspective, the mechanism is easy to open. Among the many corpses, he came straight to Hamura's corpse. Tear off the shroud on the surface, and you can see the true face of Hamura. After thousands of years, there is still no decay, and the face is very old, skinny, and only a layer of skin and bones remains. This is much worse than the corpses of first-generation Hashirama and others, and Naruto is not sure whether it can be made into a Six Paths clone. Can Rinnegan's pupil power turn decay into magic? Hinata, do you think these eyes are Tensagen? Naruto asked. He didn't get a response, he turned his head to look strangely, and saw Hinata's eyes wide open, his eyes blank, as if he had been pulled into an inexplicable state. After a while, Hinata suddenly came back to his senses and took a breath, Naruto-kun. I just met the ancestor of Hamura. He said something to me, roughly meaning, the earth is in danger. It's okay, if you get rid of the source of the danger, there will be no danger. Naruto said, look, are his eyes Tensagen? Hinata thought so too. The danger is not terrible, just as Naruto said, solve the source. Relieved, she looked intently. No Tensagen pupil power. Hinata shook her head. It's been too long, degraded. Naruto guessed. It is also possible that after death, the body was tampered with by a certain generation of descendants. Oh, your plan is doomed to fail. Kaguya said. What do you mean? Naruto asked calmly. Chakra of Hamura, focused on your fiancé. Kaguya said. His power has left the body and exists in another form, which is absolutely beyond your reach. Another form, referring to the Shinigami I saw earlier. Naruto wondered. Kaguya was non-committal. Naruto pondered for a moment, then activated Merik Hiden, penetrated into Hamura's body, and created chakra rods of different sizes in his body. In this way, without destroying the mummy as much as possible, the prerequisites for making the Six Paths clone are completed. After the chakra rod is buried, Naruto transmits Rinnegan's pupil power through the air, and chakra passes by. Karama Chakra. Immortal Chakra. One tail guards the crane chakra. It can be said that this is very close to the chakra of the 10 tails sacred tree. Hamura's body was inflated like a balloon, other than that, there was no other change. Too much time has passed, and the cells have completely died. This is a piece of human skin, a mummy with bones wrapped around it. Naruto secretly thought it was a pity. First generation Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the cells of these two are still not dead. Second generation Tobirama, Heitake Shuomo, fourth generation Minato, third generation Hiruzen, because Konoha's sealing technology is intact, causing cells to fall into a state similar to hibernation. So it can be activated by Rinnegan's pupil power and high-quality chakra. As for Hamura, Hinata, try using the yin-yang escape technique, see if you can revive the dead cells and play a role. Hinata nodded, and immediately entered Tensagen Chakra mode, folded his hands together, formed seals, and used the yin-yang escape technique. As Naruto said, give life to Hamura's corpse. Kaguya. A miracle happened. The swelling body of Hamura gradually became smaller and returned to its original shape. Under the skin, flesh and blood are gradually being formed, and important tissues such as viscera and organs are also being revived and reborn. It works. Go ahead. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he passed Kurama's chakra to Hinata to ease her consumption. Hinata concentrates and increases chakra output. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the entire tomb that had been hollowed out instantly cracked and collapsed. Hinata. Naruto subconsciously took Hinata into his arms to protect Hinata. Unlimited Hinata can be touched. Although Hinata was not flustered, she didn't want Naruto's thought to be a waste of time. She hastily summoned a dozen truth-seeking balls and transformed them into shields. Protect himself, Naruto, and Hamura's corpse. Boom. Boom. Rumble. The bombing has been going on. Hinata hugged Naruto's waist backwards, maintained the truth-seeking ball shield, and carried Hamura's body by gravity, broke through the obstacle above, and came to the ground. Has it appeared? Shiren stood in the void, closed his eyes, and said condescendingly, no matter who you are, Hinata belongs to my wife, return it to me. People like you, are the most annoying. Hinata couldn't suppress the anger in her heart, and said. I belong to Mr. Naruto and have nothing to do with you. Also, don't call me by my name. Naruto-kun. Shiren said calmly, I will kill him, and then you will no longer belong to him. Stopping Hinata who was going to do it, Naruto said, it's agreed that I will come. Let Hinata open the infinity and protect himself. Naruto exhaled, formed the seal of the summoning technique, and brought the first generation Hashirama, Uchiha Madara on the earth, to summoning. Oh, do you still want to resist? You can't control yourself. Shiren said lightly, if you weren't worried about accidentally hurting Hinata, you would have died. I think you're dead. Naruto said. Ignorance. Shiren said pitifully. You shouldn't have cheated on my wife. You shouldn't have thought of her because she was cute. Suicide. Kill him, don't hurt Hinata. Golems with independent consciousness, powered by a giant Tensagen, rained down and swooped down on Naruto. Naruto turned a blind eye, staring at Tonari. He didn't move. Hashirama and Madara moved. Wood style, the birth of the flower and tree world. Fire style, the fire is gone. The sky-like trees and vines swept up, and then were ignited by the fire. Under the scorching heat, the air showed a tendency to distort. In one encounter, most of the puppets were destroyed, and a few puppets were lucky enough to avoid the attack, and continued to rush towards Naruto, launching a spell like a light cannon on him. Most of them were blocked by tree vines, and the only light cannon that came to Naruto was blocked and absorbed by the flame fan held by Madara. Chapter 174. Slap. The last burning puppet fell to the ground. The whole process takes no more than 30 seconds. Hundreds of puppets were all wiped out. Not bad. Shiren was silent for a moment, then said. However, it's nothing compared to the real power of God. Hinata, get away from him right now, back away, I don't want to hurt you. In the artificial sun, Shiren in formal attire came to the place where the huge Tensagen was placed. He was the main body, while the one below was just a projection. Aren't you willing to leave? You actually proved it to me with your actions. Shiren murmured. He has no eyes, so he can't see naturally, but he can see the changes in the outside world through the unique way of the Otsutsuki family. He was very angry when he found that Hinata not only didn't leave the man obediently, but moved closer, and even held the man's hand. He made a reservation a long time ago and took a fancy to Hinata as his wife. In his mind, Hinata is his woman. What is missing is a wedding ceremony. Now. In this case. Shiren said indifferently. Then he has to execute that man in front of Hinata, and then. If you can get along normally. If you can't get along, you have to use the power of Tensagen to delete Hinata's memory and control Hinata. Separate them first, don't hurt Hinata. There was a huge gap in the surface of the artificial sun. Densely packed, countless puppets, driving the flying mounts that are also puppets, left the artificial sun and rushed to the ground in a swarm. Skirin will use crowd tactics to separate Naruto and Hinata. While bringing Hinata back to his place, it triggers the vast energy of the huge Tensagen, killing Naruto, Hashirama and Madara in one fell swoop. A lot. Hinata was shocked and couldn't help but said, Naruto-kun, let me come, his Tensagen pupil power is much stronger than mine, you are not suitable for excessive activities now. The mob. Naruto clasped his hands together without changing his face. Mobilize Rinnegan's pupil power and consume Zyanja chakra. In the hands, a small pitch-black ball was condensed, and the darkness of ultimate seemed to absorb and devour even light. Planetary devastation. Under Naruto's control, the pitch-black ball quickly lifted into the air, and headed towards the puppet army. Right in front of them, infinite gravitational force erupted. The nearest puppets, without a trace of resistance, were the first to be absorbed, unable to break free, and the other puppets followed, covering the front puppets. It was because of the excessive force of the impact that some of the puppets were crushed abruptly. In a blink of an eye, thousands of puppets of all kinds were no longer visible in the field of vision, replaced by an asteroid composed entirely of puppets. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Sage art, wind style, spiral shuriken. Boom, explosion. The sky was reddened by flames, and waves of heat swept in all directions. Solve all puppets, seal Naruto, and activate summoning technique. Not the summoning with Mount Myaboku, but Rinnegan, the summoning of the animal way. Ka. A strange, ear-piercing cry came from the smoke. The one that was summoned was a big bird, very large in size, comparable to a tailed beast in terms of size alone. For the contracted creatures, Rinnegan's pupil power transformation and strengthening in the beast way is really too fierce and abnormal. It's really strong. Shiren gave a pertinent evaluation. If there is no such treasure as the huge Tenseigan, in terms of personal strength, he is not Naruto's opponent. But that's all. When he becomes an adult, he will transplant the supercilious eyes of members of the Hyuga family, and combine with his own Otsutsuki bloodline to awaken Tenseigan. At that time, Naruto was nothing more than a bigger ant that could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. Think you're sure of winning? Let me show you what real power is. Skirin laid his hands on the giant Tenseigan. Riding the big bird summoning beast, he came to Naruto outside the artificial sun, and saw an entrance that was automatically opened enough for the summoning beast to enter. He controlled the summoning beast to fly in. Standing next to Naruto, Hinata, who was supporting Naruto, looked at a certain place for the first time, giving her a strange position. Naruto-kun, there is a very large Tenseigan pupil power, my perspective is distorted there. Hinata said. He should be there. Naruto drove the summoning beast to go. In the temple, there are quite a few puppets responsible for cleaning and sanitation, most of whom are girls. They didn't get the order to attack, and went about their business, at best eyeing the intruder out of the corner of the eye. You dared to come here and didn't escape. Although you were stupid looking for death, your courage is commendable. Shiren floated in the void and said lightly. It's a puppet again. Naruto curled his lips, if you are so confident, you can do it yourself. You always send a puppet, no matter what. Make use of strengths and avoid weaknesses, this is the most basic common sense. Shiren, who was still talking, was suddenly blown away. In front of the giant Tenseigan, the main body Shiren frowned, what happened just now? His puppet was blown up by something, air? Dust? Obviously there is nothing, what is going on? Marikisha. Hinata thought to himself. Naruto didn't hide it from her, but told her about the effect of this Rinnegan pupil technique. Even with the Tenseigan, she couldn't see the 8 invisible hands. According to Naruto, Kaguya must appear and crush him in pupil power to be able to see it. Of course, this is the rule of Rinnegan, I wonder if it is possible for Tenseigan to produce Kaguya. What should I do? She was in a dilemma. He wants to stay here to control the huge Tenseigan, without a puppet as a carrier to fight, how to separate Naruto and Hinata. Without ensuring Hinata's safety, how can he unleash the real killer move of the giant Tenseigan? Hinata, including Hinata's extremely pure white eyes, is too valuable. He can't implicate Hinata because of an ant. Gravitational repulsion. Endow puppets with consciousness, and transmit energy to puppets to act through the air. A chakra drawn from people who are not descendants of Hamura. Comparable to the chakra light cannon that the golden wheel reincarnated and exploded. After thinking about the function of the huge Tenseigan, Shiren secretly said, when they come over, drain the chakra of those 3 people. The closer the distance, the better for him to control the huge Tenseigan's chakra light cannon, reducing the probability of spreading and accidentally injuring Hinata. Of course, the closer the distance, the greater his own danger. It's better to strike first, as long as I'm quick enough to strike first and kill them, nothing will happen. Shiren thought, calmed down, and thought about what it was that blew up the puppet just now. The unknown is always unsettling. Unexpected. Alone. Shiren was stunned, and then turned into ecstasy. Naruto came in alone, saving him a lot of trouble and danger, and he didn't even have to wait, and directly killed him. Chapter 175. Die to me. The huge Tenseigan bursts out infinite energy, and the golden chakra beam of light carries the power to destroy everything, moving forward indomitably. So impatient to want me to die. Naruto grinned, coincidentally, so did he. Keep your spirits up and concentrate. Kurama mode, on. Dazzling, golden chakra, as bright as the sun, covers the whole body and flows in unison, rushing to the right hand. On the right hand of the golden light, there are mysterious spell patterns crawling, like a colony of ants, this is chakra of one tail. Kurama, guarding the crane, originally belonged to the chakra of the sacred tree, and the fusion of their powers was as smooth as it came naturally without any hindrance. Coupled with the Zyanja chakra, the power of this punch can only be said to have not disappointed Naruto. Impossible. Shiren was shocked, his scalp numb. Invisible, but clearly perceived, the chakra light cannon released by the giant Tenseigan was scattered by Naruto's punch. How is this possible? This is the terrifying power that once completely wiped out the clan. This earthling, why? Hearing footsteps approaching, Shiren came back to his senses, and hastily released the chakra light cannon again. Naruto held his breath and punched out with all his strength. Boom! Forced to calm down, Shiren no longer uses the chakra cannon, but instead controls a giant Tenseigan that teleports Naruto's chakra. No matter how powerful you are, it's still useless to lose chakra. Shiren shouted. Chakra in the body was pulled out of the body uncontrollably. Naruto, who was barely able to move, was disturbed by this feeling of loss of strength, and once couldn't stand still, half kneeling on the ground. I remember that in Tenseigan's settings, the remote extraction of chakra is an item, except for people with white eyes. Naruto secretly thought. He not only has white eyes, but also Hamura chakra, Kaguya chakra. Why? Whether it's Hinata's Tenseigan, or this giant Tenseigan, he can teleport his chakra. You know, Hinata has no way to extract the father and grandfather, including the chakra of Hanabi and others. So, it doesn't matter if the eyes are white or not, they must be the direct descendants of Hamura, which is the most important thing. What exactly Hamura did to his body had such a profound effect. This is the power you can't contend with. Shiren heaved a sigh of relief. Looking back, he actually panicked just now. After discovering the huge Tenseigan's chakra light cannon, it was abruptly broken up by Naruto, and a crack appeared in the spiritual pillar. What a shame! As a descendant of Hamura, whose bloodline is closest to the gods, he was frightened and threatened by earthlings whose bloodlines were backward and diluted a lot, which is unforgivable. It's over. Shiren calmed down his redundant thoughts, and said lightly, Hinata, it's mine now. Click. It was the sound of a broken bone. For some reason, Shiren didn't realize until the severe pain came that his right hand, which was pressing on the huge Tenseigan, was broken. You! What did you do? Shiren broke out in cold sweat and said with pain. Hands off the giant Tenseigan, drawing chakra doesn't stop, Naruto frowned. How does this giant Tenseigan work? If it can be controlled from a distance, it is impossible for Shiren to put his hand on it without any hassle. Or, set a program and the giant Tenseigan will run on its own? Thinking of this, Naruto kept moving, controlling the invisible hand, and then twisted off Tonari's left hand, abolishing his seal ability, making him unable to use ninjutsu. After the actual experience, Shiren shuddered. His own arm was twisted off, and he didn't even know what the method of the attack was that he couldn't perceive. Since he was able to break his arm in a fair and above-board manner, wouldn't it mean that he could also break his neck directly? Listening to Naruto's words, Hinata, who was waiting outside, kept watching with her white eyes. Seeing that Naruto's condition was getting worse, she started to break in. In the tomb, she saw the ancestors of Hamura, and saw the scene of the family being killed by the branch house, and knew how powerful this huge Tenseigan was. Especially against aliens, the giant Tenseigan is a well-deserved nemesis. Only the descendants of Hamura cannot be drawn chakra, and only the chakra of descendants of Hamura can destroy the giant Tenseigan. Others' chakra will be swallowed by the giant Tenseigan. Be careful. Naruto said, try to control it first, and then destroy it if you can't control it. Hinata nodded. Giving up the plan to destroy the giant Tenseigan with the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, she came to the giant Tenseigan. First turn on the Tenseigan, enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, and with a certain degree of confidence, then put both hands together and press on the huge Tenseigan. Naruto looked back at Tonari, the guy he had to kill, who wanted to snatch Hinata. Don't. Stop it. Feeling his neck being choked, he lifted his feet and left the ground. The most frightening thing was that he couldn't touch the thing that was choking his neck. Shiren said with difficulty, I am the only heir to the will of our ancestors. I have the mission to rebuild the world. I cannot die. Naruto was expressionless. Hearing a click, Shiren's body froze, then relaxed and hung down. If it is a person like Hinata, who has a very pure white eye, if you use the white eye perspective, you will find that the cervical spine of Shiren is pinched to pieces. Dead to die no more. As soon as Shiren died, Naruto immediately took out his soul and sealed it in Hades, not giving him any chance of resurrection. Just at this moment, chakra was no longer drained, and Naruto looked at Hinata. Did it work? The puppets working in the temple froze uniformly, recovered quickly, and continued to work. Their original consciousness has been washed away and replaced with a new consciousness. What they should do has not changed, but the object to obey has been changed. Hands separated from the giant Tenseigan, Hinata glanced sideways at the dead Tensei. There are very few times when you hate people, basically none. This person successfully aroused her disgust. Especially when I think of myself and Naruto's strength, if they are not so strong, what will happen to them? Naruto was killed under her eyes, and she would be forced to marry someone she didn't like and hated. Can't bear it. Hinata casually summoned a truth-seeking ball to annihilate the dead body to the dust, so that the idea was cleared up a lot. Naruto was stunned, and then said, how difficult is it to control? Fortunately, Hinata said, using chakra, just give it instructions, and the functions are not complicated, just a few, quite simple. Hearing Hinata explain the power possessed by the giant Tenseigan, Naruto said, that's good. This guy's quality is very high, and he is absorbing natural energy and constantly growing himself. Even if it is not a perpetual motion machine in the true sense, it is almost the same. It can be given consciousness so that it can be better manipulated. Battle, life, there are many uses. Chapter 176. Shiren, who controlled the moon to crash into the earth in the future, almost destroyed the existence of the earth, died prematurely and died. The dust settled. Thanks to Kaguya, Naruto is afraid to sleep with his eyes closed, worried about accidents, so it is to continue what was interrupted by the family not long ago, trying to make the body of Otsutsuki Hamura into a Six Paths clone. Hinata helped a lot thanks to her yin and yang escape technique. She endowed the decayed corpse of Yamura with strong vitality, allowing the completely dead cells to be revived. Only with cells, Naruto's Rinnegan pupil power, and chakra can it be effective. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly, Hamura opened his eyes, not his original white eyes, but turned into a Rinnegan like Naruto. Empty shell. On the wheelchair, Naruto, who was sitting here with his whole body relaxed, tapped his fingers on the armrest, and said, not working. Hinata whispered. It can be used, but... Naruto checked Hamura's brain memory through Rinnegan's pupil power. The memory after recovery is incomplete, and I can't fight independently. I need full control. In his own eyes, as you said, he doesn't have any pupil power, and he can't even use the most basic wide-eyed perspective. The quality of these cells that have been resuscitated by you after many years is far inferior to that of Hamura before his death, and there is almost no body memory, not 1 out of 10. It's not as good as I thought. Any Jonin corpse on the earth, made into a Six Paths clone, is better than him. Seeming to have discovered something, Naruto snorted, and then his eyes widened, as if they were going to pop out of their sockets. Hinata, pinch me. Naruto said blankly. Hinata was puzzled, and lightly pinched Naruto's arm. It doesn't hurt, is it a dream? Naruto was disappointed. Hinata puts some more force. Naruto, who finally felt the pain, his eyes lit up. This time is really right. Hinata. I won the jackpot. Naruto couldn't help but cheered. Grand prize. Curious, Hinata subconsciously looked at the elderly Hamura ancestor who had been made into a clone of Six Paths by Naruto. Then, under her gaze, the other party clasped his hands together and formed a seal. That is the Indian type of 100 healings mark. Hinata, who had learned half of it before, picked it up again recently, and continued to study, recognized it. The diamond-shaped imprint belonging to the 100 healings mark slowly appeared between Hamura's eyebrows. Naruto transmits chakra for him, and it is Naruto who controls the body. Except for some S-level ninjutsu and forbidden technique, which have high standards for talent and physique, they are helpless. Naruto knows other ninja methods, which means that Six Paths avatars can also use them. 100 healings mark condensation molding. The seal of Hamura has been changed and replaced with the seal of Baihao technique, and the appropriate amount of chakra has been adjusted to spread all over the body, filling and stimulating every cell. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Hamura's appearance returned from old to youthful. Kaguya, who has witnessed all this, has to admit that these weak humans do have creativity and imagination that Otsutsuki does not have. Although in the face of absolute strength, in front of the Supreme God, it is meaningless. It's okay. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The body returned to the state of youth, and to a certain extent, some memory fragments were restored. Among them, he is most concerned and cared about, which is also the reason he said, winning the big prize. Mind-to-heart connection. Really? That's right. So that's how it is. ENN. Seeing that Naruto was concentrating on it, as if he had discovered some kind of priceless treasure, Hinata didn't bother, but turned on the perspective and scanned the layout in the artificial sun. The ancient and noble palaces are well arranged. The puppets who work hard, and never tire, walk everywhere. Hinata saw a lot of books, and the words were not the same as those on Earth. I saw a lot of materials piled up in Kankuri, which can be used to make ninja tools and puppets. There are many finished products hanging on the shelf. The puppet responsible for cleaning ensures that there will be no dust if it is not used for a long time. The maintenance is in place and it is brand new. A house for dwelling and living. A dedicated shrine for people to visit, which houses a statue of a giant Tenseigan. And there is the really huge Tenseigan, hidden location. The above are the 3 main parts of the artificial sun. Other than that, there are just some useless, strangely shaped stones floating in the air. Hinata. Naruto said suddenly, grab my hand. Hinata didn't know why, but she held Naruto's right hand. In an instant, her consciousness appeared in a vast and boundless space, with no end in sight at a glance, boundless. There are stars dotted above, and from time to time there will be 1 or 2 shooting stars, passing by quickly. Here it is. Hinata was surprised. When the chakra and consciousness of both parties are closely connected to a certain point, they will meet in this way. Naruto is also the first time here, but he is no stranger to this. There are many times in the plot. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Naruto and his opponents were often seen meeting and talking in such a place. And Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yodaka, of Impure World Reincarnation. Influence Six Paths Obito. Lost 10 tails, part of 1 tail from 6 Paths Madara, Obito from 8 Tails Chakra. As well as Mingzuo's final battle, there were similar scenes. It is an instant in the outside world, but here, a lot of words can be said, and the flow of time is inconsistent. It can be said to be a space of consciousness, but it is not to pull the other party into your own space of consciousness. It is a scene temporarily constructed by the two parties under the collision of chakra, and when they both intend to communicate with each other, their consciousness is connected. Very magical. Of course, not just anyone can do it. The knowledge, understanding, and finger-making of chakras should not be underestimated. Is this something learned from the memories of Hamura's ancestors? Hinata was stunned. It feels amazing. She and Naruto communicate with each other, she knows what Naruto is thinking, and in the same way, Naruto also knows what she is thinking. It seems to be a person who can understand each other. Naruto nodded and explained. The memory is incomplete, but it doesn't matter, the missing part can be supplemented by other content. From Hamura's memory, I learned how to use the ultimate sealing technique. It is 6 paths, planetary devastation. This sealing technique is very powerful. It is the strongest trump card that deserves it. No matter what kind of strong enemy it is, it can defeat it. Only by mastering it can we say that we can sit back and relax and not be afraid of any undead monsters coming. Naruto couldn't hide his excitement and said, of course, the conditions of use are very harsh, and 2 people must work together to complete it. 1 is indispensable. Hearing this, Hinata understood, and said, then let's finish it together after you recover. Chapter 177. Like-minded. Blood follows the snare. There is no blood follower snare, and it is fine to be able to manufacture the truth-seeking ball independently. One side condenses the ultimate yin power. One side condenses the ultimate yang force. Meet the above conditions, and then touch the target at the same time, you can activate 6 paths, planetary devastation. It's difficult to say, but it's even more difficult to do. But, don't be afraid of the difficulty, the fear is that there is no way, no method. Truth-seeking ball, I have it. Hinata said, but the yin power of ultimate you mentioned, and the yang power of ultimate, I don't know how to condense it. You're the truth-seeking ball that comes with Tenseigan Chakra mode, no, Naruto explained. It must be your own ability. The truth-seeking ball you made is your own understanding of yin and yang and the 5 elements, which is at its peak. Hinata got dizzy when he heard this, wondering, but, I can't use the 5 elements escape technique, how can I make a truth-seeking ball? Remember the future Hanabi. Naruto reminded. She can still make a truth-seeking ball without opening the Tenseigan Chakra mode. She has the same physique as you. If she can, you must be able to. By the way, Mirai Hanabi did not delete all the memories, but only deleted some of the content that would affect future interpersonal relationships, and the strength part remained unchanged. I think, 80% of the implanted cells have played a role. Naruto said. When Naruto mentioned the future Hanabi, Hinata felt so depressed. She puffed up her cheeks slightly, turned her head to look to the side, and whispered, oh, then I'll cultivate Bai-Hao technique and 100 healings mark as soon as possible, and then implant your cells, give it a try. If you are not in the consciousness space built by both parties, you cannot feel each other's mind. Naruto, who didn't know what Hinata was thinking at this time, his head was buzzing, he paused his thoughts, and needed the space between his eyebrows. This matter, don't be in a hurry. On the contrary, you may waste your time with haste. It may be better to keep a normal mind. Let it be, don't be in a hurry. The harvest of this trip to the moon was unexpectedly great. Although Hamura's corpse, made into a 6 paths avatar, is not as powerful as imagined, but just the memory fragments in the brain memory, the 6 paths, the method of using the planetary devastation, and the huge Tenseigan, all in the bag, can be said to be a worthwhile trip. The 2 have since settled on the moon. Naruto concentrates on recuperating. Because the condition is not very good, I did not use Madara as bait to catch Black Zetsu. Also counting on Chakra who signed the tailed beast, Jinchuriki can't have an accident, and it is also considering that Black Zetsu may attack Jinchuriki. There is a group of shadow clone, acting separately, staring at other Jinchuriki. Once Black Zetsu appears, Naruto will immediately take Hinata there, and to be on the safe side, he will also call Ino. Ino, who ate the Urashiki fruit, inherited everything from Urashiki, and can use Huangquan Hirazaka to travel between different spaces. As long as Black Zetsu dares to show up, he will definitely let it come and go. Days, 2 months passed inadvertently. Ding, trigger the sign-in creature, airway chakra, is it signed in? Yes? No. Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained the perfect Tail Chakra. A blue ghostly fire ignited from Naruto's body, and in this ghostly flame, there was a pitch-black curse pattern. Receive. The ghostly fire mixed with the curse pattern instantly converged into the body. Naruto briefly tried the chakra of the two-tailed Matatabi, and when it brought him something, he found that it was just a fire control, and shook his head. The two-tailed Matatabi is not as powerful as the one-tailed Shower-he. There is only fire. After the fire is over, it is not an inextinguishable fire, and the temperature is the same, which is similar to the ordinary fire style. You must know that one-tailed Shower-he chakra possesses wind style, magnet style, and sealing technique. Can't compare, can't compare, can't compare. Master Naruto, there is a big movement on the earth. You told me that you will be notified immediately when there is a big movement. The puppet in the shape of a girl flew in from the window, landed lightly, and said softly. What kind of movement? Naruto said, jumping out of the window, right on top of the flying puppet. The flying puppet flapped its wings and took Naruto to the pumice stone where the giant Tensagen was. There's a monster running amok. The girl who followed and rode on the same flying puppet said. Naruto is curious. Monster? The monsters in the ninja world are talking about tailed beasts? Soon, arrive at the destination. The giant Tensagen entered Naruto's field of vision, as did a projection window frozen in front of the giant Tensagen. The length and width are equal, about 3 meters, and what is presented is a top view, which also allows Naruto to see the so-called monster. Where is the monster? It can be called a monster, it belongs to Iwagakure's tail beast, 4 tails, Monkey King. Half a month ago, Sasuke met 4 tails Jinchuriki, lousy eye. Naruto rubbed his chin. After that, 4 tails became Sasuke's summoning beast, tamed and controlled by him with his pupil power. Now such a big fight. Having guessed, Naruto said, zoom in. The giant Tensagen trembled slightly, and the overhead view in the projection window suddenly zoomed in, allowing Naruto to see Sasuke standing there on the head of 4 tails. He was talking loudly. Move forward a little bit, Naruto said. The gigantic Tensagen, who has been given a sense of independence by Hinata, obeys. This time, Naruto saw a figure that was much smaller than 4 tails, and under the pursuit of 4 tails, he handled it with ease. Unsurprisingly, it was a ferret. Compared to Sasuke who was questioning something loudly, Itachi was silent the whole time, not answering a word. Rinnegan. 4 tails. Although it is not eternal Mangekyo, but the effect is similar to eternal Mangekyo whose pupil power can be restored. Ryokai Cave Immortal Art. With so many luxurious configurations in hand, the gap in strength is difficult to make up. Itachi is definitely not Sasuke's opponent, and he doesn't have to fight a battle of releasing the sea like in the plot. After watching for a while, the brothers' final battle, Naruto said, set up a space channel, I want to go down. The puppet girl said cautiously, Master Hinata has ordered you to rest well, not to work hard, let alone run around, what you want to do, wait until she comes back. A line of words also appeared in the window projected by the huge Tensagen, which meant the same as the puppet girl. I'm just going to get something, it's okay. Naruto said. See Naruto persists, giant Tensagen, puppet girl, no more persuasion. Hinata is the master of the puppets and the giant Tensagen, but he listens to Naruto the most and obeys Naruto in everything. Violating Hinata's orders, maybe nothing will happen. Upsetting Naruto would be the worst. The independent consciousness that Hinata gave to the puppets and the giant Tensagen exceeded the safety threshold set by Hamura, and possessed a very high, very comprehensive 7 emotions and 6 desires. Timidity and fear, emotions that shouldn't appear on puppets, they do exist. Chapter 178. The huge Tensagen can control the space and build a stable space channel. Aside from the shortcoming of not being able to teleport instantly, there is no other problem, especially fixed-point teleportation, which is easier to use than Flying Thunder God. The giant Tensagen can also monitor the Earth in real time. The descendants of the branch house of Hamura in the moon line observe the Earth through the giant Tensagen. Occasionally come to the Earth to do something, but also use the space channel of the huge Tensagen to go back and forth between the moon and the Earth. Very convenient. Right in front of Naruto's eyes, there was an obvious wave in the space. About 20 seconds later, the space collapsed, and a strange hollow was sunken. Having used Naruto several times, he is familiar with the road and walked in. The puppet girl wanted to follow, but he refused. After walking a dozen steps and coming out from the other end, Naruto has come to the Earth, and it is near the place where Sasuke and Itachi, the 2 brothers fought. Boom! The Earth shakes and the mountains shake. 4 Tails Sun Wukong roared, folded his arms together, and fell heavily to the ground. Terrible heat burst out, and at the point of impact, magma erupted like a tsunami, rushing in all directions without distinction. Come on! Don't you want the Mangekyo? My Mangekyo is here. And the Rinnegan. Grab it! Sasuke yelled. The attack range is too large to avoid. Itachi had to use Susan to block the damage. Seeing Itachi used Mangekyou's ultimate secret technique, Susanoo, Sasuke also used Susanoo without hesitation. Itachi is limited to Mangekyo, and cannot open a full-body Susanoo. Sasuke is not the same. He was the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, fused with a bit of Kaguya Chakra, and served as a Kaguya carrier for a while. His Mangekyo has broken through the upper limit that should have been, and he will not be blind, and his pupil power is so huge that it can even trigger a complete body. The purple full-body Susanoo, in the form of armor, is worn on the body of Four Tails Monkey King. See? This is Uchiha, the real power. Sasuke exclaimed. I will make you regret that you didn't kill me back then. I will break your ambition and your delusions. Itachi. Die. An expressionless weasel. Itachi's eyes are bleeding and his vision is blurred. Facing this power that was too much beyond him and unable to compete, he was 3 points shocked, 1 point puzzled, 5 points relieved, and 1 point relieved. Wait for death calmly. Prestige, Susanoo's destructive power is beyond imagination. Itachi's Susan was defeated and destroyed in a head-on confrontation. Hitomi was exhausted, Chakra was severely overdrawn, and Itachi, who was close to exhaustion, fell to the ground, powerless, and did not want to fight anymore. Waiting for the murderous Sasuke to give him the final blow and end his life. The imaginary fatal blow did not come. Four Tails fell silent, motionless, and heard the footsteps belonging to Sasuke approaching, and then Sasuke's hand rested on his head. With your strength, it is impossible to destroy Uchiha alone, there must be helpers. Sasuke said lightly. You think too highly of Uchiha. Itachi said weakly, that is a disappointing family, small in size and weak in strength, no matter how you look at it, it is very weak. This is just your one-sided statement. Sasuke said, I will find the truth by myself. In front of Rinnegan, all secrets cannot be hidden. Hearing this, Itachi suddenly felt bad, wanted to struggle, it was futile, wanted to refine chakra, to end himself, and was interrupted in advance by Sasuke's Rinnegan insight. Suppressing Itachi, preventing him from resisting and escaping, Sasuke used the ability of the human world to look through Itachi's memory. Daily life, practice, fighting, these irrelevant parts of the genocide are quickly skipped, and the focus is on the genocide. Time passed slowly. Sasuke's face was uncertain. Quite a while. A fist hit the ground, only 5 centimeters away from Itachi's head. Sasuke yelled, why don't you side with Uchiha? Why do you listen to the words of the high-level Konoha? Why? Itachi was speechless. He hadn't expected Rinnegan to be able to peek into memories. Naruto was speechless. He came to collect Itachi's body, so that he could replace the empty shell Hamura and become the heavenly Deo in the Six Paths avatar. By the way, retrieve another one that is still in Itachi's hands, Shisui Mangekyo, which has not been used yet and has not been destroyed. I didn't expect Sasuke to do this. Kill me, revenge for father, mother, clan, and then. Itachi said, start a new life and rebuild a new Uchiha. Damn you. Sasuke said angrily. Konoha is more damned than you. Damn it, damn it. It's so. It's so. The truth subverted Sasuke's cognition. The person he has always hated is precisely the person who loves him the most. On the contrary, the village he considered his home was the most direct cause of his family's ruin. Clenching his fists, bulging veins, and gnashing his teeth, words can't describe Sasuke's mood at this time. Suddenly, Sasuke regained his composure. He turned his head and looked at the dense forest in the distance. What are you doing here, Naruto? Naruto's exaggerated amount of chakra is more terrifying than the tailed beast, and it can't be hidden at all. I'm short of a suitable corpse to make a clone of Six Paths, and I know you two are fighting here, so. Naruto stepped out of the bunker and said. You saved my life and helped me a lot, I don't want to kill you. Sasuke said calmly. Take off the Konoha forehead protector, condense the lightning-style chakra with your fingertips, and swipe gently. This is a step that traders and ninjas will do. To draw a mark on the forehead protector means to separate from their own village. From today onwards, I will be Konoha rebel, and after that, I will destroy Konoha. You, including your family and friends, as long as you don't stand with Konoha, I can turn a blind eye. Forgot to tell you, my father is 4th Hokage, I just resurrected him a few months ago. Naruto said. Resurrection. Sasuke was stunned, and quickly said, how did you do it? Naruto pointed to his own Rinnegan. Really? It seems that our Rinnegan pupil technique is different. Sasuke looked at Naruto's almost normal yellow hair, which turned into white hair, and said complicatedly. I didn't resurrect. It can be seen that resurrection requires a heavy price. Sasuke suppressed many thoughts in his heart, and said, it doesn't matter who your father is. As long as he doesn't stand up to stop me, I can do it for you and not hurt him. If he insists on stopping me. So that you know my determination to take revenge, even if it's you, I won't give in. I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Knowing what happened to the Uchiha genocide incident, Naruto had nothing to say. He thought for a while and said, you are not my opponent, and I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill me. Sasuke shook his head, bent down to support Itachi, walked in front, and opened the space portal out of thin air. Then wait and see. The me now is not comparable to the me before. Chapter 179. Seeing that half of Sasuke's foot had already stepped into the space portal, his body suddenly couldn't move. You want to fight now? Sasuke said without looking back. Revenge is not the only way, there are other ways. Naruto said. Sasuke is the home of little Sakura. He promised little Sakura that he would bring the two of them together. Once Sasuke is allowed to go to the opposite side of Konoha, the fate of the two of them will almost come to an end. It's hard to make any progress. Revenge is not the only way. Sasuke said bluntly. That's because you don't know what Konoha did to my family. If you don't take revenge, I can't vent the hatred that is suppressed in my heart. Do you know? The mastermind behind my family's downfall is Konoha's senior management, third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and those two advisors. Then there is this stupid big brother. I can't understand what he thinks. He left his family behind and ran to join the enemy, and even helped the enemy destroy the whole family. While it was all about protecting me, it made me even more angry that I didn't need this kind of sacrificial protection. If you want to die, die together. Before you die, you have to drag Konoha to be buried with you. I don't believe that Konoha will have the determination to die. You also said that those 4 people are behind the scenes. Naruto said. Third generation and Danzo are dead, and only 2 advisors are left alive. Are you sure you want to destroy Konoha and implicate other innocent people who don't know? Danzo is dead. Sasuke was stunned. Looking at Itachi's memory, the person he hates the most is Danzo, and he still thinks about how to kill Danzo to relieve the hatred in his heart, but he never thought. I killed it. Naruto said. He targeted a friend of mine, and I found his stronghold outside the village and killed him there. Because he has a lot of Sharingan, he can be resurrected continuously, which is equivalent to killing him many times. Using fire-style Raise-non, burned alive, very painful. Hearing what Naruto said, Sasuke felt a lot better. He thought about it seriously, shook his head and said, in Uchiha, there are also many ordinary people who don't know about it, and there is no Sharingan. Didn't Konoha's high-level officials kill them all? The people of Konoha are innocent, but the people of Uchiha are not innocent. I can't forgive, and I can't let go. Sasuke. Itachi began. Shut up. You stupid big brother. I don't want to hear you say anything nice about Konoha. Sasuke scolded. After scolding Itachi, Sasuke took a deep breath, and found that he couldn't break free from the things that bound him, and he couldn't see, touch, or attack the things that were holding him. Use your free left hand instead, and make a seal at an angle that Naruto cannot see. A black light flashed, and the two disappeared out of thin air. Losing Sasuke's maintenance, the space portal is closed. Flying Thunder God. Naruto raised his forehead. Sasuke is determined to take revenge, what should he do? With Sasuke's configuration, it is not difficult to destroy Konoha. Even if it is Guy, who detonated the dead door, Sasuke, who is not as crazy as Madara, will choose to pick up the probability of Yagai, which is very small. I hope Itachi can convince Sasuke, if not. Naruto pondered, activated Flying Thunder God, and jumped to the laboratory of little Sakura and Ino. He needs to talk to little Sakura first, so that she can be mentally prepared. On the moon. Losing the trace of Naruto, the puppet girl and the giant Tensagen are very panicked, but fortunately, the giant Tensagen's insight is extraordinary. It didn't take long to search for Naruto's chakra response, and projected that location in the form of a top view. The puppet girl breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered in a low voice, Master Naruto is really too, he always likes to run around. On the laboratory side, it was Naruto himself. In the village, it is entrusted to Shadow Clone to do it. His body is getting better day by day, but from the outside, he is still very haggard, not fit to see his parents. Listening to Naruto telling the whole story, little Sakura and Ino were dumbfounded. After Naruto left, as the 2 daughters of Shadow Clone, they took the initiative to release themselves and gave the ontology who was doing experiments in a different space to know everything. Ino was stunned, and said complicatedly, what my father said is not wrong, Ying, you can't believe it, no matter how gentle and kind on the surface, you can't believe it. It's unbelievable that adults from the 3rd generation project would do such a thing. Little Sakura doubted life. It's not surprising when you think about it, Ino said. From the standpoint of Kage, a family like Uchiha who has the ability to subvert the village will not be tolerated. On the contrary, Sasuke's big brother makes me unable to understand, and his behavior also makes me unable to accept it. If it were me, I would stand on the side of my family, regardless of right or wrong. Now is not the time to talk about this. Little Sakura calmed down. Sasuke wants to destroy the village, and he uses revenge as a reason. It is difficult to solve it through communication. Naruto also tried it, but it doesn't work. It's true. Ino said seriously, then let's go back, suspend the experiment, and wait until this matter is dealt with. When the pupils of the eyes switch to white eyes, it is necessary to open Huangquan Hirasaka and return to the ninja world. Suddenly, little Sakura said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Ino wondered. "Do you want to be Hokage?" Little Sakura asked. "I never thought about it." Ino shook his head. "I didn't think about it either." Little Sakura said, "But there is a person who regards Hokage as a goal and a dream, and is pursuing it." "You mean Naruto?" Ino wondered. "Why did I suddenly think of saying this? What we should consider now is how to face Sasuke. I heard from Naruto that the current Sasuke is very strong. Not everyone can be a Hokage." Little Sakura said. "You have to be famous, strong, and convincing in your achievements. There are a lot of excellent people, but there are not enough and big enough achievements, who will recognize Naruto. How can he sit on the position of Hokage?" "You mean?" Ino was not stupid, and quickly thought of something, his beautiful eyes widened. No matter how powerful a person is, they still need opportunities to prove themselves. Little Sakura said, "Crisis is an opportunity. Is this okay? I understand your intentions. I can roughly guess what you are going to do, but..." Ino hesitated. "If it leaks out, if people see the flaws, if Sasuke kills a lot of people in the process, then..." "So, just the two of us, plus Hinata at most," said little Sakura. "It's enough for the three of us to know. Ordinary villagers and ninjas who are not strong enough will definitely be transferred to a safe place for refuge. The rest, those who fight against Sasuke, cannot be inferior in strength. If they can't beat Sasuke, if they cooperate well, self-protection will not be a problem. Don't forget that Master is still there, she is the strongest medical ninja. According to the information I learned about Hinata from Mr. Katsuyu, it can be confirmed. As long as you and Hinata stay true to each other, and Sasuke is as powerful as Naruto described, no one in the village will be a match for Sasuke. At the final critical moment, let Naruto play again to turn the tide. This credit cannot be suppressed." Chapter 180. Ryokai Cave. "It's hopeless." The White Snake Immortal said, seeing that Sasuke's complexion was not right, that he could not suppress it, and was about to explode. He thought for a while and said again. "The disease is terminally ill, and the body is hollowed out by the medicine. It can be said that it is all based on will and obsession. I can't help it here, there is one person who may be able to heal." "Who?" "Sasuke. One of the Sunin who is as famous as Orochimaru, named Tsunade as a medical sage." White Snake Immortal. After getting the answer, Sasuke took Itaki away. "You really decided to destroy Konoha?" Itaki said softly. "What, you want to stop me? Use the pupil technique you got from Shisui." Sasuke sarcastically. After reading Itaki's memory, he knows Itaki's whole cards and plans. Weasel, nothing to say. Self-righteous, arranging the way for me, becoming the knife of the enemy, killing my family and clan members. Sasuke said coldly. "Itaki, you should die. I won't kill you, I will try my best to heal you, and then, in front of your face, I will completely destroy Konoha, which you will not hesitate to kill the whole family, but also to be loyal to." Ferret. Looking sideways, Sasuke saw that Itaki had a lot of air out, less air in, and his vital signs were not stable. Sasuke activated the Flying Thunder God and came to the vicinity of Konoha village in an instant. Open the space portal again, skip the barrier, and appear directly on the top of the Hokage building. In Hokage's office, Zyanja was explaining the matter to Tsunade. Wood-style avatar Naruto immediately sensed Sasuke and Itaki's chakra. "Here we come." Tsunade, who hadn't fully understood what was going on, said in a daze, "It's coming?" "What's coming?" The next moment, two people came in through the window. Seeing who it was, Tsunade squinted slightly. "Uchiha Itaki." Having read Umbu's records, Shizune knows how dangerous Itaki is, with a solemn face and alertness. "Fifth Hokage." Sasuke said, "Based on your medical skills, can he still be saved?" Noticing a scratch on the forehead protector worn by Sasuke, Tsunade said, "What do you mean? The village has treated you badly. I would rather stand with him who has exterminated the clan and fight with the village enemy." "You didn't make it clear." Sasuke looked at wood clone Naruto. "Speaking." Naruto said. Sasuke understood, took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and said calmly, "Listen, why do I want to be an enemy of Konoha? Because..." Following Sasuke's narration, Shizune, who only heard from Naruto that Sasuke became a traitor and wanted to destroy the village, was dumbfounded. Even Tsunade, well informed, couldn't help being dumbfounded. "If only you could cure him." Sasuke said. "I can relax the standard of revenge, just kill the two advisors, and then kill the villagers and ninjas with the same population as Uchiha. From then on, the well water does not interfere with the river water and Uchiha and Konoha have nothing to do with each other. Can't be cured. Then see you on the battlefield. If you don't kill Konoha and remove your name from the ninja world, my surname will not be Uchiha." "You're threatening me?" Tsunade said deadpan. "It's not a threat, it's a fact." Sasuke said. "Facts." Tsunade said. "Why Uchiha was wiped out, you have to find the reason from yourself. It is impossible for the third generation to target you for no reason. They are full and have nothing to do. It must be that Uchiha has done something to endanger the village, to the point where coexistence is impossible. Put all the mistakes on the village, and even want to destroy the village. Unreasonable trouble. Making trouble for no reason. Sasuke's eyes turned completely cold. It's meaningless to care about who is right and who is wrong now. The result is that Muyen is safe, Uchiha and his family is ruined. Whether Konoha will repeat the same mistakes and perish like Uchiha is in 5th Hokage, your hands. Don't think that with Rinnegan, you can do whatever you want, Tsunade said. Konoha is not a place for you to run wild, you. Don't be wordy. Sasuke interrupted, just tell me if you can cure it. It's obvious. Tsunade said angrily. It looked like he was terminally ill, and after another battle, his body was exhausted. Before the overdraft, it can continue for 2 or 3 years. This overdraft will definitely kill you, and you won't survive today. Without saying a word, Sasuke used Flying Thunder God and left with Itake. Sister Tsunade, is there really a cure? Naruto asked. It's not an injury, it's a terminal illness. There's nothing I can do about it. Tsunade said, Shizune, do you still remember that Ronin who came to me for medical treatment 3 years ago? Rainjin. Shizune thought for a while, I remember, I don't have a deep impression. If I'm not mistaken, it's just based on symptoms. Tsunade said quietly, that wave ninja is Uchiha Itake. What? Shizune was taken aback. This battle is inevitable, we must minimize losses. Tsunade pondered. Naruto, call your father, Shizune, gather all the jonin, and arrange for the villagers to move to the shelter. Strive to finish before dark. Shizune nodded yes, and left first. Tsunade stopped Naruto, how is your body now? It's not complete yet, and we can't fight a protracted war. Naruto said. Really? Tsunade said, good steel is used on the blade, so wait for my signal before you make a move. The other side. Sasuke didn't believe Itake's words, so he chose to use Rinnegan's pupil power to read Itake's memory. From childhood to adulthood, he watched everything on the fly, and he still didn't understand, and didn't want to understand, why Itake stood by Konoha and destroyed Uchiha. Time passed slowly. Itake, as Tsunade said, did not live through the day, and breathed his last at 9:22 in the evening. Sasuke sat for a long time, reached out, dug out Itake's eyes, and transplanted them to himself according to the method recorded on the Uchiha stone tablet. His Mangekyo will not be blind, the reason for this is to allow Itake's eyes to witness how Konoha is destroyed. Day by day, there was no danger coming, and the residents of Konoha village and most ninjas regarded this as an exercise. The initial panic gradually faded away. More and more people left the refuge, returned to Konoha, and continued their original life and work. Don't say that this is just a drill, even if there is an attack and danger, you can't stop working because you don't know when the danger will come, right? If you don't work, where will you get the rent, water, and electricity bills? What do you eat when you don't work? What to drink? It is in such a situation that time advances for 16 days. Even Tsunade couldn't help but have the illusion that Sasuke is too thunderous and rainy, so he won't come. It was on this evening that the space portal opened out of nowhere in the original Uchiha clan. Sasuke stepped out of it. The invisible terrifying repulsion detonated from him. In an instant. Raise the leaves to the ground. Tsunade, who was buried by the ruins, crawled out, disheveled, and was shocked and furious when he saw the current situation of the village. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 181. It came suddenly, and the shot was even more sudden. It's not that the senseless ninja found Sasuke who suddenly appeared, but Sasuke directly amplified his moves, and there was no time to react. On the moon. Huge Tensagen front. Master Hokage told you to wait for the signal. Hinata urged, wait patiently, I'll go down and have a look first. With you and Ino here, it's the same whether I make a shot or not. Naruto said. Not necessarily. Hinata muttered. What? Naruto wondered. Hinata coughed dryly, signaled the huge Tensagen to set up a space passage, stepped in, and came to the Konoha village that was raised to the ground. Naruto did not suspect him, and ordered the giant Tensagen to zoom in on the top view of the projection so that he could see it more clearly. It's so difficult for Konoha. Naruto said with emotion. Nagato was missing, and it seemed that he would not be able to come to Konoha to carry rice. Unexpectedly, Sasuke took over this important task. By the way, where is Sasuke these days and what is he doing? The gigantic Tensagen took note of Sasuke's chakra reactions, making it difficult to cover up as long as Sasuke is active on Earth's surface. The truth is that the huge Tensagen can't find Sasuke. It can be seen from this that Sasuke is either underground or has gone to a different space. Sasuke, who is vigorous and resolute, can't mourn for Itachi for so long. He should come to Konoha the day after Itachi's death at the earliest. It has been delayed for more than 10 days, what are you waiting for? Mangekyo transplanted from Itachi. Naruto guessed. Then Rinnegan with the left eye and Mangekyo with the right eye will not lose their eyesight, and Mangekyo who can restore pupil power just like the eternal Mangekyo. What will happen after the ferret's eyes are transplanted? Eternal Mangekyo is guaranteed. If it's better, the right eye can also be sublimated into a Rinnegan. The situation could be better. Could it be that Kaguya will appear? In Naruto's wild imagination, the projected overhead view of the giant Tensagen, the battle that took place in Konoha, is on the verge of breaking out. Sasuke, you. Kakashi wanted to say something, trying to win Sasuke back, when suddenly, his scalp tingled. Noticing that Sasuke's left eye was bleeding, he reflexively dodged to the side while shouting, "Get out of the way!" The one who reacted quickly and dodged, but the one who couldn't keep up was burned by Amaterasu. Noticing that Sasuke's right eye was bleeding, Kakashi raised his vigilance. However, Amaterasu Black Flame, who had burned 2 Umbu to death, transformed into a dozen swallows, pounced on other ninjas around. The left eye is the black fire that cannot be extinguished, and the right eye is the black fire that controls it. Does the shape change? Kakashi understood and reminded everyone. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya made a move, controlling the ground where Sasuke was standing, turning it into a swamp, restricting his movements. Take this opportunity, Fire style, Lightning style, Wind style, Kunao with detonators strapped, shuriken, a whole bunch of attacks, drowning Sasuke. Boom. Did it work? An Umbu asked uncertainly. The next moment, the smoke dissipated, and under the protection of the purple bust of Susanoo, Sasuke was intact. Everyone except those related to him will die. Sasuke said indifferently. Don't get too carried away. BD. Tsunade angrily punched and smashed Susanoo's skin. Surprised, Sasuke controlled Suzuo with his backhand and slashed out with a single knife. Shining golden light, wearing an animal mask, Minato in Umbu costume, rescued Tsunade without time. Crash. The golden chain of chakra emerges from Sasuke's feet and wraps around his body. Chakra is affected, and Sasuke flickers and then disappears. It's over. Minato, who appeared behind Sasuke out of nowhere, put his hand on his back, activated the sealing technique, and said softly. Noticing the flying thunder god mark on Chakra's chain, Sasuke suddenly laughed and said, "Don't underestimate Uchiha." Suddenly, the positions of Sasuke and Minato were exchanged, Sasuke regained his freedom, and became Minato suppressed by chakra chains. What? Minato and Kushina were all astonished. Heavenly power, same as in the plot. Naruto thought to himself. The Rinnegan pupil technique that even Atsutsuki Kaguya can't save is amazing. The position of 2 objects can be forcibly exchanged, which is hard to guard against. If it is used well, it can reverse the situation at a critical moment. In the top view of the projection, Sasuke flipped his body to avoid Guy's attack. In the process, Naruto saw his eyes. 3 Kaguya Rinnegan. Even the right eye has been sublimated into a Rinnegan. It's just that there is no hook jade in the right eye. Naruto held his forehead. In this way, Sasuke can probably see his Marikita. Without the power of the 6 paths, Sasuke could not harm, resist, or counteract the invisible hand of Marisha. There is no need to contend, and being able to hide is enough to make Naruto's Marikita unable to achieve the desired effect. By the way, the so-called power of 6 paths refers to 6 paths immortal art. Blood follows the snare. And the truth-seeking ball. It is necessary to activate 6 paths, planetary devastation, that is, the power of yin and the power of yang. All of the above are the scope of the power of 6 paths. Originally, Naruto's plan was to use Marie Shishin to gouge out Sasuke's eyes unexpectedly. Sasuke, who has no eyes, has 70% of his strength directly cut off. After he is captured alive, he will think about the next thing. That's why Naruto said that Sasuke was not his opponent. He couldn't stand in front of Naruto because he couldn't see Mirai's. Now, Sasuke's left eye, Rinnegan, shows a hook jade. This plan can't be carried out. What to do? Naruto pondered. Sasuke, who has mastered the sometimes space technique, can come and go freely and is difficult to limit. I have to find a way to put a mark on him. Then, relying on this mark, chasing him to fight, not Jinchuriki, more durable, Sasuke is definitely not my opponent. I am the one who wins in the end. If Sasuke doesn't leave and chooses to die, that's even better, and Naruto has the advantage in hard power. I'm not in the best condition right now, just to be on the safe side, wait until Sasuke consumes a little more before making a move. While thinking about tactics. While watching Sasuke's battle intently, Naruto wondered why he didn't see Ino, and asked the giant Tensagen to look for it, and found Ino's chakra reaction at the location of the shelter. Naruto. What does this mean? Ino, who ate the Urashi fruit and possessed the blood successor snare, actually stayed in the shelter. Can't read. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing a crowd of Jonin. There are also cage-level powerhouses like Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Kakashi, the upper limit of Guy's strength, is beyond the scope of Jonin. Sasuke was soon injured and was in danger 3 times. If there is no heavenly hand power, forced to exchange positions, and if there is no terrifying self-healing power brought by the transplantation of Naruto cells, he will be in danger. Summoning technique. Covered by perfection, Susanoo, 4 tails, power. Terrible. Chapter 182. It's so big. Tsunade raised his head and said blankly. The simple body size is nothing, the body of the Kaguya sage in the wet bone forest is several times larger than the tailed beast. It was chakra who rocked Tsunade. The stabilization of the huge chakra, which constitutes the perfect body Susanoo, is nothing short of miraculous. Die. Four tails condenses the tailed beast bomb, and Susanoo stabs it again. This kind of matching move is not complicated, and it can easily create the effect of 1 + 1, greater than 2. Tsunade, who was targeted and locked, said in a deep voice, Minato, can you transfer? One shot is okay. Minato said, but it seems that he can release consecutively, and the time is too late. Time? Tsunade was silent. I asked the very mysterious Hinata, and learned that she is not Naruto's opponent at full power. Not to mention Jiraiya, Minato. Tsunade won't forget how the white-haired girl named Satsuki Kaguya, who left her and Jiraiya helpless, was pinned down by Naruto. There is no doubt that the strongest player on his side is Naruto. Of course, Minato's ghoul seal and Guy's dead door can both lead to Sasuke's death, but the price is both. It's not worth the limit. Unless even Naruto can't take Sasuke. Hinata, don't stop, keep drawing his chakra. Tsunade said to Hinata, the Susanoo-tailed beast bomb in front, with Minato in charge of the transfer. Ahem. With a pale face, Hinata said with difficulty, it can't be done, there is something mixed in his chakra, and I'm trying to eliminate it now, so I can't do anything else. Tsunade frowned, she didn't doubt Hinata, after all, it's such a time, even if she was killed, she couldn't think of the little thoughts of Hinata, Ino, little Sakura, and the three girls. Shizune, protect Hinata. Tsunade said, little Sakura, turn into a tailed beast. Move the battlefield farther away. This is still too close to the shelter. Little Sakura, who has been sneaking fish, waited for Minato to transfer the first Susan-tailed beast bomb, without saying a word, into a tailed beast. Steam erupts. Towards Sasuke's majesty, Susanoo, rammed hard. Little Sakura. Sasuke said coldly. He has not forgotten this girl who has always liked him and pursued him since ninja school, but unfortunately, his ambition is not here, so he can only say sorry. Planetary devastation. Sasuke's planetary devastation is very special. It does not need to condense the gravitational core, and directly uses the target as the gravitational core to implement the seal. Hey! The little Sakura was surprised and found that she couldn't control her body. Knowing that she had been hit by an illusion, she hurriedly said, Kokuo. I can't solve it. Five Tails Kokuo shook his head. This is an illusion released by Rinnegan. It contains Rinnegan's pupil power. There is no pupil power of the same specification, so it is difficult to decipher. Even me in your body was charged. That's it, forget it. Little Sakura gave up struggling and lay flat. Suddenly, Tsunade exhaled, and said seriously, everyone, continue to implement Plan A. The so-called Plan A is to do everything possible to consume Sasuke's pupil power, chakra, and increase the success rate of Naruto defeating and killing Sasuke. Illusion is invalid, ninjutsu is invalid, and the only physical technique available, and it can't get close, it's tricky. Jiraiya had a headache. You don't need to get close and force him to maintain this technique, and you can achieve your goal. Immortals Haima said. That's right, it's about to go. Jiraiya screamed and rushed forward, not stingy with chakra's consumption and resorted to massive raise non. People are constantly dying, and death is only one step away. Thanks to Tsunade's Katsuya technique, timely treatment saved his life. From the beginning of the war to the present, in nearly 20 minutes, the Konoha shinobi who were killed by Sasuke did not exceed double digits. Sasuke also discovered this, and wanted to kill Tsunade first, but unfortunately, he never succeeded. Tsunade's own strength is not weak, and he is protected by everyone. Damn! It's her again. Sasuke was annoyed. Naruto's mother, Kushina, and the chakra chain are the most effective in restraining tailed beasts, and they are used in conjunction with enchantment, which has a strong restraint and restriction effect. Once trapped, you must release the Sasuke, change positions with Flying Thunder God, and then summoning four tails. Trouble aside, the main reason is that the consumption is overwhelming. And you can't do without Susan, without the protection of Susan, it will be even more dangerous. Yes, Sasuke has found his short board. Physical fitness, combat experience, nerve response. No matter how good your eyes are, it will hurt you if you lag behind in other aspects. The more he fought, the more Sasuke felt stretched, feeling aggrieved by the fight. On the other hand, Konoha also fought very hard. Tsunade is responsible for healing and consumes like water. Minato is in charge of saving the field, flying around, especially those burned by Amaterasu, they must be sent to Hinata immediately. Amaterasu is absorbed with difficulty by Hinata, pretend. Kushina is responsible for restraining and binding Sasuke's majesty, Susanoo. The others are all main attackers and secondary attackers, going all out, not daring to be careless, they are very tense. Sasuke is very strong, but not to the extent of crushing all kinds of magic with one force. At the same time, he fought against a group of Konoha Gao. Both sides are fighting a war of attrition. This situation lasted until Minato's chakra bottomed out and he couldn't play support. Naruto. Tsunade picked up the little Katsuyu, it's up to you next. Without the assistance of Minato's flying thunder god, her healing alone cannot stop the casualties. Before Tsunade could finish his sentence, Naruto appeared out of nowhere. Beside Jiraiya, he was the closest to Sasuke. Marisha. When it comes up, it is the strongest trump card, the trump card. Sasuke is located in the crystal on Suzuo's forehead. Seeing Naruto suddenly appear, palpitations arise. That's it. Sasuke saw a big white hand and grabbed him head-on. This big hand ignored Suzuo's defense and came directly in front of him. Sasuke was shocked, and hurriedly stepped back, keeping a distance from the big hand. Sasuke, whose attention was attracted by this big hand, did not notice that there were 7 small hands waiting behind him. 2 small hands grabbed Sasuke's left and right hands, trying to break his phalanx and prevent the possibility of seal formation. At the same time, 2 small hands hit Sasuke's eyes through the back of the head, the brain, trying to knock his eyes out of their sockets. A small hand pierced through the flesh on the back to stamp the flying thunder god mark on Sasuke's spine. The remaining 2 small hands each hold a chakra stick, which will penetrate Sasuke and bury it in his chakra meridians. Each of the above steps is critical and important. How much can it be successful? In an instant, he got the answer. Except for the sneak attack on the eyes, which failed, everything else was successful. As expected of the Sangoya Rinnegan, did you feel Marikita? Naruto thought to himself. See Sasuke, who exchanged his hand with the big hand, escaped, and immediately got into the space portal. Taking advantage of the open space portal, Naruto immediately launched Flying Thunder God and chased it up. Chapter 183. The gravitational force exploded, repelling Naruto who was chasing him. Gaining a moment of respite, Sasuke recovered his pinched finger and pulled out the chakra rod that runs through his body and blocks the flow of chakra. Also tried to get rid of the Flying Thunder God mark on the spine, but failed. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God again and moved closer to him. Rinnegan's Shinra Sky Sign has a cooldown, but Flying Thunder God doesn't. Slap. The head was grabbed by Naruto with one hand, and he pressed it hard to the ground. Sasuke fights back, lightning-style chakra spreads all over the body, stimulating cells into high activation. He kicked dozens of times, combined with his fists, but he didn't hit a single hit. Instead, he was punched and kicked by Naruto. So fast. So sensitive. Sasuke realized something was wrong. Even though he wanted to hurt each other, he tried to get 3 hits from Naruto, but he still couldn't hit Naruto. As if Naruto didn't need to think, his body moved on his own, and he was able to dodge the shuriken attack located in the blind spot of his sight. You won, I will not interfere again, let you take revenge and do what you want. If you lose, give up your revenge. Of course, those 2 consultants can be killed, but you have to find another opportunity and marry little Sakura. How is it? Do you dare to come? Seeing that Sasuke was unmoved, Naruto increased his chips. When I recover some, help you resurrect someone you want to resurrect, it can be your parents, or your big brother. Now, Sasuke's expression changed. Why, you have to do this to such an extent? As far as I know, Konoha is not good to you. Who made my father the 4th Hokage, and my future wife is the eldest daughter of the Konoha family, the Hyuga family. Naruto said. I'm already bound to Konoha. Besides, when I was young, I was careful to avoid people and not listen to those gossips. It's okay. In that case, you should kill me directly, instead of letting me be merciful many times. Sasuke said. I promised little Sakura that I would bring you together. Naruto said. That's it. Sasuke was speechless. Who made her like you so much that there is no cure for it? Naruto said, I will keep my promise, and I must try my best to achieve what I promised. Aren't you kidding me? Sasuke asked. I'm seriously negotiating terms with you. Naruto. I will not give up revenge. Sasuke said. No matter what you say or do, even if you put a knife on my neck, I will not give up. The day I stop revenge, there are only 2 results, Konoha disappears, or I die. Resurrection 2 people. Naruto said. Sasuke. I admit, I'm a little moved. Sasuke sighed. However, it really doesn't work, I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. My mind is full of attack, waving the butcher knife in pain under tremendous pressure, obliterating all the clansmen including parents. I'm not willing to let Konoha pay the due price, and I can't forgive myself. Didn't you say before that if you cure Itachi, you can relax the standard of revenge? Naruto wondered. I'll just resurrect 2 people for you. That's a lie. Whether or not Itachi can be cured, I will destroy Konoha. Sasuke said. To you, I don't want to lie, I don't want to lie to you. You are my best and only friend who saved my life. In all fairness, I'm willing to do anything to save you. Naruto's weird face. So. Sasuke slowed down and said softly. Don't make any more demands on me. It's useless. The meaning of my life now is revenge. There is no difference between asking me to give up revenge and letting me die. The two looked at each other without saying a word. I see. Naruto said, I won't hold back from now on, I will hold the determination to kill you. Me too, Sasuke said. Naruto said, you have been fighting for so long, and your pupil power has been consumed a lot. I won't take advantage of you. Let's fight without Rinnegan, how about it? Thinking of Naruto's weird and unpredictable hands, even Susan could ignore them, it was very difficult. Sasuke readily accepted, okay. Both close the Rinnegan at the same time, staying at Mangekyo's stage. The difference is that Naruto is the ordinary Mangekyo, and Sasuke is the eternal Mangekyo. If I die, Hinata and my parents will ask you to take care of me. Naruto said. I don't think they'll accept it, Sasuke said. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not, you. Naruto yelled in his heart while speaking. It's now. Bleeding from left eye. The Mangekyo pupil technique, the witch, who resides in it, activates. The eyes of the two sides met, meeting the conditions for the magic witch to activate. Sasuke didn't open the Rinnegan, couldn't resist or be immune to the Mangekyo pupil technique, the result is one shot into the soul. Boom. Light smoke was produced and dissipated quickly. Sasuke disappeared, replaced by a black kitten. Yet. Success. Naruto clenched his fists and cheered. And the victim, Sasuke who turned into a kitten, was totally dumbfounded. Seeing Naruto walking towards him cheerfully, thumping anxiously, wanting to do something. In vain. Hinata has tested the Mangekyo pupil technique, which is a magic witch that forces the opponent to transform, and the conclusion is that the more you struggle, the more you will have no solution. The pupil power of the witch is lurking in the chakra meridian, disrupting the position of the chakra meridian, and it is constantly changing. The chakra you refine cannot pass through the chakra meridian to play a role, and the power of the witch pupil will also absorb your chakra to strengthen yourself. There is only one way to break this technique, give up struggling and stop chakra refining. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you've been fooled. Naruto laughed and lifted Sasuke up. Now, let's see how you can take revenge, obediently go back with me, and when you grow up, marry little Sakura. Meow meow meow. Sasuke. Sasuke. Without chakra supply, eternal Mangekyo is closed. He crazily refined chakra and wanted to open Rinnegan. When these chakra passed through the chakra meridians, they disappeared without a trace like mud cows entering the sea. Meow meow meow. Sasuke thumped vigorously. Useless work. Say, should I gouge out your eyes? Naruto asked. Sasuke froze. Right, be good, so I'll. Naruto said, and with a lightning strike, gouged out Sasuke's eyes. After Maun left Sasuke, he returned to his original appearance. We still have to dig, after all, our positions are completely opposite. Sasuke. Don't worry, I won't destroy it, let alone take it for myself. When you marry little Sakura and have a child, I will return it to you intact. Naruto said, until then, temporarily store it with me. Feeling like the sky is falling. Sasuke's eyes darkened. Well, he has no eyes now. That's not important. Very important, okay? The brain was buzzing, and the whole person was in a disordered state, both physically and psychologically. Meow meow meow. Sasuke. Chapter 184. Desolation, mountains rising and falling, no life response, this is the scene of this different space. Controlling an invisible hand, grabbing Sasuke, Naruto contemplates how to return to the ninja world. Flying Thunder God, cannot be used across borders, and cannot sense the Flying Thunder God mark in the ninja world. All connections with the Six Paths clones were also broken. Reverse summoning of Mount Myaboku. Ino's Yellow Springs Hirazaka. Those are the two that come to mind. Naruto bit his thumb and sealed, summoning technique. Nothing happened. Summoning failed, too far away? Or is there another reason? Naruto pondered. Summoning can't be done on his side, and vice versa, the same is true on Mount Myaboku's side, so we have to wait for Ino. No, it seems, I can. Taking out the eyes that had just been dug out from Sasuke, Naruto was thoughtful. In addition to some of the regular necessary abilities, Rinnegan will also be based on the difference between the eyes opener. Awaken a unique Rinnegan pupil technique that cannot be used by others, even after transplantation. Only the eye opener himself can use it. It is known that Sasuke's Rinnegan pupil art is the power of the sky, so the space portal that can go back and forth between the ninja world and the different space is not counted? Thinking about it, Naruto uses Shurado's ability to control the palms of his left and right hands. There is a small depression that can just accommodate an eyeball. Put Sasuke's left and right eyes into it respectively, and establish a close connection with your own chakra meridian. Without chakra, ordinary looking, ordinary eyes, suddenly, skipping the stage of 3 Tomo Sharinon, Eternal Mangekyo, and directly becoming Rinnegan. There are 6 paths Madara patterns, and there are 3 hook jades in the left eye. Can't turn it off, and can't go back to the Eternal Mangekyo stage and use the Sharingan's ability. It's normal. After all, the eye opener of this pair of Rinnegans is Sasuke. There are some functions that only Sasuke can use, and others cannot touch them. Shenluo Tianzheng, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Sealing Technique Absorption, Heart Latent Layer, Summoning Technique. Looking at one ability after another, suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. Have. Space Portal. Can use. As for Heaven's Hand Strength, it can't even be sensed, let alone used. And as long as it can be sensed, it means that it can be used. Naruto consumes Rinnegan pupil power, chakra, trying to open the space portal. Because it is not his own Rinnegan, whether it is pupil power or chakra, the consumption has increased several times, and Naruto doesn't care about it. Anyway, the pupil power can be restored, and the chakra is so much that it is difficult to use it up. The imaginary space portal did not appear, but countless light spots, like morning stars, flashed in my mind. A lot. Naruto was speechless. These points of light are all different spaces, whether they are far or near, there is no difference in size. It's like a person on the earth, looking up at the sky full of stars, the size of the stars does not make much difference. Fortunately, Sasuke has left a mark in the ninja world, otherwise Naruto would have to search for them one by one, and he doesn't know when he will find them. When Naruto selected the light spot in the ninja world, suddenly, the light spot magnified, showing a rough blueprint of a continent. This is the place marked by Sasuke. Judging from the topographical map, it is not wrong to be the land of fire. This ability is not suitable for combat, but it has a wider range of uses than Heaven's Hand power. Naruto thought secretly. Compare, how is he different from Sasuke's Rinnegan? It's basically the same, if you have to say it, it's more or less the same. Naruto has the ability to revive Rain Tensei, but Sasuke does not, and has replaced it with a space portal that can travel in different spaces. Maragician, the power of the heavenly hand, is a unique pupil technique, which is not counted. After choosing the location, the space portal opens, and Naruto walks in with the Sasuke cat. The location is on the border of the land of fire. First use Flying Thunder God to come to the moon, let the giant Tensagan and the puppet girl look after the Sasuke cat, and send him chakra regularly to ensure that the witch will not be released. Follow Naruto back to Konoha. The people who were discussing something here saw Naruto appearing suddenly, and fell silent for a moment. Naruto. Are you okay? Where's Sasuke? Are you hurt? Basically, I just asked these questions, but there were too many people talking, and Naruto hurriedly suppressed them and asked everyone to be quiet. Well, I'm fine, it's fine, Sasuke, it's a pity that his time and space ability is too strong, and I didn't catch up. But I hit him hard at the last moment, and I won't do it again in a short time. Upon hearing that Sasuke ran away, he did not die. The two advisors, Homura and Koharu, who rushed over from the shelter, were both disappointed and disturbed because the fighting had stopped. You know, Sasuke is only so old now, and his strength is already so strong that he needs Konoha to fight together, even if it is like this, he can't win. Give Sasuke a few more years, wouldn't that mean going to heaven? Uchiha Sasuke must die. If he does not die, the village will not be safe. Wanted, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Regardless of the consultant, Tsunade will also do the same. Taking over the burden of Hokage, she will be responsible for the safety of the village. Whoever threatened the village must die. This is the case with the will of fire, a single individual, or a small group, is not important. The village, the collective, and the majority of people are the most important. Naruto glanced at the consultant, didn't say anything, looked up, saw the little-tailed beast Sakura, who was sealed by the planetary devastation, was still floating in midair, and rescued her. It's not cold, what do you do with a hat, and it's still a furry hat? Avoiding his mother's hand grabbing the hat, Naruto said, there's no rule that you can't wear it. It's weird, what are you trying to hide? Kushina said. Inyazuka moved his nose, it smells a little like hair dye, very light. Naruto, who had just taken off his hat and proved that he was fine, was speechless. Dye your hair. Kushina was silent, turning to look at Minato. Minato understood, seeing that you have almost recovered, you can't see anything from the outside, don't leave, go home. That's what I planned too. Naruto scratched his face and whispered. Entering Umbu, Minato, who is the minister, has a lot to do, so let's go first. Kushina pulled Naruto to ask questions. Hinata, who was walking beside her with her head down, heard her father calling her, and trotted over in doubt. Hinata, how are you feeling now? Hayashi asked. Very good. Hinata. That's good. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but say a little depressed. Our Hyuga clan, are we really inferior to Uchiha? White-eyed advanced, powerful like a dream, you are almost invincible, just absorbing Sasuke's chakra, you lose your fighting power. It's really unpleasant. Hinata was speechless. Could she say she was faking it? Chapter 185. Located in the Land of Thunder, Obito's secret stronghold. Sasuke, an unimaginable character. Obito said. Destroyed Konoha, are you sure? He owns the Rinnegan. Although the distance is a bit far, I can still be sure of this, and I can't read it wrong. White Zetsu said. That's a Rinnegan, and a Rinnegan with a jade. Guyu. Rinnegan has Guyu. Obito was surprised. Well, there are 3 in the left eye. White Zetsu said. Obito mused. To be honest, his mind is messed up. Recently, through many White Zetsu, inquiring information, let him do not know what to do. Nagato is missing. Madara's corpse was rejuvenated and was crafted into a 6 paths clone. 4th generation Minato, Kushina resurrected. Ferret, death. Most importantly, the Gadu statue is gone. Without Gadu statue, it is useless to collect all tailed beasts, and 10 tails cannot be combined. Rinnegan. 10 tails. There are 2 major conditions that Project Tsuki no Mi cannot jump. Nagato, Naruto, Sasuke, triple-double Rinnegan, none of them are easy to kill. Obito sighed secretly. Especially Naruto, who has the ability to suppress time and space, and Kamui who restrains him, can't easily confront Naruto. Rinnegan can't do anything about it for the time being, but in the long run, Gadu statue is the top priority. With White Zetsu's ability, it's impossible to go to the sky, and it's easy to go to the ground, and the enchantment can't stop it, you can't find it. Is it placed in another space? It can only be explained in this way. After all, the Gadu statue is the body of the sacred tree and cannot be sealed in the scroll. If you want to find a Gadu statue and get it in your pocket, you must first have the ability to travel through different spaces. With the current monocular alone, it cannot be done, so. Just now, I felt that Kamui was turned on many times. He is not Uchiha. The price of using Kamui will only be high, not low. This is a rare opportunity, let's go to Konoha. Get my eyes back. Obito stood up. At the same time. Deep underground. A place where magma flows. A facelift, completely new Black Zetsu is here, and from the mouth of White Zetsu, learned the same information. The lucky little guy, with the help of his mother, awakened Rinnegan. Black Zetsu said with emotion. Unfortunately, being caught up by Naruto, not dying, is almost the same. Naruto came back alone. After that, Konoha issued a wanted arrest for Uchiha Sasuke, with a bounty of up to 50 million. White Zetsu said. It's just a human being transformed by the sacred tree in ancient times, and it's a puppet. Black Zetsu didn't bother to explain the reason to White Zetsu, so he sent White Zetsu away and continued to monitor Naruto, Jinchuriki, and tailed beasts' whereabouts. Madara was found, and I also secretly hid in the distance and used Rain Tensei. Failed to revive Madara, there was a problem in the first step, the summoning of the soul. It is certain that something happened to Madara's soul, but it is not yet known what happened. Madara is the best candidate. He is powerful and easy to deceive. Absolutely believe me. We still have to find a way to revive him. It is unknown when Madara can be resurrected. It is not good to waste time and let time go to waste. Right now, there needs to be a chess piece that doesn't lose much to Madara to replace Madara. It would be great if the plan can be completed in one step and the mother can be rescued from Naruto. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu opened Huangquan Biliangzaka, and came to a cave where you can't see your fingers. Here, on both sides, there are 2 rows of zongzi neatly arranged, the number is equal, 26. My hard work was not in vain, and the time has come when it will come in handy. Black Zetsu said to himself. On the left is Otsutsuki Ashura, the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. On the right is Otsutsuki Indra, the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. Every piece of Black Zetsu has a steel and is well kept. Of course, the integrity of the corpse cannot be guaranteed. The one with missing arms and legs, the worst one, only has 1/3 of the body. Indra died without awakening Rinnegan because he lacked his other half, Ashura's chakra. Black Zetsu peels off the rice dumplings that wrap Indra. I can dilute the mother's chakra, differentiate into a chakra close to Ashura, and give it to Indra. In this way, with enough stimulation, the Rinnegan will definitely be activated. He didn't directly give his mother's chakra to Indra, because he was worried about raising tigers, and in the end he would eat himself back. Thousands of years of lurking have developed a cautious character like Black Zetsu. It is impossible to float, and it will never be possible. Even if I have the advantage, I still have to worry about the possibility that the opponent will fight back, or something unexpected will happen, resulting in a complete loss and a fall short. It is good. Successfully diluted and approached Ashura Chakra's mother chakra, buried in Indra's body, Black Zetsu brought Indra to the surface, somewhere belonging to Madara's secret base. Indra, long time no see, don't let me down. Black Zetsu chuckled. Clasped hands together, nodding Rain Tensei's seal. Nagato, who was possessed and lost his freedom, knew that he had come to the moment of liberation. Decades of hard work have ended in vain. Yahiko's ideals were not realized. Didn't kill Danzo. Konoha and other big countries were not made to pay the due price. Not reconciled. Pity. The vitality belonging to Nagato is diminishing. Indra's body began to steam. The soul belonging to Indra was pulled from the pure land of the underworld and overlapped with the body. Indra Chakra, which resides in Sasuke's body, is sucked, absorbed, and digested by Kaguya. This generation of Indra chakra has disappeared, and the soul of Indra is temporarily free and can be resurrected. And like Ashura chakra in Naruto's body, it belongs to the state of fusion and has not disappeared, so it cannot be resurrected. Soon, Nagato died, Rinnegan's pupil power consumed more than 1/7, and Indra hadn't been revived yet. Normal. The death time exceeds 1,000 years, and the price of resurrection is definitely not low. Black Zetsu is mentally prepared. It started to consume Gado statue's vitality, and intentionally slowed down the consumption speed of the pupil power, so that the recovery and consumption were barely equal, and it was ready for a protracted battle. Time passed bit by bit. Indra's appearance began to change towards her youth. The diluted Kaguya chakra, left in the body in advance, is perfectly integrated into the body, regardless of each other. Suddenly, opening her eyes, Indra sat up abruptly, her purple half-length Susanoo looming, Ashura. With a dull face, Black Zetsu pinched his own face in disbelief, and said in shock, "Really, resurrected, what grandfather said is not wrong." Soon, Black Zetsu shuddered, knelt on the ground, and said excitedly, "The last descendant. Uchiha Suzuya. Greetings to the ancestor." Indra looked around blankly, "Here is, what's the matter with me?" Chapter 186. Uchiha Bell Knight. It's a pseudonym Black Zetsu gave himself. In order to deceive Indra, a reasonable identity is very important. Not only the name, but also other aspects, Black Zetsu also took care of it. For example, it has silver hair, white eyes, black hair and black pupils that transformed into Uchiha, and even Sharingan has it too. Kaguya Chakra, the real omnipotent, ever-changing, omnipotent, only unexpected, nothing impossible. You mean, the Uchiha clan I founded has perished? Indra's voice suddenly cooled down. And still lost to the Senju clan, and died because of Senju. I'm very sorry. Black Zetsu said in shame. Grandfather, he was once the strongest in the ninja world, and all the people combined were no match for him, but as the opponent of my grandfather, Senju Hashirama, is also extremely strong, and his strength always overwhelms my grandfather. Even if grandfather brings the strongest tail beast, 9 tails, he still can't beat him. Now, Uchiha has become history, and only a few tribesmen are left, surviving on their last days. They need the help of the ancestors to reproduce the glory of Uchiha. Indra closed her eyes and breathed steadily. Every once in a while, a super genius emerges from the clan, Black Zetsu said. I thought it would make Uchiha rise, but as a rival, Senju will also have a super genius at the same time, and it just surpasses Uchiha's genius by a little bit. It can only be said that the destiny is in Senju, not in Uchiha. It's okay once or twice. It's like this every time. God is really unfair. It's clear that he doesn't want Uchiha to have a good time, and he targets us everywhere. Black Zetsu knew what Indra cared about, so he deliberately hit the muzzle of the gun, so he didn't believe it wouldn't irritate you. Fair, het. Indra sneered. Madness. Power is the most important thing. With power, you have everything. If you lose power, you lose everything. My grandfather also told me this truth. Black Zetsu said. He also said that Uchiha is a cursed race, unlike Senju, who pay attention to bonds, love, hard work, etc. You have to keep losing important things in order to become stronger, and you can gain strength by losing. Grandfather said that when he left, he mentioned this matter to the clansmen, but unfortunately, no one is willing to follow him. They believed the words of the Senju family and chose a safe and secure life. In the end, they were fattened and slaughtered. Indra. Grandfather is helpless, powerless to stop, can only watch Uchiha, stepping into death. Black Zetsu said sadly. Before he was about to die of old age, he entrusted me with the task of revived Uchiha, and let me revive the ancestor. This is the Rinnegan of my grandfather. This person is a tool and a consumable that my grandfather prepared. Master Grandfather, please lead Uchiha to glory again, please, this is the wish of Lord Grandfather, and it is also the goal I dream of and want to achieve. Glancing at the withered corpse of Nagato, Indra took the eye from Black Zetsu's hand, chakra refined it, and injected it. Supplemented with chakra, the eyes show 6 paths Madara lines. It is indeed Rinnegan. Indra nodded secretly, it seems that not all of my descendants are trash. Rinnegan returned to his hand, Black Zetsu pretended to be surprised, and asked in confusion, Master Patriarch. This Rinnegan is not mine, I cannot exert its true power. Indra said lightly. Tell me, your grandfather, how he awakened Rinnegan. Black Zetsu told the truth. The cells of Senju Hashirama. Indra mused. Is Ashura's chakra reincarnation? The times have changed, and the technology of implanting cells and merging forces has appeared. What a blessing! At that time, he only knew that Ashura chakra was missing, but he had no way to obtain it. Are there still cells from that person? Indra asked. Master Grandfather has been implanted into your body. Black Zetsu said. Oh. Indra was puzzled, closed his eyes, refined chakra and sensed carefully. Ashura's chakra, no. It's a bit different. This is not pure Ashura chakra, there is no Ashura feeling in it. Is it because of the relationship between Senjo Hashirama, the medium, that caused Ashura's feelings to be covered up? Thinking of this, the corners of Indra's mouth rose. Rinnegan, who was longing for something during his lifetime, ended up regretfully because he had nowhere to go. Now, with this Ashura chakra, filling the gap, Rinnegan, is just around the corner. The power of 6 paths, if you don't give it, I still get it. Indra murmured. On the open palm of his right hand, a small pitch-black ball was condensed from nothing. Truth-seeking ball. It is not the 6 paths fairy art, the byproducts of these powers of Tensagen, which are created by Indra with his own ability. Created the concept of seal and ninjutsu, so that everyone who has chakra can use ninjutsu. Indra's talent, is stronger than Atsutsuki Yuyi, also known as Sage of 6 Paths. As far as the understanding of chakra is concerned, Indra has long been familiar with it. What is missing is only the other half, Ashura's chakra. Once filled, he can easily create the ultimate in ninjutsu, the truth-seeking ball. You, and your grandfather, are fine. Indra said calmly, removing the truth-seeking ball. This is what we should do, Black Zetsu said. There is nothing that should or shouldn't be, said Indra. If you do it right, you will be rewarded, and if you do it wrong, you will be punished. Reviving Uchiha, what other wish do you have besides that? If I can help you realize it in return. Well. Black Zetsu hesitated. I practiced hard under the guidance of my grandfather since I was a child, and I didn't have much contact with people and things outside. If you have to say it, power. I want power. You realize that, good. Indra was more satisfied. It's infinitely better than those self-defeating guys. I need a little time to brew and prepare for the awakening of Rinnegan. During this period, if you don't understand anything, you can ask at any time. Black Zetsu knew that its disguise was very successful and initially gained Indra's trust. The next step is to take it slowly and steadily use Indra to capture the tailed beast under Naruto's nose. When the number of tail beasts is enough to release infinite Tsukuyomi, it is time for it to save its mother. At this moment, Chuck, who sensed the mother's reaction, appeared on the moon, and Black Zetsu wondered. There is honey on the moon, why is Naruto always on it? Such commanding heights make it dare not show its face on the surface for fear of being discovered. Mother, wait for me, I will definitely rescue you. It won't be long before. Black Zetsu thought to himself in his heart. Chapter 187. On the moon. In the artificial sun. In the palace. Little Sakura, who was new here and didn't know it was the moon, looked around. Seeing the text on the mural, it is a text that has never been seen before. I am curious about where this is, which country it belongs to, and which period it existed in. Without keeping her waiting, Naruto went and came back. Wow. Cute. This kitty. Little Sakura's eyes sparkled. If you like it. Naruto smiled and said, take it home and raise it. Hey. Is it okay? It's not your pet? Just give it to me. Little Sakura was surprised. It was originally meant for you, and you were specially called here for that, Naruto said. On the side, Hinata, who knew that the kitten was Sasuke, and had just created a pair of eyes for Sasuke with yin-yang escape technique, remained silent. Thank you. Little Sakura took the Sasuke cat carefully, looked into his eyes, and said, this child is so quiet and not afraid of strangers. His eyes are very bright and agile. He is the rarest breed in the world, unique. Naruto coughed dryly. In terms of temper and performance, it is very different from ordinary cats. Pay attention. This is the manual for raising him. Here it is for you. Take the time to read it, especially the chakra input link. It is very important and needs Ino's help. Holding the Sasuke cat in one hand and the manual in the other, little Sakura wondered, chakra input? What is that? Well, it's hard to explain in detail. Naruto smiled. You just need to know that he is a ninja cat who needs chakra to keep him alive. In the whole world, there is only one cat. The only one, it's too expensive. Is it okay to just give it to me like this? Little Sakura hesitated, always feeling weird, and she looked at Hinata. Well, I'm a little allergic to cats, Hinata said awkwardly. Naruto wants to raise it, but because of me, I can't. You are his best friend, trustworthy, so. Hearing what Hinata said, little Sakura had no doubts, and while she readily accepted it, she promised to take good care of the kitten. After the little Sakura left, Hinata said softly, Master Hokage and Mr. Advisor mean that Sasuke is wanted and executed. You obviously caught Sasuke, but you are like this, is it really okay? It is said that it is to fulfill the promise and facilitate the small Sakura and Sasuke, but, if someone finds out, then. It's okay. Naruto said. I left flying thunder god marks on Sasuke's spine, cervical spine, skull, arm bones, leg bones, muscles, internal organs, and many other parts. That's one, making sure you don't lose Sasuke's coordinates and that you can always get to him. Mangekyo pupil technique, the pupil power of the witch, resides in Sasuke's chakra meridian, affecting his chakra reaction, life reaction, including soul reaction. That's the second, making sure no one can see through Sasuke through his sentience. Sasuke himself knows what will happen if his identity is found out. He will not take the initiative to blow himself up. He will only silently look for opportunities and ways to escape and break the situation. I will visit from time to time to check for omissions and make up for vacancies. Basically, 99% of the problems can be eliminated. For the rest, I can only adapt to the situation. Hearing this, Hinata nodded and said, the probability of leakage has been reduced, but I don't know if your method will work. And I don't understand, why didn't you tell little Sakura that the cat is Sasuke? Since she likes Sasuke, she won't betray Sasuke. Have you ever heard of love for a long time? Naruto said confidently. With a long time of getting along day and night, feelings can be cultivated slowly, and it is logical to become lovers and enter the palace of marriage. As for why you want to hide it, how should I put it? The problem now is to make Sasuke like little Sakura. Little Sakura loves Sasuke very, very, very much. Let her know the truth. I am afraid that she will lose control of herself and scare Sasuke into a psychological shadow. In contrast, it will be much better to let nature take its course and get along with each other plainly and honestly. Hinata suddenly realized, but he didn't expect Naruto to see the problem between Sasuke and little Sakura so thoroughly. There is no need for Hinata to participate in the reconstruction of the village. There are many people in the clan. What she has to do is to practice and become stronger. The purpose of this match against Sasuke is to give Naruto credit, fame, and intentional release of water. Realizing the benefits of strength, and not wanting to drag Naruto down, let Naruto down, and drag Naruto down, Hinata is full of energy and motivation. I don't want to be a Hokage. Being a Hokage is just something I said casually, don't do this in the future. Thinking of what Naruto said not long ago, when he learned the truth, with a delicate face and insincere words, Hinata smiled secretly. How candid. It's also her fault, Hine was so focused on his practice that he almost forgot about Naruto's dream, thanks to little Sakura and Ino's reminder. Since Naruto has this wish, she will naturally do her best to support and help Naruto achieve it. Hinata left and went to Wet Bone Linshu. Before leaving, he told all the puppets to serve and take good care of Naruto, not to let Naruto run around, and pay more attention to rest. Hope it goes well. Naruto thought to himself. After thinking wildly for a while, he collected his thoughts and looked down at the open palm, Rinnegan belonging to Sasuke. In his left and right hands, respectively, in the palm, as in Atsutsuki peach pose. Because it is not connected to the optic nerve, it cannot see, and cannot be used to see objects. It can only use the pupil technique and pupil power that reside in it. Now, can I beat Atsutsuki? Not sure. In the blogger's biography, Mingzhou and his team are not even opponents in one style. At this time, he should not be able to fight in one style. If you can use Kaguya's chakra and power, it's another matter. Ming people don't talk dark words, Naruto is the 10 tails who miss Yushi. Don't be impatient, now is not the time. When I sign in and get all the chakra of the tailed beast, the fused chakra of the divine tree will push my strength to a limit. At that time, through Sasuke's Rinnegan pupil technique and space portal, find a 10 tails hidden in a different space. On average, 2 months, the sign-in cooldown of tailed beast chakra can be good. Naruto silently counted the days. 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails. That is 1 year. For planning, it is good to roughly have a charter, without going into too much detail. Naruto got up, walked in front, and opened the space portal out of thin air. Came to a world of ice and snow, a strange space with no signs of life. Itaka's body is buried here. The distinguished heavenly gods entrusted to Itaka by Shisui are set by Shisui to protect Konoha, which is not very practical. No wonder Sasuke didn't think about it. I don't know if my vision can be realized. Chapter 188. A shelter built by Konoha. A large number of villagers live here, mostly women, the elderly and children. Holding the Sasuke cat and walking through it, the little Sakura quickly found Ino, and Ino also saw the little Sakura. The two met and looked at each other silently. I regret it. Ino said. What's the use of regretting? Little Sakura said helplessly. Sasuke came suddenly, and he deliberately waited for half a month, waiting for some villagers to run out of energy and had to return to the village. When he was working for living expenses, he suddenly appeared and made a sudden move. That scene at that time could not be stopped at all, and it was impossible to prevent it. After hearing what happened to Sasuke, I thought he was quite pitiful, now. Ino sighed. Seeing so many families mourning the loss of husbands, sons, and fathers, I think Sasuke is disgusting. Did you see that boy over there? When he was still awake, he kept clamoring to avenge his father. Although that woman just cried and didn't say anything, it can be seen that her hatred for Sasuke is extremely strong. And also, Listening to Ino whispering, and then looking in the direction she indicated, little Sakura fell silent. Sasuke insisted on destroying the village because of hatred, and these people also wanted to kill Sasuke because of hatred. Ino murmured. Is there no way to get rid of hatred? No matter what I think, it's an endless loop. Although family and friends are safe and sound, they have not actually experienced the taste of hatred. Ino just thinking about it. Who killed her favorite, most important and most cherished person? At that time, can she let go of her hatred and forgive him? After all, when it's time to repay each other, there must be one party who chooses to let go of the hatred, otherwise, mutual revenge will never end. Ask yourself, if Ino can't do it, she will definitely take revenge. Don't think too much, just dig into the horns and look for trouble. Little Sakura said. We are human beings, not gods. We can't cover everything. As long as we have a clear conscience and do what we think is right and what we can do, that's enough. Knowing that hatred is an unsolvable problem, Ino shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and looked sideways. What's the matter with this kitten? Little Sakura didn't hide anything, and told the truth. I see. Ino said. Do you know how to raise it? I'm usually so busy, I don't think I have time, why don't you let me come? No need. Little Sakura said without even thinking about it, no matter how busy I am, it will not delay my raising a cat. Don't forget that I still have Shadow Clone. Then let me keep it for a while. Ino said, don't be so stingy, it's not Naruto, you can't share it, it's just a cat, you can share it. It's just a cat, so easy to say, said little Sakura. This is not an ordinary cat, it is unique in the world, and it is the cat entrusted to me by Naruto, which means a lot. Stingy. Ino muttered. Naruto wants to adopt, Hinata can't stand cats, then, transfer to me. Little Sakura said to herself, picking up Sasuke cat. To round it up, this is the son of me and Naruto. Son, mother will take good care of you, obediently. Sasuke the cat. Son. UBD. Ino was shocked. Say, do you want to eunuch? Little Sakura hesitated, I heard that eunuching seems to be better for cats and can reduce the incidence of many diseases. Sasuke psy fried hair. If it was an ordinary cat, it would be neutered. This is a unique out-of-print cat. Ino said in a strange tone. If Naruto didn't lie, it would be better to keep a lot of them to breed and avoid extinction. That's right. The little Sakura nodded, and couldn't help laughing and said, look, when I heard that I was about to be eunuched, my hair exploded. Forbearance, IQ must be high. Ino didn't care. Naruto, who didn't know this, made Ataka's body into a six-paths avatar, Tiendeo, to replace the empty shell Hamura. Go back to ninja world, control Ataka to use summoning technique, and bring the crow implanted with Shisui Sharinon to summoning. Take this Mangekyo and go find Orochimaru. Oh. Transplanted, the Mangekyo fused with brothers can be advanced into an eternal Mangekyo whose pupil power will not be exhausted. Orochimaru was surprised and puzzled. What is the principle? Where is the scientific basis? It doesn't matter what the reason is, as long as there is a way to go. Naruto said. Hurry up and bring the Mangekyo I gave you, let me try to see if I can fuse an eternal eye. In the pensive Orochimaru, glanced at Naruto, turned and left, come with me, I'll show you something interesting. Accompanying Orochimaru to a wall, seeing him making seals, the wall in front of him was wide open, Naruto followed curiously. In the super large container at the end, what caught the eye was a huge horn. The horn of 8 tails. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Oh, it should be the first time I've met you. Orochimaru was surprised. It has appeared in the plot, of course I remember. Naruto waved his hand, wondering, the interesting thing you said is. There. Orochimaru pointed. Naruto took a closer look, only to find that there was something else in the huge container that contained the corner of 8 tails. How to describe that strange thing? Meatballs. About a little smaller than a football. The meatball is round, with 2 duck-like feet, and there is a slit that looks like an eyelid on the meatball, and the eyelashes are not short. Since I got this Mangekyo, I have been researching it. Orochimaru said. I won't talk about the process of failure, just the conclusion. I found out that Mangekyo responds to natural energy, to the chakra of the tailed beast, to the Hashirama cells. The pupil power cannot be replenished, the common sense of this Mangekyo is broken. I use Hashirama cells, Shigigo. He is an experimental product that I got by chance. It can absorb natural energy, but the disadvantage is that it is out of control. Hashirama cells, Kaguya cells, 7-tail cells, 8-tail cells. Tailed beasts have flesh and blood, so they naturally have cells. It's the carrier I cultivated using these 4 types of cells. It looks a bit poor in appearance, but fortunately, it can be used and is effective. Orochimaru smiled slightly and continued. Experiments have proved that this can slowly restore pupil power. Single 7-tail cells, or 8-tail cells, are also effective, and the speed will be slower. Adding both can increase the recovery speed. From this, I have reason to believe that the cells of other tailed beasts have the same function, the more types, the faster the recovery speed. Considering that Rinnegan is above Mangekyo, I boldly speculate whether Mangekyo can be sublimated through this method. Of course, it may take longer, as long as an ordinary person's life, or even longer. Naruto took a closer look, and it was indeed as Orochimaru said, the power of the pupils in the Mangekyo had recovered slightly. It's the extent that you can't find it without careful observation. Chapter 189. It is indeed a great discovery. Naruto nodded in agreement. Mangekyo's pupil power can be replenished and restored, which means that the distinguished heavenly gods have another chance to use it. So, is there still a fusion? Orochimaru asked. It's good to succeed, but in case of failure, it is very likely that both Mangekyo will be declared scrapped. That's unnecessary. Naruto shook his head. I'll just use it that way, take it out and give it to me. Take it out. Orochimaru was stunned, and suggested, it would be better to keep it in the container. This little guy is defective, and he can't live long without the nutrient solution. I can recover my pupil power myself, so I don't need to store it here. Naruto said. Seeing Naruto's insistence, Orochimaru didn't persuade him anymore, stepped forward, made a seal, summoned the artificial little life with Shisui Sharingan installed, and dug out the Sharingan. No, just give it to me. Seeing Orochimaru still looking for a special container for storing eyes, Naruto said. And so, Shisui's Sharingan makes a complete pair. Because the left eye is limited by Shisui, it can only guard Konoha, and its use has been greatly reduced. Fortunately, the right eye does not have this problem, and it can be adjusted by itself. What are you researching recently? Naruto asked casually while observing Sharingan. Cyborg, Orochimaru said. Cyborg. Naruto looked sideways. You won't let me hit Sasuke-kun, and Uchiha Itachi is too strong, so I'm not sure I can take him down. Orochimaru smiled. Through this little guy, I had an idea. Why pursue others as reincarnation containers? Why not create your own, truly desirable containers? Ninja world, there are so many interesting ones, the mysterious blood successor limits, merge with each other, and slowly cultivate, great idea, right? I can cultivate the most perfect container according to my own preferences, with various blood succession boundaries. Speaking of it, I would like to thank you for cutting off my idea of obtaining Uchiha's body, and instead allowing me to find a path that is more suitable for me. Naruto subconsciously looked at the poor-looking meatball in Orochimaru's hand. Leaving the balance of the nutrient solution, the cells in the body will undergo a rejection reaction and are rapidly collapsing. This little guy is having a hard time. Really? Cyborg. Naruto thought for a while and said, you can integrate as many bloodlines as you want. My request is just one. Don't explore the Rinnegan. Orochimaru smiled. I understand, I will pay attention. Saying goodbye to Orochimaru, Naruto returns to the moon, implanting Shisui Sharingan into Itachi. Madara is the eternal Mangekyo, sublimated into Rinnegan, so she can use Susanoo in the state of no eyes. Itachi is just an ordinary Mangekyo, without Sharingan, there is no way to trigger Susan. Naruto tried it, it didn't work. Sasuke's Rinnegan is very important, it is the key to travel through different spaces and find Yoshi's 10 tails. To be on the safe side, Naruto didn't plan to give 6 paths a clone, and put it in the palms of his left and right hands before returning it to Sasuke, so that it is more convenient to use. Belonging to Shisui, the green half-length Susan, wearing Utengu armor, appears majestic and protects Itachi. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Although there is no Yata mirror, 10-fist sword, it is a pity. Don't force it, let's be content. After all, Itachi's eyes were melted by Sasuke. You're done. Natural energy. Stronger life force chakra than Hashirama. 1 tail guards the crane. 2-tailed Matatabi. 9 tails Kurama. The chakra of the 3-tailed beasts, and with the quality of Kurama's chakra, they know everything. Half a Kurama can stand up to 6 complete-tailed beasts, which is worthwhile. It can be seen how much Sage of 6 Paths gave Kurama, and how partial chakra was. With the nourishment of these powers above, the recovery speed of Mangekyo's pupil power is definitely much faster than that of Orochimaru. Thinking about who to use distinguished heavenly gods on when the pupil power is enough. Naruto, who was thinking about this question, suddenly heard Kurama say, Naruto, something happened. Konoha village in ruins. A bunch of people, in groups of 3 or 4, are busy searching for survivors and rebuilding their homes. The workload is too heavy, and it won't be done in a short while. The wood-style avatar pretended to go there for convenience, and when no one was around, the main body appeared in front of him out of thin air, and he took the initiative to release himself. After digesting the memory, Naruto waited and walked back. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Minato, Guy, Asuma, Hinata, a few people gathered together to discuss something. Kakashi is in danger. Hurry up and find a way to save him. Guy jumped up and down anxiously, unable to calm down. Calm down, Guy, being impatient won't solve the problem, Minato said. But... Guy clenched his fists, feeling uncomfortable because he couldn't use his strength. Listen to the abilities and image you describe. Minato said. The masked man who attacked Kakashi is likely to be the same masked man who drove Nine Tails to attack the village more than 10 years ago. Minato is resurrected, what happened that year is no longer a secret, Tsunade and Jiraiya know it all. Hiding behind the scenes, he is good at time and space technique, and his level is even higher than yours. Jiraiya frowned, who is it? Could it be Uchiha Madara? There is no other target, so it can only be temporarily designated as a fake Madara. Tsunade said, 10 years ago, his target was Nine Tails. This time, he targeted Kakashi. What is it for? 2 possibilities. Minato said, having a grudge against Kakashi, or plotting against Kakashi, as far as I know, the high probability is Sharingan. Naruto didn't interrupt, just stood aside silently. What's going on? In simple terms, Kakashi is sucked into the Kamui space by Obito. In order to protect his family, Naruto will always keep a share of his clone, and use chakra perception all day to prevent suspicious people from approaching. This time, the wood-style clone sensed Obito's life response, the chakra response, near Konoha. Contact Kurama, notify the main body at the same time, find Tsunade and ask her to call Hinata back. Who knows, that Obito is a fake, it was White Zetsu in disguise. The real Obito sneaked into the makeshift hospital tent and took away Kakashi, who was resting after the battle and exhausted. This scene was seen by Hinata's white eyes. The same witnesses, did not see the process of Kakashi being absorbed, only saw the mask Obito and Guy, Asuma. Naruto tried to find the Kamui space, using Sasuke's Rinnegan pupil technique, the space portal. The pupil power is constantly being consumed, and I found more than 30. This number, placed in countless different spaces, can be called a drop in the ocean. The different space is infinite, but Rinnegan's pupil power is limited. Naruto frowned. Don't give up, keep looking. Kamui space is Obito's private space, will it be in it? Unknown. Suddenly, Naruto looked up as if aware of it, his figure turned into an afterimage, and flew up to catch the falling Kakashi. Obito, nowhere to be seen. Look at Kakashi again, his left eye is gone. Chapter 190. Are you alright, Kakashi-sensei? Without responding to Naruto, Kakashi, who felt that he was already safe, relaxed his tense heartstrings a little, and immediately fell into a coma. With Tsunade present, it was natural to recover quickly. After waking up, Kakashi touched his left eye subconsciously, the eye socket was empty and there was nothing. Isn't it a dream? Obito gave him the only gift, a treasure-like existence, belonging to Obito's Sharingan. There is none left. Kakashi, what happened? Tsunade asked. Kakashi sighed decadently, managed to pull himself together, and began to narrate. It was nothing more than that he was suddenly brought into the Kamui space, confronted the masked man, fought, and finally lost, and the Sharingan was taken away by the other party. There is a question. Minato puzzled, why are you still alive? Saying this, it's not that Minato wants Kakashi to die, just take it literally. More than 10 years ago, Nine Tails was pulled out from Kushina's body, and Nine Tails were driven to destroy Konoha, resulting in many tragedies of family destruction. Such a cruel and ruthless person did not kill Kakashi, but let Kakashi come out of that different space alive. Can't read. I don't know. Minato's question was also Kakashi's. He was exhausted, the opponent was full of strength, and the injury he suffered recovered in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't figure out the reason at all. The only insider at the scene, Naruto, suddenly said, Hinata, with your white eyes, did you see the face under the mask? Hinata understood. Jian, using the non-attribute ninja method, transformation technique, turns into a masked man without a mask. When the light smoke dissipated, all the people present lost their voices, and Kakashi was completely stunned, his lips trembling. Fire Country Forest. The space twisted in a spiral, opening a hole big enough for one person to pass through, and Obito stepped out of it. The opening speed of Kamui has been improved a lot. Is this the ability of the left eye? It's actually a time and space that can attack. Susanoo, it can only go so far. Enough. With Kamui who can both attack and defend, Susanoo is useless. Familiar with the power of Kamui with the eyes, and have a general grasp of his current level of strength. Obito was stunned for a while, as if he was recalling, reminiscing, remembering something. In the end, it was all forgotten. Gadu statue, be sure to find it. With the Gadu statue, if you want to get a Rinnegan, you must have at least one. Project Tsuki no Mi cannot be terminated because of Nagato's disappearance. The empty space twisted again in a spiral manner. Obito collected himself and walked in without hesitation. Certain truths will always subvert people's cognition. The masked man is Obito, and the blow to Minato and Kakashi is undoubtedly the biggest. One of them is Obito's teacher and the other is Obito's best friend. Minato has a lot of work to distract him from. Kakashi's words, with a blank face, his favorite novel, produced by Jiraiya, couldn't change his mind, and he didn't even realize that the novel was taken down. Sitting there blankly, sorry, I want to be alone. Saying goodbye to Kakashi, Naruto walks on the newly cleared road in the village, with Hinata on the side. Recall that in the plot, Kakashi holds Obito's pair of Mangekyo, and Kaguya head-to-head, 50-50 scene. Naruto's brows were wrinkled into Sichuan characters. The strongest illusion is Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. The strongest flames are Itaki and Sasuke's Amaterasu, and flame control. But if you want to say whose Mangekyo is the most powerful, I am afraid no one will deny that it is Obito's Kamui. That's more than powerful to describe, it's a bag, especially Kamui with both eyes. Of course, with Hinata's Tenseigan pupil technique, space enchantment and ability to restrain time and space, Naruto is not afraid of Obito, but expects Obito to come to his door. Obito, who has suffered a loss once, has no certainty. Head iron, the probability of finding it is infinitely close to zero. My current mainstream check-in target is the tailed beast chakra. If Obito makes a sudden move, the wood-style clone in charge of monitoring Jinchuriki can't stop him, let Obito hide the tailed beast in the Kamui space, then. Naruto's original intention was to use Jinchuriki to catch Black Zetsu. He predicted that Black Zetsu would definitely attack the tailed beast. At that time, he could take down Black Zetsu. It may not be possible to eliminate it, and the seal is no problem. Even if Black Zetsu has Huangquan Biliang Sokka, the space portal, and similar time and space abilities, there is no need to worry. These abilities, more or less, have a short duration, long enough for Naruto to interrupt them, or do something else. Now, those who covet tailed beasts have an extra Obito, and it is an Obito with both eyes. With Kamui Hollow here, Naruto can't do anything with Obito. As strong as Six Paths Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya, Kamui cannot be cracked, which shows how big Kamui's bag is. To kill Obito, it must be Kamui who restrains Obito under Hinata's space barrier. Even so, considering Izanaga's death-preventing pupil technique, the difficulty of success will not be low. Sign-in is the most important thing, and you can't make a mistake because you're fishing for Black Zetsu. No need for more, one less tailed beast means incompleteness. The sacred tree chakra, can't get it all together. Another one, the enemy is strong and I am weak, and I am strong and the enemy is weak. There is no need to give the guy who is sure to be the enemy a chance to become stronger. Hold it firmly in your hand, which is safer and more secure. Thinking of this, Naruto turned to look at Hinata, and whispered, Hinata, do me a favor. Hinata was curious, raised his left hand, held Naruto's extended right hand, and then, with a blur in front of his eyes, came to the desert area. As soon as the main body came, he was responsible for tracking Gaara, Naruto, the wood-style avatar of one-tailed Jinchuriki. Knowing that he had nothing to do, he took the initiative to release himself and let the main body know the situation here. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, it's rare to see a Genin squad without a Jonin, Naruto muttered. It's not surprising, after all, once Gaara's strength explodes, Jonin will be afraid. Hinata was still guessing what Naruto said was busy, and saw that Naruto closed his left eye, raised his left hand, and aimed at the direction of 3 o'clock. Looking along, there are 3 figures walking there. Suddenly, the 3 of them froze. Judging from the movement of chakra, they were undoubtedly under the illusion. Naruto's level of illusion is not high, and he can't bear to use Rinnegan's pupil power to activate it, which makes the intensity of illusion so high that it is impossible for ordinary people to decipher it. Naruto came to Gaara, who was controlled by hypnosis, made madras, put his hands on his abdomen, twisted counterclockwise, and released the one-tail Shao'er who was also controlled. Naruto-kun, what are you? Hinata was confused. No injustice, no enmity, I have no reason to take other people's lives. Naruto said softly. I would like to trouble you to use the yin-yang escape technique to help him regain his lost vitality. Chapter 191. There is a guy who is destined to be an enemy, coveting the power of the tailed beast, falling into the opponent's hands, increasing the opponent's strength, which is not good for me, so. I want to hold all the tail beasts in my hands, so that I can save a lot of trouble. Suddenly, Hinata asked curiously, who is the enemy? Naruto pointed to the sky. Hinata subconsciously looked up and looked up. Extraterrestrials, for short, aliens. Naruto said. Hinata half understood. Not long after, Gaara, who lost one tail and was on the verge of death, was rescued by Hinata with the yin and yang escape technique. There are 3 more people, how about it? Naruto asked. No problem, this pupil power consumption. Hinata smiled. As for chakra, don't forget, she is a 3-tails Jinchuriki, and there is no shortage of chakra. It is Tenseigan's pupil power, which is far less than what she said in an understatement. Fortunately, Tenseigan's pupil power can be restored, so there is no need to worry about it. Confirming that Hinata is not forcing, Naruto nodded, then continue. When Naruto and Hinata came and when they left, the 3 siblings didn't know at all. Even Gaara was walking, aware of something wrong, and felt it carefully, in a daze. What's wrong, Gaara? Temari wondered. Monster. The panda's eyes widened, and Gaara said hoarsely, it's gone. What? Temari didn't understand. The monster in my body, one tail, disappeared. Gaara said in a deep voice. Ah! Temari was astonished and terrified. Kankuro was dumbfounded. Really disappeared? Could it be you who made a mistake? Temari couldn't believe it. She also raised a doubt. Look, as we all know, Jinchuriki will die after losing the tail beast, isn't it good for you? In this regard, Gaara cannot answer. The second stop is the Wandering Mist Shinobi Rebel, Yu Gao, he is 6 tails Jinchuriki. Same method. Under the hypnosis of Sanguya Rinnegan's pupil power, no matter whether it is a human or a tailed beast, it has no power to resist. The third stop is Killer Bee who practiced in Cloud Shinobi Village, Yunli Gorge. Coincidentally, Airway Jinchuriki, led by Wooden Golem, was also resting at Cloud Shinobi Village, and did not go out to perform tasks, so he could complete the task in one step. Raikage Office. The tail beast is gone. What do you mean? The burly and tall, 4th Raikage, AI, thought that there was something wrong with his ears and he heard it wrong. I don't know. By Wooden Golem himself is also very puzzled, suspicious of life. I was eating noodles at home, and I lost my mind in the middle, and when I looked back, Airway disappeared. I checked the nearby surveillance, and no one has entered my house. Such a big Airway just disappeared. AI. Go ask the enchantment class and see what they say. AI asked. Secretary Raikage, Mabi, nodded yes. Soon, back and forth. The enchantment class said that Wooden Golem disappeared out of thin air for a while, and reappeared in less than a minute. Impossible. I have never been out at home, how did I disappear? It disappeared out of thin air. Denied by Wooden Golem. Body flicker technique can't jump out of the enchantment all at once, let alone with so many obstacles. AI had a vague sense of ominous premonition. For peace of mind, he got up and went to Yunli Gorge, and the news he got was no less than a bolt from the blue. 8 Tails is gone, and Killer Bee, the person involved, is also ignorant, just like Wooden Golem said. Is this a natural phenomenon, or is it caused by man? AI frowned. Check it out for me. With the size of the tailed beast and the special chakra, it is very difficult to hide it completely without showing the mountains and dewy water. As long as you are still in this world, you will definitely find it. Check it out, check it secretly, and don't let others know that Cloud Shinobi Village has lost a strategic weapon like a tailed beast. At the same time, on the moon, part of it was hollowed out to provide an ecological environment for living. A few tailed beasts as huge as mountains, placed on the earth, no one cares about them, they are like natural disasters, and they are here. When Rinnegan's pupil power is withdrawn by Naruto, the illusion is automatically unlocked. Ka. This is free? Indeed, without the bondage of that brat, I.S.A. Huan seemed to be jumping up and down in the strange cry of one tail, free. Free. I'm free. 6 Tails Seiken is not as noisy as Shikuru, it is very quiet, and it is the type of few words. The acid secreted from the body surface dripped on the ground, and the sound of corrosion could be heard endlessly. What's going on? Matatabi, like 5 Tails Kokyo, had a female voice. Better than 8 Tails Jayaki is sad, it regains its freedom, which means, more than died. Well, I'm here, please look over here. Naruto said. Compared with tailed beasts, human beings are about equal to grasshoppers, or even smaller than grasshoppers. Beforehand, everyone's Jinchuriki is not dead. Seeing the 4-tailed beasts, they looked over in unison, Naruto said. Without irreconcilable contradictions and conflicts, I will not kill other people's lives at will. Is there any evidence to prove what you said? 8 Tails said dully. Naruto looked at Hinata. Hinata entered Tensagen Chakram mode, summoned several truth-seeking balls, and used the yin-yang escape technique to create a bunny from scratch. 6 Paths technique. 8 Tails suddenly raised the volume, seeing the eyes of the two people, it was different. What, that kid isn't dead? 1 Tail pouted. So, what's the purpose of pulling us out of the Jinchuriki's body? 8 Tails said. It is not difficult to master the 6 Paths technique and change the setting that Jinchuriki will die if he loses the tail beast. Of course, no one can say for sure whether it will be or not, whether it will actually be done or not, without witnessing it. After all, it is a one-sided statement and cannot be fully believed. Let me introduce myself, I am Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of Kurama. Naruto said. Bringing you here is actually to protect you, and at the same time protect your original Jinchuriki. Whether in the short term or in the long term, your safety is not guaranteed. Quack quack. Hey, human, what nonsense are you talking about? 1 Tail Shower he laughed loudly, our safety is not guaranteed? Quack quack. It's so funny. After confirming that Hinata has infinity, Naruto releases Kaguya's suppression. Kaguya, who was watching a movie to pass the boring time, found that she could move, and immediately subconsciously controlled her body. From the outside, it is the image of Naruto, which has changed suddenly. Hair dragged to the floor. The skin turns white. Rinnegan is also transformed into supercilious. Between the brows, the erect eyes opened, and inside was the blood-red Kaguya Rinnegan. There are 2 horns on the head. One tail watched over the crane. The laughter stopped abruptly, his whole body was frozen there, motionless. 2 tails Matatabi is fried hair. 6 tails Saiken swished, backed away a long way, and plunged into the sea. 8 tails Jayaki, gasped. Chapter 192. Born out of the sacred tree 10 tails. The tailed beasts know where they come from, but they don't know the existence of Otsutsuki Kaguya, they haven't seen it, and Sage of 6 Paths hasn't told them. Never seen it, but... what does it feel like? 8 tails exclaimed in horror. It's creepy. Airway couldn't calm down. Backed up a distance, behind 8 tails, with 1 tail and 8 tails as shields, a little sense of security, it managed to calm down a bit. My chakra, come back. Kaguya's time was not in vain, she tried countless times, and she figured out some problems. For example, about 2/3 of the distribution of chakra is not under her control, and 1/3 is under her control. It's just that this so-called 1/3, under the suppression of that 2/3, is struggling. She speculates that it is likely that she needs to absorb enough chakra by herself to make the ratio overtake Naruto, so that she can seize control of the body. Regain freedom. Raising his hand halfway, it froze suddenly, Kaguya's face was frosty, and he whispered, BD. The situation was out of Kaguya's control, her consciousness, chakra, was receding back into the body like a tide. Appearance, restored to Naruto's appearance. The last time he was negligent, let Kaguya let go of Black Zetsu secretly, Naruto would not give Kaguya a second chance to act, and kept a close eye on him throughout the whole process. Almost at the same time that Kaguya made a move, Naruto ordered Kaguya Chakra to stop his activities and come back. With a 2/3 share, it is equivalent to being a major shareholder. Kaguya, a small shareholder, cannot resist. How? Naruto looked at the 4-tailed beasts with different behaviors, and said, just now, if this one wants to harm you, how can you resist? I know your characteristics. You are not afraid of death. You will be resurrected within a few years after death, but in the eyes of certain beings, your consciousness will be erased. In this way, even if chakra can be resurrected, what is the difference between you who lost your original consciousness and death? Even you who are perfect and free are powerless, let alone your Jinchuriki. Stay with Jinchuriki, you are in danger, and Jinchuriki will surely die. Who was that woman just now? 8 Tails couldn't help asking. Otsutsuki Kaguya, she is Otsutsuki Yuyi, the mother of Sage of 6 Paths, Naruto said. What? 1 Tail was shocked. 6 Tails Saiken hiding in the sea, with half of its head popping out, its eyes are too small to see. The acid secreted only from the body surface suddenly increased several times, it can be seen that its shock is no lower than that of 1 tail. Naruto sat down and talked about the science of the tailed beasts, the origin of Otsutsuki, their goals and methods. With 2 truthful words mixed with 1 or half of a false sentence, the possibility of success in deception is even greater. It is impossible for Naruto to permanently use hypnosis to control them, nor is it possible to send them back to Earth to give Obito a chance to succeed. If you use your speaking skills, you can become friends, and no matter how bad you are, you will not become enemies. This is a white lie, and it is for the benefit of the tailed beasts. Of course, it is undeniable that Naruto did all this for himself, for a better check-in, and to get a few more tailed beasts as a backup source of chakra. There is no need for words to express these thoughts. Why should I help you? Airway asked this question, and Naruto smiled. I'm a human, living on the Earth, and I learned that there are aliens who are going to be bad for the Earth, and your position determines which side has the advantage. I don't expect to get your support and help. At the very least, I don't want to be the help of aliens, be absorbed by aliens, and strengthen the strength of aliens. That would really add insult to injury and add fuel to the fire. You are the same kind as Kurama, I will not sit idly by, this is not only saving you and Jinchuriki, but also saving the planet. Hinata blinked. Naruto's ambition, goal, and heart are so ambitious, not just dreaming of becoming Hokage. Hokage is nothing more than guarding one side, protecting the village, and defending the rights and interests of the Fire Nation. Naruto obviously wants to protect the whole world and prevent the vicious aliens from succeeding. In contrast, she who only wants to be a housewife and take care of the children at home. Alas, it's hard to say. No, you have to work harder and not fall behind. Because I like Naruto, in Hinata's eyes, what Naruto does and says, all have their own filters and beauty, simply put in 3 words. High. Big. Superior. 8 Tails didn't bring this kind of thing. No matter how good Naruto said, it was impossible to impress them directly. Thank you for your kindness. 8 Tails thought for a while and said slowly. I will be careful, and I will also remind pay more attention to safety, hide whereabouts, and try not to appear in front of others. We can establish a long-term and stable contact method, and we can talk about anything at any time. So, I'm going back to BEA. Naruto smiled, shook his head and said, no. Quiet. You've been the only one who said it, even if it's a hype, after all, it's your own side of the story. Eight Tails said. Can I suspect that you are lying? Bai is actually dead, you are the one who wants our power, you want to control us. If you don't trust me, you should still trust Kurama. With it as my guarantee, you can rest assured. Naruto said. You know its real name, which means it has recognized you. Eight Tails said quietly. Thinking about it, I will also deceive other tailed beasts for the benefit of Bai. Kurama's words are not credible. Unless you can prove, let me see, Bai is alive, he is not dead. Naruto leaned close to Hinata's ear and whispered. Hinata understood, and flew to the artificial sun. Not long after, a huge projection window appeared out of thin air and was frozen in front of Eight Tails. The picture in the window is exactly Cloud Shinobi Village, Yunlei Gorge. Killer Bee sat on the ground, depressed, and Fourth Raikage, who was standing next to him, said something to him, as if to comfort him. Bai. Eight Tails' eyes widened, I want to go back. Bai can't leave me, and I don't want to be separated from him, I must go back. Isn't this overreaching? Naruto smiled. Suddenly, with a bang, Eight Tails fell to the ground, his face was firmly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Marisha, the invisible hand enlarged to 20 meters, has the same power as Naruto, suppressing Eight Tails is a piece of cake. When the personal strength rises to the Super Shadow or Six Paths level, the power of the tailed beast is not enough. Other requirements, I will try my best to satisfy you, the only way is to leave here, no. Naruto said. Cooperate and don't force me to seal it. In that case, you will suffer. Chapter 193. Who cares about you? Eight Tails roared. Chakra burst like a volcanic eruption. It is true that the head was pressed on the ground, but it did not prevent it from opening its mouth and condensing tailed beast bomb. The dreaded chakra was condensed, compressed into a solid sphere nearly half the size of Eight Tails. In the same faction as Eight Tails, belonging to Cloud Shinobi Village, and Jinchuriki, the two-tailed Matatabi who got along pretty well with Wooden Golem, suddenly made a move. It is also the strongest secret of Tailed Beast Bomb. It's freedom, but it's nothing more than changing to a bigger place and being imprisoned. Who would accept such a thing? One tail shower he opened his mouth and screamed. Tailed Beast Bomb, formed while breathing. Six Tails Saiken, hesitating, stayed in the sea honestly, watching. It is not keen on freedom. He didn't care about Jinchuriki's life or death. Life will be better with a happy-go-lucky attitude. With three-tailed beast bombs, even when he was still in ninja school, with the protection of Nine Tails Chakra, Naruto is not worried about being bombarded to death, let alone him now. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Naruto clasped his hands together and made a mudra. Bang bang bang. 9/10 of meters long, covered with thorns and wood thorns, lifelike and mighty wooden dragons broke through the ground and strangled Eight Tails, One Tail, and Two Tails. The characteristic of the wooden dragon is to absorb chakra, which can be said to restrain the tail beast to death. Damn it! Feeling the rapid loss of chakra like a flood, Eight Tails gritted his teeth and detonated the tailed beast bomb on the spot. Did not succeed. The huge tailed beast bomb disappeared out of thin air just before the explosion, and was transferred elsewhere by the wood-style avatar using Flying Thunder God. I don't want to bully the small with the big. The current situation is caused by you and has nothing to do with me. Naruto said. Let me go. Eight Tails yelled, struggling hard. With me, you still have free time to move around. If you want to talk to Jinchuriki, you can't communicate in real time, so writing a letter is no problem. Naruto said. Instead of that person, trapped in another different space, you don't want to be free again. If it falls into the hands of aliens, the ending will be miserable. Jinchuriki will die, and you will die too, and the whole world will be affected. Eight Tails was silent for a moment, even if you say that. Staying here is definitely better than staying with Jinchuriki. It's infinitely safer. Naruto said. On this point, he didn't lie. In the Burrito transfer, Atsutsuki Momoji and Atsutsuki Jinshi came down in front of Killer Bee in order to capture Eight Tails. At that time, the tailed beast bomb launched by Eight Tails was easily absorbed by the peach style, and then bounced back with a backhand. Killer Bee plus Eight Tails, even if it is a burst seed, it will not be a peach style opponent, and it will die if it encounters it. I have a good relationship with Jinchuriki, and my heart is for Jinchuriki. For the sake of Jinchuriki's safety, separation is the best choice, otherwise. Waiting for your results, only death. I have a bad relationship with Jinchuriki, I hate Jinchuriki, and I don't want to be Jinchuriki anymore, so I have to stay here. This is the moon. Except for me who often stay here, few people will come here. Those ninja villages on the earth have no ability to come here. No one will arrest you again. Of course, if you want to say that you like humans and want to live in peace and friendship with humans, then I didn't say that. The moon. You said this is the moon? How is that possible? Shower he doubted, even seven tails that can fly can't fly to the earth, you. There is another reason not mentioned. There is the old man's younger brother on the moon, Atsutsuki Hamura, whose descendants settled down and lived here for generations. It cannot be so quiet and desolate. Bullying that we have never been to the moon, and we don't know what's going on the moon, who are we to fool? After a few minutes, One Tail, who was transferred to the surface of the moon by Naruto with Flying Thunder God, was stunned. Really, left the earth, why? Shocked, Eight Tails couldn't help wondering where the descendants of Hashirama went. Unbelievable. Airway whispered. Six Tails' Saiken is as quiet as ever, with small eyes that are hard to spot even if you look carefully, secretly looking at the surrounding environment. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing, and after confirming that he was on the moon, the tail beasts became much quieter, and Eight Tails stopped making noise. You can't even fly on the earth, let alone cross the universe. The reality is that if Naruto can be killed by luck, they will not be able to return to the earth, but will be trapped here for life. No, wait, there's a way to go back. Eight Tails had an idea. After the tailed beast dies, after several years, it will be resurrected and reborn, and the place of rebirth will be at a random place on the earth. Don't ask how it knows, if it has experienced this kind of thing, will it say it? I was anxious and thought about what to do if I went back to the earth. The aliens that Naruto said came, but the result was still the same. Eight Tails didn't think that a strong man like Naruto would have the leisure to joke with them with lies. Besides, the white-haired girl that Naruto turned into before was truly terrifying. Could it be that there is no other way but this is the only way? Eight Tails was depressed in his heart, but calm on the surface. That's the fact. In the future, I hope we can coexist peacefully. Naruto said. I don't force you to do anything for me. Whether this place is big or small, it's enough for you to divide the territory and live. You can tell me what items on earth you want, who you want to write to, you tell me the content, and I will write it for you. I won't interfere with your life, and I'm asking you not to make trouble or sabotage, that's all, goodbye. Before the words finished, Naruto disappeared. Wait a minute. Eight Tails said hastily, seeing that Naruto had already left, it punched the ground in frustration. Who knows, Naruto suddenly appeared again, what's the matter? Eight Tails was stunned, and said, only writing letters? Can't we meet? Why? I belong to Konoha, and your Jinchuriki belongs to Cloud Shinobi. Naruto explained, let him know that you are trapped here by me, what should I do if I trouble Konoha? You are so strong, why do you need to be afraid of trouble? Eight Tails said strangely, the entire Cloud Shinobi village is tied together, and they are not your opponent. Once again, I don't have the hobby of bullying the small. My enemy is the small group of aliens. I don't want to be distracted by other things. Naruto said. It's fine if Cloud Shinobi village doesn't come to provoke me. Once they choose to attack my family and friends, then I have to fight back. It's meaningless, and it's not beneficial. If you can avoid things that are beneficial, try to avoid them. Eight Tails was silent, not because he was afraid that Cloud Shinobi village would cause trouble, but because he didn't want to be distracted. I promise, I won't bring you any trouble, and Cloud Shinobi village doesn't dare. Eight Tails. Don't dare on the surface, it doesn't mean you won't secretly. Naruto. Eight Tails. Chapter 194. 1 Tail, 2 Tails, 6 Tails, 8 Tails on the moon. 4 Tails who was controlled by Sasuke with pupil power and signed a summoning contract. 7 Tails in Orochimaru. Hinata is 3 Tails Jinchuriki, little Sakura is 5 Tails Jinchuriki, plus 9 Tails within herself, Kurama. Naruto figured out that all the 9-tailed beasts fell into his hands either directly or indirectly. In this way, the follow-up sign-in will be stable and there will be no mistakes. Hinata and little Sakura don't have to worry, they both have the ability to protect themselves. Hanabi, wait for her to practice 100 healings mark, buy how technique, implant her own cells, sublimate her white eyes, and become a Tensagen before talking about airway. While thinking about it, Naruto opened the space portal to bring back 4 Tails, who was placed in a different space by Sasuke, and put them on the moon. Speaking of hatred for human beings, Kurama, who can perceive malice, is the strongest, followed by the 4 Tails, Monkey King. As soon as Naruto appeared, the attack from 4 Tails came crashing down. Damn human! 4 Tails yelled angrily, throwing violent punches at Naruto mercilessly. Naruto stared, Marikita, an invisible hand appeared, grabbed 4 Tails' tail from behind, pulled it hard, and fell heavily to the ground in the form of an over-the-shoulder throw. Don't attack as soon as you come up, okay? Naruto waved his hand, repelling the force field, and kept it open in an appropriate way. The dust, gravel, and shock waves that rushed towards him did not affect him. Humans! Damn them all! 4 Tails said angrily, struggling with all his strength, damn it! Can't move. With such a thorny head, occasionally teaching it a lesson should have the effect of killing chickens and monkeys, so that other tailed beasts can be more peaceful and not make trouble or cause damage. With that in mind, Naruto clasped his hands together and made a seal, wood-style, wood dragon technique. The days passed day by day. Naruto, whose body recovered as scheduled, began high-intensity practice, that is, physical exercise. Sage Mode, Kurama Mode, and the future 6-Path Sage Mode, are buff states. The better the basic quality of the body, the higher the final gain result, so exercising is the most basic and most important. Regarding the practice of truth-seeking ball, the progress is also very gratifying. Investing countless shadow clones to study, explore, and promote, there are 4 types of chakra attributes that can be integrated. They are earth, water, wind, and fire. Because of the relationship with wood style, Naruto naturally has the integration of soil and water. Because Yin Dun and Yang Dun are special, they are very different from 5 elements Dun, and they cannot be generalized, so it is difficult to count them, because they belong to another system. Water defeats fire, thunder overcomes earth, the fusion of the third attribute can only choose wind, there is no relationship between restraint and being restrained, it is the simplest and most relaxed. When it comes to the integration of the 4th chakra attribute, it is the difficulty. It took only 4 days to integrate the 3rd type, but it took almost 5 months to integrate the 4th type, which was stuck for a long time. Numerous failures made Naruto almost doubt his life and whether he could do it. Fortunately, failure is the mother of success. This sentence is true, a lot of failures, and the accumulated experience allowed Naruto to successfully complete the fusion of the 4 chakra attributes. Note, is in vitro fusion. The fusion of the 2 chakra attributes is the blood succession limit. This ability is integrated into the DNA and can be passed on to future generations. And when it rises to 3, the blood succession will be eliminated, and it will no longer be able to integrate into the body and fuse with DNA. The reason is simple, the body cannot bear it. The reason why Chen Dun of 3rd Tsuchikage, his son and granddaughter were not able to inherit it was because the power of Chen Dun was too great for the body to bear. This is an ability that cannot be inherited, and can only be passed on through the relationship between master and apprentice. Even with Naruto's physique, he couldn't do it. In vitro fusion and in vivo fusion are completely 2 concepts. No wonder Kaguya wants to say that blood successor snare is an ability that cannot be learned. This has nothing to do with learning ability or talent, it is entirely a matter of physique and blood. Naruto tried many times, but in the end, he was only injured, healed, injured again, healed again, and this process was repeated. Obviously, through the ability of Rinnegan, this fusion of the 4 chakra attributes can be completely absorbed, without any injuries in the whole process, but there is no way to integrate into the body. Cannot fuse with DNA. But Naruto also discovered one thing. Chakra's fusion in the body, for the wood-style avatar, would kill him instantly, but not for his main body. Chakra is in the body, destroying the cells, meridians, and its strength, accompanied by the signing of 3 tails chakra, 4 tails chakra, is gradually weakening. Naruto has reason to believe and look forward to it, when he gets all the tail beast chakras signed. Is it possible to fuse 4 kinds of chakra, 5 kinds of chakra, or even 7 kinds of chakra into the body without injury, and get the blood successor snare? Practice is the most important thing, and most of Naruto's energy is spent on it. Occasionally find time to have a date alone with Hinata. Walking after dinner is a regular item. Usually at this time, Naruto will accompany his mother, Hinata, to the newly rebuilt Konoha street. Walk around, turn around. If dad is not busy, he will also be together. If you don't bring Hanabi, or take her own initiative, unless Hanabi wants to come with you, there is no reason to refuse. Naruto has discovered that there is an inexplicable gap between Hinata and Hanabi. He asked Hinata what happened, and she said it was fine. It's a pity that the father-in-law didn't let Hanabi go back, so he insisted on staying here, hoping to awaken another pair of Tensagen. Naruto said nothing, helpless. Regularly once a month, I will go to the laboratory of little Sakura and Ino, provide my own cell tissue for the 2 women's research, and visit Sasuke Cat by the way. Knowing that little Sakura is raising Sasuke Cat as her son, Naruto. The most bizarre thing is that Sasuke never ran away once. Although we have a lot of measures to prevent you from escaping, the second hand, you are so honest and resigned to your fate, not like Sasuke's style. On the sidelines, and secretly using Rinnegan, the ability of the world, roughly looking through Sasuke's recent memory, Naruto suddenly realized. It turned out that I was attracted by the experimental results of the 2 women. Knowing that the probability of successful escape is very small, I wanted to be more careful about the experimental results. Not bad, good to keep Sasuke. Snow country. It was freezing cold. Most of the sea to the north is frozen over. In the deep sea where you can't reach your fingers, Naruto, who is practicing diving and training, suddenly has a memory from Wood Styles' avatar in his consciousness, which almost makes him lose his breath. On the moon. In the artificial sun. Where the giant Tensagen was placed, Naruto appeared out of nowhere. This is. Naruto rubbed his eyes to make sure he read it right, Indra. Chapter 195. What's the matter? Master Indra. Hiding in the shadow, seeing Indra standing still for a long time, Black Zetsu asked strangely. This feeling? Indra was silent for a moment, and then said, it's the feeling of peeping, something is peeping at me. What? Master Indra can't perceive each other. Black Zetsu was surprised. Indra did not speak, equating to default. Forget it. Indra shook her head and said casually, it doesn't matter if you don't even dare to show your face, if you dare to appear in front of me, then I'll take a look around. Black Zetsu left, and came back not long after. How? Indra said. There is no one suspicious. Black Zetsu hesitated. Interesting. Indra said to himself. In this era, what ability is there to spy from a long distance without being discovered? At that time, I only had white eyes. And now, Black Zetsu said. I inherited that guy's strength, and I was born with excellent pupil power. Indra said. With the power of the pupil, I can sense many things, for example, the peeping of the white eyes. I still remember the feeling of being peeped by white eyes. It's different from this one. This feeling of peeping is far more than white eyes. I have never felt it before. Far beyond supercilious, what is it? Black Zetsu was lost in thought. Could it be Naruto's fiancée, the Hyuga Hinata of the Hyuga family, the eldest daughter of the clan? Don't talk about this, your information is wrong. Indra said, the person just now is not Jinchuriki, and there is no tailed beast in his body. Speaking of this, Black Zetsu was puzzled, maybe I made a mistake. According to the information I collected, he is Mist Shinobi, 6 tails Jinchuriki, I didn't expect. 6 tails. Indra looked sideways, why are you looking for 6 tails? The strongest tailed beast is 9 tails. The chakra of other tailed beasts is less than half that of 9 tails. I know. Black Zetsu said. The more the better, my grandfather took 9 tails to fight Senjo Hashirama, and he lost, and he regretted it afterwards. I mentioned that I knew I should bring a few more tailed beasts, so that the winning rate will be higher, and I will never lose. Perhaps, Lord Indra doesn't like the other tailed beasts. Anyway, they are also a huge chakra collection. There is absolutely nothing wrong with collecting them. Indra nodded, confirming what Black Zetsu said. Okay, just do as you said, get all the tailed beasts. Indra said, go and find out the whereabouts of 6 tails, and then, where are the other tailed beasts? 1 tail Jinchuriki is in the land of the wind, Tsunagakur. Black Zetsu said like a treasure. 2 tails, 8 tails Jinchuriki, in the land of thunder, Cloud Shinobi village. 7 tails, in the hands of a man named Orochimaru. After waiting, but there was no text, Indra said, what about 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 9 tails? Except for 4 tails, whose whereabouts are unknown, the other 3-tailed beasts are all in the land of fire, Konoha village. Black Zetsu whispered. Konoha village, this is the village, ruined Uchiha. Indra's voice instantly cooled down. Lead the way, go directly to Konoha village, catch the 3-headed and tailed beast, and at the same time, experience the changes of time and the level of the power of the descendants. How could that be? If he didn't beat Naruto, he died in Naruto's hands, wouldn't it mean that his busy work was wasted? It's okay to die, catch a few more tailed beasts before you die. Black Zetsu was rich in mental activities, and said with a smile on his mouth, there is no rush for this, you can start elsewhere first. Death and waiting for death, the latter is more difficult. Let Konoha know that he is about to perish, and fear for a few more days is the best revenge. Especially the current 5th Hokage, who is the granddaughter of Senjo Hashirama, there is no way to do anything to the dead Senjo Hashirama, just take revenge on his granddaughter. The Senjo clan, Konoha village, there is not a single good thing. Yes, there is nothing good. If it wasn't for that guy who was biased and entrusted everything to Ashura, how could I lose? Indra thought to himself. Make a fist. Uchiha, who ended up with a broken family, he will never allow the descendants of Ashura, the Senjo clan, to have a good life. Let's go, we won't get it wrong again this time. Indra said. One time was an accident, how come the second time? Black Zetsu laughed. Master Indra, don't underestimate me. In terms of strength, I can't bear the banner. In terms of intelligence collection, I am still very confident. Is it really Indra, or is it just a long image? Naruto leaned close to the projection window, widened his eyes to the maximum, and observed carefully. The ancients more than 1,000 years ago, I don't think anyone will recognize it. Indra, Black Zetsu, didn't even think about hiding their image. During the battle with the former 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yodaka, was captured by the giant Tensagen, projected, and then found by the wood-style clone. Agility, chakra control, so wonderful, how much you use, how much you refine. As a result, the huge Tensagen failed to predict the strength of the opponent based on the quality of chakra. Seeing that Indra was leaving, judging from the forward route, he was going to the land of thunder, Naruto tapped his fingers and made a decision. Go and try it out. To prove that the other party is Indra, or is it a coincidence that they look similar, you only need to test the depth of their strength. Tensagen, build a space channel, just in front of this person, 1 kilometer away. Naruto said. On the small window that appeared out of thin air, was the giant Tensagen's answer, yes. Naruto nodded the seal of summoning and brought the 6 paths avatar, Uchiha Itake, to summoning. Rinnegan common. Shared vision. Controlling Uchiha Itachi to walk into the space passage, Naruto closed his eyes and devoted himself into it. Itachi's current Sharingan is Shisui Mangekyo, but the external style is Rinnegan, which belongs to Naruto's Rinnegan Madara pattern. The ferret represents the way of heaven in the Six Paths avatar. In addition to Naruto's transmission, the Senjo Chakra, Kurama Chakra, and if necessary, the Chakra of 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 4 tails. In the whole world, there are almost 0 people who can defeat Itachi. Non-Six Paths level powerhouses are invincible. Come on, let me see what's going on with you. Naruto sank his heart and concentrated on it. There was a person waiting in front, who suddenly appeared. Indra said, "What a strong pupil." "What?" Black Zetsu was very surprised. "Hitomi power? Still strong?" Foreboding. Soon, the two sides met. Itachi, who is originally Konoha's traitor and does not need to hide his identity, sees people with his true face. Indra doesn't like to hide his head and show his tail, but is full of confidence in himself, an upright Indra. Rinnegan. Indra squinted. No way. This side has just started to act, how could it be discovered and come to the door? Black Zetsu complained. This temperament, this attitude, can't be wrong, it's Indra. Naruto said solemnly. Chapter 196. Who are you? Why are there Rinnegans? Indra spoke first. Itachi is silent. Naruto thought. To revive Indra, in his cognition, it needs the cooperation of 2 people. They are Nagato's Rinnegan, which makes it possible to resurrect the dead who have been dead for thousands of years. Then there was Black Zetsu, the schemer who existed for thousands of years and who liked to collect corpses, and offered Indra's body. It's a pity that there is no body tissue of Nagato, and it cannot be confirmed through impure world reincarnation. Whether he is dead or alive. Naruto thought, observing Indra and Indra's left and right from Itachi's perspective. In the shadow of Indra, I found something strange. Found you, Black Zetsu? The corners of Naruto's mouth turned up slightly, eyes closed, sensing the flying thunder god mark carried by Hinata, a golden light flashed, disappeared out of thin air, and appeared in front of Hinata. Hinata, hold on a second, come catch a guy with me. Hinata opened her eyes, without asking who she was trying to catch, the seal in her hand changed, and the lines all over her body flowed back quickly, concentrating on her forehead and between her eyebrows. Form a diamond-shaped imprint, which represents the mark of the 100 healings mark. Feeling driven by Naruto cells, the number of energetic, own cells is growing steadily. Hinata thought to herself, if this continues, she will be able to fully adapt to Naruto cells in a short time. At that time, Chakra with full attributes can try to use his own ability to make the truth-seeking ball, and cooperate with Naruto to complete the use of 6 paths and planetary devastation. When Hinata put on the Jonin shoes, Naruto took her and jumped to attack his side in an instant, in front of Indra. Usually, he discussed tactics with Ming often. Hinata knew his position, and at the beginning of the game, he first restrained the opponent's time and space ability, so that the target could not escape. The space is distorted in a state visible to the naked eye. This chakra. Indra froze. It seems to be Ashura, but it is very different. There are other chakra mixed in it. The most frightening thing is the amount of this chakra, which is even more terrifying than that of the tailed beast. Looking away from Naruto with difficulty, and glanced at Hinata, Indra was silent. I don't feel wrong, if I read it right, this is Hamura chakra? Black Zetsu, hiding in Indra's shadow, wants to run away. It is not prepared to face Naruto directly, it has a specialization in art, it is a behind-the-scenes controller, and fighting is not what it is good at. How powerful it is depends on who uses it. Without a good user, no matter how powerful it is, there is a chance of overturning, and the probability is not small. Black Zetsu has self-knowledge, unless it is strong enough to crush the opponent by a dimension, to ensure that it is safe, otherwise, it will not easily take risks. A 1% chance of failure is also a failure. The burden of saving the mother falls on its shoulders, and there is no room for loss. However, Indra's Rinnegan pupil technique should be fine. Thinking of Indra's awakened Rinnegan pupil technique, Black Zetsu suppressed the urge to escape, and waited patiently and arduously. Suddenly, Indra stepped aside. Avoided. Is it a coincidence? Naruto calmly continued to control Marikita, the invisible hand, and launched an attack on Indra. Holding the chakra rod in the invisible hand, once buried in the target's body, it can block the flow of the opponent's chakra, which is an excellent means of restriction. Indra jumped up, flipped back, and evaded Naruto's attack perfectly while tossing and turning. I can see it. No, he didn't open the Sharingan, not seeing it. Naruto frowned, could it be that he felt it? Impossible. Indra didn't have the blood succession snare, so how could he feel that it has the same effect as the round tomb-side prison, Marikita? If you want to see through the sky of Marisha, you have to go to the tomb and the prison. Either you have a 3-go or 6-go Rinnegan. Either you have the blood inheritance snare, regardless of whether it is an addition to the state of 6-path sage mode, or a constitution you are born with. Naruto's first reaction was denial, associating with Black Zetsu. This is not the Black Zetsu who has no power in the plot, but the Black Zetsu who gets a part of Kaguya chakra. Since Indra can be revived, it is not difficult to do some tricks on Indra's body so that Indra can hold the blood succession snare. Don't ask why, just launch an attack. Heh. Indra chuckled, it's exactly what I want. And Ashura, there is nothing to say, Indra just wants to kill Ashura, to prove himself right to the guy who chose Ashura, denying himself. Power is the eternal truth in the world. Susanoo. Like Sasuke, it's a purple full-body Sasuke who pops up on the map. Indra, located in the forehead crystal, looked down from a high position, overlooking the two small black dots that were as small as ants. Let me see how powerful your chakra reincarnation is in this generation. It's so big. Naruto was taken aback. Hey, this size is not normal, it feels like it's about to catch up with 10 tails. Then I think of the resurrected Indra in front of me, with the blood inheritance and snares, no lacks, it is completely the template of Sage of Six Paths. It is the Sage of Six Paths without magic. Naruto was silent. Naruto-kun. Hinata couldn't help but speak. Continue to build the space barrier, leave it to me, by the way, pay attention to his shadow, the thing I want to grab is in the shadow. After that, Naruto took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. Fairy Fox mode, open. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Rumble. Landslides and ground cracks. The big Buddha with Senju on his back appeared in the sky with a larger volume than Indra's complete body. Ha ha ha, it really is Ashura, I read it right. The redundant chakra part once made Indra wonder if he had made a mistake. At this moment, he was sure that this was Ashura and there was nothing wrong with it. Hinata, who drives infinitely and doesn't have to worry about his own safety, floats in mid-air. While building a space barrier, he pays attention to the battle and pays attention to the shadow of Indra. Tensagen has pupil power, which allows her to see things that ordinary people cannot see. It looks like it's Black Zetsu's sword to attack Jinchuriki. Naruto thought inwardly. There is nothing to say about this. Moreover, the blackened Indra is not a good person. Even his companions who follow him faithfully, for the sake of strength, can kill him. Naruto controlled the Buddha without saying a word, and shot Senju out in one go. So strong. Indra said solemnly. Even now, after awakening Rinnegan and possessing the blood-inheriting snare, facing the true several thousand hands that instantly killed him in the first place, he still has an invincible intuition. This spell can be easily avoided with the Rinnegan pupil spell, but I won't back down. I won't run away. Drink ah! Indra yelled and shot. Complete body Suzo, slashing wildly with a knife. Head-to-head with the Senju Buddha. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 197. Earthquake. Hey! Look over there. What's that? There was a flash of gold. The news of his resurrection has not been announced, and as Minister Umbu, he continues to do his part to protect Konoha's fourth-generation Minato, who appears out of thin air on his shadow rock. Behind the two small holes in the animal mask, calm as water, with calm and unwavering eyes, looking at the end of the line of sight, the dust rising high in the sky. Natural disaster? Or man-made? It is more likely to be a tailed beast, but, is a tailed beast so destructive? The distance is so far away, and the height of the dust by visual inspection exceeds 10,000 meters. Go and see. Sensing nearby, there is no mark of Flying Thunder God, but there is no mark of Minato. He disappeared out of thin air, and reappeared in the dusty sky. Unable to open his eyes, the dense and continuous roaring and collision sounds came from his ears. Minato put on the goggles and looked around. Dust, fine gravel, trees, and a whole bunch of messy things were flying around. They couldn't see clearly at all, but they could only vaguely see that it was two giants fighting. That size made Minato speechless and his scalp tingling. 9 tails is big enough. Compared with these two, it is not enough. Who the hell is it? Minato asked solemnly. There is still a long distance between here and the country of fire, Konoha, but this standard is for ordinary people, for ninjas. In the eyes of these non-human creatures, they might cross into the territory of the Fire Nation by running for a while, threatening the safety of the village. Dad! Why are you here? When he first heard this sentence, Minato was inevitably stunned. Turning his head to look, he saw his daughter-in-law, Hinata, floating in the air with his feet off the ground, appeared not far behind him at some unknown time. Hinata! Why are you here? Minato was stunned. Wait. Since you are here, that means that one of those two is Naruto. Hinata nodded. Minato was silent. Although he hasn't tried it, he understands one thing, Naruto is stronger than him, not even a little bit stronger. But how strong it is, has never been intuitively seen, let alone felt. At this moment, witnessing the scene where Naruto went all out to fight the opponent up close, he didn't know what to say for a while. Unbelievable. Minato raised his forehead. So, who is fighting Naruto? I don't know. Hinata shook her head. From where? Minato. Hinata shakes her head. What's his name? Minato. Hinata looked down at the finger. How can I ask 3 questions? Minato is speechless. Naruto, he just told me to assist him and help him catch a guy. Hinata whispered. The voice was so low that Minato could barely hear it. Guy? Not human. Minato wondered. I don't know if it's a person, but that guy is hiding in a person's shadow. Hinata said. Alone, in the shadow, Minato thought. Suddenly, with a loud bang, one of the behemoths retreated a few steps and fell to the ground. The other giant was chasing after the victory. A large number of thick arms bombarded the opponent who fell to the ground amidst bursts of sonic booms. Naruto. Minato was startled. It's okay, Naruto has the advantage. Hinata said. The shock wave swept across, and Minato quickly controlled chakra, spreading it all over the soles of his feet, absorbing the ground to avoid being blown away. Noticing that Hinata was motionless and not affected by any external things, Minato lamented that these juniors are really better than each other. I'll find some helpers. Minato said this, reacted, and said dumbfoundingly, well, if you intervene rashly in a battle of this level, it may not help. Naruto, do you have anything to ask? Don't worry about me, you can go to work first. Hearing this, Hinata hesitated, nodded and said, then Dad, you have to be careful and be safe. Minato nodded. Then I saw Hinata soaring into the sky, and his body was covered by a layer of high-quality chakra coat. More than a dozen pitch-black balls appeared out of nowhere, danced around, and surrounded him. Hinata didn't see any sign of knots, or any pre-movements. Suddenly, a golden light burst out and went straight into the sky. Accompanied by Hinata's swing, the light beam suddenly fell, hitting the huge monster that fell to the ground and was under the bombardment. Rumble. Both of them are so strong. Minato laughed dryly. Hinata, are you done? Naruto asked. The time is too short, the scope is not very big, only about 1,300 square meters. Hinata said. Enough, get him into that range, Naruto said. The other side. Indra, who was overwhelmingly suppressed, watched Susanoo, destroyed, stripped, and powerless to fight. Why, this is not the Six Paths technique, nor does it have the power of the Six Paths, but it is so powerful. Indra couldn't understand. Ordinary wood, how can it have such a huge power? It's like a legendary sacred tree. Although he has never faced the divine tree directly, but only heard about it, as far as he can understand, the only thing that can be explained is this. Wood styles wood is not wood in the conventional sense, but the wood of a sacred tree. Master Indra. Black Zetsu said anxiously. It's all right, Indra said casually. Without Rinnegan, I am not his opponent. With Rinnegan awakened, I am invincible and the strongest. Even if it is that person. Sage of Six Paths, I am confident that I can defeat him. You can't talk too much, you are invincible like a mother, and you stumbled at Naruto. Black Zetsu was speechless. Seeing that Indra is stubborn and doesn't listen to persuasion, knowing that this person can only guide silently and cannot forcefully change his decision, Black Zetsu sneaked back into the shadows again. Thinking of an escape route. Before counting victory, count defeat first. It has to plan the way forward, so as not to be a mess when it gets it, and lose its position. Boom. Finally, Susan was completely destroyed. The wooden fist of the Senjo Buddha, the golden wheel reincarnated and exploded, and the two powerful secrets smashed down on the head. Indra stood up slowly without changing his face, and patted off some dust on his body. In an instant, a terrifying and boundless explosion resounded through the sky. The ground could not withstand such a blow, collapsed, deformed, and collapsed. Missed. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances. Suddenly, Naruto tilted his head, avoiding the punch from behind. Thoughts, brains, didn't understand what was going on. The body launched a counter-attack first, and hit the air with an elbow with a backhand, making the sound of an angry explosion. Follow Naruto back, dodging the kick just right. Oh, the movements are very flexible, and the senses are also very keen. Indra said with great interest. Naruto looked at Indra suspiciously. Did the elbow penetrate Indra just now? The cells control the body to dodge, which means that Indra is not a phantom, and the cells dodge only when they feel the danger. What happened? Chapter 198. Naruto is still guessing what Indra's abilities are. Indra raised his hand and held it falsely, creating something out of nothing. A purple samurai sword, mixed with thunder, appeared out of thin air. His eyes swept over it, and the immortal Amaterasu black flame was attached to the blade. That's Susanoo's weapon. Naruto's eyes froze. Can it still be used like this? Should it be said that it is Indra? At the stage of Sangoku, it can trigger the complete body of Susan. For the use of Susan, it can be sent and received freely, reaching the pinnacle, and it can also use the pupil technique of the Mangekyo stage. Planetary Rays Non. Naruto, who chose to use this move to meet the enemy, throbbed in his heart. Danger. I saw with my own eyes that Indra's knife pierced through his planetary rays non like nothing, and slashed straight at him. The body reacted first, and when there was no time to move, it quickly backed up. Lean back, Iron Bridge. It seemed dangerous, but in fact it avoided the knife just right. Naruto put one hand on the ground, that is, the top of wooden golem's head, marked Flying Thunder God, continued to do backflips, and avoided Indra's pursuit one after another. When Indra walked past the Flying Thunder God mark, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God and jumped behind Indra. Raise-non pressed firmly on Indra's back. Magnet-style seal of one tail chakra. Two tails chakra's fire burns. Water pressure surges at the three tails chakra. Super high heat searing of four tails chakra. The quality and quantity of terror in Kurama chakra. Immortal chakra not inferior to these chakra. The little raise-non, with the energy contained within, is anything but simple, Naruto's all-out punch. The same scene appeared again, the colorful raise-non of Madara pierced through Indra's body without the feeling of hitting the entity. Indra swung a knife back, the angle was tricky, the speed was fast, and he couldn't dodge it. There is no need to hide, Naruto glared, and the invisible hand blocked the knife, and he took this opportunity to continue to launch continuous offensives. That's right, your chakra is stronger than Ashura, and the blue is better than the blue. Indra said. It's even more unbelievable to awaken Rinnegan. It works so well. It's not a transplant, it's just your own awakening. I didn't expect that my descendants and Ashura's descendants would combine, hey. However, today is not what it used to be. For me today, you will definitely lose. Naruto frowned. Has entered the space enchantment built by Hinata. The time and space ability is suppressed, cannot be used, and still cannot hit or hurt Indra. Therefore, Indra's ability is not Obito's kind of time and space, but another type. This reaction ability is abnormal. His eyes are flickering, and he is obviously distracted, but his body can perfectly dodge my attack. Indra secretly thought. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. What makes him most uncomfortable is the boarding body of Hamura Chakra's reincarnation, the white-eyed girl. No, those are not white eyes anymore, but sublimated into higher-level eyes, the same as Hamura's eyes. Extracting chakra from a distance is okay for a short time, but if it continues like this, the state will get worse and worse. Naruto's reaction ability is very strange, judging that he can't win in a short time. Indra changed the target and changed to target Hinata, reversing the disadvantage of 1 against 2. What? Indra was taken aback. There is nothing in front of me, why can't I get close? With a straight face, Hinata holds the green ball in his left hand and keeps drawing Indra's chakra. With his empty right hand, he points at Indra and gestures in circles. Truth-seeking ball responds to surround. Dazzling, golden chakra light beams burst out, directly submerging Indra's entire body, and the light beams rushed straight into the sky. Indra approached Hinata without injury. Amaterasu black fire ignited out of thin air, burned on Hinata, and set her on fire. Invalid. Indra observed carefully and soon found the problem. It's not that it was ineffective, it's that it didn't hit Hinata at all. The black fire was attached to Hinata's body surface, about 20 centimeters away, and it was hard to get an inch. It seems that this short distance is separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Indra jumped back, opened the distance between them, looked at Naruto, then looked at Hinata. Silent for a moment, the body gradually faded and disappeared. Naruto activated the chakra perception technique, but there was no response. The same is true for the soul perception of the spiritualization technique, and the perception ability of Sage Mode, Hinata. Hinata turned on the perspective, shook his head for a while. I can't find it, he's not here. What ability would it be? Naruto exited Fairy Fox Mode, released True several thousand hands, and pondered. He can attack us, but we can't attack him. With such ability, why do you want to avoid my Marisha? Is it out of caution about the unknown? Beware of overturning. Or, the Rinnegan pupil technique, can it work? Hit him. Abruptly, Naruto's body moved by itself, dodging to the side. In this regard, I was taken aback for a moment, followed by Naruto who realized something, and reminded, be careful. He didn't leave, he is still here. There. Hinata pointed to where Naruto was standing just now, and there were 3 pitch-black chakra sticks. Yes. Sensing Indra's chakra's reaction and locking Indra's position, Naruto was refreshed. Rinnegan pupil art, Maragician, and 8 invisible hands, all dispatched together to attack Indra from all directions. There's something approaching, I can't see it. Indra appeared, dodging left and right, waving the stick turned into truth-seeking ball from time to time, hitting the empty space. The blood follows the snare, so that he can touch it and attack it to the end of the world. Rinnegan blinked, but saw nothing suspicious. A Rinnegan who does not have the Guyu, does not have enough pupil power to crush the opponent, and cannot see through the invisible pupil techniques such as Maria and the Tomb of the Tomb. Wood style, the birth of the world of flowers and trees. Naruto seal. The sky-like tree vines soared into the sky. On the tree vines, flowers bloomed, and the pollen with paralyzing effect was released and spilled into the air. Be careful with these pollen, it will be very troublesome if you ingest it in your body. Black Zetsu couldn't help reminding. Trouble. Indra was non-committal, let go of the truth-seeking ball stick, let it float aside, folded his hands together, and made a seal. The breeze blows. Soon, with Indra as the center, it rotated at high speed, forming a continuous tornado. The seven hands took the opportunity to attack Indra, but were perfectly blocked by several shields turned from truth-seeking ball sticks. Isn't it possible to use Marikita directly in his body, blood following the snare? Naruto thought to himself. Instead of forcing it to be in the body, it is instead on the side, showing an invisible hand out of thin air. Immediately sensing something, Indra left the place without even thinking about it, called back the truth-seeking ball, and continued to turn into a stick. While parrying and blocking Marigician, while looking at Naruto, the focus. Amaterasu ignited. Chapter 199. Amaterasu. Naruto spread out his right hand and implanted it in the palm of his hand. It belonged to Sasuke's right eye, and the Mangekyo pupil technique, flame control, residing in it was activated. The black fire of Amaterasu, which was burning on the body, suddenly turned its spearhead, and transformed into a black phoenix, screaming and flying towards Indra. Just after using the truth-seeking ball to eliminate the black phoenix, facing Naruto, who was following closely behind, with full state, and rushing to the front, Indra ignored Naruto's Raise-Non without changing his face. Swing the truth-seeking ball stick and chop at Naruto. With almost impossible, extremely extreme movements, Naruto's body avoided Indra's attack by himself. That's it, Naruto's Raise-Non, like so many previous attacks, pierced through Indra without hurting him a bit. Fighting hand to hand, fighting for about a minute of physical skills, both sides froze, neither of them hit the other side. After all, they didn't hold back their hands, and they used all their strength. According to the ninja's high attack and low defense setting, taking a hit is definitely not just for fun. Even if you don't die, you will lose half your life, or your combat power will drop sharply. Hinata joined the battle circle and formed a 2-on-1 again. Tensagan's unique space and the ability to forcefully draw chakra really made Indra very uncomfortable. Hide and hide, endlessly. Knowing that procrastination would be very unfavorable to him, Indra seized an opportune moment to launch his unique Rinnegan pupil technique. Suddenly, the chakram mantle covering Naruto flickered and disappeared. What? Naruto was shocked. It's over. Indra made a bold move, killing with one blow. It's empty. Naruto didn't react, the cells were not affected by any external objects, each performed its duties, and avoided Indra's kill in the most appropriate and safe way. Naruto jumped to Hinata's side out of thin air, and the chakra coat on his body resurfaced. He looked at Indra scorchingly, so, this is the effect of your ability. Indra clicked her tongue, your extremely weird reflexes are really outrageous, and you can't even hit them. Indra has already determined that Naruto's body and Naruto's consciousness are independent of each other, or relatively independent. There is no need for Naruto to think about how to move, how to fight, how to hide, the body will do it by itself, and in the best, most perfect, and most labor-saving way. In addition, Naruto knows time and space ninjutsu, realizes space jump, defeats, and the difficulty of killing has risen several levels. Even he wasn't sure he could take Naruto down. This configuration is too perfect, unless it crushes Naruto more than one head in terms of hard power, otherwise. Thinking of this, Indra lost the interest to continue fighting. If Hinata didn't intervene, he and Naruto would be one-on-one, no matter what they said, they would stick to it until the end. With Hinata intervening on the sidelines, among other things, the forced extraction of chakra from the air is enough to drive Indra crazy. One day, I will beat you upright and prove who is right and where the truth is. Indra dismissed the truth-seeking ball, sighed secretly, and said casually. Ashura, don't get me wrong, you didn't win, I. Realizing that Indra was leaving, Naruto immediately said, Hinata, next, leave it to you. Hinata glanced sideways and saw that Naruto's body, protected by a skeleton made of golden chakra, was Susanoo. Recalling the various tactics that Naruto mentioned in his spare time, she understood and nodded, In a short second, Susanoo manifested to half of her body, wearing the form of Utengu armor. Appears Naruto, Susanoo's weapon, a disembodied artifact, the Golden Balance. Susanoo's weapons and equipment vary from person to person, and most of them have some special and magical effects. For example, Itaka's Yata Mirror, Ten-Fist Sword. Sasuke's Celestial Mega Ancient Bow and Arrow. Shisui's Spiral Sword. Obito's Shuriken. Naruto, the Golden Balance, has a very heaven-defying effect in team battles. Synchronize him with the opponent, and then weaken the opponent's power in the same proportion according to the amount of chips he exerts. In this way, he and his opponent will naturally become weaker and weaker. As long as there is a companion who is not too weak, the victory or defeat is like picking something out of a bag, and it is easy to win. Susanoo, what is this for? Indra wondered. I don't know, just to be on the safe side, Lord Indra, let's go quickly. Black Zetsu suggested. At the North Pole, Naruto used this trick to redeem Urashiki's power and successfully captured Urashiki alive. This process of being captured alive, in Kaguya's body, and the suppressed Black Zetsu did not see it, so it is not clear what the appearance of Naruto's Susan means. At the two ends of the balance, two statuettes appear, one representing Naruto and the other representing Indra. Naruto raises chips without hesitation. At the same time, Indra changed his face and looked at his hands in disbelief. Power. My power. What's wrong? Black Zetsu was taken aback. Hinata took a deep breath and drew the strength of chakra to the maximum. Indra snorted, a strong sense of loss of strength emerged, he couldn't stand steadily, and he half-kneeled on the ground. It's him. What did he do? Take my power away. Indra horrified. It's hard not to be terrified, he believes that power is the truth, and he regards power as the highest, so he can't imagine how painful it is to lose power. Erase the power. Black Zetsu was shocked and thankful, but fortunately it didn't come to Naruto rashly, otherwise the Indra at this time would be the same as it at that time. Knowing that I can't wait any longer and hide it any longer, it will ruin Indra's big name in vain. Indra in its heyday was not afraid of the siege of Naruto and Hinata. Indra, whose strength has been weakened, may not know how to write dead words. Seeing Hinata flying towards Indra, Black Zetsu left the shadow and grabbed Indra's arm. Let's go. From the shadow of Indra, the one who ran out was a very tall girl with exquisite facial features, 3 Tomo Sharinon, and a girl with black neck-length short hair. Naruto's eyes widened, he almost thought he had misunderstood the person. Where is this Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu is just a black and indescribable thing, it doesn't look like this at all, okay? However, this is not the Black Zetsu without any power in the plot, but the Black Zetsu that gets a part of Kaguya chakra. In this way, there will be unheard of and unseen changes, which is still reasonable. Naruto thought, sweating on his forehead. Black Zetsu's image changed suddenly, subverting his 3 views. How should I put it, it's a bit unacceptable. Unlike Naruto, who knows the true colors of Black Zetsu, but has never seen what kind of Hinata Black Zetsu looked like. The first time he found Black Zetsu, chakra seemed to explode without money. The truth-seeking ball circles, spins. Don't try to escape. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Chapter 200. With the strongest gravitational force as the core, truth-seeking ball assists, sufficient supply of chakra, the silver wheel reincarnates and explodes. It is not as simple as a simple tornado as seen by the eyes. The tearing force and restraint effect are very terrifying, without strong enough chakra protection, either death or injury. Shrouded in a tornado, Black Zetsu, who had nowhere to escape, cursed secretly, ignoring the leakage of his whole cards, so he had to use Hwangquan Hirasaka. The imagined space black hole did not appear. The tried and tested ability of time and space has failed. What happened? Carrying incomprehensible, confused, Black Zetsu, Indra, caught by Yunlin Tensei burst, like falling into a drum washing machine, tumbling up and down, left and right, back and forth. Hinata, don't keep your hands, it will give them a chance to escape, you have to have the attitude of killing them. Naruto said. Hearing what Naruto said, Hinata nodded, summoned several truth-seeking balls, and temporarily gave them independent consciousness. The truth-seeking ball was trembling, covered with green light, actively drilled into the tornado, and attacked Indra, Black Zetsu. Hinata, who was outside the tornado, was distracted to maintain the Yunlin reincarnation explosion, and used gravity to trap the 2 of them in that narrow range. At the same time, a few truth-seeking balls were summoned, surrounding them with dazzling golden light. Golden Wheel reincarnated and exploded. It's the exact opposite of Jinwei reincarnated explosion. Yunlin reincarnation explosion is the strongest gravitational force, its main purpose is to trap, bind, and restrict. The Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion is based on Zeon's repulsive force, and there are not so many fancy additional effects, just a little bit of destruction. Ultimate's golden light beam burst out, instantly broke through the wind wall of Yunlin reincarnation explosion, and went straight to Indra, Black Zetsu. Holding Indra with one hand, Black Zetsu focused on observing while avoiding the truth-seeking ball with independent consciousness. Indra's strength dropped so badly that even Rinnegan couldn't maintain it, and his momentum and aura kept plummeting. Pupil power, chakra, reaction force, speed, strength, a whole 3-dimensional, all aspects are weakened. The evidence is that Indra's half-length Susanoo, which was barely propped up, was easily destroyed by the tearing force swept by Hinata's Yunlin reincarnation. At the same time, Naruto's strength also dropped to an extremely low level, the same as Indra's. The ability to contain time and space, and the ability to synchronize the falling strength, if I meet it alone, I will definitely die. With this in mind, Black Zetsu controls the hair growth and helps bind Indra to prevent it from falling apart. At this time, Indra couldn't do without its protection, and then, Black Zetsu mustered up the courage to lead chakra to surge to the palm of his hand. 80 God Sky Strike. This is Kaguya's ultimate physical skill, which is Kaguya's will. It is not difficult for Black Zetsu to use this trick. Chakra's fist, which is omnidirectional and has no dead ends, spreads out in all directions. Bang bang bang! The truth-seeking ball was blown away. Wow! The Yunlin reincarnation explosion was blasted away. In an instant, they reincarnated and exploded with the golden wheel, colliding together. Boom! A bunch of chakra fists and golden wheel reincarnated explosions are head-to-head, and there are more chakra fists, bypassing Golden Wheel reincarnated explosions, and attacking Hinata and Naruto. Drive the unlimited Hinata without fear. She paid attention to Naruto, and found that Naruto was safe. His strength dropped a lot, but it didn't prevent him from dodging. No matter how strong the attack is, it is useless if it cannot hit. Hinata, relieved, asked Three Tails to borrow a large number of chakra, summoned a large number of truth-seeking balls in one breath, and went to confront Black Zetsu. Is it so strong? Even if it possesses Nagato, it won't be so exaggerated. Could it be that it absorbed Gadu's statue? Naruto was silent. According to his vision, no matter how strong Black Zetsu is, there should be a limit, and he will never be Hinata's opponent. There is a space enchantment, which restrains the ability of time and space, and cannot escape. Capture alive, seal Black Zetsu, obliterate Indra whose power has been redeemed by him. For Hinata in its heyday, it is a piece of cake. No way. Kurama, do me a favor, send a message to the clone to bring Ino here. Evenly matched, fighting for a long time, fighting hard for a long time, and finally winning with difficulty, even a momentary miss, let the target run away. This is not what Naruto wants to see. He wants to be foolproof and crush to win. Ino, who ate the Urashi fruit, is a hidden card of Naruto. He and Hinata together, can solve the incident without bothering Ino. And if he and Hinata can't handle it, and there is a possibility of failure, there is no need to ask Ino to take action. Can it be solved? It was Minato who said this. He was worried, and he didn't leave. At the time when the dust had cleared a lot, he could see the situation clearly, so he came here specially, thinking of helping. Of course. Naruto smiled and said, everything is under control. Before the words fell, not far away, outside the scope of the space enchantment, there was a space black hole, which opened out of thin air, and it was Hwangquan Bilyang Sokka. From it, Ino came out, along with little Sakura, would clone Naruto. Why are you here? Minato was surprised, and the black hole just now. Uncle is good. Ino said, looking ahead. Hinata and Black Zetsu's ult clashed, and he realized, this is what the avatar said to help. Naruto nodded. Hit who? Ino. Cooperate with Hinata first, kill that man, and let the rest come together. We must not let them escape, not even one of them. Naruto said, otherwise there will be big trouble. Ino understood, and didn't ask who those two people were or what they did. That's not what she should care about. His eyes instantly switched to white eyes, and Ino stepped into the space barrier. His body was as light as nothing, his feet were off the ground, and he flew forward to join the battle. Damn it! Black Zetsu changed his face when he spotted Ino for the first time. It knows that Ino has eaten the Urashiki fruit and inherited all Urashiki's powers, which is no small matter. It's okay to be against Hinata alone, but with the addition of Ino, Black Zetsu, who is determined to run, is even more desperate. Ignoring the use of too much power, it will attract Yuyi, and it will explode more chakra fiercely, overwhelming Hinata in one fell swoop, and has an advantage in the confrontation. A deafening explosion resounded in all directions. Borrowing the impetus of the shockwave, Black Zetsu, who wanted to run, was turned into a scarlet paper crane, and Ino, who suddenly appeared in front, intercepted him. Just grab it, you won't be able to escape. Seeing Ino's eyes, the red Kaguya Rinnegan, Black Zetsu's heart sank again and again. From the rear, Hinata chased up and formed an encirclement trend with Ino. In this way, Ino stopped talking nonsense, stalled for time, and decisively broke out with all his strength, and cooperated with Hinata to besiege Black Zetsu. Swish! The hair, which was reincarnated by Hinata with a small golden wheel, was cut off by Chi-Gen, and Black Zetsu was shocked. Oops! Don't be distracted, your opponent is me. If you want to save him, pass me first. Ino.